And another tough loss in a 2-month stretch where there's been a whole bunch of tough losses for Golden State. Ball thrown in, and Golden State losing 114-98. And the Warriors will have to try to get hot on the road on what's going to be a chilly road trip.
Oh, baby. There's a lot going on in the Bay Area. Justin Verlander signs a one-year deal with the Giants for $15 million. We'll talk to Contos in the 9 o'clock hour about that. Nick Sorensen fired as the defensive coordinator of the 49ers. He'll be on a search for a new one. They want to retain him, but we'll see about that. But we will start with the Golden State Warriors. As we say good morning to everybody out there, you know the drill. You know the drill. Overnight Dancer was not happy because nobody wanted to go out after last night. The Warriors have lost their last two games by a combined 46 points. They've lost their last 2 games at Chase Center by a combined 46 points. They go 3-6 in their last 9. It did not even leave the state of California. They had one road game in that stretch down in L.A. They lost it to the Clippers. They've lost to the Clippers all 3 times this year when they've matched up with them. And the vibes are not good right now. As Steve Kerr said yesterday, there's a crisis in confidence. A crisis in confidence. And to look on Steph Curry's face, and this is where I want to start, because this upcoming road trip, 4 games, and it starts in Detroit, who is 18-18, and Cade Cunningham is an all-star now. He is. He's arrived. He's averaging 24, 10, and 5, and the Pistons are rolling. It's not going to get any easier. And so I ask fans out there, 888-957-9570, what is the solution? And I want to start here, Shasky, because I know you watched it. Late in the game, Heat's rolling up 18. Warriors call a timeout. There's empty seats. There's no energy in the arena. And then look on Stephen Curry's face as he walked to the bench. And he's looking around the arena. And he's looking at the rafters. And it looked like he was about to walk to the locker room. He circled back, and he looked exasperated. Anthony Slater, Evan Giddings, Whitley Sandra, everybody's got the damn video. And I thought, boy, that's a look that I've seen before. That's a look of a defeated superstar running out of answers on how to correct this problem the Warriors have right now. Bad shot selection. They couldn't figure out the zone defense Miami ran. They run about 12 possessions of zone every game. It felt like they ran 100 possessions of zone defense yesterday. I saw it in sack. If befuddled Sacramento for a while. There's a lot of issues here, but the superstar has run out of answers. And we're in a crisis, folks.
Well, I think it's everyone's thinking like he's thinking, oh, you got to trade everybody. I think it was more reflecting of like, damn, man, I did kind of sign up for this. He did. I mean, like, right? Whether we think it is real or not, like there's only so many trade pieces that you have on a roster, right? Everyone starts with the same things. Draft capital, money. It's how you want to spend it. And when you spend certain money and you keep certain players on the team and you align yourself with certain guys, like you do to a degree, make your own bed. And so I think he was reflecting on all of it. I don't think it was just trade everyone.
No,
on the planet.
I wasn't insinuating that.
No, I know, but I think a lot of people did. I think a lot of people did interpret it like, oh, he wants to be either traded out of here or trade everyone away.
Tim Kiyun, what's his name?
I don't know.
Tim.
I think it's Cown, as how it's pronounced.
Is it Cown? All right, I've blown it off. Anyway, he wrote a great article yesterday at ESPN.com, and the clock is ticking. The clock is ticking. Tick, 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 tick. And it felt like last night it went boom. It all blew up. I saw some empty seats. I saw a lack of energy from the fan base. I saw a lack of energy from the team. The fan base feeds off the team. And you come out in the first quarter, you're down 29-23 to a team that played in double overtime in Sacramento last night. And their starters played heavy minutes. Mm-hmm. Heavy minutes. And they come out in that first quarter like that. And then you're down 13 at the half. And now you just look at, like Steph Curry just went through the last 2 games. And what teams are doing now to Steph, they're just saying, you can score whatever you want. We're going to take your playmaking away. He had 0 assists in the last 2 games. First time in his career, he's had 0 assists.
Okay, this now pairs me to the next 2 highest paid players after Steph Curry are Draymond Green and Andrew Wiggins. And like the reality is that Andrew Wiggins, you know, is kind of who we thought he was, even though he's had a good year. Like overall, I would say he's had a good year, but we want him to be the guy that we saw in one playoff run, when the reality is he's probably more like the guy he's been throughout the 8 or 9 other years of his career. You know, he's a guy who's going to score occasionally, he's going to play some good defense, but ideally he's your 3rd or 4th best player on a team. And on this one, he's being asked to be your 2nd best player, and he's fallen short. Draymond Green is a defensive specialist at this point in his career. And when he's the 2nd highest paid player on the team, as well as Andrew Wiggins, because they make about the same amount of money, he's not going to hit any open shots. You know, he's just not.
Now. He's not now. But
this isn't like those guys suck conversation. It's how you allocate the funds. And so when you have two guys making max money combined, like so those 2 players are making max money, and you're unwilling to move one of those guys, you're limited in what you can do.
Well, I saw what I saw last night from Draymond Green. So we do these pre-show calls. As soon as 10 o'clock hits, we do the pre-show call and figure out what we're going to do on television. And I thought, man, Jaime Jaquez is coming in hot. Maybe Draymond Green guards him. And Jaime Jaquez got off to a hell of a start last night.
He's a good player.
And he's a really good player. Just got selected a pick before Brandon Podziemski. And he blew by Draymond a couple times. Drew a second foul. And I saw defensively a guy struggling in Draymond Green. So if he's not playing defense at a high level, or if he's not able to play defense at a high level, then things get really tough for this organization and this team. And last night I saw guys blowing by Draymond, and I go, whoa. And then I see him limping up the court with the back injury. And this is what happens when you get old. You start getting aches and pain, little aches here and there, and it starts to league. Or I hear from the guys all the time, about being old in the league. It's not fun. It's not fun. But I saw him defensively. As you mentioned, he's a defensive specialist. Well, I saw him last night struggling defensively, and it was alarming. And overall, without Jonathan Kuminga, this is like, Kuminga at $30 million may have been a bargain now. Because yesterday's price is not today's price. And that price tag is going up, folks, with the way Kuminga was playing. Last night, in the last 2 nights, losing by 30 to Sac, and then losing last night to a short-handed Heat team by 16. And I'm looking at Joe Lacob sitting courtside, and I'm looking at Steve Kerr, and we'll play some Steve Kerr sound, and I'm looking at the fans just exit, like back-to-back nights, just exiting the building late third quarter, mid-third quarter, walking out of the stadium, walking out of Chase Center, excuse me. And I'm thinking to myself, boy, this 4-game road trip better go well. Because I think we're at a pivotal point with this franchise before we get to the All-Star break. Last night was as bad as it gets. It was. What are they now? After trailing by 3 quarters. I think 1-15? They're 1-15 when Charlie got to 3 quarters. And Steph Curry said it. We're not good enough to come back if we fall behind.
But I'm looking at the Heat, and I see a team that their quote-unquote prime player, the $52 million guy, and Jimmy Butler, is out of the lineup. And what happens? Jaime Jaquez, what's he in his 2nd or 3rd year?
2nd year.
Okay. Jovic, who, that guy was a monster.
Well, that's the thing.
And he's a 20-year-old or something like that.
Well, yeah. Well, it was funny on our pre-show call. I said, I think today's game, because I knew the Heat starters had played heavy minutes. I watched the entire game against Sacramento. Said they're going to be tired, but it could come down to the others. Their others versus our others. And I don't even like using that because it feels demeaning towards guys in reserve roles. But I thought it was going to come down to Jovic. Highsmith walked out, had a solid night in Sacramento. Ware, who's got athleticism out the building. And then Alec Burks, our old friend from the Golden State Warriors.
He was hitting.
They outscored the Warriors bench, destroyed the Warriors bench. And I thought, okay, this is a great opportunity for Buddy Hield, Moses Moody, Kyle Anderson, and Buddy right now is just struggling.
Oh, he hasn't struggled. He's been awful. It's okay. He's been awful. It's okay. You know what? We like Buddy. He was scorching red hot. He's been awful for about 2 months.
30% in the month of December. Right now, he's struggling. He scored 11 points off of 12 shots. And so, what's the solution, folks? What is the solution? Are they a trade away from being a trade away from being a trade away? Are they being a trade away from what? And right now, they're seeking. Sacramento is rising and ascending in the West. The Warriors are close to being out of the box. By the time they come back home to the Bay Area, they may be out of the box.
I know everybody's doom and gloom.
No, it's not doom and gloom.
No.
We're having a very...
No, everyone is doom and gloom. No, everyone is doom and gloom.
What do you mean by everyone?
Oh, I just think that everyone around this team is really, really, really disappointed. And I'm saying, at the beginning of the year, I didn't have these championship aspirations. I was like, make the playoffs.
It's not about championship. It's about the playoffs. I'm not even thinking championship. I'm thinking playoffs. Top 6.
Well, they're out their second best player, and Jonathan Kuminga. It's going to be rough.
And when they, when they started off 12-3, and everybody's talking power rankings and this and that, I said, remember, I had to call with you, and I said, Shasky, we need to wait a second.
Well, we were teasing and having fun.
No, but a lot of people were gassed up. I'm telling you, man, that first week, in the first couple of weeks, I'm going around town, and how many people were quick on the street, on Twitter, DMs and everything telling me, boy, I'm so happy we got rid of Clay. The vibes were bad and yada, yada, yada. We got great players. Now what? I'm not even trying to go there, but from the first few weeks, everybody was telling me how the vibe, oh man, Clay's going to regret it, da, 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 blah, blah, blah. And now what? They're 6-15 since a 12-3 start. So what is the solution? What do we do?
I don't think there is a solution. I think you kind of got to just ride it out. I know no one wants to hear that. It's not the sexy thing. Blow everything up. No. As long as Steph and Steve Kerr are aligned with Draymond, your options to get better because of the way you have to match up the salaries are very limited. All right? It just is. It just is. And so I think all of these combinations and all these deals, you're probably giving up a lot to make yourself incrementally better.
Well, yesterday
this isn't baseball where you could trade up a one marquee player for a bunch of prospects. Like, you have to match things up.
No doubt. Well, I mentioned yesterday that I've come to the conclusion that I think it is better to write it out and wait for a lot more superstars to become available. But then where does that leave Stephen Curry? Does he want to wait on that? What does Steph want? Let's go to the lines. 888-957-9570. The number. Lines are already stacked up here. It's going to be a heavy Warriors show. We'll talk Nick Sorensen, who got fired. Who do you want as DC? We got 3 main topics today. We're going to keep it simple. Simple and sweet. Warriors, Nick Sorensen, and Verlander. That's what's on deck today. And what else would you want to talk about around these parts? Huh? What else?
If I have to watch another offensive possession where Draymond catches the ball at the elbow with his back to the basket and never squares up to the hoop, and it's just like, potato, who can I shovel this pass to? Quickly, take it. I'm coming to set a pull screen. Dog, square up to the hoop. The whole league is squared up to the hoop. And we have a guy who refuses to look at the basket.
Triple threat position. There's a play with Draymond Green in that game against the zone where he's 2 feet away from the hoop. And he passed it out to the three-point line. And if you look at the bench, go look at Pat Spencer. Pat Spencer looks and he goes, lay it up.
Pat Spencer.
And I met
By the way, Pat Spencer's one of the positives on this team.
But, hey, he's a good kid. I got to meet him.
I like Pat Spencer.
I met his mother, Donna. His brother Cam, when they came in with the Memphis Grizzlies. Really good guys. Really good dudes.
I just don't see, like, I at the beginning of the year, and like my brain was telling me, look, Steph's awesome, but if your 2 best players are 36 years old or whatever,
you're going to have problems in this league.
Yes.
It's a young man's league.
Yes, as you watch 20-year-old Jovic. Am I even pronouncing that right?
Jovic.
Yeah, Jovic. Nikolai Jovic. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm getting the Jokic thing confused. And then Jaime Jaquez, who's actually playing. Like, that's the thing that the Heat do really well that the Warriors have failed to do. They do empower certain players in the youngsters, and they give them opportunities. They also will yank you and stash you on the bench.
No doubt.
See the Duncan Robinson, for example. But even Duncan Robinson, they find a way to utilize him in an effective way. And I go back to the Buddy Hield thing. Like, Buddy was really important that first month. He's been atrocious for multiple months.
Well, it's, you know what?
And this is why, and this goes back to your thing, this is why he didn't play a lot in Philly.
Yeah, well, this is why he was on so many different teams. It's why Schroeder's been on so many different teams. This is who Buddy is. Let's take one call before the break. And I want a guy to come in here and set the tone. And we got a lot of worthy candidates. I got my boy Tim in North Carolina. I got my boy Cam in Antioch. I got Coach in Vallejo. But I'm going to start off with Nick in San Jose because I want to hear from Nick in San Jose. Nick, what's happening?
Hey, brothers. I want to say a couple things. Meeting you guys a few weeks ago, Bonte, you signing that picture. It's in my son's room. Shasky, I already blew up the picture of you and I.
I'm
thankful. I'm thankful. And Steph is about to pass Allen Iverson on the scoring list, and he hit some circus shots yesterday. But yesterday was such a juxtaposition for me. The Heat culture versus, sadly, right now, the Warrior culture. It's night and day. They were in double overtime in our capital, and they burned their starters. and we go down in the first quarter. And I got to tell you, I love Chase Center in regards to the facilities, but we got no home court. We got no home court. Where is the heart, boys? Our roster is so bad. GB2 can't stay on the court. Paz has regressed. Buddy Hield, you know why he's on 5 teams now? Schroeder dominates us when we play against him, and he looks bad. And how could Kerr, Chesky, you and I coach, they were in a zone for crying out loud. How can't you pick that apart? And you guys are so smart. Draymond Green, serve position, Buddy the ball up. Play Spencer. Good, dude. Play guys that know what they're doing. We have a declining asset in Draymond, bros. Here's the last thing. We got to get guys like the Mavericks, young, athletic guys. And it's over, dude. We're a 38-42 win team. Dude, it's over. Now, please answer this question for me. I just need to know this. Please give me a cogent answer why KD left. I just need to know that. I searched for it. I don't have an answer for it. Please tell me why he left, Bonte. Please
you want to go back
why.
to KD?
KD.
You want to go back to KD?
Guys, like, this is what Warrior fans just neglect to remember. It always comes back to Draymond. KD.
Well,
okay?
But
like
a lot of fans
Jordan
too.
Poole,
But a lot of fans too. A lot of fans too wanted KD out of here.
No doubt.
I'll
and
never
they're morons.
forget. I'll never forget when KD strained his calf, which later on became an Achilles, when he was having an all-time postseason against the Rockets in Game 5. And the way he hit that mid-range jumper, and I remember as just sitting there in the media section, and as a fan of the game, I said, wow, this is incredible. This guy's playing at a high level. Oh, my God. I don't. This is Dirk. This is Dirk in 2011. And he lifted off the court, and I go, oh, my gosh. And then the Warriors ended up pulling out that game. I'll never remember all the stuff I heard on the post-game show that night on 95.7 game. I don't remember who was on it. Maybe Steiny, Townie, Guru. I have no idea.
No, it was Kolsky probably around that time.
Maybe. I don't remember, but
because I was in Miami.
Everybody kept saying, oh, it's good to have the old Warriors basketball back. Oh, it's good to have the old Warriors back. And I thought, we're going to run an all-time legend out of town. We're going to run an all-time legend out of town. And now people are begging on their knees for Kevin Durant.
The night this happened, as I slap in, like clapping your face, it was like, come on, it was Dundada.
Man.
Things were said that can't be unsaid.
Man.
I mean, it is what it is. Look, and again, no one's saying that Dre isn't good, but these are the byproducts of it when you start to age and decline and you alienate any of your young assets. And who wants to go play with him?
Well, there's a lot of people who came to play. We'll get to Draymond Green. But I think there's bigger issues with Draymond Green.
Of course there is.
There's bigger issues with Draymond Green.
When $80 million of your roster is locked in, and Curry obviously $50 million and 55 plus, and then you have the $25 million in Draymond, it makes it difficult to be in all of these different trade discussions. Your full lot has to be on the board to get a difference maker.
Well, the full lot is on board. Let me tell you that. Let me tell you. I saw something. Let's break because I got a lot of thoughts. It was tough to sleep last night thinking about this game, thinking about what I saw last night inside of Chase Center. It was humbling the last 2 nights. So we're gonna get to everybody, Coach, Cam, Tim, everybody on hold. 888-957-9570 is the number. This is not Warriors Live. They don't have a game today. I guess the segment is brought to you by Safeway.
You reap what you sow, brother.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. Delicious Hass avocados or mangoes, 4 for $5 or just $1.25 each. Visit Safeway.com for more details.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Trace Jackson Davis, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
You know, B, I've been thinking about this long and hard with the Warriors, and we could talk till we're blue in the face about woulda, coulda, shoulda for trades and things like that, right? Oh, they should have went after this guy. Oh, they should have went after that guy. Oh, they should go get Jimmy Butler right now or Vucevic or whatever. I personally believe the biggest error by this organization, in my view, the biggest thing, if we're talking basketball, actual basketball, their inability to find the next version of what Klay Thompson brought to the table when he was in his prime. And what I mean by that is a two guard who can defend, has some size, okay, who can defend, knock down just enough shots. No one's going to be as prolific shooting as Klay Thompson. I mean, you're talking about replacing a freaking first ballot Hall of Famer, a legend, okay, a statue guy. So it's easier said than done. But they have not been able to find a legitimate two guard to be able to pair alongside Steph Curry. And whether that's via trade, the draft, development, etc., I think that's the number one thing. It starts there. I think it's so hard for them to just run offense and defense the way that they want to play alongside such a unique player like Steph Curry. I think their inability to swing on two guards, I would have drafted one over and over and over. They keep going after threes and fours and another backup point guard. I would have been hell-bent on finding the next version of whatever Klay Thompson was. I think that, for me, that's my money. I think that's been one of my biggest frustrations because you're left with three guard rotations that drive me crazy.
Yeah, let's go to Coach and Vallejo. Coach, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys. Happy New Year's to you both, and may your families prosper. I mean that sincerely. Looking at the Warriors, it's like taking that test in school where it was multiple choice and E was all of the above. Everything anyone says about the Warriors right now, yeah, lack of shooting, yes. No big man, no. Unathletic, yes. So E, all the above. So I'm going to agree with everyone here. But you know what? The Warriors last night had 5 free throw attempts.
Yep.
That's 10 minutes. That's 10 minutes for Jonathan Kuminga, okay? Mm-hmm. That's 10 minutes on the court for Jonathan Kuminga. Mm-hmm. He's about far and away getting to the foul line more than anyone else on the team. He's the only one that can draw fouls and put the other team in foul trouble is Jonathan Kuminga. Now, I'm going to be a little careful with what I say here, but please take it in context. Right now, as this team is currently set up, Kuminga is more valuable than Draymond Green, okay? Kuminga is more valuable than Draymond Green as the team is constructed right now. They don't have anyone else like Kuminga.
I agree.
Right now, the Warriors are so under athletic, if that is a word, okay?
Oh, yeah, they're not athletic. You could just say they're not athletic enough.
Nor are they big.
Which is why I've been saying this for a couple years, Coach. You've been hearing me on these airways. When they play young athletic teams, which is basically the NBA, they struggle. They struggle. And nobody's wanted to hear it about Kuminga. You know what I'm saying? There's been so much pushback on what the Warriors should be and could be because we want to hold on to the old guard. You have to adjust. You have to evolve. And right now the Warriors, maybe they're trying to evolve, and maybe it's just too late, Coach. Maybe it's just too late.
You're right. And even like Dennis Schrader, this is not the Dennis Schrader that ran Jeff Teague out of Atlanta, okay? This is an old Dennis Schrader. He's not that same guy. So, Bonte, I'll give you credit. You have told your co-workers in the afternoon about Kuminga for years, and they didn't want to listen to you, so I do want to give you credit on that. But anyway, guys, thanks for letting me talk. I appreciate it.
Hey, Coach, my daughter doesn't listen to me most of the time. My fiance doesn't listen to me half the time. I'm not trying to tell her what to do. I'm just trying to give you an opinion. But we get so hell-bent on certain people's opinions and say, this can't work. My problem is, when you think back to 2 years ago, a couple seasons ago, when the situation happened with Draymond Green and Jordan Poole, I remember thinking going to media day, and I was talking to Poole, I was talking to everybody, shooting commercial, and I was like, damn, Warriors about to go back-to-back, man. Like, I remember talking to Ron. We talked to Ron Adams after they won in Boston, and he goes, quite frankly, I think we overachieved. I'm thinking, damn, they're ahead of schedule. They won another one. And a situation happened between Draymond Green and Jordan Poole, and they went on that first road trip. And it felt like, okay, it's the veterans in the lineup, and then let's go to the hockey subs, and it's the youngsters out there by themselves trying to learn how to play. And then you get the Anthony Lamb situation where Anthony Lamb is playing, I think he's in New Zealand right now or Australia. And that was a guy who for whatever reason, prevented J.K., who I guess Anthony Lamb, quote-unquote, was more able to contribute to winning at that time. But when you got a young lottery pick, you got to just let him go through the bumps and bruises. You got to let him go through the trials and tribulations of trying to learn how to be a pro. Because here we are now in year 4. Some people are like, oh, wow, Kuminga could play. Well, you know what? I actually saw that when Wiggins had to leave the team for 2 months due to personal reasons. We actually saw Kuminga stabilize lineups and come in as a second-year player and play well. And so my problem is the lack of inconsistency with playing some of the youngsters and get them ready for this moment now. Because now, guess what? I don't know how good Moses Moody is. I don't know if he's a good player or bad player. It's year 4.
Well, Moses is a whole nother, let's just put him to the side. I don't think he's that great, but that's a whole can of worms.
If he is.
What I would say to you is, the way I have seen Moses Moody be utilized is kind of a microcosm of what has ailed them the last couple of years. They don't even know.
They don't know.
And so, there was a time, and I'm going to make an odd analogy here, and I want your opinion on it. There was a time where I was like, man, Frank Gore is still really good, but we have to move on. And I didn't see a situation where the San Francisco 49ers could have Frank Gore on the team and him not be the number 1 back.
Yeah.
And not that he wasn't still a good player. I think he went on to play another, 6 years.
4 years.
Yeah, whatever it was. And he was serviceable.
Yeah.
But there are certain guys that have to move on for the team to be able to kind of breathe a little at that position.
And I don't even know, real quick, I don't even know if Frank Gore, I think Frank Gore would have been cool with staying here, but the team was they were in turmoil at that point. So it was probably best to move on.
They owed it to themselves to see what Carlos Hyde was. And then, they needed to turn the page. The Kuminga Draymond Green thing has been butting its head for 3 years. Okay? And it's pretty clear to me, as long as Draymond's still on this roster, Kuminga will always be marginalized by the coach, by Steph, and by Dre, and because of the resumes.
I wouldn't throw Steph in that. I believe Steph loves playing with JK because JK can, when you run that 1-3 or 1-4, whatever it is with JK, that pick and roll, and JK's diving to the rim off a Steph Curry double team, it is lethal.
But when you sign up to play with Draymond, the unintended consequences that you are going to give Kuminga the short end of the stick, right? He's coming off the bench. He's going to have to play overlapping minutes with certain lineups that don't include Steph Curry because he is coming off the bench. So there's a whole can of worms about having, and this isn't an either or. I feel like this is one of those situations where when you choose to keep Draymond, these are the unintended consequences of other players getting stymied. Simultaneously, Andrew Wiggins, he tantalizes us and he'll look good for a couple of weeks or whatever. And then, now Kuminga's out and we need him. And you're just not getting that same, that impact, that desire. How many times did he go to the lane yesterday? Just lose the ball.
Yeah, well, you know what? He did. Now, Andrew Wiggins, I want to stall him out a little bit here. Because, if he's your second best player, can you win a championship? I don't know. I on this team, probably not.
They did it for a 9-week period in 2022.
And he was really good in 2022.
No doubt.
He was good. He actually made the All-Star game, believe it or not. And, everybody's going to say Bam Bam this and Bam Bam that, but whatever. Andrew Wiggins does go out there and defend the top opposing player, wing player, every single night. Whether it's Tyler Hero, Terry Rozier. And the crazy part is, Terry Rozier and Tyler Hero combined to score 23 points last night. They didn't even kill you.
Yeah, and Tyler Hero has had a really good year this year.
He's had a really good year.
Last night was not one of them.
And they snuffed him. And I want to give Schroeder some credit for that, too, because Schroeder plays some good defense. But when you do that, and we saw this with Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson, we forget, had some struggles in the playoffs because he was defending guys at such a high level that offensively, your legs might not be there all the way. Wiggins is fine, I think, as a third option. I'm not mad at Andrew Wiggins.
No, but I think in all these trade scenarios, I agree with you. But in all these trade scenarios, everyone's going, Wiggins is the guy that's got to go because you got to match salaries.
Well, I don't know who's saying that.
And I think that's insane.
If
you're asking me, it's like it should clearly be Draymond.
Well, you look at the Western Conference, you need wing players to defend other wings. I don't even bother with those conversations. Warriors future focus. All right, TJD had he's had a great 2-3 week stretch here. Trayce Jackson-Davis. Ever since being reinserted into the starting lineup, Trayce Jackson-Davis has done his thing. Put it up 19.7 rebounds, 2 steals, and a block last night. Played 35 minutes, didn't commit a foul. And he had a poster dunk last night that woke up Chase Center for a second.
That was nice.
Drive by Hawkins, down the lane, no good. Ball tipped away by Kyle Anderson, picked up by Buddy Hield. He's in transition, stops in the foul line. The trailer is Anderson, downstairs to Jackson Davis. Dribbles it out, hand off to Buddy, back to Jackson Davis, banging his way in and dunked it right over the top of Ware.
That was a Warriors future focus. Just like we love the future of the Dubs, Peralta Community College District encourages you to love your future too. Go to peralta.edu and apply today. All right, Cam and Tim, we're going to get to you on the other side right away as the segment was sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Safe travel in the new year starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians will check fluids, wipers, lights, and more. No need to get out of your vehicle. Locations, coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. Coming up, Steve Kerr on TJD's night. You want to hear that? Plus Stephen Curry. Stephen Curry, what he had to say yesterday. That's as despondent as I've seen Steph in a very long time. A very long time. And in Detroit, and Indiana is on deck. And you got this road trip with Toronto and Minnesota. They come back 1-3 off that trip. I don't even want to know what's going to happen. This feels like a crisis. As Steve Kerr mentioned yesterday, they have a crisis in confidence. All right, more Warriors talk coming up. Cam, Tim, hang on tight. We're going to get to you on the other side, as it is brought to you by Fremont Bake. Here for you, here for good.
I hate when you experience winning, you hate losing even more because you know what it takes to get there. And if you don't have the answers, it's a rough feeling on a night to night, especially when nights like tonight happen.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Steph, this segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. The Warriors have lost back-to-back games by a combined 46 points. They're now 18-18 on the season and head out for a 4-game road trip that begins in Detroit on Thursday. It's going to be chilly, of course, and Detroit's playing some good basketball right now. They are, folks. They're 18-18 for a young team that is ascending. They're ninth in the Eastern Conference, but they're 8-2 in their last 10. They've won 4 games in a row. They outlasted Minnesota over the weekend, despite 53 from Anthony Edwards. So Cade Cunningham, get familiar with him. You'll see a lot of him tomorrow. He's averaging over 24 points a game, 9.5 assists, 7 rebounds. The guy's having a spectacular season. Jaden Ivey, unfortunately, got hurt, so we'll see how they replace him. But Tim Hardaway Jr. stepped up. Let's get to Cam real quick. He's been on hold for a while. 888-957-9570. What do you do about the Golden State Warriors right now, folks? What is your move? What is your move to build the Warriors back up? Cam, what's up?
Good morning. Good morning. How y'all doing?
I've been better. I'm good. No, I'm all seriousness. I'm great. I'm great.
That's good. That's good. Before I get to what I want to say, Bonte, I caught you not last night, but like 2 nights ago on a Golden Days podcast. You was walking through the arena and ended up on there. Why did you lie to all those people and say you be criticizing Steve Kerr? Come on, man. But anyway, I want you to answer that after. But
I can answer it for you right now. I mean, did you not hear me 2 years ago talk about his lineups and how I didn't like his lineups over and over again with the youngsters? No, I don't. I guess not. Go ahead, Cam.
Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead, Cam.
But I would say the biggest thing with the Warriors is size. We don't have enough size. Even if we do have enough size, Kerr would not play the guys that have size. It takes players to go out for him to play Kyle Anderson, Moody, when Moody is way better than Pods, Lindy Waters, and GP2. We was 12-3, and then Kerr started messing with the roster. Everybody thinks that it was Melton. He definitely helped us, but when Melton was out, Moody was starting, and Moody was doing his thing. And then after we beat the Celtics, Kerr took Moody out for GP2, and we lost to the Celtics.
No, they beat the Celtics.
The main problem is Kerr with his coach.
Hold on, Cam. Stay on the line, Cam, because obviously you're losing something there. They beat the Celtics. They beat the Celtics in Boston.
I know, but the next game, Moody started against the Celtics, but he took Moody out against the Cavaliers.
You think they're struggling because? Do you honestly believe they're struggling because they're not playing Moses Moody enough? Honestly, you think that's the?
I honestly believe that if Moses Moody had Podziemski minutes all those games before he got hurt, we would have a way better record than we do now. When Kerr goes to these small lineups, Schroeder was supposed to be like CP3, running the bench, running the non-Curry minutes, not playing with Curry. Curry doesn't need another point guard.
Can I enlighten you on something, Cam? Do you realize that Moses Moody played 13 minutes against Boston?
I do. I just was researching before I called you guys.
Yeah, well, he played 13 minutes. And then I'll ask for anybody here if we're gonna play this game, because I understand people are mad. And when I didn't even jump on the podcast, I was just walking by Ryan Lee. I was like, Bonte. So whatever. With Guy Cyrus, he goes, "Are you guys gonna rip Steve Kerr?" I was like, "What would you like me to say about Steve Kerr?" Well, honestly, if you want us to rip Steve, what do you want me to say? Fire Steve Kerr? Is that gonna make you feel better?
Who's the greatest coach of all time?
Right, he's the best coach.
No. Who is
all time? Between Red Auerbach, Pat Riley, Phil Jackson, Greg Popovich, Steve Kerr has 4 rings.
Okay, no. Forget Steve Kerr. Put him to the side. All of those guys are on a staff together coaching this team. How many more games are they better? A couple?
Maybe.
I mean, like come on, Warrior fans. Like, this is where I get frustrated because I'm like, look, we could lose our minds, and I don't think Kerr's that great this year, and I get frustrated with certain things and whatever. But the reality is, the players aren't that good. Well, and here's the thing: up until this recent little run, Steph Curry and Draymond Green were a large part of some of their failures in the fourth quarter. And I know that we want to point and identify and blame roster construction and these mythical trades that should have been made that didn't get made. And they were in a lot of these games and players didn't execute. That's number one. Number two, now they're down their second best player, Jonathan Kuminga. And boy, do a lot of people have a lot of things to say nice about Kuminga nowadays.
Well, I told Willie yesterday that I'm gonna do this now. I told Willie I was going to do this. 888-957-9570. Would you like to call in and apologize about your J.K. slander? Because since December 1st, he has been your second best player. 21 a game, 7 rebounds, not taking a lot of threes, playing defense, and he's learning how to get better. Is he ready for it? Is he an all-NBA player? Probably not.
No.
But he's 22 years old.
Dare I say this? Isn't he more reliable offensively currently than Andrew Wiggins?
I kind of know what I'm getting. He's more reliable than anybody outside of Stephen Curry.
Okay, we're in agreement. We're in agreement.
I've never wavered off of that with Jay. JK's a special talent. Now, is he going to be a Hall of Famer? I don't know. We don't know that. He's 22 years old.
Making the Hall of Fame's hard.
He's 22 years old. Where was Kawhi at when he was 22 years old? But since we're, because I already see where this is going today. I already see where it's going. Where, as Cyrus said this on the Golden Spaces podcast,
Who's
whatever.
Cyrus?
I don't know. He was on a podcast with Ryan Leon where I walk by.
Gotcha.
Ryan goes,
I'm so
Ryan.
confused.
So I was on there for like 3 minutes.
Okay.
And so he goes, hey, man, are you guys going to rip Steve Kerr tomorrow? And I go, what would you like me to say about Steve Kerr? I go, you act like on this show that we've never criticized Steve Kerr. Constructive criticism. Now, if you want me to scream and yell and kick and scream and say fire Steve Kerr, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to have a measured approach when talking about these sports teams. That's what I do. So, that's number one. Number two, 2 years ago when we talked about the team, the Anthony Lambs and the Jeremy.
It drove me crazy.
Anthony Lamb and Jeremy.
Jeremy Lamb.
No, not Jeremy. Jeremy Lamb. No, Anthony Lamb. Who's my guy in Ty Jerome? Ty Jerome, who I was thinking about. Ty Jerome, I was thinking about. I was thinking about Ty Jerome. I remember having a conversation with somebody in the Warriors, close to the Warriors, and I said, I don't believe Steve Kerr has done a great job in his lineup combinations. That was 2 years ago. Well, so don't come at me talking about, hey, man, you never criticize Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr's a hell of a coach, but he's got his flaws. And I've been weary of man, Moses Moody starting or not? Or is it GP2? Or is it short? But at the same time in the NBA, you need talent. You need players. And right now you got too many damn specialists on the team. One guy can do one thing, another guy can't do this. When you look at some of these lineups, you're like, damn, you got a lot of non-shooting lineups out there. How are you going to get a shot up? So the Heat just sat in the zone.
The team has been constructed in a way where they try to cover up some of their deficiencies. So I look at Steph, right, for example. We all underrated prime Clay because Clay could wipe away all of the defensive. Why are you shaking your head?
I'm just going to say that, no, we all didn't underrate Klay Thompson. I think a lot of you knew who Klay Thompson was.
No, I know, but I'm saying time. I think so much time has passed since prime Clay to where he is now. A lot of us have forgotten. I'm just being real. We forget. This is who he was. No, he's one of the greatest. Cover-up players of all time. You throw him on the best perimeter player on the outside, and then that allows Steph to catch his breath playing someone who's not a factor offensively.
Yep.
Now, I think the league has adjusted a lot. There are less and less non-threats on the floor at any given time. Back in the day, you could have multiple non-threats, okay, and you'd have goons and guys like that. It's just the league's not like that anymore. Well, the Warriors are almost a bygone product of a lost era because they have a lot of non-factors on offense. GP2. And look, Tracy's scoring a little now, but most nights he's going to be a non-factor in terms of scoring. He's a lob threat. Okay, that's not a threat from beyond the arc. Draymond Green. And when you play heavy minutes with Draymond Green, he's a non-shooter and a non-factor. And so what ends up happening is the Warriors are playing an outdated, redundant brand of basketball because they're trying to cover up certain flaws because of their inability to develop and identify their own players who can offset what Steph does bring to the table. I go right back. To me, it all starts with the 2-guard spot, and I think that they failed to fill that void from Klay's fall from what he was, and that's been their biggest issue as a team, and that's deeper than Steve Kerr.
It's deeper than Steve Kerr, no doubt about that. Not only that, you think about Jordan Poole, who's averaging a career high in a lot of categories this year. And I know he's not Klay. He's never going to be the defender that Klay is. But when you need a guy to break down the defense and get a bucket and have explosiveness, you don't have that right now.
Yes.
You don't have anybody. Like even Dennis Schroeder, he's 32 years old. He's struggling.
He's not as
blowing
fast.
by guys at the point of attack. Jordan Poole could do that. And Jordan Poole could break down that defense and get everybody out there. So 888-957-9570.
We're going to talk about the Jordan Poole trade forever, huh?
9570. I'm going to be honest with you, Shasky.
I hated that trade the day it happened.
Yeah, I was, trust me.
Remember? I went crazy.
I saw a bunch of missed calls from Shasky, saw a bunch of missed calls from somebody else.
You traded a 23-year-old who had a down year for a 40-year-old.
Well, let Andre Iguodala tell it. He had a down year, still averaged 20. So
I felt similar to the fan base in like at the end of that Lakers series, you couldn't roll back with him. I get it. But to me, that was the exact offseason where I'm like, oh, well, if you're going to move Poole, which is fine, okay? You want to move off Poole, fine. You also had to move off of Draymond. And then simultaneously, last year at the deadline, when you had the expiring contract of CP3, when you acquired that player, that was the time to deal him.
Well,
the time to deal him was at the deadline. And so you traded a 23-year-old asset that netted you nothing.
That's on the front office.
Poor asset allocation.
That's on the front office. Here's the other deal, though. And you got your finances in order if you're to go to State Warriors. But the reason why I keep going back, and I was going to say this, that situation between Draymond Green and Jordan Poole, things just haven't been the same since that moment.
No.
And it's okay to admit it. It's okay to admit it. They went 0-5 on an early road trip that year, and I thought, oh, boy, how are we going to get through this season? How are we going to get through this season? And every time they would go on a little heater, I think they had multiple 5-game winning streaks, but nothing was sustainable that year. And so they did, like, it was miraculous that they advanced to the second round and got to play the LA Lakers. It was actually a miracle, considering what went on that season. How could it be kumbaya and have all this camaraderie when a situation like that happens? In an organization, I wonder, they had an opportunity to go back and redo things in terms of suspensions or the way they handled the situation. I wonder if they do it differently. Because they said it was the biggest crisis in the organization that they were dealing with. And a lot was made about the leaked video. Well, I don't know who leaked the video. We still don't know. And I just felt bad for Jordan Poole because it's like, damn, he got hit. And it flipped to where, oh, well, Jordan Poole was being arrogant. He was calling this guy, that guy, this guy, this guy, this. It's like, all right, here we go again. So it hasn't been the same since that moment. It hasn't. It just hasn't. And here we are now with an 18-18 team that is getting older, that has a lot of specialists, that can't score in the half court, that can't score against the 2-3 zone. It is a struggle right now for the Golden State Warriors. And as Steph said, he doesn't have the answers. I don't have the answers. I don't know if you have the answers. The rebuild is getting closer and closer and closer to happening with this team and this organization. Or they're going to sit it out and wait till the summertime and try to land another big fish. But if Draymond, and I'm going to go back to Draymond Green here because I'm looking at his splits, and he got off to a great start from the three-point line. I was, wow, he's being aggressive. That aggressiveness has evaded him over the last week. It is. I know you're laughing, but I'm looking at the month of December. And this game is all about confidence, right? Confidence, confidence, confidence. As Steve Kerr said, a crisis in confidence. Draymond Green in the month of December played 9 games, started 7, shot 32.4% from 3. Now he's back down to 33, but he's not shooting it, and he's not being aggressive. There was a situation yesterday where he's at the rim. It just lay it up, go up. And he passes out to the three-point line. So when we talk about the triple threat position and having your back turned to the basket, not even looking at the basket, that's not going to help this team right now with the way it's constructed. It's just not.
There'll be times when I'm scrimmaging with my 8th grade team, and I'll be playing with like a kid from the 5th or 6th grade on my side, and it's 5-on-5, and I'm actively going out of my way to not take over the game and get the little 5th grader the shot. When I watch Draymond on offense, it's like he is so hell-bent on not looking at the hoop. He has to do the shovel pass, and you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. It's this like shovel pass auto screen, and people are like, oh,
right.
Wow, Dre.
It's Ben Simmons-esque is what it is, and that's a problem. Like, even Ben Simmons at times will actually just go and just try to dunk it.
He won't.
The other night,
he won't.
Well, he used to.
Well, but I get your point. The other night,
come on. No, but that's where we're at offensively. He's getting compared to Ben Simmons.
And
like,
this
come
is
on.
where I'm going to go Dr. Phil on you as I go guru. But, like, I felt the other night when Zach Edey and Draymond going at it, and then you followed up with the Kings thing, and then he set a screen that should have been a foul.
Yep.
And to see Steve Kerr go way over the top to defend Draymond Green, I said, oh my God, this guy's got him wrapped around his hand. I mean, Kerr is so worried about keeping Dre on point that we can't even be realistic. He fouled a guy with a ridiculous screen. Why are you arguing it? And why are you getting teched up?
Yeah, it wasn't.
What
a flop.
What are you doing?
Well, it wasn't a flop. There was 3 possessions.
Dre fouled him.
There was 3 possessions where Keanu Ellis went in for a layup, and Dre fouled him hard. Prevent the layup, fine. And then another possession, they called the moving screen on Draymond Green, on Keanu Ellis, and Draymond Green tried to help out Keanu Ellis. And Keanu Ellis refused his head. He said, nah, my teammates are coming. I'm good. And Malik Monk and Draymond had some words or whatnot. And then later on, that possession happened where Draymond just, wow, boom. Somebody better call out a screen, but got hit. And Steve Kerr went crazy, called a flop. It was irate. Doug Christie got on the court and defended his team. It was like, no, that's not a flop. That's not a flop. And then Malik Monk passed it out, and Kevin Huerter hit a 3. And I don't know if you heard this on the mic. When Draymond hits a 3, he goes, boom, boom. Well, Kevin Huerter hit a 3, and he went, boom. Malik Monk was like, boom, giving it right back to Draymond Green. And then you got the Zach Edey thing, which is just, I don't know.
I just thought it was so unnecessary.
It goes back. So you got to get Draymond back in order here. I don't know what's going on right now, but he's 34 years old. He's lumbering up the floor. It does not look good right now. It does not look good right now. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. But I see things like this, Shasky.
What's that?
Where I just can't subscribe to it.
What was that?
The leash given to Steve Kerr is ridiculous. He might be the worst coach in the league.
I mean, come on.
That's just dumb. All right? That's just a dumb thing to text and a waste with your phone. But if you want Steve Kerr gone, he has another year left on his deal. And it's an anomaly for a coach to walk into a walk year and coach a team. Usually they want an extension. They want to get extended. I don't know what's going to happen with Steve Kerr. I don't know if Joe Lake, where's Joe Lake? Joe Lacob may not be pleased with this. You know what I'm saying?
He can't be thrilled.
Oh, hell no, he's not.
Why do you guys think there is so much hate for Steve Kerr? Is it like a Steph fandom thing? Because this was hate getting in summertime. I get the Boston Celtics fans because Jason Tatum, they thought he was God's gift to the earth. He should have been in the starting lineup. Whatever. Like, that was a lot of like the Celtics Twitter. Yeah. But even towards like the end of like the final 2 games of the Olympics, he was getting crushed for some ungodly reason. Like, I don't get it. Why is he hated so much?
I don't know. It's a great question.
I think it depends on who you're talking to. So I think for the Steph stans, it's you're never doing enough for Steph, right? Whatever that means.
They want more pick and roll with Steph.
I don't even know what that means. It's ridiculous. And then for me, I'll tell you mine. Like there are seminal moments like Greg Popovich not having Tim Duncan on the floor and they don't get that rebound. Like those are things though. Those are like you talk to any great coach in any sport, they've got. If you win enough games, you'll have horrific losses that you look back on. 2016, God love him, and he's your goal worker. But there was a situation with Festus, and he played. I thought the whole sequence was botched. The Anderson Varejao minutes were terrible. Like, okay, that's a one-off. It's a game. All right, I get it. But
and you don't have Andrew Bogut.
No doubt.
You're searching for answers.
But like, I had some specific X's and O's lineup beefs in a closeout game in the finals. That's different. My bigger thing for the last couple of years has been like, Steve, you got to play the young guys. If they're on your roster and they're going to be a part of your team moving forward, you have to be committed to playing them through the mistakes. Part of the development is it's not linear and it's not going to be always upward. You're going to have some forward, some back, some up, some down. There's going to be a little bit of everything. But it's your job to find out, does this guy need my arm wrapped around him? Do I need to kick him in the pants, or do I need to not talk to him? And I think he's done a poor job connecting with some of the young players and empowering them to be their best. And that's the Jordan Poole thing. The most frustrating for me is that it felt like he did empower Jordan Poole, and it felt like he did reach heights that I never thought he could reach. And then, that second year wasn't as good after the Great Ascension, and they just gave up on it. And then the whole Jeremy Lamb and it's just all of that. It was just too much for me. And so, like, I look at Moses Moody and I'm like, if I asked Steve Kerr, what exactly have you been trying to accomplish with Moses Moody these last couple of years? I think his answer would be, I really don't know.
I don't even know, and that's the cold part about it. I don't even know if Moses Moody is a legit two guard. But I
agree with that.
I thought when DeAnthony Melton went down, and Moses Moody unfortunately had the knee injury, so he was out for a couple weeks, and that stunk because I thought it was a great opportunity for him. But I even thought with Schroeder coming aboard, I said, boy, just give him a crack. Give him a crack to start, and let's see what it looks like next to Steph. Now, he may not even be that great. He may not be. But the fact is, it's year number 4, and I don't know. We don't know. Hell, Moses Moody probably doesn't know. So, 888-957-9570 is the number.
But isn't it perplexing that they gave him an contract?
No, well, I understand why they do it, because it's a tradable asset. So you give him an extension for 3 years, $39 million, and you can staple that on to another player if you do make a trade. I understand it from that aspect, from the business standpoint of it.
But like, see, to me, and I think this goes back to coach being in sync with your front office. Guys, it's the 4th year of having him on the roster, right. and it's a nagging issue where we can't get him off the bench and we can't like figure him out. Like, we either had to move him or we had to find a way to utilize him. And I feel like we don't. Now, here's the one thing that I get frustrated with. The 3 and 4 guard lineups at times are very frustrating. I will defend him on this. Finding the right combo to play opposite Steph has been tricky. You play Buddy Hield, you get no defense. You play GP2, you get no offense. They don't, again, I go back to the 2 guard. They don't have that legit plug-and-play 2 guard.
888-957-9570 is the number. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll play the Steve Kerr sound on the other side. As he was asked about TJD's nice game, you'll hear how spicy he got. We'll play more Steph Curry sound. 888-957-9570. If you're running the Warriors, Roasters, if you're running the Warriors, what is your move you're going to make? What is the move you're going to make? Is it trading a player? Is it firing a coach? Is it trading your superstar? What are you going to do if you had a move to make and you are running the Warriors? 888-957-9570 is the number. We got a break, Shasky, as the segment was sponsored by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week.
Bay Area, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joshasky on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, JK, hope you're well. Can't wait to see you back on the floor. By the way, GP2, Brandon Podziemski expected back on his road trip at some point. Play Detroit, Indiana, Toronto, and Minnesota. Download the Odyssey app, 95.7 The Game, and thousands of other stations and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, and great podcasts like Garland Fries and Baseball Guys are all available. Follow your favorite teams like the Niners and Warriors, stations and radio shows like Steiny and Goo, Morning Roast. Catch amazing interviews you missed too, like with Steve Kerr joins Willard Diz. By the way, T.O., I think was he in for 2 hours? Hour and a half? Was it just one? Because he was in for a while. I mean, he was running material. He was really good with Willard Dibbs.
You asked a question before the break. Can you repeat it?
What did I ask? I asked, if you were running the Warriors, Roasters, and you had one move to make, what would that move be right now? Because you need multiple moves. If fans are thinking championship, you need multiple moves. But if you're thinking top six, maybe play in, getting a crack at it, maybe it's a move or two. What is that move? It could be anything. It could be ownership change. Not going to happen. Could be a GM change. Not going to happen. Could be a coaching change. Could be a player change. Could be a trade. Could be a superstar. Could be blowing it up. What is the move right now? What you're thinking on, January 8th, Inauguration Day in the city. Daniel Lurie gets to become mayor of San Francisco. He gets sworn in. What are you doing January 8th with this Warriors roster right now?
Okay. So I have a two-pronged approach. If I'm running the Warriors, self-awareness is the number one rule to life for me. Warriors aren't winning no championships, not anytime soon, right? And you're really not that compelling of a team for the consumer currently. If anything, the consumer's angry at you, right? And so I'm in the entertainment business, and I'm also in the business of trying to build this thing back up to where it can be. And I know I have a marquee type of a player. I go to that player and I say, all right, Steph, here's the deal. Everyone but JK is on the block, and we're just going to figure it out. And we're going to look for the best possible way to carve this thing out and recreate something completely new. We just need to start fresh. We really like JK. We think that he's a guy that can play really, really well into the future. We don't even know if he's here long term, but he's here for the next 2 years. Everything else is on the table. Does that sit well with you? And if it doesn't sit well with him, then I think you actually have to explore the unthinkable, which I know is a non-starter for the majority of people listening to me. But, sometimes things are out of your control, and your franchise best player tells you, I want out. Sometimes that happens.
What do you think is look Steph had yesterday when he walked to the bench? I hadn't seen that look in a long time. He looked around the arena, empty seats, fans walking out, no energy. And he tried his best to get the energy up in the third quarter. He was shot making, but again, he's first time in his career where he's had 0 assists in back-to-back games. Crazy. What do you think he was thinking? What did you think of that expression? Because I'm seeing here, staring me right in the face in the text line, 510. Trade Steph, let him get his 5th ring, rebuild. If Joe Montana can be traded, anyone can.
Well, I'm not sure that Steph is going to get a 5th ring depending on where he's traded to. That's number one. But number two, I don't know. I don't know what he's thinking. That's why I would have a heart-to-heart with him. I would sit him down and I'd be like, look, where are we at with this one? Are you willing to go through this the right way? Because we tried to do Band-Aids and we tried to, get your stamp of approval on a lot of these different moves. And, we understand that we had some loyalty to you guys and we wanted to ride it out and let things play its course. You guys deserve to be knocked off. That's one thing that I do believe in. Clay, Steph, and Dre deserve the opportunity to finally lose in the playoffs before you said goodbye to everybody.
Right. And they did that.
But I don't know. Today I have no clue how influential he was in siding with Draymond over a variety of things. And, is that the bed that he helped make, or is that the bed the organization chose? I don't know. Were they kind of in cahoots, or they were kind of just nodding along with each other? That I don't know. But look, could you become the Bulls after Steph Curry? Yeah, you could. You could also become the San Francisco Giants, who let Barry Bonds retire and then won a World Series 3 years later, or something in between. There's no guarantee either way. So you just got to make shrewd, smart decisions. And right now, this team is not a compelling watch for the players. It's not a compelling watch for the consumers, and you got to shake this thing up.
Let's go to, I wonder what Thomas Sonoma thinks. Thomas Sonoma, what are you doing if you had a move to make?
Hey, Vontae. Hey, Shasky. First of all, man, that game was horrendous last night. When you don't beat Miami with their number one player not playing and it's not even competitive, it's a problem.
Yep.
First thing I want to say, gentlemen, we should have gotten rid of Draymond Green last year. We should have kept Clay. Draymond Green is the problem. He only respects one person on this team is Kerr. These players are intimidated by him on his own team.
Yep.
I blame Kerr and Warriors for not putting any boundaries on this man. Okay? He runs wild. Now he's older. He's digressing. He's getting worse. We cannot keep this man on our team. We need to get rid of him. He is a cancer on this team right now. And until we get rid of him, that's why Clay left. That's why I believe Clay left. Okay? That Draymond Green doesn't care anything about himself. And let me just say the one more thing, guys. His reputation with the NBA is horrendous because every time every time he's involved, he gets it. What does that say? We need to change. And if we don't change this year, nothing's going to change, man.
Yeah. It's a very interesting point. It's a very interesting point when it comes to Klay Thompson. I think we underrated, even at this stage of his career, the spacing he will provide for his staff, for his teammates. Even last year. Yeah, I know he stunk it up in the playing game, Klay Thompson, that is. But just from a basketball standpoint, goes to the bench. We know the numbers. I don't need to recite them. But just the spacing on the team. Who provides more spacing in the half court? Draymond or Clay? Clay or Wiggins? Clay or whoever else? You need spacing in today's NBA. It is pace, three-point shooting, getting to the rack, creating as many open opportunities for your teammates as possible. You need those type of players on your team. And right now the Warriors don't have enough of those type of players. They just don't.
And I might not see eye to eye on that one. I think it was time to move off of both Draymond and Clay. Not that Clay isn't more useful for this team, because I think there is a great argument, which you're laying out right now, that he is more useful. But I think the time was because you needed to signify, like, no, we are changing. Like, this is changing. Yeah. We're not going the old way. And I think it's really hard for those younger players to ever carve out a role as the number 2 guy on the team alongside Steph when you have either one of those guys, you know, because of their resume and their status and their equity. They've earned that equity.
But think about what fits better. What would fit better? What would fit better? Steph, Clay, Kuminga? Steph, Draymond, and Kuminga. Now, that threesome's been playing well when Draymond's playing the 5, but the problem is Draymond Green's going to wear it out at the 5. But when you think about the current iteration, and it could go back to the Jordan Poole deal, how would it look now with Steph, Poole, Clay, Kuminga? How would it look if it's Steph, Poole, Kuminga, Wiggins? On paper, doesn't it look better? Doesn't it sound better? You know, like I just maybe you're moving off the wrong one. But I'm not here to talk about Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson's in Dallas. They're going to be in the playoffs, playing deep into the playoffs. We know how Klay Thompson feels. We saw the celebration he had at Chase Center in front of Joe Lacob. We all saw it. There's something there. There's something there that the way it ended was just not right. And you know how I feel about Klay. I just didn't like the slander towards him. He's a legend. He's one of our legends. Low maintenance, whatever. But what do you do with this roster right now? That's the most important part. Forget Klay. What do you do with this current roster right now? Let's go to Jay in Oakland. Jay, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Hey, needless to say, I am super concerned about Warriors. It's not looking good for Warriors land. And the reason I say that is because it's only one solution to this crisis, and there's really no clear path to that solution. But I say that because I think the one solution it's only readily we have at our disposal is we have to get a superstar in here in their prime ASAP. We got to get them and it's two main reasons. One, we don't know how long Steph is going to play for, but he has, 2-3 years left on his contract?
Yep.
A superstar in their prime is not going to want to be a part of the Steph farewell tour. You know, they want to play with Steph when Steph is still good and they're competitive. You know, so if they wait too late to try to get a superstar, and no young superstar in their right mind is going to want to be a part of the Steph farewell tour. And the second reason they got to get a young superstar in their prime in ASAP is because when Steph is gone, what young superstar in their right mind is going to want to follow up with the Warriors dynasty? Like, they're going to have a hard time convincing a young superstar in their prime to come follow up what the Warriors did. So I think that's the main reason why we got to get someone in here. We got to get someone in here ASAP. And if that means wholesale changes, firing everybody except for Steph, so be it.
Yeah, I mean, here's the cold truth. You may have to blow everything up if you want to get back to the mountaintop. I'm looking at the Western Conference right now, and it's so funny. 3 years ago, we were having these conversations about these teams. Oklahoma City's now 30-5. They've won 15 straight. Oh, the Rockets come out to play. Well, they made a run for the play-in last year. And they built off of that. They're second in the West right now.
The Rockets coming out to play.
They're second in the Western Conference. You got the Memphis Grizzlies, who I laughed at for many, many years. But you know what? I give the Memphis Grizzlies credit. Because watching them this year, I think last year was humbling for them. They won 56 or 51 games. John did what he did, got suspended for the first 25, then got hurt, and it was a complete disaster. But they moved off to Dillon Brooks. They got rid of the circus acts. They said, we're going to play good basketball. And right now, Memphis is leading the league in points per game. They're running up and down. It ain't no grindhouse in Memphis. They're playing good basketball. Inside out, outside in. They're deep. Their player development has been great, Memphis. Great Memphis. They're third. They're young. They're not going anywhere. Denver still has Jokic. And as long as you have Jokic, who's one of the better players in the league, you're going to have a shot. Dallas has Luka, right? And if he can stay healthy alongside Kyrie, they're going to have a shot.
Can I just...
And then San Antonio's coming too.
Okay. But like what he said is like the most obvious statement. Boy, the Warriors need a second superstar. Where are you getting
in their prime? He said too.
Yeah, no, okay, you're not getting that right
but
now.
No, but that's the delusion. I know, but I think part of what's frustrating is that it happened with Kevin Durant, and boy, those stars aligned, and it was perfect. You had a slot.
Yep.
He was a free agent. You had the best team. He wanted to come here. It all worked out. It is almost impossible to tell someone, hey, you're a superstar in your prime. Team X, here's Draymond, here's Andrew Wiggins, here's some picks, make this deal. Like, they don't want those guys.
No, it doesn't, and it doesn't work like that. It does not work like that in the league. You can't just sit here and say, you can't. This is why my problem with the conversation. And this has been happening for years, and I get it. And as I've educated myself more and more and more, trying to learn about the game, learn about the inner workings of organizations and teams and how they operate, you can't just say, well, I want this guy off my team. Let's use Draymond for this exercise. Oh, yeah, let's get rid of Draymond. You think you're getting the second superstar from Draymond Green, number one?
Well, he's only making $25 million.
Well, you're only making 25, but also, wait, if you don't want him and you think he sucks, what do you think these other organizations think who actually do this for a living? Like, we're not smarter than these guys. Now, some of these GMs are a little over their head. I get all that. And some of them make bad moves, but you get my point. You're not just going to trade somebody. We do this with the Niners all the time. We do this with the Giants all the time. Let's trade this guy and go get a big-time bat. Well, if this guy can't crack the Giants lineup, what the hell makes you think you're going to get an all-star for this guy? Like, it just doesn't make sense.
Well, trades are hard. But the other sports are a little different because there are financially driven deals because the caps are just different. The NBA, making a trade is the hardest league of them all.
Well, the new CBA now has really complicated things.
Right? So, like, I think that's my biggest frustration is sifting through the lies that I see from people. You could have had this guy. You could have had that guy. You could have had that guy. And if you would have traded those draft picks don't have monetary value until they're executed. Nope. Once they're executed, Kuminga's salary has never been over like $8 or $9 million.
Nope.
Okay? So just Kuminga is not getting you, I'm just in this hypothetical, Giannis. Giannis makes $55 million. Okay? You need a staple. Andrew Wiggins and Draymond Green to that deal. And for the longest time, Warrior fans were like, no, Draymond Green is untouchable. He has to stay. All right, well, now you're making it even more complicated to execute a trade. I think balancing out the salaries is the biggest misnomer on the internet regarding these trades, these mythical trades that your favorite content creator or podcaster is literally pulling out of their butt.
I'm not going to rip them because some guys are educated. They know what they're doing and whatnot. But the key is, do you want to break this up? One of the big three members is in Dallas, Klay Thompson. Steph and Dre are left. Kuminga's hurt. Dennis Schroeder, I mean, he's a free agent. He may be gone in a couple of weeks. Who the hell knows? And he's not playing. And look, and this is. We had the conversation about Schroeder defending. I was just like, the ball sticks in his hands too much, and I can't blame him. He's played a certain style for so long that ask a guy to come in and say, "Hey, we need you to play read and react and move the basketball, play point five basketball." Although Steve Kerr did say he's going to tweak his system a bit for Schroeder, it's just not working because you don't have the personnel for that style. Okay. You've played one style for so long. If you got your personnel to play one style, you bring in Schroeder who plays a completely different style. It's a struggle right now for Schroeder. And he's trying and I feel bad for him because his family just got back here. He was missing his family for a few weeks, but he doesn't know what the hell the future holds for him.
The Schroeder move, it reminds me so much of when the Giants would acquire like a Steve Finley or a Michael Tucker or Ryan Klesko. You know,
Ryan Garko.
Like a guy. Well, Garko didn't really kill the Giants, but you get what I'm saying. These guys that were giant killers, and then you get them, and they're super old, and they do nothing for you.
Yeah.
You know, like Ryan Klesko, remember Michael Tucker? Like, he had the one fight in the Dodger.
Right. Yeah.
You know, but like Steve Finley, these guys, you wanted them forever because they just destroyed you, and then you acquire them, and they're just not good.
No, it's rough. It's rough right now for Schroeder. It is rough. Now, also,
I still like him.
Also, I just don't know if it fits.
No, that's a different question.
The guy too.
I like the player though.
Yeah, I don't know if it fits, but he's a ball dominant point guard. A ball dominant point guard who's going to hold it.
Undersized.
So my thing is too, and I'm with the 510 here, and I was talking to Spadoni about this during the break. When you get old in the NBA, it looks like this. We've seen it all our lives in the NBA. I saw it with the Houston Rockets. One year I thought the Rockets, oh man, they're going to be a compete. And they got swept by the Seattle Supersonics. So I was like, whoa. Drexler looked old. Hakeem looked old. I was like, damn, is that it for the Rockets? They made a Western Conference final. They lost to Utah. That was that. You saw the Lakers get old. Kobe didn't make the playoffs. Kobe didn't make the playoffs, his last 6 years?
Kobe's last playoff game was at 33 years old.
Yeah. I mean, they got old in front of our eyes in that second round series against the Mavericks, so they got swept. That was it. That was Phil Jackson's last game, and the lasting image was Andrew Bynum clotheslining J.J. Barea.
Kobe's last 5 years, he didn't make the playoffs,
Yeah,
right?
he was 33.
Last 5 years.
He was 33. Let me think about the KG.
They made the playoffs, but he tore his Achilles, and they lost the first round series.
Yeah,
KG and Boston got old overnight.
Yeah, KG had the knee injury. He was never the same. They get traded to Brooklyn. The rest is history.
Overnight,
so we're looking at these teams. The Lakers, they lost to the Mavericks by 20, and Dallas didn't have Luka or Kyrie, and they had LeBron and AD playing.
LeBron actually had a sick left-handed dunk.
Yeah,
it was pretty sick.
Okay, they lost by 20.
I know.
TJD had a poster yesterday. The Warriors got beat by 16.
Well, I mean, but he's not.
Steph Curry
TJD is not LeBron James.
Steph Curry had 2 4-point plays against the Sacramento Kings. They lost by 30.
I'm just saying it was a sick dunk for a 40-year-old.
But they're old. My point is they're old. Phoenix, they're struggling right now. Why?
Phoenix.
They've got old assets.
I opened up the app this morning, and Twitter, X, whatever the hell it's called, and Bradley Beal's agent is telling Brian Windhorst, nope, we are not waiving our no-trade clause. We are not helping you out get Jimmy Butler. It's just.
Do you guys think if Steph, KD, and LeBron, basically the
Avengers.
Yeah, from like the summer too. Do you think if they got together right now, they would still be a favorite in the Western Conference?
No, I think they're a 4 or 5 seed.
That's the reality.
That's the reality.
That's crazy.
By the way, sign me up for that. I'll do that in a heartbeat. All those people. So all these mythical trades that we're talking about right now. What? Why are you rolling your eyes?
I'm over the retirement tours.
I
don't like that would entertain you for a little bit, and you're like, damn, they can't win a game. Damn, they're getting old.
And then LeBron and KD are out with calf strains. That's the reality of the old players.
What, though, for those 17 games, be so awesome.
Let's go to.
I mean, dude, LeBron has way more left in the tank than CP3 did just last year. What are we doing? Stop. I'm sorry. LeBron's still good. I'm not
saying he's not good. but they lost by 20 yesterday.
No doubt, but that team's not good.
They're 20-16. Like, LeBron is getting cooked on defense.
That's the thing. The defense. Like, offensively, he's still great, but you can't do anything on defense.
Right, you can't get a stop to save his life.
And when you have Austin Reeves and Dalton Connect and you're relying on them defensively and a young Max Christie, it's just not going to be.
At the point of attack,
no doubt.
they're penetrating the kicking. So I'm not disrespecting LeBron, but LeBron hasn't come close to a championship the last few years.
Well, I mean, he went to the Western Conference Finals the year that he beat us.
They got smoked.
Yeah, no doubt, but I'm just saying.
Smoked.
They did beat us.
They got smoked. All right? They got smoked by Denver. Let's go to Jonathan.
It's a shame. It's embarrassing, really.
Jonathan, what's happening?
God, we didn't trade for Bradley Beal.
Boy.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, before I wave the white flag on Steph and Dre, I would like to see him bring in Nikola Vucevic, man. What happened to that talk, man?
It's still out there.
In my eyes right now, you just need another consistent guy who's going to give you, that points. Because right now you got Steph, and it's too bad that Kuminga got hurt because he's beginning to be a consistent guy. He's putting up 15, 20, 18 points a game with 8 rebounds to go with that. So let's bring in Nikola Vucevic, man. He brings that 20 points a game, 10 rebounds. That's going to help them a lot because right now you got Steph and a bunch of streakers, man. Buddy Hield, Moody. They're also streaky, especially Wiggins, bro. That guy's a werewolf. I mean, the monster in him only comes out every full moon. I don't get it. He should be the guy who's picking up the slack without Kuminga. But, he's just that dude, So I would like to see maybe, bring in Nikola Vucevic, man. Let's see how that looks. If that doesn't work, then, yeah, it's over.
Jonathan, I just want to say, that might have been one of my favorite calls of all time. You called Andrew Wiggins the werewolf who only comes out with a full moon. It was hilarious. I mean, we can laugh a little. That was a funny line.
Yeah, I mean, what else can we call him? I mean, dude, not a butterfly. He's a werewolf, man.
When you coming back to the gatehouse, Jonathan?
What? Oh, yeah, bro. I'll see you before this is over.
Right.
I'm going to pay Steph another visit to see the legend again before he hangs it up.
I love you, Jonathan. I miss you, buddy.
He came by a couple weeks ago. Jonathan's great. He's great. He actually offered me a ride to one of the summits, man.
Oh, yeah?
He would have gave me all the takes in the world. Let's go to Vacaville. You only know we go to Vacaville for one reason and one reason only. To talk to Javier.
Oh, what's up, Javier? Long time no hear.
How you doing, Mr. Jasky and Mr. Hill? I feel like the Warriors, are in a place of no return if they stay stagnant, obviously. But I don't understand why we don't have this reconciliation of. I think Jimmy Butler would do wonders on this team. You're not going to get no prime star that you can acquire with what you have. But you said you put bandages on this wound. Well, hey, you're going to have to give a little, Bubba, to get. And I feel like if you called Miami and said, we'll give you Anderson, Hield, Wiggins, the werewolf, that was a great call, and I'm going to give you Kuminga, and I'm going to take back Jimmy Butler and Josh Richardson. And you're like, oh, no, I'm not doing. Well, then you're going to have to realize this team with Kuminga and you're playing the waiting game, you're not going to where the Warriors aspire to go, because if you want to get a Steph, Pods, Jimmy Butler with your four would be Draymond, obviously, and TJD, and your back five would be Schroeder, Gary Payton, Moses Moody. Your four would be, Filler and Kevon Looney. Oh, you also have Josh Richardson,
Javier.
Moody, and Kevon Looney.
Javier, can I ask you something real quick? Let's spin this forward. Let's say if that trade happened. Let's just say hypothetically that trade happened. Where the Warriors traded, you said Kuminga, Wiggins, Buddy Hield, and Anderson? Is that who you said?
Or Jimmy Butler
and Josh Richardson.
Or Josh Richardson.
Where does that place the Warriors? Where does that place the Warriors in your head if they made a move like that?
I think top 6 because listen, the Kings, the Warriors are all in that 8 to 10, 12 range right now, right? That supersedes them to where one, they have another star that has done it that'll put his foot in anybody's ass that's not doing what they're supposed to. But if it doesn't work, Bonte, Mr. Hill, Mr. Shafsky, he's a free agent. Then you go get a $50 million.
No, he actually has a player option for $52 million.
He's going to decline it. And if he does it, then hey. But you can still trade him afterward or trade Draymond. But you got to at least kick the tires because the Cam Johnsons and the Kyle Kuzmas and the Zach LaVines and the Jeremy Grants, those aren't the guys that are going to put you over the pendulum to make the trade that's going to get you into prime to compete for the Western Conference Finals. If you get a Jimmy Butler, like I said, you put, and then the other thing is you put Dennis Schroeder as your primary backup point guard because you guys should have him play as your starting shooting guard is the problem. Or point guard, whatever it may be. Put him, and he's the only one running the offense. He's the one who comes and spells Steph. And then you put Podge back in there with the Jimmy Butler and Draymond and TJD, and your back five is Dennis Schroeder, Gary Payton, Richardson, Moses Moody, and Kevon Looney. And if I'm lying, I'm flying. But Jimmy Butler is the guy. What other stars asking for a trade right now?
Look, they're very limited. That is actually factual.
So you believe if they do get Jimmy Butler, they can make a run at the Western Conference Finals with this trade?
Do we have any better options?
I'm asking you, what does Jimmy Butler bring? He brings them to the Western Conference Finals, what you're saying?
Jimmy Butler is a D-A-double-G, a dog. And I know that he ain't going to put up with no sucking stuff. Shout out to my boy, Tre'Davious Ward. He not putting up with no, oh, man, I'm scared of Draymond. Bro, Jimmy Butler would sock Draymond back in the face if he did something like that to him. You understand what I'm saying? Like, he not putting up with that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just being real. You said Draymond respect nobody.
Hey, good call. Good call, Hoff. Oh, good call. Seriously, good call. Bonte, how long for Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green to play nice? How long? What do you think?
Well, they played on Team USA together.
Great. How long? Long?
Maybe there's something there.
Jordan Poole won a championship with the team.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Do you believe that's a Western Conference Finals team?
No.
They traded all those assets for Jimmy Butler?
No.
Yeah, that's where I was trying to,
Although he does get to the free throw line.
He gets to the free throw line.
On a team that really could use it.
Yeah, they can.
Real quick, guys, a guy that, a lot of fans have been clamoring for. I know one, Mark Randy.
Double A, double G. Just talk. Oh, my God.
Zion Williamson came back.
He did come
yesterday.
back.
That's a name.
Bonte?
He did come back.
Younger, potential superstar.
You love Zion.
Sure.
I
used to love Zion. He doesn't. My problem is if we got to, monitor you and what you eat and the way you work out, you shouldn't want to. Zion should want to be great.
What about Gilbert Brown?
Who?
We used to monitor his weight.
Well, that's
Shaq.
Football. That's football.
I'm teasing.
That's football D-tackle. I'm talking basketball, man. I want to laugh a little bit, but when you throw these proposals at me, I'm just.
Well, he brought him up. He did have a nice dunk last night.
No, not Zion. Zion's fine. I actually thought about Spinoni when he hit the dunk because we played the all around the NBA. And I was like, Spinoni.
You went all around the association?
Zion's gonna be. I don't know. Does New Orleans want to move him?
I think they do. They said that. Remember, the report was
him and Brandon Ingram.
Yeah, exactly. They're looking to move off of them. See, I look at that, and that's more likened to the Andrew Wiggins, who was a flawed
culture fit.
Exactly.
Moving to but let me ask you this though. What is the Warriors culture right now? Because when Wiggins came to the culture, they're coming off the 2019 finals run. Opinion? Yeah, what is the culture?
Zero tolerance. It's never anyone's fault who's won a championship here prior, and anybody who is not one of the select three, Kerr, Curry, Draymond, it's on you. You're asking, I'm telling you.
I'm just,
that's the
curious.
Outside impression.
I'm curious because it's a great point.
I love this. Y'all need to prove it.
I love getting a player who has talent, who has potential, and you bring them to a winning culture. But right now, the Warriors, they haven't won in 2 years.
I mean, that's a great point considering the one word we always use in the NBA with culture, it's heat, right? Heat culture.
Yeah.
And that was a heat culture win yesterday. 1,000%.
My guy, Jonathan, he comes by the game. He's a Warrior, ain't Heat fan, but he supports the Warriors. But diehard Miami Heat fan. He comes by the gay house every single night. And he actually, when I got in my car, he actually was calling Evan, and I could hear the wind blowing last night. I was like, is that Jonathan who I was just walking with? Well, he wears his Heat hat, is beat up. It looks like it's 20 years old. He's got his long sleeve. He's got his Heat T-shirt, championship T-shirt. Bonte, I know you got to get up early. Heat culture. He was fired up. And he was like, Heat culture. And, Spinoni, explain to the people what I told you yesterday before I walked out. You asked me about the game.
Well, I was saying, hey, listen, Heat, horrible loss, double overtime. They're going to be tired, right? Back end of a back-to-back. There's no way the Warriors can lose tonight. And Bonte said, oh, yeah, they can.
This is why the Warriors are historic.
Exactly. It's like Bonte's like, no, they can absolutely lose this game.
I text Sakti, our producer at NBC Sports Bay Area, who does a hell of a job. I go, I feel weird. I walked into the arena. The energy was down. There wasn't the big, crowded Thrive City to walk into the game. I said, I got a weird feeling about this. I have a weird feeling. Like, first of all, Sacramento's 90 minutes away. They probably had a police escort, drove down to San Francisco, sped down. They're fine. They're young. And they came out in that first quarter, we're down 6, and I said, we got problems. We've got problems.
We've had problems for a couple years.
And that's why I say when you bring in Zion, the only thing with Zion that could be intriguing is you brought up entertainment. I think people would be entertained with something new, with something that looks like Zion, because he still has that effect on social media. So from an entertainment standpoint, bringing in Zion Williamson could help. I think people would be intrigued to see what Zion. And when Stan Van Gundy was coaching down there, he had that stretch where he was playing a point forward. And he was dropping damn near triple doubles. And then we stopped seeing it because he couldn't stay on the floor. So Zion's intriguing. There's no doubt about that. Let's go to Mike in Oakland. Mike, what's up?
Good morning, fellas. How you doing?
What's up?
Hey, so I called in last week, and I was saying that I would trade Draymond for your boy in Miami, and Bonte, he killed me last week. So
Jimmy Butler? Yeah, I just don't think Jimmy Butler works. I don't know. Like, what is Jimmy Butler going to do for you? We're talking about becoming younger and more athletic. How old is Jimmy Butler? 35? He's 35 years old. He's 35. And my whole thing is, like, he's worn out his welcome in multiple stops.
I get that. I mean, and you're right about that. But I just think that he contributes more to the team than Draymond does. But I got another proposal, right? And I think that what the Warriors need to do is reach out to a team who is about to win a championship, who has an asset that they don't need. And the team that comes to mind to me is OKC. I think Dunleavy needs to pick up the phone today, call OKC, and convince them that Draymond Green is the piece that they need to win a championship. OKC is on a roll. They've won 15 in a row.
I like this.
They're the second best team in the league, and they have an asset sitting on the bench, right, that we could use, and that's Chet Holmgren. And then we get younger. We got somebody who can space the floor. We get everything that we need.
I just don't think they're trading Chet. Would you agree that look, now I will agree with him on this. I do believe OKC has decisions to make regarding who they're going to pay. That I agree with. Wow, Chet. I mean, honestly, B, I'm not mad at that at all. I don't think it would ever happen, though. I would love Chet. Could you imagine that?
I thought he was going to say Jalen Williams, like one of them. But Chet, come on.
Well, the one off the bench, like, I don't know how much that helps you. I like both of them. Why is your hand in your fist?
I mean, come on, man. Come on. OKC is 30-5. They've won 15 games in a row. They selected Chet number 2 overall. He's a future Hall of Famer if he stays healthy. And they're going to trade Chet for 34, 35-year-old Draymond Green.
When does that crack?
And I'm trying to be respectful here, because I got people like the 510 saying that I'm mean and rude because I disagree with Javier's opinion about trading for Jimmy Butler. I asked him multiple questions. I want to get to the root of the exercise. Where's your brain? How's your brain processing this? And then Mike in Oakland. I love Mike in Oakland. But we're gonna Draymond for Chet. You think OKC is gonna do that right now?
Well, just
like just come on. Let's just in all seriousness. I Chet Holmgren, a future rising star.
They do have a decision to make, though. Like, they gave Hartenstein. Just hear me out. I know it sounds dumb, but I think OKC as a team that does have decisions looming after this year financially, that is real. Hartenstein got paid. Caruso got paid. They've got some interesting decisions to make. That's all. So I don't think he's getting traded, but I do think that team is an interesting team to monitor. I don't think it's that player.
In a couple of years, maybe. They have a slew of picks. They have SGA. They will figure it out. It's just
like there's only a few players you're even considering to trade for, like Chet Holmgren if you're the Thunder. Like they're it's a short list.
They
considering
need
the
to
stock.
make a trade. They're stacked. That's why I put my head in my face. It's like Mike, I love you, Oakland, but you came up with that, man. If you said Draymond for, I don't know, name a player. I just
Austin Reeves.
Maybe. Okay, maybe. I would have listened to that and tried to break that down. I would have tried to break that down. But we're like Draymond for Chet. You think like Sam Presti's going to do that? And they've got all these. And we're just talking about. Think about. Here's why I'm like, I'm putting my head in my face, because we're talking about spacing, 3D guys. You can't have non-shooters on the floor. OKC has Lou Dort, who people consider a non-shooter, but Lou Dort is knocking down threes. Like, you watched the Boston game on Sunday, he hit 3 threes in the fourth quarter, and we know he can defend like crazy. The league is moving away from guys who don't want to shoot the three consistently, who don't want to take the open shot. The league is moving away from that. So why would OKC want to bring that in? Like, you know what I'm saying?
But I think his
From
bigger
a
point is
basketball
that.
sense.
Okay, but from my X's and O's, like looking at the profit net loss, they're $27 million over the cap for next year, right? So that's before the extension kicks in for someone like Chet Holmgren, who has another club option for next year, and then he's set for a big time pay increase. They like their window to win is right now. I don't think that like their move is to trade away Chet Holmgren this year. But I do think that down the line, they have the Jalen Williams, extensions. Isaiah Joe just got an extension. Like, so they're a team that I do think, Bonte, the two guys that they choose to keep, that's going to be interesting. Like, Hartenstein making $30 million on that team is like not looking great down the line.
Down the line, and they could move off of him, and they'll probably pay some tax. Who knows? I'm not in Oklahoma City to know what they're going to do with their finances, but I know they're in a great spot. They've won 15 in a row. They're 30-5. I mean, that's where I thought the call was setting up, and I was just like, this is why trade talk sometimes kind of kills me. It's like, all right, dude, we got to chill a little bit. We got to put down the weed and relax. OKC's not trading Chet Holmgren. Right?
No, that I agree with. But they are a team in the next, 16 months, 18 months that I think they are going to make a deal for one of their other guys that they've paid.
Maybe. It's a possibility. All right, what time is it? We're going to get the Mystic of the City, PPA, Jade, and Fremont. Matt Lively at 8:30? 8:30, correct? Matt Lively? 8:30. We'll talk Niners at 8:30 and talk about Nick Sorensen. We'll continue on to Golden State Warriors here. Any move you want to make out there and stick up the team?
So I want to put Robert Saleh on the Warrior bench. And then Mike Brown on the Niners bench.
957.
Let's do that.
9570 is the number, man. Injury report time.
Ow!
All right, JK, we know is out for the next couple of weeks with an ankle sprain. The Dubs did receive some good news yesterday on the injury front when it came to Steve Kerr telling reporters that both Brandon Podziemski and Gary Payton II will travel with the team on their upcoming road trip. Pods has been dealing with a right abdominal injury while GP2 is coming back from a right calf strain. Both are potential for a return to play. So that is good news for the Warriors. They're getting healthier. Get Pods back as a ball handler and GP2 a defensive specialist as well. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. All right, on deck. We got some heavy hitters on the line. 888-957-9570. People coming in with the solution for the Dubs. What is your solution for the Dubs right now, who have lost their last 2 games by a combined 46 points? Not good right now, folks. Not good right now. What should they do? What do they need to do? Is there a move out there for them to make? That's what's coming up in the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Right now at Verizon, you can get one.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You can sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
Trades are hard.
Shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. Maybe a good thing the chat isn't open anymore. Today would have been an absolute you-know-what show. Tim Kawakami, SF Standard, tweeted this at 7:15. Very intriguing. Very notable scene minutes after the Warriors' horrible loss last night in the hallway as reporters walked by. Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy Jr. in a deep conversation. Lacob was doing most of the talking. They meet after games all the time, but not usually right where we walk by. So I don't know if there's anything to that. But they're definitely having a conversation after 2 embarrassing losses, empty seats in third and fourth quarter, fans leaving early, not a lot of energy. You mentioned to Shasky that they're not a good watch right now for the consumer. Something's got to shake. Well, what is shaking? What is going to shake? I don't know.
You know, I was texting around with buddies, and the boss was texting me, and he's like losing his mind. And I'm like, it doesn't make for compelling radio because I know people want answers and they want ideas, and a lot of fans do too. We went to 6 finals. We won 4. Do you know how spoiled we are?
Well,
I just most teams never get to 1. Most great players are lucky to get to the finals, you know? And I look at someone like Dirk Nowitzki, you know? He got the 1 championship. It's just like the crowning achievement of his entire career. Very few cities, organizations, triplets get multiple cracks at it. You know? There's a part of me that wants to tell all Warrior fans, come on. It's over. It's okay. Let's just enjoy the last couple years of Steph as he's slowly starting to fade. Now, I know that's not the normal NBA because all these guys want to bounce and leave it. Yeah, but Steph's not the normal superstar. Now, maybe he one day wants to hit the parachute button and eject himself on out of here. But there's another part of me that's kind of like, I don't think we should exhaust all of our options currently, past Steph Curry, to just chase a fake run at the 6th seed. Like, I'm going to be a Warrior fan for the rest of my life. I'm not going anywhere. I'm extremely grateful and appreciative of the 6 finals appearances and the 4 championships. Would I like them to get another one? Of course I would. But I think that they have tried really hard. And I think that there's been a lot of deals that were on the table that they said no to that I would have said no to as well. And I think the hard part is it sucks that it's coming to an end. And people are unwilling to accept that. Nothing lasts forever. You know, and I really want to have those conversations, but I don't think the lines light up like that.
No, I'm here for those conversations. I mentioned yesterday, Shasky, and I said it wouldn't be popular. And I saw things online as I was browsing through after the game when I got home, where people were like, you know, this thing, you know, people are going to want to just say, look, I didn't want Paul George. I didn't want marketing. I didn't want them to do anything. I wanted to stay pat, get your finances in order, and see what shook, and see where the team would be at closer to the deadline. Now we're getting closer to the deadline, and if Jimmy Butler's the only guy available, then I think it behooves the Warriors to stand pat and wait until the summer to start doing some things. Because if the season is cooked, what's the point of moving any asset? Save your assets. Save them. Now, people are not going to want to look. I don't like watching losers. I have to do the post-game show for crying out loud. You think I want to do a post-game show after a loss 45 times a year? You think I want to do that? You think I want to dress things up or say, man, well, you know, this guy played well and try to spin something positive? Come on, man. Nobody wants to lose. But we're not just spoiled with the Warriors. I mentioned this before Christmas. We've been spoiled as a region.
Well, yeah.
As a region, we've been spoiled. Because starting in 2010, the Giants win 3-5. They make another playoff run in 2016. Then they won 107 in 2021.
They also haven't won a playoff series in a decade, but continue.
But we got spoiled with that.
No doubt.
But that, with the Giants, that's just the Giants.
Yes.
Then you think, okay, the Giants, they're not winning playoff series or they're not winning games.
Well, they haven't won a playoff series since
2014. They won a wild card in 2016. However, while they're not winning playoff series, The 49ers are ascending.
Yeah.
The Warriors are ascending.
7 championship games in 15 years.
The Sharks. They had a hell of a run with Joe Thornton.
Yeah.
Jonathan Chichu, Patrick Marleau. They had a hell of a run. The A's. What do you know? The A's won some division titles. They made a wild card game or two. So this region, for 13 years, outside of Boston, who had championships from Tom Brady and the Patriots, Belichick.
And the Red Sox.
The Boston Bruins, the Red Sox. The Celtics got one. Outside of Boston, what region in America has had it better than the Bay Area?
Alabama football. I mean, no. I mean, we're not talking about a very, deep group of. I mean, certainly not Chicago. Certainly not New York. Certainly not L.A. Although the Dodgers have been excellent throughout that entire period. But I get what you're saying. But I also think that for the Warriors, because you named all the teams, I'm looking at the Warriors. Similar to Michael Jordan and LeBron, like the NBA has this thing where there are player fans. I am a fan of Steph. And I think that's heightened this whole chaos, and seeing all these other superstars during his tenure in the NBA just jump ship and exhaust all options for a team, and then like a locust go to the next plant and exhaust all options and then jump to the next thing, and almost like they're planet hopping. Like, no, the reality is prior to the player empowerment movement era, this is how it ended. Kind of ugly. Does anyone remember the Detroit Pistons at the end?
It's not pretty.
I'm talking about the late 80s, early 90s Detroit Pistons.
Even the Ben Wallace Pistons.
Yeah.
Once LeBron James bounced them out of the Eastern Conference Finals, they were never the same. Never the same. So, you know what? Like, we got to, yes, there's going to be some hard times. And right now, the Bay Area is having some hard times. But we're going to find out the character of not only the players, the coaches, the organizations, but I'm eager to see the character of the fan bases. I'm really intrigued with that because I see a lot of flipping and flopping, a lot of kicking and screaming. And you know what? Let's just chill for a second.
Well, there's a lot of whiners.
There's a lot of whiners. That honestly has been bothering me over the last few months. Seeing how many people just whine left and right about this. Fire this guy this day. Fire that guy this day. AP had the greatest line, and he got fired yesterday for crying out loud. But he had the line in his last presser. AP this, AP that, when we win. And then when we lose, get his ass out of here. Well, you know what, AP? They got your ass out of here. But that's I'm looking at the fans because we talk to the fans. I talk to the fans all the time. Yeah. And I remember what it was like when the Warriors were 12-3. I remember walking into the Bruce Mahoney game. And that guy who listens to the show, I don't even remember his name. Then we had a caller. It was a caller and a guy I read into the Bruce Mahoney game. The caller brought up, if we had Klay Thompson, we would have blown that lead. We had Klay this and that. And I was like, okay, all right, great. It's the Portland Trailblazers. They're playing better now. But that did. They're like, all right, great, dude. And then I go into the Bruce Mahoney game and I'm like, Buddy Hield. Oh, my gosh, Buddy this and Buddy that. We haven't fielded a Buddy Hield call in 5 weeks. 5 weeks. So that's what I talk about when we talk when it's all good, but when the losses mount up, people go ducking and hiding. Well, I want to see the character of the real fans. This is where the real fans are going to rise to the top.
This is, okay, no, it's a great point, but this is where I do find myself conflicted. You can't charge championship prices for a mediocre team, right? And so that's the nuance here. Well, and so your point about like the real
prices
fans
are going to drop. Well, if they continue to lose, that happens.
Yes.
It happened with the Niners, it happened with the Giants.
Yeah, no doubt, but not right now, right? And so I just know like this. Like I went to the game the other day with my wife, okay? Do you think my wife had fun at the game? No, they won the game, but do you think she had fun? She had a great time. Not once did the word NBA Finals, Larry O'Brien, championship, none of those things come to mind. I've taken countless kids to the game. Do you know how many times, like, oh, is this team a champion? It never comes up when you're at the game.
No.
Only online for a large segment of people, like this desperation to move heaven and earth, for some Band-Aid on the gunshot wound. Most people are just having a good time watching the games. And yeah, it sucks when they're not that good. Yep. And it is a tough product to watch on a nightly basis. Yep. But the reality is that we're really spoiled, and it's okay to say that.
And you know
Me
what?
included.
But you know what, though? I'm not going to stop watching because when the Warriors are bad, I like to see other teams. Okay, maybe the Warriors can pluck this from another team. Like, when OKC was rising to the top and everybody's laughing at me talking about them. Now they're the cream of the crop. We had the conversation during the crossover. You did, and Willard was teasing me about OKC. I was like, man, I'm telling you, man, they're a fun watch. They're coming. And now they're 30-5 about to take out the Cleveland Cavaliers today in a marquee NBA game.
I like their shot.
I like watching other teams come in and see what they have, like the Heat. Watching Jovic, I was like, damn, this is an interesting prospect. This kid can play. He's tough. This weird kid, athletic. So don't stop watching because your team loses, basically my point. Let's see who the real fans are. Because we can see who's going to quit on the court or on the football field or the baseball diamond or on the rink, on the ice. What about the fans? Because I don't want to see anything here. Hey, man, this and that, blah, 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 blah. Now, if you get a bad organization like Farhad Zaidi, I'll watch the Giants, but I wasn't paying for the product. And you have that choice to not pay for the product.
They finished over 500 once. Right. That's different. The Warriors have finished over 500 a couple times. And so, look, I mean, the hard part is seeing your favorite players age in front of your eyes. They're never going to be beautiful. It's just never going to age gracefully. And Steph's aging more gracefully than Draymond. But the reality is that it's really difficult to make moves. And let's just call it what it is. They hung on a little too long to some of these guys.
Yep. All right, let's bang out these phone calls before we get to Matt Lively. Talk some 49ers. Read an interesting article in the Chronicle about Nick Sorensen. And boy, he got fired. And who would have saw that coming? I can't believe fans were begging for Steve Wilkes back. That's how bad Nick Sorensen.
Well, I keep saying they're going to interview Robert Saleh. No. We need to go in a new direction. Yeah. No, we're not doing that. You're not getting back with the old fling. All right, he had one good year here, and I like Robert Saleh. I need something new.
I need something new bad. Did you know Wink Martindale drafted Kirk Morrison? I was online. I was random. Like, I want Wink. No, because I was like, I want Wink and Sweet Lou.
Okay.
Right. And he randomly texts, Wink ain't leaving, fam. That's my dog. He drafted me. He ain't leaving. I'm like, I want Wink. I want some blitzing. Like our boy Ethan Castle, who covers high school sports, he goes, oh, all he does is blitz. Well, you know what? It's something different. Give me some exotic blitzes for crying out loud.
Well, I know what Sorensen doesn't
ain't nothing you can do about it.
He doesn't blitz.
Anything.
And he blitzed one time against Gino and got burned at the end. Let's go to Mystic in the city. Mystic, what's happening?
Hey, guys. This is a sad day because, growing up in the Bay Area, going all the way back to the 80s, we have been spoiled. Raiders, Niners all winning, Giants and A's winning. I mean, this is hard to watch. And the Splash Brothers has been the greatest era of my sports fan career growing up in this area. So here's the big problem. They overvalued Draymond a couple of years ago. They should have moved off of him. Now he's bringing nothing to the table. I mean, he's a loud voice who calls himself a leader, who teammates kind of roll their eyes at sometimes. He put up a quadruple zero. And last night, I wasn't impressed. To me, he needs to go down to 20 minutes a night so he can be effective, and he needs to stop blocking Kuminga at the 4. The way out of this, Steph is no longer able to take you through the regular season anymore. He's not even, as a matter of fact, there's only two players worth watching, Steph and Kuminga. So the best thing the Warriors can do, in my opinion right now, pay Kuminga. Lock his butt up so he goes nowhere, and then begin to turn the page and start building around him. They waited too long to start giving him the ball in the fourth quarter, and now they're still bringing him off the bench. He's finally ascending, but he's hurt now, so I can't wait for him to get back. They need to just cede more and more to Kuminga and start turning the page on Steph and Dre. And I'm sorry, Dre, I loved you. You were great, but now you're a 20-minute-a-night player, man. That's it.
I've felt that way for a long time.
BPA, what's up? BPA, what's happening?
Hey, how's it going? I think that this is different, when you talk about the fact that Steph's the player in the history of the Bay Area who turned around one of the most pathetic franchises in the history of the Bay Area and made them the second most valuable franchise in professional sports. He did that. That's the reason why he's the brand.
Can I stop you for 1 second? Can I stop you for 1 second? Part of these franchise valuations on Forbes is also because of the property that they built and that they own at Chase Center. That's baked into how they do asset valuations. So In part, yes, absolutely. Steph Curry plays a huge hand in that, but also them putting their money where their mouth is and building an absolute gem of a place on the waterfront does also factor into that. If they were at Oracle, it would not be the same valuation.
Okay. They would still be one of the highest valued franchises in all professional sports, even if they weren't in Chase Center. They would be. That's a factual statement, right? Because they have the most popular player in modern basketball, maybe in the top 3 ever in the history of the NBA, who has really changed the sport. And so it is a little bit different, right? Like, it's probably more comparable maybe to like Montana when he was leaving and how people felt about that. But yeah, in the last 2 years, like, you look at the attrition in the front office from a talent standpoint, you can't give them credit for what they were 10 years ago. Like, what's in the front office now is Lacob's kids and Mike Dunleavy. And that's not, I'm sorry, like, I have more belief that Steph could do something with any kind of help than in that front office cobbling together a contender again without him. So that's just my personal opinion. I think most Warrior fans feel the same. And yeah, it's disappointing. They've teased a lot of trades, a lot of deals. That's coming from them when they talk about how we want to get LeBron, or we want to get KD, or we want to get Giannis, or we want to do this. We keep pushing kicking the can down the road, which they've done for 2 years. We're committed to Steph. We want to maximize the Steph timeline. But you can't say they tried. We said Farhan tried. You don't get credit for trying. You also don't get credit, Mike Dunleavy, for the accomplishments of people in the front office 10 years earlier. So that's my take. Ultimately, I think Lacob wants to go down, sort of on a Jerry Jones Lacob type legacy. He wants to employ his kids, let him play GM. Okay, great. You're the owner. But, there will be consequences for him on that front. That's my take. Have a great day, guys.
Where are people at on Lacob? Because I'm seeing a lot of stuff on Joe Lacob. A lot. SF Gate.
The valuation thing drives me like crazy. You know why? So let's say you buy a house. Right?
Let's stay focused on the Warriors.
No, because people think that it's yes, they're making money hand over fist, but this thing that the valuation, all of a sudden they can just pull $9 billion out of their butt. That's not how it works. That's the value of all the things that they have.
I don't think people think that. I don't think people necessarily think that. But I want to get to Joe Lacob, because there's an article at SF Gate yesterday and basically slandered the hell out of him. And a lot of people think that Joe Lacob wants to win his way, and he wants to win without staff, or what I'm saying, whatever. He's not serious about winning or whatnot. How are people viewing Joe Lacob right now? Because 2 years ago, somebody on Twitter just randomly had a cut. Somebody said this, look at you and Shasky. And we're talking about, and he's like, I want to win now. And you're like, man, I love this. Joe Lacob, the fans love you. Well, right now I don't see a lot of fan love for Joe Lacob. So where are you at with Joe Lacob before we take some calls here?
I mean, I think that Joe Lacob's done a great job. Is he a little crazy? Yeah. I think that his resume speaks for itself currently. I do think that he's in on all these deals. I think he's trying to swing deals. I think a lot of teams around the league don't want to do a deal with the Warriors either. That's another aspect I think we underrate is I think a lot of teams are like, nah, dude, screw you.
Yeah.
You've had a stranglehold on the league forever. Absolutely. In the same way nobody wanted to do a deal with New England for the longest time.
Yep.
I feel like no one wants to do a deal with the Golden State Warriors unless they are truly getting over completely.
Yeah, but I felt like that for quite some time. Where you dominated the league and like, relax. And then the light years comment. Even though it was so long ago, Joe Lacob doesn't like to bring it up because he's just like, dude, I think in some way he wants to take that back. But that ticked a lot of people off around the league. Like, oh, you guys are light years ahead? So they've been waiting for this day. Or the Warriors are looking up at the standings saying, boy, we need a lifeline. And other teams are like, yeah, we're going this way. We're not going your way. We're going the other way. And so I don't think Joe Lacob's a bad owner. I mean, when you spending luxury tax money out the – we were talking about OKC and luxury tax a decade ago. James Harden got traded because they didn't want to put Pony over $6 million. Mm-hmm. You think that would have happened with Joe Lacob?
No.
Absolutely not. So I don't think he's a bad owner, but they're struggling right now.
They also put in rules while things were in place financially for their team that made it way more trickier for them to keep things together and can continue to go into the repeater tax. I think one of the big misnomers.
Warriors rule. It's like the salary cap is a 49er rule, right?
It was.
It's pretty crazy.
But like one of the big things, again, it's a huge misnomer. Everyone's like, well, they should have went in the repeater tax. Once you go into the repeater tax multiple years in a row, every draft pick is frozen for X amount of years moving forward. So all of these trades become even more difficult because you can't just staple draft picks to it. I mean, literally people who are paid to cover the league and understand the CBA are learning new nuances of how difficult it is on an hourly basis.
Yep. Let's go to Panal in San Mateo. Panal, what's happening?
Hey, guys. An idea I had was kicking the tires on Marcus Smart. I think he's a junior version of Draymond, maybe a little bit cheaper. I'm just not sure if that is plausible, but just a thought I had. Thanks, guys.
Marcus Smart, I think he's going to stay in Memphis. The Warriors need offense. They need shooting. I don't know if Marcus Smart helps you in that department. He plays hard, but I don't know if Marcus Smart is a good fit here.
Trades are hard. He's a solid player, but I mean, they need more than that. They need to appease the bloodthirsty fandom of championships. That's not good enough.
Yeah, no. Rich and Billy Bones. We'll get to you on the other side before Matt Lively here. We'll wrap up these Warrior calls. We'll get to Matt Lively, talk some Niners. Nick Sorensen, God. Brian Snyder, God. What's next? Robert Saleh coming back. We'll do that with Matt Lively. But first, Billy Bob and Richie and Rich in Daly City. We'll get to you guys on the other side. That'll be brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
New year, fresh start.
What up, what up? This is Big Pun from South City. You are now listening to the morning motherfucking roast with my boys Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What up, Big Pun? What up, everybody out there? Before we get to Matt Lively, let's get to Billy Bones in the city. Billy Bones, what's up?
What's going on, fellas? Hey, I'm going to tell you this right now. We got to play Kuminga, man. Kuminga showed that he's ready. If you guys go back to that sack game when he didn't, when they didn't play him, he didn't come in or whatever, they holding this guy back. Who knows if he would have played, we would probably be in a different position, or his growth would probably be even more so. We're in a situation right now. We're in a passing of the torch. We got to get rid of Dre. He's a cancer right now more than an attribute. I'm going to keep it real. When he yelled at Buddy Hield that game, I mean, rightfully so, but he did it in front. It was in a way that it takes morale out. I don't think it boosted confidence in Hield. You know what I mean? Right now, would you say that Hield is playing confident basketball right now?
He hasn't played confident basketball for about 5 weeks.
Your name is Billy Bones?
Yeah, hey, you know what? I met you guys at the Olympic Club one time at GP2's
nice
foundation.
Oh, fight night.
Yeah, man, I met you guys there. You guys are cool peeps, bro.
I've
been calling. I usually call in the Steiny and Guru because I have more time there. But anyway, man, the Warriors, bro, it's a passing of the guards. They did it with Monte to Curry. Now it's Dre Curry to Kuminga. One more thing. How did we even get to this spot? It wasn't through free agency, bro. It was through the draft.
Yeah.
So we need some rim protection. TJ, whatever, you know what I'm talking about. Davis. He's a good rim protector, but I don't know, man. We need a bigger presence.
Yeah, he's only 6'9". He's a good player. I see him more as a fringe starter backup.
Yeah.
Billy Bones, though. You know, when I think Billy Bones, I think Treasure Island. You have no idea what I'm talking about.
No, I don't. I've never watched Treasure Island.
I think of
Treasure
Muppets Treasure Island.
The only Treasure Island I know is the Treasure Island right here by the
You
Bay
never
Bridge.
read Robert Louis Stevenson's book?
No, never. Treasure Island? No.
He's the opening character.
No, never read Treasure Island.
You never saw Black Sails on AMC?
No.
Classic.
No.
Am I the only one that knew Billy Bones from Treasure Island?
Maybe Matt Lively did. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Risotto's a well-read man. Did he?
I'm a sports junkie. And when I say I'm a sports junkie, it's nothing but sports.
You're also the one with probably the most education in the room here.
In terms of just sports?
No, just in general.
I'm not the most educated.
Well, there's 3 SF State bachelor grads in here. So
that's just because you got a degree. There's a lot of W's who have degrees. Trust me. A lot of W's with degrees.
Billy Bones is like the main character at the beginning, if you will, of Treasure Island.
I never watched Treasure Island. When did that movie come out?
Classic book.
When did that movie come out?
It's a book.
It's a book. Sorry.
Yeah, Robert Louis Stevenson, like the grammar school in the Sunset.
Okay, yeah. All right. There's this Robert Stevenson.
Yeah, Robert Louis Stevenson School. Yeah.
Where? When did that come out in the Sunset?
That's been there forever.
I'd never heard of that.
Also one in Pebble Beach.
Oh, is
the boarding school.
Yeah, so they had this. They had this like concrete play yard. We used to hit home runs.
Is it next to APG&E?
It's like off of what is it? So it's off of Terraville, a couple of like Santiago and something. Yeah, you got to Google it.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, Trent.
Let's see. Oh, Matt Lively. Yeah, Matt Lively was in the locker room the other day, and he joins us on the River Islands guest line. And all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Latham? Matt, I know you're going to be at Chase soon. What do you think about the Warriors before we get to the Niners?
I was at Chase on Sunday night when they lost to the Kings.
Oh.
By the way, worst lost to the Kings since November 8th, 2000. And all I could think about was they are wasting Steph Curry's last few years with this. It's so ugly. The best part about being at Chase on Sunday night was the chicken they served before the game.
Chicken was good. I didn't have it. I looked at it, trying to watch my weight, but the chicken did look good.
How many wins do you think the 2000 Warriors had?
19? 20?
Yeah,
21?
Exactly.
Not a lot.
Not a lot. This team right now, 18 and 18.
They're wasting Steph's prime.
I don't
went to 6 finals.
Yeah, and he's not in his prime
normal.
anymore. But, the Warriors are 12 and 3. They started 12 and 3. They're 6 and 15. All right, moving on to the Niners. Nick Sorensen fired. Brian Snyder fired. fired. Did you get a sense that Nick Sorensen would get fired when you were talking to the players in the locker room the other day?
Yeah, and oddly enough, that question didn't come up on Sunday. I'm sorry, on Monday when we were in there. On Sunday, when you looked at the loss to Arizona, Nick Bosa had maybe his most politician answer of all time. I could go either way. Nick Schneider's going to come back, or Nick Sorensen's going to come back, and I think that was pretty much the nail in the coffin for me. This defense took such a step back from a year ago. When we think about where the Niners were at the end of the Super Bowl and how Steve Wilks felt like the most hated man in the Bay Area, I think people would have begged him on their knees to get Steve Wilks back midway through the season. That's how bad this defense was.
Don't even get me started on that, Matt. Do not get me started on the Steve Wilks thing. Go ahead, Sasky.
When you talk to Sorensen, did he ever say anything insightful? I'm just curious because, every time I saw him, he just looked like he rolled out of bed. And look, not everyone's going to be hyped up like me. I get that. My brother's way more chill than I am. But, man, he just, we're going to try. And, did he ever captivate the room at all?
I think Nick Sorensen, the way he answered questions at the very least, there wasn't a lot of depth and insight. I don't think that speaks to him as a person necessarily.
No.
But I mean, it was odd that Steve Wilks was a guy that didn't bring a lot of fire and he coached from the box and everyone was like, we got to get this guy on the field. There's more energy when you're on the field, because really what they were searching for was Robert Saleh and DeMeco Ryans, because that's the kind of fire that they coached with. Nick Sorensen didn't give that vibe off to me. He kind of gives off Surfer Cali vibe.
Spicoli.
Just very mellow, laid back. That's kind of the Nick Sorensen that I got the impression of. I was surprised when they hired him. I understood why they did. Steve Wilks was a foreign hire outside the Niners system. They wanted somebody who knew what Saleh and DeMeco did. And so that's why Sorensen ended up getting the job. But I'm not all that surprised that a year later we're sitting here and they still need a defensive coordinator.
That's embarrassing, considering that Steve Wilks' defense wasn't even all that bad. You consider all the takeaways they had in 2023. Why are you smirking? It wasn't that bad. It wasn't even that bad. And in the Super Bowl, he was probably the best coach on the field for the 49ers.
Until he had to throw the iPad.
Well, that's, Shanahan, somebody needs to be scapegoated anyway. So Sorensen's gone. Brian Snyder's gone. Do you think, and I know Shanahan and Lynch will speak today at 11:30, if I'm not mistaken. They're gonna speak at 11:30. Do you think they would consider a scheme change defensively and move away from the wide nine?
I think you have to. It clearly didn't work this year. You see how effective that defense is when Nick Bosa's hurt. You're rushing four guys consistently. No one's getting pressure. Blitzes were really infrequent this year in times where it didn't make sense, where you knew they needed the blitz. The personnel was not there this year for the wide nine. And I think when you look at some of the candidates, especially a guy like Lou Anarumo, potentially Dennis Allen, if they want to bring a new style to San Francisco, you have to welcome that with open arms. And, maybe if a guy like Fred Warner steps up and goes, no, we got to stay the same. Okay. I would listen to him. I would listen to Bosa, but I don't see that being the case. I think those guys were so frustrated this year. They are desperate to try whatever is going to work and whatever is going to get them back to the team that they were.
So it's interesting because, one of the names that Josina Anderson said this morning, she covers the NFL, was they're going to reach out to Robert Saleh. And I'm going, don't go back down that road. Not that I don't like Saleh. He's a nice guy, but I just think they need to change it up. When you heard that they were going after Robert Saleh, what'd you think?
I think that's sort of been the rumor all along. You go on Twitter, everyone, their mother and their 10 kids want Robert Saleh. They're willing to build Robert Saleh a house to bring him back as the defensive coordinator for the 49ers. It was a different personnel when Robert Saleh was here, arguably a better one. Here's my big thing on Saleh. I I don't think everything that happened in New York was his fault. The guy who's running that organization is a clown. He truly had no real control. You bring in Aaron Rodgers, it gets even worse. Robert Saleh had a couple really good seasons in New York as a head coach, and it didn't end well. All right. But he's getting head coaching jobs, interviews right now. If he comes into this building, turns around this defense, he gets a head coaching job next year. At that point, you would be looking for your 5th defensive coordinator in 5 years. Is that beneficial? No. Or do you look at someone like Jeff Ulbrich, Anarumo, Dennis Allen, who's now flamed out twice as a head coach, but is a fantastic defensive coordinator? Do you look at someone who you could actually have for a long-term stay? They need a consistent voice. And it wasn't their fault that Saul left the first time, and DeMeco Ryans burst onto the scene and has been great in Houston. But now you need someone who's going to be the defensive coordinator and just wants to be the defensive coordinator for a couple of years at the very least. And so I think the biggest issue with bringing Salah back in is that he's going to flee for a head coaching job.
Yep. And Anarumo, Sweet Lou from Cincinnati also, he interviewed for head coaching jobs as well. What about a guy like Wink Martindale? That's what I want. I want Wink Martindale from Michigan. Matt Lively, KPIX Sports Acre, does a hell of a job there. Dre Greenlaw, we'll get to Charvarius Ward because it feels like he's moving on. What are you feeling about Dre Greenlaw being back? Do you think he's basically played his last snap with the 49ers? What was the sit you got in the locker room the other day when it came to Dre Greenlaw?
It was tough only because Dre wasn't in the locker room, and I was hoping he was going to be because, you know, he's probably prime suspect number one of who you want to ask, are you coming back? Mooney Ward was passing around jerseys and having them signed by guys, if that gives you an indication. You know, when we asked Fred about Dre, Fred is an extension of the PR team in a lot of ways. He knows how to answer a question, so we weren't getting a whole lot from him. I think it would be such a massive mistake to not get Dre Greenlaw back. I mean, I can't point to any other player, even though, you know, Christian McCaffrey, Trent Williams, Brandon Ayuk, guys who missed time. When I think of the biggest weakness of the 49ers, it was not having Dre Greenlaw in the middle of the field. Yep. Fred Warner was having to overcompensate in so many ways because he didn't have Dre next to him. And in that first half against LA, you see just how dominant he still was. And I get it, he's going to be injury prone, but the rumor that came out yesterday is teams are going to offer him $14 to $17 million a year. The Niners would really have to pony up to pay Dre Greenlaw, but I think it's a mistake if they don't. Damn. And I know they've gotten into trouble by extending some of these guys that they shouldn't have, but we're talking about a game-changing player who just bleeds red and gold.
Wow. I mean, so Matt, that begs to, I mean, everybody gets angry when you bring it up, but like when you pay the quarterback, sometimes you can't pay everybody else. Like, is Dre Greenlaw going to be the first domino of the Purdy, card being laid down?
And that's where it's tough. And I ask a lot of these people who don't want to pay Purdy, and maybe this isn't the right excuse, but what's the other option? I think Brock Purdy's a good quarterback. I think Brock Purdy will be someone's franchise quarterback. I do think he will sign with the Niners. Do I think he needs $60 million a year? Probably not. And I think this year hurt the millions that he's going to get. As far as who they're bringing back and who they're not bringing back because of Brock's contract, they need to, one, get creative with that contract. Two, you do lose, Mooney Ward. You're not going to pay him next year. Talanoa Hufanga, possibly not back next year. They're able to cut Javon Hargrave. Maybe they trade Deebo Samuel. I do think there's a way where they're able to keep Brock Purdy and extend Brock Purdy and then also bring back Dre Greenlaw. I don't think there's going to be massive free agency splashes this year when you look at the salary cap, but they've got to figure a way to bring those two back at minimum.
Was Deebo around the talk? I didn't see any quotes from Deebo Samuel.
He was. It was short and it was sweet. He was asked if he plans on being a 49er next year, and he very quickly said yes. Says that he hasn't heard otherwise. But, this time last year, we didn't think a whole lot about Deebo not being a 49er this season. And after the Super Bowl, the rumors exploded, and right around the trade or the NFL draft, all the trades that were rumored, and then they draft what seems to be his replacement in Ricky Pearsall, who those two have a great relationship, so it could muddy the waters if you end up trading Debo, but I have to assume they're taking phone calls on him at the very least.
All right, so I saw a rumor online saying that Schneider, the special teams coach, was the one who worked out all the kickers pre-draft and was heavily influential in them drafting Jake Moody. Is there any substance to that?
I mean, I think while I couldn't confirm or deny that off firsthand knowledge of a source, doesn't it make sense? You want your special teams coach to try out kickers. And I don't think it's crazy that the Niners took Jake Moody. Maybe as high as they did, it's crazy. Jake Moody was an incredible college kicker at Michigan. And I actually truly believe Jake Moody will not be a 49er next year. I do believe that. But I think he's going to have a pretty good career with another team. But it's very clear he needs a fresh start. After his injury, which I think you can pin a lot of these kicks on, he was horrible. But I think once he's healthy, he's a pretty good kicker. It did not help that Debo and him had the spat on the sideline, that he misses big pressure kicks and he loses the confidence of the fan base. He needs to go somewhere else and have a fresh start. I think Jake Moody was probably the least of Brian Schneider's problems. This is the most telling stat. The way that you really evaluate special teams is expected points added. They were negative 47 this year. Negative 47. The next closest team, which is dead last, by the way, the next closest team was negative 23. There's a 24-point cushion between the 31st ranked special teams team and the 32nd. And for whatever reason, Kyle Shanahan refused to budge off of this idea that they were fine on special teams and the personnel was changing. That was the biggest mistake this season. That's probably my biggest red mark on Kyle Shanahan this season, was not figuring out this special teams thing back in week 5. This was an easy one to fix, and it just never happened.
Matt, before we let you go, what do you expect to hear from Shanahan and Lynch today down to Santa Clara at 11:30?
I don't know. And I say that because last year after the Super Bowl, we were told the coaches were coming back. They fired Steve Wilkes about 2 days later. It would be nice to have maybe a little indication on where they're going in terms of the DC search, but they, why would they release that information to us? Right. So I do think, it's happening at 11:30. I think a lot of people are going, all right, we're going to finally get some answers. I really don't think that's the case. Had the DC not been fired yet, maybe there would have been some explanation for that. But at this point, we are now in sit and wait mode of we'll see who they hire. We'll probably get a good explanation of if Nick Sorensen's going to stay in the building in another capacity. And that's probably what I expect to hear, is why they ended up making that move and what his role will be moving forward, because it sounds like they're not firing him. They're just moving him off the DC position. But if I'm a fan right now, I'm not expecting Kyle Shanahan to go, yep, Saleh is here. He's signing a lease for his home. He's getting a mortgage set up. Don't expect that to happen today.
Matt Lively, KPIX, Channel 5, will be down to Santa Clara for Shanahan and Lynch at 11:30. Thanks always for the time, Matt. Matt is always good. So Debo was quick. I didn't even know Debo talked. I didn't see anything about Debo. I didn't see anything. So see what happens with him.
Like usual suspects. And like that, he's gone.
He's gone. T.O., by the way, brought up Debo. He said he had a conversation with him after the whole
fashion conversation.
Yeah, he said he said his fashion needs to step his game up with fashion. But he had a grown man talk after Debo said he seems like he's more worried about his fashion than actually playing. And then when you go on social media and you say that you want the ball, you're not getting the ball enough, and next thing you know, you drop the ball or you fumble the ball. It's not a good look. So Debo's interesting. The defensive coordinator's interesting, obviously. Special teams coordinator's up. But number one is going to be Brock Purdy around these parts. And I want you to react to this. Ross Tucker, I was listening to this in the car. Ross Tucker was starting Goo yesterday on Brock Purdy's contract comments. This is what Ross Tucker took away from Brock Purdy's contract comments.
He's already kind of putting it out there and bowing up on the Niners a little bit, saying, because is he going to skip the mandatory minicamp? Is he going to skip training camp? And then they could fine him? He is under contract. So I thought that was very, very telling that Brock is already putting that out there, that he wants it done or else he's not going to attend the OTAs, even though he's under contract.
Like you're asking my reaction to that? I listened to what Purdy said, and I thought Purdy was just making the case for himself. Felt like it was coming from his agent. All right, this is what they're going to ask you, and this is what you say. I'm young. I still have a lot of room to grow. I want to be ready for OTAs. I want to get it done now. If anything, it felt like he was – I didn't think he was demanding that he was going to – or threatening that he was going to sit out or whatever. I think he was just laying it all out there from his point of view. I didn't think there was anything egregious with anything Purdy said, and nor did I feel threatened in any way. It's just – this is how it goes.
That was Ross' takeaway, saying that he's kind of put his line in the sand. He said, hey.
Did you feel that?
He wants to get it done right away.
Oh, great.
Wants to get it done right away, because if it doesn't get done right away, then we have another situation.
Well, this is the first time, to Ross's point, and he made it, he's like, this is the first time he's actually kind of talked about it. So that's why it was interesting on that front, where he's like, I want to get this done like now.
Right. Get it done now, because I don't want to miss OTAs. Because then if I miss OTAs, here comes the reports, here comes the drama. All of a sudden, Shanahan's thinking, what the hell? I don't have my quarterback. Do I get my wandering guy again? Do I go out there and go get somebody else? Because if I'm Brock Purdy, I'm not stepping on the field at OTAs without a new deal. I understand it from Brock Purdy's standpoint. From the player standpoint, you step on that football field, you re-injure something, you're not seeing anybody. So from the player perspective, I get it from Brock Purdy's view.
Yeah, but we just went through this with Ayuk, and like,
well, that's why you said I want to get it done.
Buyer regret, like immediately. You know what I mean? Giving him the money. I don't know. This is a tough one, man. And it's not like it's like a linebacker deal, like 15 to 17 million a year for Dre Greenlaw. It's like, wow. Like when I heard that, I was like, damn, that is a lot for a linebacker, right? Like it is. Now I know the salary cap goes up and whatnot. Now, like, okay, if that means like. To me, if the Niners are already kind of signaling there's just no way in hell that they're even going to be entertaining Dre Greenlaw, like that stings. And that is the first of, I'm sure, a couple of different guys that you won't be able to afford moving forward when your quarterback is now making 12 or 15% of the salary cap as opposed to less than 0.5%, which is what he's been the last couple of years. So, God, it stinks. It just does. And that's, and again, the window to win the championship was when he was making 0.5% of the salary cap. You know, like it sucks. It just really sucks.
He does have a little bit of leverage here, though. Because if he decides not to go to OTAs, what do the 49ers do? How do they respond?
Well, if the OTAs are after the draft, which I believe they are, they're early spring, it's like April. I believe the draft is April 20th-ish. You know, when are OTAs? It's usually early spring.
I'll get the exact date here.
Like late April, early May. I want to say.
Don't you understand it? I know you're kind of out on players asking for money, but you kind of understand that if Brock Purdy in this position, making $1 million.
Okay, yeah. You know what I tell him? And this, you want the businessman in me? Go find that trade. You showed me what team is giving you $250 million, all right, and trading for you. Like. I get the point of like, I'm not going to play. And this is, you're also under contract. And we also have the franchise tag in our back pocket. And this is a lot of money. This isn't a 1-year deal. This isn't a 2-year deal. This is probably a multi-year deal with a starting point of $100 million guaranteed, right? Forget the AAV. It's $100 million guaranteed. Yeah, I'm pretty precautious. I want to see him throw in a month and a half. See where his shoulder's at. Want to get a good feel for his elbow and his shoulder and all that. And I want to make sure that the medical lines up because you kind of whiffed on the medical with CMC.
Yeah. The dates from last season when it comes to OTAs, they started April 15th.
Oh, so it's before the draft.
April 15th. And then OTA all-season workouts, May 20th, 21st, May 23rd, May 28th, 29th, May 31st, and mandatory minicamp June 4th and 6th. So if you do play that game, and we don't know if Brendan Allen's going to be back or Josh Dobbs.
Who knows?
Who knows who the hell's going to be? Tanner Mordecai is going to be taking the starting quarterback reps in OTAs. That's what I'm saying. You know, it sounds funny, but do you want to play that game with the quarterback? Do you want to play that game with the quarterback? What would Niner fans do? 888-957.
I watched Lamar Jackson get dragged it out by the Baltimore Ravens. He's one of the greatest players the sport has ever seen. And we're over here like, no, oh my God, oh, heaven forbid Brock Purdy miss a couple practices. Because we have to bend to him. It's like,
but
I'm a little more reasonable in this situation. Like, I thought the way Baltimore handled it, like, it felt a little like odd. Like, man, why are you dragging this out? And now I'm looking at it, I'm like, yeah, I think it worked out for all parties.
They almost played themselves. And because the rhetoric around Lamar during the time, a lot of people didn't think he was this great player. They thought, it was a gimmick. He can't throw from the pocket. He can't do this. He can't do that. That was 2 years ago. Yeah, we're good off him. We're going to have to shift our old offense, and yeah, we're not going to do that.
Just had 50 touchdowns, like 6,000 all-purpose yards or whatever
this season.
It is.
Yeah, this season.
He's amazing.
I trust me, I agree with you 100%. I'm discussing when it was actually going down during this free agency and what the talk was surrounding Lamar Jackson. The talk surrounding Lamar Jackson when he was holding out and Baltimore was playing that game was he can't throw from the pocket, forget Lamar, this and that. The dialogue was completely different. Now that he's done everything, we know he's great, but some people didn't think he was great 2 years ago.
Can we at least acknowledge this? These mega deals, even if you have an out or whatever, they almost all have 2 and 3 years of big guarantees. This is a huge deal. This isn't just a no-brainer. I know everyone thinks it's a no-brainer. I think there is some back and forth here.
What would you do? Would you give
I told you what
payday?
I do. I would sit here and I would be like, all right, who am I competing with for his services? I've already overpaid for my left tackle. I overpaid for my wide receiver. I overpaid for my running back. And I kind of regret all those. And I think those guys had more leverage and more suitors than even he has. But this position is more important. And this position costs me more, right? So I just think it's okay to be pragmatic about it and just reasonable and allow to breathe a little. Okay, if I got to pay him $10 more million guaranteed because it dragged out an extra 4 weeks, it's not the worst thing in the world. Now, if this bleeds into July, now we got problems. Now we got problems. But at the same time, be like, I want them to make sure that he is the right guy. And I think that they got their own, I'm not saying they're fully out. I think they've got some doubts. And they should. Like, there are some flags here. If you can't throw for the next month and a half, which is what has been reported, he said it, all right? Like, all right, man, come on, man. It's an elbow, shoulder. Let's find out what's going on there. Let's just find out what's going on there. All right, secondarily, if I can save myself $20 million, $30 million, $40 million guaranteed, I can get an extra linebacker like a Dre Greenlaw. We know this now. Like, this is factual. So I just think they have to be smart. Just because Trevor Lawrence got what Trevor Lawrence got is irrelevant to me. I would sit here and I'm not saying I'd go as severe as the Brandon Ayuk, which is they basically told Brandon Ayuk, all right, you find somebody who's going to pay you more and trade for you.
I do watch Pittsburgh and say, boy, if Brandon Ayuk was in that lineup, does it look differently alongside George Pickens? Because it seems like they're missing that second one. Just quick aside there.
No. But I think the Niners, I truly believe this. I think almost immediately they kind of regretted how they handled the whole thing.
Yeah, no doubt.
With Brandon Ayuk.
Which is why I don't want it to be handled the same way with Brandon Ayuk. I don't want it to be this. Not only Brandon Ayuk. Go back 2 years ago. It's happened with Nick Bosa. Nick Bosa didn't show up to OTAs. Didn't show up to anything. Came to camp 3 days before the Pittsburgh Steelers game. And everybody thought it was all good. And midway through the season, he's making excuses and throwing the defensive coordinator under the bus. So it's not just Brandon Ayuk. It was also Nick Bosa as well.
And Trent.
But and Trent, he wanted new money.
That was
and Debo.
And Debo for crying out loud.
But I also think that, like, when you look at those deals, all of the money guaranteed to those guys is what, like, all of them combined is literally what Brock's and what quarterback contracts cost. It's okay to take your time on this and just do it right. That's all I'm saying. It's like, now, look, if we're bleeding into July, late July, and now we have problems. But like, to start, I don't know, man. I've got more questions than I have answers.
I was listening to Dibs. He actually made a great point about the quarterback stuff and the money and everything.
What was that?
To where you can structure it in a way to where the big money doesn't kick in until 2 years from now, in 2026. We've seen this before with guys like Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes, where the money right away doesn't really kick in until a couple years later, which gives you another little
that's not how it works. The way it works is guaranteed at signing, and then you are allowed to prorate it over a 3-year period.
Exactly.
So you can break up how you want to divvy the money over the 3-year period.
Exactly what I just said.
Well, Jordan Love got a $75 million check.
That's Jordan Love.
On November 1st.
That's Jordan Love, okay? But you can structure this in a way to where it doesn't destroy you right away. But I also think you don't want to play hardball with the quarterback position. You need to figure out, if you're going to play hardball with Brock Purdy, you might as well move on. I need my starting quarterback in OTAs. That's the one guy. I know Bosa sometimes doesn't show up, and Debo sometimes doesn't show up, and Ayuk didn't show up. I have to have my quarterback there on day one. It is a terrible look for this franchise if Brock Purdy or whoever the starting quarterback is going to be is not taking snaps on day one. So it's best to figure this out now. It's best to figure it out now.
I don't even know what I got so many questions on Purdy, man. I don't think it's as just slam shut as you just give him whatever he wants and he's got to be there. He's got to be there for practice.
Let's hear from T.O.
Everybody's been, critical of the play of Brock Purdy. He's not, been the consistent, quarterback that they want him to be. But I think if you surround him, and as I think everybody has seen that with the type of players that he needs to make plays for him, he's not one of those guys that's going to just go out and will you to a win. He has the ability to make all the throws, make those gutsy plays when he has to, if he has to run the ball. But if you surround this guy with superior talent, what he can do. They've gotten to the Super Bowl with him, and I think this year, next year, going into next year, if they can, kind of refine some of those pieces that they kind of lacked this year, especially in the receiver room.
Mark Schlereth on Purdy.
Ultimately, I think Brock Purdy played pretty well considering all the injuries up front, the injuries to all the running backs, the changes you have to make offensively as a coaching staff because you can't do the things that you're normally capable of doing. Like all those things, you limit your playbook, all that stuff. So I think ultimately he played really well. And, and again, he's not like he's up for a contract renegotiation, but he still has another year left on his contract. So you're going to have to come to grips with, you're probably not going to get top dollar. You're probably not going to break the bank or set the market, but you can still make generational money. So you've got to come to grips with that about getting a new contract done.
There it is. Let's go to the lines. JC in New York. JC, what's happening? He wants to talk about swords, and so what a Brock Purdy thought from you, JC. What's happening?
Hey, how you guys doing? Thanks
man.
for taking my call. I just want to comment on two things. Our DC coordinator opening and the Brock Purdy contract.
Call back, JC. He hung up. Let's go to 100 in Atlanta.
New York phones.
100. 100, what's up?
What's up, fellas? What's going on,
What's
man?
up, man?
Hey, I was trying to get in. I wanted to put a little game plan together for the off season. Now, since we talking Purdy, I'm doing numbers. I'm trying to get Purdy anywhere between 45 and I know the max. The only reason I'm saying this is because y'all know Trevor Lawrence got that stupid money. I know we as a player and then somebody that's being 100. Trevor Lawrence got that kind of money. We kind of gotta pay him like that, but don't. You feel me? That's why I said between 45 and 55 on his contract. You know what I'm saying? Just because we can use the leverage on we got him late, and like you say, he can still make generational money at 45. That means he got more than Kyler Murray. You know what I'm saying? But, we want to keep him in between that 45, 55. Like you say, you can't break the bank, right? So then I want to bring in Joe Milton as a backup quarterback and also James, just to throw the footballs out there. You know what I'm saying? Because we need a backup. We need somebody with some experience with Purdy arm kind of being in the situation here. Y'all see what Bazooka Joe looking like out there.
Hey,
you put Bazooka Joe in our offense, it'll work good.
Hey,
you know what I'm saying?
That's an outside the box thought, and I was watching this. Breakdown by Pep Hamilton. Remember Pep? He's interviewing for jobs. Yeah, Stafford and everything. Colts,
Indianapolis Colts. Yeah,
and he was
Andrew Luck.
They had this list of young quarterbacks, and he brought up Joe. I think this may have been before the season, but somebody said to me the other day. I was like, "Wow, Joe Milton, huh?" So then I watched a condensed version. Yeah, I watched a condensed version of his game on Sunday.
What a throw!
I'm not mad at Joe Milton.
Fastest throw, or whatever, the highest velocity throw all year.
Yep. So I'm not mad at Joe Milton. That's an outside the box thought. I like that.
This has to be the only contract extension in the world where we're also simultaneously trying to find the next guy behind him. It kind of speaks to how scared everyone is right now.
I just think you want a capable backup.
When Joe Burrow got the money that he got, I don't think Cincinnati radio was like, who are we bringing in behind him as we're negotiating a $230 million deal?
Well, they should have been, because when Joe Burrow injured his wrist last season, Cincinnati was cooked.
Okay, but
you know what I'm saying?
You get what I'm saying.
So, no, I hear you.
I mean,
I'm
when the
not
Moore
worried
was
about
negotiating $185 million deal,
let me make my
they
stance.
weren't fretting over the backup.
Let me make myself clear. Sign Brock Purdy. I'm not fretting about the backup. Sign Brock Purdy and build around him. Offensive line, wide receivers. Give me somebody to take the top off the defense. Everybody says, he can't throw deep. Well, let me see a speedster out there who can get open deep. Because right now, nobody can get open deep. Now, I understand he underthrew a lot of deep throws this year, and maybe that was directly related to the shoulder to the elbow. But I'm not worried about the backup. I feel very good with Brock Purdy at quarterback. I know I could win a lot of games with him at quarterback if this team is healthy. And health is basically the biggest. That's why Kansas City's winning. They've been forcing it with some health lately. So I'm okay. I'm okay with Brock Purdy getting his money. But I don't want to mess around with it. So the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch have to figure out, do we want to roll with this guy or do we want to go elsewhere?
Do you think
that decision needs to be made in the next 2 months?
If Kyle knew right now, Kyle, the head guy, if Kyle knew, and then we're going hypotheticals here, you give him the exact same contract as Trevor Lawrence. You think he likes that?
No, but I don't think Kyle likes a lot of things at the quarterback spot.
I agree.
I've been critical of Kyle when it comes to quarterbacks. I don't know if Kyle knows what he wants. One day he wants a guy who looks like Josh Allen. The next day he wants a guy who looks like Drew Brees. I'm not sure what Kyle. I still don't know what Kyle wants, which is part of the problem.
Real quick, guys. Like, I'm looking at the Trevor Lawrence contract. It's not outrageous.
No,
real quick. Cap hit. All right, $50 million this year, $17 next year, $24 million the following, $35 million the following, $47 million in 2028. Then they can get out of it. Yeah. So really, it's a 4-year deal.
It's actually not that bad.
It's really not that bad.
It's just more so about the guaranteed.
There's also
which is $200 million guaranteed. So
that's the thing.
Okay, but I'm saying it doesn't kill you though.
Right. No, like that, $200 million hitting your books can kill you.
But not the Niners. Like, that's the Jaguars. I'm sorry. Yeah. That's not going to kill them, especially with all this revenue coming in year after year after year. This might look like a bargain for Trevor Lawrence in 2 years.
And one thing, Joe Lacob, we give him credit for paying the tax. We need to give Jed York credit for giving guaranteed money out left and right for $400 million now. Maybe even $500 million. I lost track of the math. Because when you think about Debo and Fred Warner and Brandon Ayuk and Trent and Kittle and everybody on this team, he's giving out a lot of guaranteed money. A lot. So we'll see. Let's get these calls out the way.
I'm going to tell you right now, and I know this might be unpopular. They give Brock Purdy $200 million guaranteed. My head will explode. He's not worth that. I'm sorry. We're afraid to say he's not worth that. No.
Has he been better than Trevor Lawrence?
Deal. It's okay to say it's a bad deal.
No, you think it's a bad deal.
I do.
Trevor, has he been better than Trevor?
I think the Trevor deal is a bad deal.
Has he been better than Jordan Love?
It's like when your friend buys a house.
I just asked you the question. Has he been better than Dak Prescott? Has he been better than Dak Prescott? This is the market.
That's a horrible deal.
This is the market, though.
It doesn't matter.
The market has been
Baker
dictated.
Mayfield is also part of the market. Why aren't we looking at him as a comp?
Baker Mayfield's stock was entirely low,
so
though.
what? My stock is low on Brock.
Baker Mayfield had one game with the Rams. His stock was low. He was as low as it could get. The fact
not when he signed the 33
but when he got the money, everybody thought, damn, Tampa Bay paid that much to Baker? They paid that much to Baker?
When I see the Tua deal come across my timeline, the Trevor deal, yes, in real time, I'm like, horrible deal. That's just me. Horrible deal.
Let's go to Muhammad from Elk Grove. Muhammad, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Good morning.
Morning.
I just want to say, I think the Niners have more leverage than Brock Purdy in the negotiations because don't you think Kyle could just go and tell Brock, we're going to bring in Kirk Cousins or we're going to bring in Aaron Rodgers? Like, don't you think Brock would call his bluff? Or because I feel like the Niners could just be like, hey, we could bring in Kirk Cousins on the minimum deal or we could bring in Aaron Rodgers for $10 million. Because I think they're probably going to be $15, $20 million apart in the negotiations. I think Brock's camp's going to start around 55, 60, while I think the Niners are going to be at 40. And I don't know if that'll get I don't know if they're going to figure that out. Honestly, if I had to bet on it, I think Brock Purdy more likely than not won't get extended because I don't know how confident they are whether he can stay healthy or not or what they're going to do.
I will agree with B on this one. I don't see him getting on a field without something. Like he's got to get a pay raise for him to get back on the field for the Niners. That I agree with.
We're going to continue on the Niners. JC in New York, Kevin in Sonoma, batting practice, Brock Purdy. What do you think? What's going to happen with Brock Purdy? What do you want to hear from Shanahan and Lynch? We're going to punt on Contos for a couple days here because we're rolling out the Niners. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to get to everybody, because this is fascinating stuff. Brought to you by MB Jesse Painting.
Hi, this is Matt Jesse with MB Jesse Painting. Put your painting project in good hands. Residential.
I want to thank you guys, Shasky, and I listen to you guys every single morning on the way to work. You guys make my morning drive way better.
Welcome back. We're talking Niners. What's
B,
up?
I've been thinking a lot about this, like this Purdy and Shanahan and everything, and like I'm looking at it from Shanahan's perspective. With the Niners, this potentially could be his last like quarterback decision. Yeah. Good or bad, right? Either it's good and you get extended and bam, you're a Niner lifer, you know what I mean? Or it's bad and like all your chips are in this Brock Purdy basket, fail or not. And we've done this quarterback thing with him for quite some time. And I just wonder if he's ready to say, like, all right, I'm either finishing my Niner career with this guy or ending it with this guy. I just wonder. Because that's the decision that they've kind of come down to. Paying him whatever number the tag is probably locking him for 3 years.
Yep.
Or somewhere close to that. And I wonder if he's ready to make that commitment.
They made a commitment to Jimmy, right? And even though they had the opt-outs, they did make him the highest paid quarterback. They made a commitment to Trey Lance. And they pivoted very, very quickly. So I do think Shanahan really likes Brock Purdy. I think Brock Purdy's been solid. What are the answers outside? Do you really want to try to bring in Sam Darnold?
Well, all the answers on the outside have similar questions than the one inside, which is like durability. Yeah. Was it a 1-year wonder? Like they all have different red flags.
Why not roll with somebody who's taking you to the promised land? Why not roll with somebody who's played big-time playoff games and rallied to win in playoff games? The knock on Lamar right now said he can't win the playoffs, right? Well, we've seen Brock Purdy win in the playoffs. Knock on Dak Prescott, can't win in the playoffs. We've seen Brock Purdy win in the playoffs. Point is, Brock Purdy can win you a lot of games. Now, does he need help? What quarterback doesn't need help? What quarterback doesn't need an offensive line? What quarterback doesn't need playmakers? What quarterback doesn't need talent around them? Most Super Bowl winners have a lot of talent unless they have a great, great defense. Like the Denver Broncos when they won Super Bowl 50. The no-fly, what are they, no-fly zone? With that secondary? Aqib Talib, and who was the other corner? Aqib Talib, they had a young man from Oregon. I forget the names. But anyway, you get my point.
Harris Jr., was he on that team?
Chris Harris Jr., yeah. Chris Harris Jr., number 26. He was good. They had a safety from Oregon, I want to say. But you need playmakers. So I think Brock's going to be fine. And how this contract gets structured, I think Brock understands the modern-day NFL. I think Brock understands that, you know what? I'm going to get mine, but let's structure it in a way to make sure that we can bring in players. Pull a little Mahomes. So I feel really good about this deal. But I do want to get it done quicker, sooner rather than later, I should say, because you let this linger. You can't roll into OTAs with Tanner Mordecai as your quarterback one. And then you're trying to figure out, do we go after Sam Darnold? Do we go do this? And Kirk Cousins, really? You guys want to go Kirk? Like anybody out there want to go to Kirk Cousins route? He's got his job snatched in year one in Atlanta by a rookie. Kirk Cousins can't move.
Just because you're like, hey, I want to be pragmatic about how much and how long the deal is for Purdy doesn't mean I'm instantly pivoting to Kirk Cousins.
I just say you.
No, I'm just saying because that's what you hear a lot of people like. Okay, you don't pay Brock, then what? It's like, all right, take a deep breath.
Well, I wasn't
not
yelling
you.
like
I'm
that.
saying the people that say that, and my argument to them is like, look, this is a big decision, right? You're getting married to someone.
Right.
I would like to have as much data and data points to point to as possible.
I want to ask this question.
Just not that in a big rush.
I would ask this question because this is Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Now, I'm not going to make it about myself, but I'm going to mention something that I said last playoff run where we're bringing up the quarterbacks, and I was like, I may want to roll with Jordan Love in the future rather than Brock Purdy. Jordan Love's kind of soured on Jordan Love. I had him in fantasy football, watched every snap. It's like, throws off his back foot a lot, can make the ball with hand play. Now, he didn't turn the ball over late in the year, but I was looking for another leap. And I got killed for it. Killed. Lamar, killed. And now all of a sudden, I'm the guy making excuses for Brock Purdy according to the 601. So my question is, when did people sour on Brock Purdy so much to where all of a sudden I became a cheerleader for Brock Purdy, according to 601 or whatnot? Brock Purdy's a solid quarterback. Look, solid quarterback. Considering what happened around him, not bad. Not bad. I've seen a lot of worse around these parts. We wanted him to scramble. He scrambled more. He can scramble. Now, the deep ball does bother me because he underthrew a guy, Cowie and Kittle in the Kansas City game. We saw it in Detroit, underthrowing guys. It's going to happen from time to time. But when did people just absolutely sour on Brock Purdy to the point where we're ready to move on now? And if you want to move on now, all of a sudden do you really want to bring in Sam Darnold or Kirk Cousins or any of these guys? Like, I think Brock Purdy's fine. He's a top 10 quarterback.
I don't think he played like a top 10 quarterback this year, but that's, we're Dyson Harris. We could probably, he's somewhere in that, I don't know. For me, somewhere this year, his performance somewhere between like 16 and 11.
That low?
Oh, yeah, 16 and 11. I would say, like 16, he had some good moments, he had some bad moments, and I think the big thing for me was, the second halves and the fourth quarters. You're asking like where it all turned. It's like a lot of these closeout games down the stretch.
But knowing that the team was so damn beat up, we heard from Mark Slayer,
what I expected from him was to be an upper echelon by my metrics. To be an upper echelon quarterback is, hey, stuff's going awry everywhere, and I'm putting out fires left and right. My offensive line stinks, and I only got my one playmaker, and I'm going to find a way to will us to a win in this game. Like what Matt Stafford did, for example, against the Niners in week 3. But
they were aided. Let's be real. They were aided. They were aided with Jake Moody missed field goal, a terrible leg or a loss of containment by Malik Mustafa, and a pass interference on Devondre Campbell. Like, I know he played well in the second half. The Niners still, Jake Moody make a kick, Roddy Bell catch a pass.
What was his signature fourth quarter performance?
Oh, he didn't have. He was. I'm not saying.
Okay, so like that's why you're asking where the salary was. I think it was fourth quarter after fourth quarter after fourth quarter where he came up a little small. Like liking him and wanting him to still play quarterback, and then that's one opinion.
Does it the body
and then
of work
going
matter?
all the way to the $200 million guaranteed, like it's a big jump. It's a big jump, and I don't know if I'm ready to make that leap. I really don't.
Does the body of work matter though?
What, the first year?
The first 2 years of what he played.
Well, he played the 5 games plus some playoff games, and then the full season. Like, yeah, of course that weighs in there. Like that gives me optimism and hope that I do think he was a little dinged up this year, and things could get better. But I also look at it like, was that a career outlier year? Like, I think you have to play both sides of the coin when you're evaluating these things.
Let me ask you this then.
Like, because I'm evaluating Debo, and most of my Debo opinions are based off of this last 17 games, even though he only played in 14, 15 of them, right? Not based off what he did in 2022 or 2023.
Do you believe the Brock Purdy we saw this past season is the Brock Purdy that we'll see for the foreseeable future, or is he more the guy for the first year and a half?
I don't think he's going to be the guy from the first year and a half. That guy was almost flawless. Like if he stayed on that trajectory, you're looking at a Hall of Famer. There's only 25 or so Hall of Fame quarterbacks in the league. So it would be foolish for me to say that, who he was through his first 25 games, that's who he is. He's probably somewhere in between, and that's a cop out. I don't think he's as bad as he was this year. His numbers literally, I'm looking around like I thought Aaron Rodgers had a horrible year. And then I look up and it's like, actually, he was way more efficient than Brock Purdy, threw for more touchdowns, was better in the red zone. And that sounds like nasty to say. I don't want Aaron Rodgers. I'm just saying, like, Purdy's numbers weren't good this year. He had about the same amount of turnovers as touchdowns. That's not a good ratio. I think it's a one-off. I want to see him bounce back.
Did you say Aaron Rodgers had better weapons than Purdy this season?
I think the Jets were dumpster fire. I think it's hard to evaluate.
Devontae Adams and Garrett Wilson are better than any receiver the 49ers have, right?
You have George Kittle.
Okay, tight end. And George Kittle had a great year, right? They had a great rapport. Purdy and Kittle had a great rapport.
Okay.
Great rapport. Debo fell off a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Ricky Pearsall. What's Ricky?
Jennings had a great year, though.
Exactly. Jennings had a good year. That's a positive. Ricky Pearsall. Wow. 2 games. We see, maybe there is a player there.
I don't know. I'm just isolating the quarterback when I make these decisions. I think the offensive line wasn't doing them a lot of favors this year. They clearly couldn't get the run game going in the second half of the year, but he missed some throws, and I thought he came up a little short. I like him, but, You know, if we're going to talk about big time money and, you know, markets and where does he stack in, I thought he had a down year by what I expect from him.
Let's go to. It's good. You know, I was just thinking while we're talking about Purdy, the way we talk about these quarterbacks. Can you imagine Steve Young in the social media era?
Well, I mean, Steve Young also set passer efficiency, you know, year after year after year, and reset what it is for a quarterback rating, and then fell hard in the playoffs.
Exactly.
Yeah. But he also was a multiple-time MVP.
The social media era would have torched him.
Probably, like the way that we do Lamar.
Yeah, exactly, which is very unfair. It's just fascinating at times. Let's go to batting practice in the city. Batting practice.
Hey, guys. I love you guys. I don't listen to KMBR anymore, so I just listen to you guys. You guys are great. Regarding Brock Purdy, he's a nice guy. I like him. Like somebody was saying, the kind of guy you'd want your daughter to marry, perhaps. I like him. He's a good guy, but I just don't think he deserves top money. And like he said, he wants to wrap this up quickly. So I think he should pretty much take whatever the Niners give him. Because, I got 7 reasons why. I don't want to. You guys want to hear him?
Yeah, rapid fire. Let's go. I'm here. I got time.
Yeah. All right. Here's the deal. Well, he's too small. He's not durable. He's not tall enough. He can't see over those linemen. That's why he gets all those tip balls. He's interception prone. He can't throw the deep ball. How many is that? Is that 4?
You know what? I'll take it. That was a funny call. See, I do believe, last year, not the season we just saw, 2023, his deep ball was really good. This year, the deep ball wasn't as good. The timing, how much air he put underneath it. I'm willing to, but it's like, to me, I'm like, all right, I think there was something a little up with the shoulder.
But not only that, though, but doesn't it correlate with the movement of the offensive line, the turnover, the constant lineup changes up front?
Bonte.
Offensive line.
He had some platforms.
I admit,
he missed some throws. He came up short on a couple.
I just said that.
It happens.
I said that. I've said that. I don't know why. I said that. Kansas City, 2 throws. The Monday I took Kansas City, I was like, wow, he missed Cowie and Kittle, and you end up with 6 points instead of 14 points. I understand all that. However, when you have a lot of turnover up front, when you have a lot of turnover on the outside, doesn't that factor in some of the timing issues, some of the communication issues? That doesn't?
When he had a clean pocket and a guy had 5 or 6 steps and he underthrows someone, there should not be an excuse. Like the NFL, that's the league. You're not going to have clean pockets on every play. Yes, it's factored in there. I thought his deep ball this year was really
his deep ball was
subpar. Subpar.
I'm not going to dispute that at all.
And that's where I actually give him, forget the O-line and the weapons. I think it's the shoulder.
Let's go back to JC in New York. Then we'll get to Kevin in Morgan. What's up?
Hey, appreciate it, guys. Let's try this again. I'd like to chime in on our DC vacancy and Brock Purdy. So I think for DC, we should revisit Dave Merritt. I know he said what he said after the Super Bowl, but for me, all those were facts, right? And he's been surrounded by championship caliber coaching and culture with the Giants when he beat Brady twice and the 3 with KC. I think he can help groom our secondary. And if the personalities are clashing with him and Kyle and maybe John, the answer is winning fixes everything, right? That's in all of sports. That's my take on our DC vacancy. And with Purdy, I'm with Shasky with his concerns. I understand it's the QB position, but I think we should wait at least half a season next season before we pay him. And, well, whatever we're going to pay him, we have to see. And you guys got to brace yourself for this one. But if we can win a bunch of games with Garoppolo, I think we could win some games with Marcus Mariota if Purdy decides to hold out or sit out. I think he's very much capable of running Kyle's offense. And if Mariota does play in the beginning of the season, did you see our strength of schedule? Like, if he's able to play and win a few games, then all the cards are back in our court.
I think Brock Purdy is so much better than Mariota.
Let me do this, though. To start the schedule, JC, let's not focus on that right now. We just don't know what these teams are going to look like come training camp. You know what I mean, JC? That's fair?
Right.
Is that fair?
Right. That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, so, I mean, but Mariota, it's a backup. Could win you a couple games.
As a backup, yes.
And
as a backup.
Is Merritt the guy who's part of Spagnuolo's staff? Is that the guy you're talking about?
No. Yes.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Dave Merritt is currently with KC, DB coach.
Gotcha.
But listen, Mariota, remember that game? He was mobile against us. He's still very mobile now. We could get him for cheap instead of trying to maybe acquire Sam Darnold back. But we, as Kyle could see,
look good against the Commanders. Against Dallas on Sunday.
Right. So I'm just saying, if we want more leverage against Purdy, I think that's the route I would go. I know you said don't focus on that. I just want to do a quick shout out too.
I just don't think that. I just don't think he's going to get on a field if he doesn't get some sort of a pay raise.
Nor should he. Let's go to Morgan in Morgan Hill. What's up, Morgan?
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to make 2 points about Brock Purdy. I know he had a disappointing season. I think everybody pretty much feels that way. But I think progress for these quarterbacks isn't always linear. In fact, it's probably more often not linear. And so, they add things to their game every season. And what I'm encouraged about with Purdy is that I feel like he tried to add to his game the aspect of taking bigger shots down the field. And he probably did it too much this season. And I think that he's going to look back on this season and kind of evaluate how things went. And hopefully we'll find a better balance moving forward with the check down and stuff. So I'm encouraged that he's actually trying to add things to his game. So that's the first thing that I want to say. The second thing is that so many times this year, more than 2023, when you saw a bad pass or something, and the camera panned to Brock Purdy's face, and you could just tell from his face that the wide receiver just wasn't in the right spot. And so, football is such a complex game where it's so hard to know who's at fault for some of these bad plays, unless you're the coach and the quarterback doing film study, seeing all 12 players on the field and deciding, well, where did that go wrong? And I use Coach Shanahan as my surrogate for this type of decision because I think he's been pretty consistent that Brock Purdy is his guy. And he said that multiple times on multiple occasions. And I think that for me, that's enough to go with Brock Purdy for the long term. I think I've seen enough and heard enough.
It's what you're saying is actually really interesting. So Greg Papa sits down on NBC with Coach Shanahan on Thursdays, and they replay it on the Mayoko podcast. I think it's called 49er Talk on NBC, and I listen to it every single week. And the last couple of weeks, multiple times, somehow the conversation got to Purdy, and it was Greg and Coach Shanahan going back and forth, and Shanahan was talking about, there are times this year where I felt like he didn't trust what he was seeing, and he didn't trust what was going out on the field. And I don't know if that was a shot at guys not knowing the routes, like a Pearsall or somebody who's newer, or Purdy just literally not maybe trusting what he's seeing because he's seeing the pass rush because of the poor O-line or whatever it was. But to his point about trying to drive the ball down the field, I do kind of buy some of that. I think that they were trying to take a lot of deep shots, and they did miss some stuff underneath, and not every year is going to be great, So, but I do think there is something there to so many moving parts, and I think it did kind of get it. They weren't in sync, that's for sure.
Yep. It's hard to be in sync when guys are in and out of the lineup. It's just hard. Let's go to Kevin in Sonoma. What's happening?
Okay, so I got about, hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
I got about 3 or 4 points. First, about the holdout. Isn't it true that if a player exceeds at his position, like, say, for instance, the running back got more yards than anybody else, he should get a bonus or a raise? Or if a defensive end made a bunch of sacks, more than anybody else, they should get a raise?
It depends on the incentives of the contract and how the contract is structured.
Right, and I think that's what happened with Bosa, and I think that's what happened with CPMC. Also, I think Trent Williams, wasn't he didn't he go to the Pro Bowl? Was elected to the Pro Bowl during the Super Bowl? But he, of course, he couldn't play because he was in the Super Bowl. So I think that's why he won the raise. But anyway, as far as Brock Purdy, I don't think he's that type of guy. I don't think he's the type of guy that is trying to hold out. I think he wants to get it done so he can get back to work because he didn't have a great season this season. And as far as that, don't forget last year, we were scoring 30 points a pop for a while. Okay, we had a couple of mistakes, and then we got back online, scoring 30 points. Defense was playing good. We have never been a comeback team, especially this season. Can't come back. No comeback at all. Plus, don't forget, we got penalized so many times. Everybody talking about Brock Purdy's play. A lot of plays and even a lot of runs were called back because of penalties. And for some reason, Shanahan seems to be behind the time with calling these plays. Still doing reverses, no trick plays at all. Everybody else is doing the copy league, but we're still doing the old thing, the old reversal with Debo, and all they got to do is fill in the gaps because he's a big body. They need to put him out in the field doing plays, but it's just it hasn't been any change. And I think Brock Purdy should get paid because this was a year that he didn't have no weapons. He's playing from behind. He's a young kid, and he's just trying to play his best. And I do see him on the sidelines when he's not playing. He wants to be out there. He wants to get back and get busy and show what he can do. So I don't think he wants a big-ass contract, but I do think he wants to get paid so he can get started.
You know what? You made a lot of very good points there, Kevin. There's a couple that you made. You know, the 30 points a game and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, CPMC, yeah, that was funny. You know, when you look at Brock Purdy's numbers and he's 10th in passing yards in the league, despite being 17th in pass attempts, there's a lot to, you know, we're midway through the year. We interviewed Patrick Peterson. We played the Jay Gruden sound over and over. We talked to Kirk Morrison. And all of these guys, which we all subscribed to, said the passing game was outdated. The passing game needs to be reinvigorated. The passing game is behind the times. So if the passing game is behind the times, that to me falls on the head coach who's calling the plays to reinvent the passing game and make the passing game work. And so if these people, and you may disagree with them or not, but we talk about Jerry Rice joined us and said the 49ers don't use the outside. They don't throw outside the numbers. For whatever reason, they don't do it. If they don't do it, isn't that on Shanahan more so Purdy? Maybe opening up this playbook and letting them throw outside the numbers to see what it looks like.
Well, when they had Brandon Allen out there, they actually tried to throw to the outside a couple of times.
Right.
So I don't know if that's more like Shanahan adjusting to the, you know, whatever the strength is of Brandon Allen.
Wouldn't you say the passing game needs to be tweaked a bit?
Yeah, but I actually saw the passing game take some tweaks. So, for example, there was a Ricky Pearsall play where he got wide open. It was like one of the first trips, mesh plays where you had all these picks, and then boom, Pearsall just blows free, and I'm like, wow, that's a new wrinkle. I mean, it's one play,
right?
But that's a new wrinkle on, on their passing game. I've never seen them do that, where they went trips, crisscrossed the two outside and inside guys, and then had the middle guy just run out free, and Pearsall's wide open, and quarterback underthrew him by a lot. And he crow hopped into that throw and underthrew him by a lot. That should have been a touchdown.
Should have been a touchdown.
You know, so he needs more of that. There's no question.
Yeah.
And I think that's where I look at Shanahan and we talk about, reinventing. No, add more of those wrinkles. Those are the wrinkles that you need to sprinkle in.
When I look at the 49ers, and we're going to get to the rest of these calls here before we exit the show, when I look at the Niners, I think they have I'm more so concerned about the defense than I am the offense because I know Shanahan and Purdy's there.
It's got to be completely revamped.
The defense that's the big issue. Again, when I talk about the list of issues, Brock, and he has his shortcomings. He has his flaws. Trust me, he drives me crazy sometimes. Believe it or not, which is crazy, right? I've become the Brock Purdy #1 fan around these parts for some reason. The offense is fine. They got a bunch of yards. The red zone was the issue, not scoring touchdowns. And that, to me, is a direct correlation to Christian McCaffrey not being on the football field. Once you get Christian McCaffrey back on the football field, I think your red zone woes will alleviate. You'll be able to score a lot more touchdowns. You won't be settling for 3. It's the defense that we need to figure out. And it's the special teams that you need to shore up. Those are the big issues on this football team, not Purdy and Shanahan. So, again, whatever the money is, I do believe the Niners are structured in a way where it's team-friendly and Purdy gets his money. And I do have faith that Brock Purdy will be healthier and will make the throws necessary and be the quarterback that resembles the 2023 guy. Maybe not throw up the numbers and the touchdown passes, but But I don't think he's the guy we saw last season because I don't think guys are going to be dropping like flies next season. Now, I could be wrong. Injuries happen at any point. But this is a very flawed team, and Purdy had to make the most of what he had out there. And what he had out there, it wasn't top-flight weapons. It wasn't top-flight offensive line pass blocking. It wasn't top – like, we need a center. You need a right tackle. You need a left guard. Like, it's a lot of problems here. But Purdy and Shanahan still were able to move the ball left and right. They were able to get into the red zone. So I'm kind of with some of these callers here where it's like, let's just chill. Purdy's fine. I think we have a quarterback.
Well, but it is also the biggest financial domino. Like, okay, Jimmy Garoppolo got $122 million guaranteed throughout the life of his 49er tenure. At signing, Purdy wants more than that. Bosa got $122 million guaranteed at signing. Like, at signing, Purdy wants more than that. So this is a big financial decision. So it's going to be the largest contract the team ever hands out. So that's why it's pertinent. And I look at, like, the defense it's a great point. Like, Detroit, we thought had a pretty crummy defense. They're probably the worst on paper defense heading into the playoffs. Maybe it's the Commanders. I don't know. I'm open to hearing someone else, but I look at quarterback, head coach, and like across the board, outside of maybe the Texans because they had a really down year at quarterback, and maybe Jalen Hurts in Philly. Like, there's a correlation to if the quarterback plays well, that team's going to go to the playoffs. Really, the only elite quarterback that didn't make the playoffs is Burrow.
Yeah. But Jordan Love, I don't think played great this year. They got to the playoffs.
I would agree there.
He didn't
but
play
they had
great.
the one thing. They had the one thing that evaded the Niners: a good defense and a great run game.
Exactly. Like, Mahomes didn't have the greatest year.
No, but he's Mahomes.
He is Mahomes. But I'm just saying, he's Mahomes, and we give him that benefit of the doubt. But he didn't have a great year. He was up and down. So C.J. Stroud. So, look, every signing. Every player you sign on a football field, whether it's Bosa or Ayuk, it's a big risk. It's a big risk. And they haven't got their bang for their buck for Devo. They haven't got it for Bosa. No. And right now, they certainly haven't gotten it for Brandon Ayuk. So, Purdy at least has been available. He's been on the football field. These other guys haven't lived up to the contract. So it's always going to be a risk when you sign a player in the football field. Guy can tear his ACL in practice. For crying out loud.
No doubt. I just, the other thing is that we do this with like baseball, like all these $300 million deals, they all stink. They're terrible. Like, some of these quarterback contracts have not been that great. Like Tua missed the playoffs again this year, and he's gotten dinged up. And obviously we know Jacksonville's going through a dumpster fire and they got bigger issues. Kirk Cousins' deal did not age well almost immediately for Atlanta. The Russell Wilson deal, it was a horrible deal. If we look back on it, the extension that the Denver Broncos gave him. So there are some, like, damn, buyer beware quarterback contracts out there. I don't know. I would wonder what Philly thinks about the current Jalen Hurts deal, because that's a team that's threaded the needle and built around a player and reinvented themselves on the fly while having a quarterback making a lot of money.
And they surrounded themselves and they paid the receivers.
Do you think
top-flight receivers?
Do you think they like that deal? I'm just curious. I don't know.
Philadelphia is in love with Jalen Hurts when he's winning, and then when they're not winning, they want to trade Jalen Hurts. So, you know how fans are. Yeah. One day they love you, one day they hate you. Let's go to Sushi Steve in San Francisco. What's up?
What's up, guys? So I got a couple points about, this Brock Purdy thing. Number one, Shanahan and Lynch, they have to keep Purdy. Like, literally they have to. Like, those guys would have lost their job if, the Trey Lance thing happens the way it did. Brock Purdy, the last pick comes in and just terrible. It's just pathetic. Those guys would be fired. So they have to keep that guy from their perspective. And then, from our perspective, from the fans' perspective, it's kind of ideal, you guys. Again, we don't know the number that Brock's going to sign for, that the final number. And we all know that, I think this hasn't been said, but if we spend $60 million on that guy, we can't get anything else. Like, our roster is going to be totally different. So it's kind of a perfect storm for us. Brock didn't perform as great, but if you look at his numbers, it's like, yeah, he had 4 or 5 really bad games. He didn't perform well in the rain. But other than that, Brock's our guy. He's the best quarterback we've had, in my opinion, and San Francisco native, since CeeDee. He is. So, coming from,
Let me ask you a different question. Let me ask you a different question. Game-winning drive in the playoffs, You taking him over Jeff Garcia, Kaepernick. I'll throw in Alex Smith. Jimmy Garoppolo. You're throwing it to him. You're giving him the ball.
Yeah. I mean, is he Patrick Mahomes? Is he Joe Montana? Is he Tom Brady? No. But I mean, it's tough for me. I'm like you. I'm like you guys. I'm a Bay Area native. I'm a San Francisco native. So it hurts. It hurts not to be like. So when we had Cap, I was ecstatic. Even though I didn't love Cap, but I'm like, holy cow, we have someone that can sit in there and fire. And then I mean, he was an incredible runner. I didn't like. Okay, so this is not going to be a popular opinion, but I was not an Alex Smith fan.
Nor was I.
We drafted him.
Yeah, I mean, nor was I.
You know, I mean, I wanted Braylon Edwards. I know that's crazy, but I wanted Braylon Edwards. I know that's stupid.
I love that,
nevertheless, no, I was hurt. And when people start saying, "Oh, it's the catch too," I'm like, no, it's not. No, it's not. Like Alex. Okay, I'm not going to get into Alex, but I'm just happy that we have Brock, someone that can control. I mean, he doesn't have the biggest hands, and he's not going to be the fourth quarter guy. Maybe not yet, but I'm still highly satisfied with Brock Purdy.
But you know what, though? Susie Steve?
Good call.
He was a fourth quarter guy in the playoffs. Against Dallas, right? Against Dallas. Who else they beat in the play? Green Bay? Detroit had to be a second half guy down 24-7. NFC Championship game, I would say that's pretty big. It's pretty big. I don't know, man. It's fascinating, man, how this is flipped on Brock. Leroy in Oakland, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up,
Free
Leroy?
Brock Purdy. Free Brock Purdy. Free Brock Purdy, man. Pay him his money. I mean, he did nothing to not get his money. I mean, there's enough blame to go around, but if we start weighing that, you know, the blame game will be way down the line, putting it at Brock Purdy's, you know, doorstep. So pay the kid his money, man, you know, and I say this, like, give him some more attempts, some more throwing attempts. Like, the average attempts of a quarterback in the NFL is like 33 attempts. Can we just give him the average? You know, all this 25, 28 attempts, Garoppolo had that. You know, I think the kid has earned, you know, a little more meat on his plate. You got to keep him in the sense of, hey, Lynch, Shanahan, you hit your wagon to Mr. Irrelevant. You got to see what he's got. You got to see what he's got. And what he's put forward now, hey, that's enough to keep going with him. So go ahead and pay him his money and see what we got. I like Purdy. I think he could be good. And give him his money.
Give him his money. Give him his money. Here's my final thought. It is kind of my boo.
Yeah.
Because the Warriors got beat by 46 points in the last 2 games combined. Steve Kerr was asked if it was nice to see a great game from TJD. Here's Steve Kerr's answer.
I mean, I can't sit here after that and be excited about anything. Like, I mean, he scored 19 points. Great. He's having a good season. But who the hell cares if we're not competitive? If we don't have a competitive spirit and a fight and a willingness to compete through everything, then I'm not going to sit here and talk about it. Hey, so-and-so had some points. Great. Who cares? It's about us competing and being the Warriors, being the team we've been for 10 years and not feeling sorry for ourselves. That's what I'm thinking about tonight.
That's it?
Steve said it all.
Okay. Justin Verlander. Thank you, Buster Posey. You know, this isn't going to change this team from a 77-win team to an 88-win team. But I'll tell you this, on a Tuesday night, if you told me it's Keaton Wynn or Landon Roop or Tristan Beck, and I like all those guys. Tristan, great follow on Instagram, good golfer. Or if it's Verlander, like, yeah, I'm leaning forward for Verlander. I don't care that he's ancient. It's a 1-year deal. I love it. He's one of my favorite players of all time. He shoves. And if we get a couple of shots at Kate Upton in the stands, so be it.
Relax.
I'm actually excited about the Giants.
There you go. This whole last place schedule, like, oh, guys, we have a last place schedule.
It's already annoying.
The 49ers are a last place team. What are we doing here? They literally finished last in their own division. That's why they have a last place schedule. So your team, like, just to assume that they're going to be great next year and be a first place team is just laughable.
Well, you're also
like,
assuming that the other teams are going to be as equally bad.
The Raiders have a fourth place schedule.
Right.
Exactly. Like, come on. Like, what are we doing here? By the way, speaking of the Raiders, they're talking Bill Belichick, Tom Brady specifically. So we'll see.
I would love that. The hoodie meets Vader. Wow.
Perfect Raider.
I would rather have him than Pete Carroll.
You know what? You know what?
I want Pete to be his DC.
I just read something about Belichick. He said that the most dynamic coaching interview he's ever done was with Al Davis with the Raiders. He said he learned so much. Al Davis wanted to know about the coaching, the schemes, situational football. He said that was by far the best interview. He loved the day he spent out there at Harbor Bay Parkway.
You know what Al's whole purpose was? He wanted intel from as many teams as possible to use for himself. It was great.
Risotto.
Oh, hold on. I got to get his thing up in here. Oh, no. This is foul on the play. Spadoni right now. This is,
Let's get to Spadoni's mic.
Hold on. No, I can do it on the fly here. There we go. All right. Go ahead, Steven.
Okay, yeah, I'm here. Yeah, just to piggyback on the Verlander thing, no such thing as a bad 1-year deal. A lot of people freaking out over this.
Oh, shocker.
It's fun. It's a fun thing.
Except the Blake Snell deal.
Shocker.
You lost draft picks.
Yeah.
Shocker. We're mad about something out there.
Yeah, no, it's a fun thing. It won't be the difference if they win 90 games. It won't be the difference if they lose 90 games. So, yeah. No harm in signing 42-year-old Justin Verlander. Also, thinking about the people in Los Angeles and the fires and all that. So hearts go out to them.
Well said. Well said there,
Steiny
Steven.
looks like he's ready to go.
Oh, he's fired up.
Built for days like today.
We're going to talk some playoffs here because it's not lost on me what you and Carter agreed to. Said that the Masters was the greatest sports weekend of the year. We're going to get into that at some point later in the week. Because you guys, I don't even think it's in my top 10. Honest to God, not like golf. But come on.
NBA playoffs, Shasky Family Porter golf tournament, the Masters.
That's it for us. Al's Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Have a good day, everybody.
want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Call it like you see it.
Together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
I know my partner well enough. Go ahead. Go ahead. I saw your little video last night, so...
Oh, no, you don't know. Hold on. This is serious.
Yeah,
I'm being serious.
I might go
Thoughts
viral.
and prayers
Floor is yours.
to everybody down south with the fires, because, Steiny, it's tragic, and, again, it just puts everything in perspective, and, I mean, it's just terrible. So thoughts and prayers to everybody dealing with the fire situation down in Los Angeles. Okay, so I'll start there. Yesterday I put up a video because I couldn't wait to see you, and you typed something on the thread that led me to do it last night, and you said Steph Curry's doing the Lord's work. And Steiny, he can't do it by himself, but I don't recognize this Warrior team. They have no backbone. But what's happened in the last 3 weeks is Podium Gate. It's almost bigger. The nuggets that are coming out of the mouths of the Warrior players and coaches has me majorly concerned. And I'll say this, Curry, you're a Don. What does Bonte say? You'll eat for free forever with 4 rings. But when you say this team is tight and doesn't have confidence, that's your job. And my question to you before you bring us home or introduce us, Steiny, is this is not CYO or high school. This is the NBA, the National Basketball Association. Confidence should be on a thou wow. Why are the Warriors' tails between their legs? That's what's bothering me. What do you mean confidence? You got Steph, Dre, and Looney, and Steve Kerr. What are we doing? Now it's confidence? You're missing shots because guys can't shoot.
They're in a tough stretch.
Oh, my. Okay. Good morning, man.
Tough stretch for the Warriors.
I didn't like that. We've lost our confidence.
How many games the Warriors win last year?
Okay, your point there.
I'm trying to help you here.
They didn't win enough.
All right, I know. But they did win 46.
But I know. The field won more.
They had a worse record at this point last year. They were 17-19. They're 18-18 this year.
Are you watching Steph with the towel on his head and the look on his face? It's Steiny. It's something I don't know. I'm like
Evan. I tried to prepare you guys. For this kind of situation.
It's not just me. It's the Warriors themselves.
Yeah, no, I know. It's just.
How was Draymond defensively last night?
Not very good.
Dude. The Heat had played the double overtime game the night before. Hey, I text Willard. Our old Mark Willard.
What did he have to say?
I'm going to do my Willard. When Vegas talks to you, Goo, you got to listen. -9.5. They got ran out the gym. I don't know, Steiny. I really don't. I understand a dynasty effectively being over, and then you got to start or reset. But what we're watching is unacceptable. It just is. This is unacceptable for everybody. And I heard the guys in the morning talk about fans. I felt like they were talking to me, that were complaining. No, we're just this. It's our job to respond and just share with you our inner thoughts about this team. And right now, Steiny, they're better than what we're seeing. This reminds me that this 2-game stretch, you tell me what you think. Evan threw in Miami last year when their G League team beat us. But Toronto came in here and New Orleans came in here and embarrassed us. And a couple of those games were on, one of those games were on ABC with Doris Burke and the rest of the gang. But that's how I feel right now. That was embarrassing. 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, it was. It was. They're not playing well.
What do? What can you really do? SF Gate, I got to get the writer. He went in, I guess, over the weekend on Joe Lacob. As if Joe... For this 2 timeline thing, and he just, the Wiseman debacle, the pool, like, Dude, the guy has 4 rings. What if I told you Joe Lacob to me is the last of the problems?
Well, is it Steph or is it Lacob, the last of the problems?
Thank you, Evan.
Which is the least of the? Is Lacob a problem or is Curry a problem?
Curry's the least of the problems.
Okay, so then Lacob's not the least of their problems. Then he's a problem.
But he's not my top 5.
Okay.
You said it takes 2 to tango. If you want to dance, the young lady has to say she wants to dance.
All right, well then don't blame Joe Lacob for not making any moves.
I'm not.
Okay, well then they got to do better with the team they have.
Okay, so why is the confidence or morale down if it's really just due to missed shots? That's what hurt me. We're talking about a dynasty. Well, okay, it could be over, but you got Steph and Draymond Green and Kevon Looney.
No, Looney didn't play last night. So
and I'm starting to wonder why. Not that they would have won.
Well,
I just threw that out there.
Well, it's like this is the sign of a team that's struggling is, Looney doesn't play last night. Now everyone's, Looney should have played. Moody played last night. How'd he do?
Yeah.
Everybody wants Moody.
Yeah.
So I don't necessarily think this is a.
Do you think this is rock bottom? That's my fear.
They're 500.
But going the wrong. They got Detroit and Indiana. Too young to. Indiana already beat you at home. Detroit's playing. They're young, athletic. They get after it. Okay. That's your 2-game roadie. I'm nervous.
Okay.
So you don't think this is rock bottom? I would hope this is rock. Just the way that they're losing.
Well, this is where I've just got to put. I got to be me. They're only 18 and 18.
All right. And that's true.
And 1 year ago, they won 46 games. And I don't like to do this, but I have to play the other side. Dude, you know what they were last year?
No, I do not.
They were 19 and 24 last year. 19 and 24. They were 5 under 500 past the halfway point of the season last year.
With Chris Paul and Klay Thompson.
Right, but Draymond was suspended and Wiggins was having a bad year and Klay Thompson was off to a terrible start. So, I mean, if sticking to your question, is this rock bottom? It maybe, but it certainly doesn't have to be. You could be worse than this.
Yes, the best player on your team, Steph Curry, says he doesn't know how to fix it. Those words came out of it. He doesn't know the remedy, Steiny. That's what's scary. Well, and again, what bothers just my fandom to the core, where is the confidence at? If you're 18 and 18, and you got me feeling a little better with that, but why would Coach Kerr go to the podium and say he can feel it? The confidence is gone. What Steiny's telling, hey, guys, we're 18 and 18. We were 18 and 17 going into last night's game. Let's go get them. This team's tired. And yet,
I mean, one of the reasons I think they probably lost some confidence is like they don't have the exact same team they've always had. So, you got Schroeder, Kyle Anderson, and Hield. They're trying to figure out how to play alongside Steph. Pajemski's taking a step back.
He's not even playing.
He doesn't have confidence when he's been out there. Moody's just out there playing. He doesn't look like he's confident.
Wow.
That sometimes can happen when guys don't have defined roles, but Kerr said he was going into the season and they weren't going to have defined roles. They were going to try to play as many players as they could, and now they don't look very cohesive. The funny thing is I read a bunch of stories about the Warriors' offense and how I guess in their last four losses, they haven't even scored 100 points.
Wow. Think about that.
Well, you know what I think is worse? I know you're going to think, and I'm just talking about last night's game. How do the Heat score 114? The Heat.
Right.
How do the Heat score 114 without Jimmy Butler and haven't played a double overtime game the night before? The Heat.
Because there's no resistance from the Warriors defensively. And there are times that I do see it and I'm like, okay, that's what you can hang your hat on. But did you notice as the clock ran out, the game was over? Steve Kerr almost had to get reminded or was just dumbfounded and perplexed as to, Steiny, the Warrior guys didn't get up to go to the locker room or meet and greet. They were just kind of just there stunned, and I'm watching it like the game's over. Dude, and that's why I hope this is rock bottom, but you got me feeling a little better. They're 18 and 18. but it's soon to be 19 if they don't figure things out.
What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. That segment was brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems.
It's always fun game. Absolutely incredible.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Draymond, 1-3 shy of a triple-double. 7 points, 10 rebounds, 10 assists for Draymond Green. Warriors edged out late, 114-98.
Shocked you talking to me.
What? I'm just... He almost had a triple-double
And
last
if you
night.
say that to Coach Kerr in a loss like that, he don't want to hear nothing about individuality, baby. I love that from him.
Well,
He
we'll
went in.
hear from Steve Kerr in a second. The number, as you all know, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors get beat last night by Miami, and it's funny how there's kind of ebbs and flows to a season. And yesterday, we talked about Tim Kuhn of ESPN, who wrote this story on the Warriors about how tough it's going to be for them to thread this needle, try to become a better team while Steph Curry plays less and less. And it feels like after last night's game, you're watching this
33 minutes from the chef.
You're watching this frustration and kind of disintegration in real time.
Wow.
And there's nobody that's watched the Warriors for Steph Curry's entire 16-year career and doesn't realize, the last few nights at the podium, he's looked a little bit despondent. Man. So, we've got a few things happening. What's going on? And then what do you do? And I think what might be the most frustrating thing, Goo, is I think it's starting to become apparent that there might not be anything you can do to make this team better in the next month, because there seems to be a chance that any available player who may be available, either they can't figure it out how to make a deal, or the team that has a player thinks the Warriors are asking for too much. And as Joe Lacob has always said, trades are hard, so you got to kind of let Dunleavy do whatever Dunleavy's going to do, and you got to play Detroit on Thursday and try to win a game.
You're right, but what about this? And I don't want to compare you and I, or even Evan and Spadoni, to NBA players, but we've been in situations with groups, at least I have, and family. Steiny, when there are no answers, the frustration grows, and it festers to a point to where now you see sides of people that even they didn't want to show you the side. And I think Exhibit A is Steph Curry after the games. I don't think early on, after 36 games, he even thought it would look like this. And I'm worried and I'm uncomfortable, Steiny, watching this Warrior team, with that being the mantra. Because right now, if there is no answer and this keeps up, then we're going to start seeing sides and hearing things that are like, oh boy. And I've never come for Steve Kerr, Steiny. I never have. I talk about his brilliance, drawing up plays out of timeouts and things of that nature. But this year, he stepped to the mic and he told the fan base, we're good enough. He said we're good enough to go 13 or 14 deep, and that's what we're going to do. They tried it, got off to a great start. Melton got hurt, and then Vamoose. And then all of a sudden, you're kind of Jimmy jacking with guys playing time or whatnot, but I entrusted you. But when you go to the mic now, Steve Kerr, like you did last night, and you tell me that grown-ass men are lacking confidence, I can now get in the line of saying, okay, this is the first time, Coach. Well, I've criticized him before, but Steiny, I'm really bothered. That's on you, Coach, to get this morale or confidence up when you got leaders like Steph and Dre. That's what's really getting to me.
Well, and you're looking at it from a team perspective, and you think this team should be better. It's better than 18-18, and you're talking about the personnel and the talent, which is fine. Maybe they're not maxing out. Maybe they should have a few more wins. I keep coming back to the much bigger picture was that. And I remember saying this last year at the end of the season, and it's a general statement, but how you tell me how you can overcome it. At the end of last year, Mike Dunleavy was tasked with two things: reduce payroll and get better.
That's impossible.
Thank you. Their number one goal in the offseason was to get under the second apron. That was their number one goal. It wasn't to land a star. Because to land a star, they probably would have had to blow through that apron, which would have hindered them in a monster way. And that's what I keep coming back to with the Golden State Warriors. You needed to reduce payroll and get better. And those things don't go hand in hand. And that's why when they made the decision, we're getting under that second apron, and then you knew that they were going to have to be kind of tight and frugal and be creative, and they brought in Hield, Anderson, and Melton, I'm thinking, you know what? That's not bad considering the cost cutting that they had to do, but unfortunately, they're about the same team as they were last year. So I look at it as a bigger picture. Like I don't think this team's really much better than 18-18 for what I've seen. But Goo, I think the issue is, why did we think they were going to be better when we knew at the same time they had to cut payroll?
Now, I don't want to say problem with had, because it's choice. Now, this could be naivete, but they went after Paul George and marketing. And if those deals would have went through, Joe Lacob, I don't want to say happily, Steiny, he was telling the fan base, I'm ready to spend and blow past it again if we can get these two type of guys. So they couldn't get them. So I want to just push back a little on you saying that they were going down street A of we got to cut payroll and try to get better. They tried to do something on street B and go shopping at Nordstrom's.
You believe them?
All right, we know what I do. Do you believe them? I got it. Why wouldn't we believe him, Steiny? Why wouldn't we believe Joe Lacob, who spent and been in the red forever? Why would we believe that they would try to give the fans and Windhorse and all the powers to be the banana in the tailpipe just to make it look like we went after him? Draymond was on his podcast saying they were trying to get both. So I got to believe him.
Okay. This is where they try, and I heard that's a joke. How are they going to get both? Why would you even say that? Why would you that's the other thing. Anybody who knew anything, the minute last year, Windhorse said the Warriors are going big game hunting, my first thought was, how are they going big game hunting when they're going to reduce payroll? How? 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 You can't. And they didn't. And in fact, they let Chris Paul walk for nothing. Because had they taken money or salary back for Chris Paul, they would have constrained themselves to an unbelievable degree. And so the idea of a big fish, to me, had such a small percentage of actually happening that people, we got fooled into thinking that something could be pulled off, and maybe nothing can be pulled off. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's funny. It's, last few Warrior losses, I keep asking,
terrible.
What do you do? If you're a Warrior fan, 888-957-9570, what do you do? What are you going to do? I think we're finding out there's nothing he can do. They're trying to do something. I believe that.
But they're uncomfortable. Can you admit that? Like Kawakami, I'm a sucker for information, right? He tweeted last night.
Mean anything to me.
He said normally Mike Dunleavy and Lacob talk, but they were having a conversation right out the game, kind of right in front of the report. What do you think
that means? So you tell me.
The word I'm looking for in hope, what that means, urgency. Like, what you're saying is facts, Steiny, but I don't think anybody's happy. Look, you're going to play the Kerr sound here shortly. Steph Curry.
Nobody's happy. So what? And I'm going to, nobody's happy. They're 18-18. So what? So what? You think everybody's happy on the Portland Trailblazers?
No,
and that's the team we are right now.
Wow.
Like they are. They're 18-18. People are unhappy. I'm sure Schroeder is Schroeder didn't want to be traded. I'm sure Kuminga's now hurt. He's upset. Steph sees his mortality. Draymond knows he's pretty much at the end of his career. Looney doesn't play anymore. Kyle Anderson is a veteran who didn't play, and now he's hoisted into the light. It's like, yeah, they're not happy. That teams that don't win aren't happy. And you know what? It's going to continue unless something happens, but I don't know what's going to happen because I don't think anything, I don't know what's out there. I have skepticism that there is anything out there. And the reality is maybe fans should start thinking, okay, well, this is it, so let's do the best with what we have.
Yeah, but to me, if it continues down this way, you said what can change? Maybe somebody's mind, the powers to be, to where they didn't see this 18-18, and it's not just 18-18; it's a bad 18-18 to me. And I'm wondering now if you know what you wanted to hold on to something, maybe you're willing to dangle that now. And I could be wrong, but partner, there's a way to approach the game and lose. And last night was just like, I can't ignore the fact that the night before, the Miami Heat were down on Highway 80 playing a double overtime game. And Vegas had them favored by -9.5. And I'm going to say this, a microcosm of the Warriors season for Dennis Schroeder. He came in here when he was a Brooklyn Net and put up 31 points. Since his inception of being a Golden State Warrior, he just can't find his bearings. And I wonder, is that just a sign of dysfunction? Not that he hasn't scored 31 as a Warrior, but are the problems, and I would never put him on Dennis Schroeder, but Steiny, is that kind of symbolic of what's going on with like Dennis can't find the 31-point Dennis
well, that's because
in this Warrior, whatever vortex is going on right now. And nobody can make a shot all of a sudden.
Well, he wasn't playing with Steph Curry in Brooklyn, so he could just go out and take 18 shots a night. When you play with Steph Curry, you must be aware that he's one of your teammates. All right, Steve Kerr was chippy as hell last night, and I think it had something to do with the fires down south. He made it clear to, his mom, I guess, had to evacuate. She lives down there. So clearly that was on his mind. But then the performance the Warriors had yesterday obviously had him annoyed, and nothing showed his annoyance more than when he was asked about a nice little game. Well, a nice game in the box score from Trace Jackson Davis. And Kerr was asked, hey, what'd you think of Trace Jackson Davis? He played a pretty good game.
I mean, I can't sit here after that and be excited about anything. He scored 19 points. Great. He's having a good season. But who the hell cares if we're not competitive? If we don't have a competitive spirit and a fight and a willingness to compete through everything, then I'm not going to sit here and talk about, hey, so-and-so had some points. Great. Who cares? It's about us competing and being the Warriors, being the team we've been for 10 years and not feeling sorry for ourselves. That's what I'm thinking about tonight.
Wow. I love that. And that was right on time, but that doesn't mean anything in the win-loss column. And you're going to throw something at me before you take this next call? Evan, I was saving this. They miss Podziemski.
Okay.
They miss him. I never thought they would miss him.
Well, then they stink. I'm sorry.
Well, no, he plays hard.
That's great. And you're right about that. But if they, when is it going to stop? They miss Moody. Oh, they miss Looney. He didn't play last night. They certainly miss DeAnthony Melton. And now everybody's favorite whipping boy, Brandon Podziemski, now they miss him. Like, okay, I'm not going to fight you on. Sure, if he was available, he would have had a shot to play last night.
And bust his ass, get some rebounds, take a charge. Mm-hmm. Might not make every shot, but I'm not seeing
101. But what's the difference? One guy, an eighth man, I don't think is going to make a difference, even if the guy is playing hard. Question is, we got a month. You got a month till the trade deadline.
But you got 2 more games this week, Stoney. They could be 18 and 20.
Okay, and then it's a 4-game road.
Yeah, I know, but those 2 are daunting to me.
Well, they got Minnesota after that, too.
They've had some success against the Wolves.
Yeah,
not howling as loudly.
Still better than the Warriors. Don't you forget it. Let's go to Jimmy in Bayview. Jimmy in Bayview. Get us started, Jimmy.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. This team has been built around Steph Curry as a 1. And it's quite obvious he's now a 2. So you have to reconfigure the whole team. And that's not easy, especially when you draft poorly. I mean, Moody stinks. Wiseman's gone. You're giving away draft picks because you got to unload Jordan Poole. And, it's not easy. The New York Rangers were 2 games from the Stanley Cup, and they've completely gone into a rebuild. I mean, this stuff happens in, like, the snap of fingers. And it's just – and I agree with Guru. At a time like this, sometimes drastic changes need to be done, and that would be changing the coach. Like, can Kerr stomach a rebuild? And
what about Steph?
What do you guys think?
Well, what about Steph stomaching a rebuild?
I mean, in this situation, you sell off all the parts and start over, and Steph's your most valuable part. But that's also the franchise. You really, that's the Warriors.
Yeah.
That's what this stadium was built on.
Yep.
So, I mean, I don't, it's not an easy situation, especially when you're financially strapped.
Yeah. Thanks, Jimmy. Appreciate it.
Can I do just real quickly, Stoney, a little math?
Yeah.
If you guys want to pick up the phone and call and say Steph is a 2 now and not a 1, he's closer to a 1 than your 2 is to being a 2. And your 3 to be that's where the problem lies. Like your 4, you know what I mean? It's like a trickle-down effect. Steph is, I still think he's a 1. But if you say he's a 2, he's still closer to being a 1 than anything else you have. And Steiny, I really don't know. I'm not being cruel here. What impact is Draymond Green having on this team? I'll just let you tell me.
You were talking about him
he
as
was playing like
defensive player of the year candidate
after
as
15
recently
games.
as 2 weeks ago.
No, okay, I was wrong.
Well, but that's the point. He's not a DPOY candidate. He's not anymore. He's a really good defender. He's not an elite defender who can do it for 30 minutes a game. He only has stretches. So what happens then to the stretches when he used to be elite? He's not quite elite. All those millions of things detract from your ability to be a great team. This is kind of where I always wonder, like, what did you think was going to happen when the dynasty was starting to go away?
That I would feel that Steph had nothing left, and I'd be like, okay, we're at this juncture to where it starts and ends with him. I'm not saying he's a 27-year-old Steph, Steiny, but he still last night showed you he can shoot. And I will not let go. And I know conventional wisdom will say, hey, the Olympic thing, when the world saw him on that stage, he was playing with all-stars left and right. But that had nothing to do with the ball going in the hole. Oh. It's just, I just feel like what's around him is so deficient that it's making him even get questioned to, maybe you're right. LeBron James, is he still a 1? He doesn't have to be. He's got Anthony Davis. What does Steph have? That's all I'm asking. What does Steph have? That Paul George at his age has Embiid, Maxey. Steph has nobody.
They're worse than the Warriors. The Sixers are worse than the Warriors.
And a lot of that is because availability is the best ability.
That's right. So if you said, oh, look, Steph's got Paul George, that doesn't mean they'd be 22-13. And that's part of the problem it's not obvious what road they can go down right now. But what is obvious is
they have no confidence. Oh, my God. Just think about what I just said. The coach said it. What's going on? on the airplanes to on the road.
Well,
what do you mean we have no confidence?
Well, if you look at I think what it is they haven't played together very long. Like Schroeder came 2.5 weeks ago, so he's new. Anderson and Hield, whether you like it or not, weren't here last year. Curry's here, but Looney's not playing. This is kind of a team that really doesn't have an identity because.
So even training camp meant nothing?
It's hard to get, for example, now Kyle Anderson's got to play 25 minutes a night.
After being an afterthought.
Exactly. So he's going to be tough. It's good, right? But that's why you get beat by 14 or 16 points is because Buddy Hield. Clearly, Buddy Hield isn't playing free.
But can we? And I'm not going in on Buddy, but can we kind of see why he's been on 8 teams? I love the guy, and Fitz said it last night.
What did you expect you were getting? Like Buddy Hield has been Buddy Hield.
Can I really tell you a guy?
Well, then why
was going to get infected with the Warrior culture to where it would be the easiest basketball that he's played? And
why? Why would you think that?
And
I don't get why you would think that.
I got my hand up like Horseshack. I don't know, Stoney.
All right. 888-957-9570. Let me tell you what's going on today, everybody. We're talking Warriors for the next hour or so. And then at 11:30, we're going down to Santa Clara. We're going to hear from John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. They're talking to the media today. Their season-ending wrap-up with the media. And that starts at 11:30. So we're going to take that live at 11:30 and give it right to you. And at that point, we'll probably slide over into some 49ers talk if it's provocative enough. But right now, we're talking about the Golden State Warriors. They're 18-18. They started the season 12-3, and they are 6-15 over their last 21. And usually we come in and say, what do you do? What are you going to do? But, I'm watching that game last night, and I'm watching Steph, and I can see Kerr's irritation, and every once in a while I get a glimpse of Lacob on the sidelines, and he seems to be shaking his head more and more, and it feels like it's hitting me that there might not be anything they can do. That's the part that's really starting to hit me. They've set up for the last 6 months, they've dangled a carrot that there may be something out there. A big move, a big player, a guy to team with Steph. And one by one, guys have popped up and gone away and popped up and gone away. And that tells me that the players that the Warriors want, those teams are asking apparently way, way too much out of the Warriors. So if you can't make a move, Goo,
I got something
you gotta just try to get better.
No, hold on. There is something you can do. And this is our worst nightmare. And right now, I think they're doing it. And I think they owe it to Steph Curry by trying to do everything under the sun to appease him and get him help. But if you're right and there are no players out there and there's not a deal that can be done, at the end of the day, we're watching Steph Curry look despondent. Did you see Evan's video he put up last night from being at Chase Center to where Curry's just gazing off into nobody knows? My point is, Steiny, you could do right by him and move him to a contender to better his chance to get number 5 somewhere else because he doesn't look like he's ready for this.
Okay,
if it's gotten to this.
You weren't ready for it 24 hours ago. 888-957-9570 is the number. I'm not asking, what do you do if you're the Warriors? What do you do if you're the Warriors? I don't know what you do. You got to play Detroit tomorrow. You got to play 4 straight road games.
Yep.
But how are you feeling about this team? And are you feeling like this season is slowly slipping away? 888-957-9570. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
It starts and ends with the chef and Dre.
Well, I think that's a real savvy comment.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan coming up at 11:30.
We'll see.
They're going to talk to the media about, I mean, why is everybody upset about the 18-18 Warriors, but everyone's like, Niners were 6-11.
But if you saw T.O. Terrell Owens with he was on with Willard.
Is he playing for him?
He sat in my chair.
He played for the Warriors?
No, he's a Hall of Famer, and he said, not making excuses, a lot of the pie on why they went 6-11 had to do with injury, and he joined Bonte and Mully.
Well, he's an apologist for the team, like many are.
I don't look at him like that. And just real quick, I'm going to give John and Kyle credit.
Okay.
They didn't run behind. I don't want people to think I messed up the defensive coordinator position twice, so Sorensen one more chance. They got rid of him. I commend that.
Right,
I don't
instead
get
of
why they're
holding it
going to find
against.
him another spot, though. I ain't hating on you.
Because they like him.
Yeah.
You know, it's like when you get your new partner in and I'm gone, they might say, hey, you want to be a custodian around the building? And you know what? Maybe I will. Maybe I will. I'll mop up some stuff. Please. I'll wash some windows.
Mister, can you bring me some coffee?
I'll get back to my blue-collar roots.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm down, man.
Well, let's talk about this game last night and Steph Curry. And to me, like, you know, a loss is a loss, but the reason that the last week or so has been so demoralizing is because we've watched Steph Curry be demoralized.
Yes.
And that's the biggest issue. If Steph Curry were coming to the podium and saying, you know, guys, I think we're close to a breakthrough, that would be one thing. But instead, we're hearing things like this.
Back-to-back no-shows pretty much. And the hard part is, like, these are winnable games against teams that, for whatever reason, are around the same standings, but around the same place in the standings, and come in and have games against us. Even Miami, they played a double overtime game last night and came in here and whooped us. So for all the reasons, yeah, it's just not a great feeling. You have nothing to show for it, nothing really to kind of latch onto as like, oh, we're doing this great. If we can only, you know, it seems like both sides of the ball are struggling. They're probably connected. Just if you make shots, usually your confidence goes up, your belief in that you can win the game goes up. It helps you play defense. And once you lose that spirit, it's glaring how bad we can be at times. So you got to be able to kind of fight through that.
Man, Steph Curry talking about the Golden State Warriors and where they're at right now.
And Steiny, I got to read this from the text line. It seems like the Warriors have no plan, and I think that was it feels that way. And I got to say this: Jimmy Butler did not play yesterday for the Miami Heat, and they whooped you. De'Aaron Fox did not play for the Sacramento Kings, and they whooped you. That's what makes this just. It doesn't take Einstein. And Curry's saying it. 2 no-shows. How? Who was that on?
Everybody. Top to bottom.
And shame on Mike Dunleavy, Lacob, and Kerr to think when they left training camp that even with Melton, that this would suffice. That this roster.
Again, keep in mind they're 500 right now, and they've just they've played terribly. So again,
you got the 18 and 18. And you got me.
To me, I think this is a big issue with the Warriors. Is they've set the expectations so high over the last decade that 500 seems like 10 and 30 for this team. But listen, you know, Steve Kerr gets brought up a lot. And I'll tell you this about last night. You want to point a finger at Steve Kerr last night? Feel free. And the reason? Miami played zone for about half the game.
Bring that up.
So the Miami Heat play zone, and here's the one thing I kind of noticed was the Warriors obviously weren't effective against the zone. I don't think it took them by surprise, but I don't think they were really buttoned up for it. And then after the game, I think Steph at one point, and even Kerr at one point said, you know, we knew they played a lot of zone and they were going to do, well, that's not good enough.
Yeah.
That's not good enough. They had played a double overtime game in Sacramento. And, Eric Spoelstra comes in here, and he's probably like, we are gassed. So let's play zone. And the reason you play zone's not just necessarily because you're tired and you can't play well on defense, or, you're worried about playing man-to-man on defense. But if you can get away with playing zone like they did, then you're almost resting on defense, so your offense will be better.
Yeah.
And the Warriors just, they never figured out Steph Curry had no assists last night.
2 games in a row.
No assists, is it?
Yeah. I thought it was 2 games in a row. Evans, tell me if I'm wrong.
Well, I don't know about that. Maybe, but if that's the case, then that's really...
2 games in a row.
Okay, 2 games in a row. No assists.
Think about
for Steph
that,
Curry.
though.
But why? What is...
Would you say that's a Steph problem or a teammate problem?
I think it's everything. I think it's Steph,
that would be fair.
It's Kerr, and it's absolutely his teammates.
All right.
Steph Curry, how many shots did he take last night?
17.
How many? No, he took
22.
17 of 22 or threes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so he's not playmaking as much as he has. Now, it's hard to playmake against the zone, so that's up to Steve Kerr.
Now, I don't know, Stoney. I wasn't at the game, but I'm listening to Fitz and Kalina. They're like family. Everybody's feeling it. I'm watching Bonte, Mullen, and Fitz. I'm watching the show after that, Dubs Talk Live, with Kareth and the gang. Zena, everybody, nobody's putting their head in the sand. Like, I got to commend everybody for being real enough to say you can be 18-18, but something's up.
Nothing's up.
They lost their confidence.
Okay.
I would have never said that as an NBA coach, that my team, but you know what I'm saying? I'm the captain of the ship. That's the last thing I'm going to say it is. But these are grown-ass men and champs. What you mean the confidence is?
Well, they're not.
You create your own confidence. What this is like, Steiny, I was startled when Kerr said it, and he was mad. But if you're telling me that's where we're at, how do you fix this? That you don't have confidence. It's whatever it's over.
So do you have a bigger problem that they don't have confidence, or that he said they don't have confidence?
Did he said it?
Mine would be that they don't have it.
Yeah, I mean, I expected better energy. I think we're suffering from a crisis of confidence right now, frankly. You can see it. You can feel it. I don't mind missed shots, but I mind when missed shots affect the defense and the attitude. And we feel deflated right now. And there's no room for feeling sorry for ourselves in the NBA, in life in general, right? We can't let disappointment dictate, our approach to the game. We have to do the opposite. We have to bring more fire. We have to outcompete our opponents when things aren't going our way. And that was what was most disappointing tonight. Was I just felt like everybody was down, and we didn't have a competitive spirit. If you don't have that, you've got nothing. And so we've got to find a way to build that back up.
So I don't have a problem with a coach telling me something that's obvious and right in front of my eyes.
Okay, so I'm going to say this. There are 2 times in the last week I've seen, again, this is just me, because this guy's a leader, supposedly your leader. Draymond Green, we heard him cuss out Buddy Hield. That audio got leaked. Or sit down if you don't, how's that helping Buddy Hield? So to me, when I hear a coach say his players don't have confidence, if you got OGs and leaders of the team doing that to you on Front Street, that would kill my confidence. And then we saw Dre a month back, and I thought it was cute, and I commended Dre for talking about pods and where he's at and dissecting, his mental stuff that's going on. Stoney, I'm starting to think, are these other guys, the others, on eggshells? Just by the mere presence of Dre and Steph? Well, I don't know.
Why would that have started this year? I mean, Pods played with it. Pods is out.
Because
Kuminga's played with those guys for 4 years.
Well, you know what, Steiny? That's a great question. I'm trying. I just know if you were Buddy Hield, do you think that was a cool thing for Dre to do? Do you think that helped his confidence? No. And that thing went viral.
Well, everybody's praising Draymond when he does things like that.
But I'm just now starting to second guess.
After 14 years?
After the coach comes out and say they're tight, they got a crisis of confidence. If your leader is berating guys on the court, how is that going to help Buddy snap out of anything? Just a thought.
Well, that's who Draymond Green is, though. It's not like, oh, my God, did you see Draymond Green undress Buddy Hield? It's like, well, of course, that's what Draymond does. And when Buddy Hield signed a 3-year contract here, he knew he was going to be Draymond's teammate. And he had to, that's just, look, go ahead and criticize Draymond all you want and say, on second thought, maybe some of his diatribes aren't positive. Well, what are you just realizing this? I mean, they've made the decision about Draymond. They made that 2 years ago. That ship has sailed. But I do, as for the confidence thing, and the numbers, 888-957-9570. If you want to jump into this conversation about the Warriors and what's going on and how bad things are, I just, when I hear Goo on a day like today, and I see this team is 18-18. I mean, they're not 14-22. Now they're not 22-14. But did we think this was a team that was a 50-win team? Well, a lot of people thought it was.
After 15 games.
Well, not just after 15 games, but after last year when all the talk was, well, look, last year we won 46. And we played 25 games without Draymond Green. So if Draymond Green plays those games, we probably win 50. Oh, and by the way, Wiggins did not have a good year. He was dealing with some personal stuff. This year he's been better. Okay? That's why we should be more than a 50-win team. Okay, what else? Well, Klay Thompson clearly wasn't feeling it here. And there were some issues, apparently. A gray cloud in the locker room. You know what? Now that he's gone, we might be a little better. So maybe we could win 55. Well, none of it's happened. And to me, the reason that none of it's happened is because I never bought into, well, had Draymond Green played those 25 games, they would have been 20-5 in those games. Quietly, they're just a 500 team with Curry, without Curry, with Draymond, without Draymond. But real quick, as for the crisis of confidence, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I know we're going to get hung up on the word confidence, but, I mean, do you think Kyle Anderson is playing confidently right now? You think he knows where to go, what his role is? Do you think he's comfortable out there? I would say no. Buddy Hield, I would say no. He's not playing confidently right now. Same with Schroeder. Like he's figuring everything out. So when you're figuring everything out, you're not going to have confidence. Ditto with Moody. Moody's got no confidence. And that's where, you know what? Again, you want to talk about Steve Kerr? I'll talk about Steve Kerr. Because one of the reasons this team may have a confidence issue is because the young players don't feel empowered by Steve Kerr. That's a fair criticism.
But I will say this about Moses Moody, Steiny, and I know you got something up your sleeve to make fun of and mock me, but Moses Moody, when I think of confidence, I think he's the one that's figured it out from a selfish standpoint. I'm not saying at all he's playing selfish basketball, but this dude has the ball for a millisecond and lets it fly. If he plays 5 minutes or 8 minutes, he has figured out to himself, I'm going to let this SOB go.
Right, that's detrimental.
I know.
That's detrimental.
But as far as confidence, he knows.
Okay, great.
And he's watched the whole Pods thing go up and down. Like, he's letting it fly.
Whatever.
Well, I'm not selling you nothing. I'm just telling you, I don't look at him like he's not playing with confidence. He's letting that thing go.
Well, then don't say, how's Moody handling playing 10 minutes one night, 0 the next, 15-0.
Well, I haven't said Moody in a while.
Well, my point is like, is he how can he play with confidence if he doesn't know he can play through mistakes? I'm like giving you that one. But it's like, just because he shoots every time doesn't mean he's confident.
That's what I'm
saying.
saying.
Might mean he's dumb.
Well,
might mean he's not playing smart.
Well, he knows. I'm getting fed a little bit.
Why did we think this was why do we think this team should be 22-14 rather than 18-18? That's my question. Why?
The stench of last year and you were talking to me when you said Draymond without the 25. We had Fitz on early. Stoney, I bought into that. I was believing it. And then 12-3. I'm sorry. I know it's 15 games. Stoney, I thought they were on their way to 50. And maybe they still get there, but it's not that they're 18-18. It's that you're losing the way you're losing. And I'm going to say this to you. It's not even about your foe or opponent. If you got a lack of confidence, you could lose to De La Salle or James Logan. Like, it doesn't matter who you're playing because you're playing yourself when you don't believe. And you got young Detroit waiting for you.
Well, stop acting like they're the Oklahoma City Thunder.
But they're
500 in the East.
Okay. And for them, that's 10 over.
Christian in Fairfield. Hey, Christian, how you doing, man?
How you doing?
Hey, man.
I think the confidence that Kerr should be talking about is that they lost it in him. Like, listen to what the players are saying. Like when we got Schroeder, he said he doesn't fit their system, so we got to work him in. They haven't tweaked it. They haven't ran pick and roll Schroeder, TJD, Draymond in the corner, Wiggins on the wing, Steph on his own side. You can run 1,000 actions. I can give you 1,000 actions out of that. He said, Kuminga, too many mid-range contested. Use him as a screener, a la Stoudemire. Get him an open mid-range then, Steve. You're not using your talent. Slow-mo gets wherever he wants on the court. You haven't ran him off another. You haven't tweaked your offense. Curry can't be stuck in his ways and keep telling us, give me 2 more weeks. Okay, and then what? Now we're out of it. Now you got to go. You're going to lose Steph Curry if you don't make a move or if Curry doesn't tweak his offense. The confidence is in him. Pozinski said when he had 21, he was playing free because they didn't call a play. And then against the Grizzlies, no Ja, no Steph. That's the best game we've seen out of Schroeder because I think when he plays with Steph, he gets a little tight.
Well,
so I think the confidence is not there, but it's more in Kerr and his system because he hasn't tweaked it. You got all these new pieces and you haven't tweaked nothing. And so I know Steph can switch his game. He's great enough to switch his game to anything you run. We don't have to cater to Steph Curry forever. Or we're going to lose Steph Curry, or you're going to have to make a blockbuster move, which doesn't seem possible because they would have made it already, in my opinion.
Wow.
Good stuff, Christian.
No
Appreciate
doubt.
the call.
I hadn't thought of that, but wow. I mean, Steph did say they're not built to come back. And if I've built the team and I'm the architect, that's a shot at me.
Well, with all due respect to the chef, he's part of this. He's absolutely part of this equation. We can't look back and revise history and act like Steph Curry wasn't a big reason why Draymond Green was re-signed.
Wow, man.
We just can't. And I mean, I'm one of the few I'm one of the few people that sometimes look at a box score and see that a guy has a triple-double.
Oh, go ahead.
And I'll say, he stunk.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
And so if you want to get caught up in Draymond 7, 10, and 10, go ahead and get caught up in that. But he's not the player he was. And maybe we're focusing too much on Steph and his subtle decline, or at least incremental decline. What's going on with Draymond Green?
Well,
what's going on with Draymond Green? I mean, you can't just make 5 plays a game and that's going to be enough.
Or make a 3 and celebrate like you're 22-1. Like, Steiny, it's coming for, and Steph did it last night. And who am I to tell Steph how to celebrate or whatnot? But he's shimmying. And I'm like, this ain't the time to shimmy. Do it after you guys win 5 or 6. But to know you're going to go back on the other end and most likely give up a bucket, you got it to 1, and Miami never was scared. And Evan, I hope I'm not throwing you under the bus because you had a bar during the break. And Steiny, as great as Steph has been, and he is right now, Evan said, it doesn't feel like Steph's snatching souls. He used to snatch your soul. And that, I almost cried. I reached for the tissue like, you're right. And I saw him last night shimmy when he was hitting the shot, but it just felt different for the first time. Like, you guys, go back on the other end and D up. And Dre hits a couple threes and celebrates like, you know, like he's Mark Price. But it's like, come on, man. And I just think they're better than you can lose, but there's a way to lose, Stoney, and these last two games have me down, man.
Let's go to Randy in San Lorenzo. Hey, Randy, what's going on, man?
Hey, how's it going? Let me both. So, Steph, this is Clay. Draymond, answer. He cost them that championship against Cleveland. And I think that Kerr, ownership and management are afraid of Draymond. Okay? Thanks for taking my call.
Okay. Yeah, it's not a new thought.
Why?
It's not a new thought.
But the question would have been why? And it's always been for me, even when you brought that up, why?
Why what?
Why were they afraid? Of life after Dre or
like again, let's not
Steph not having his blanket? I don't get it. Like,
I mean, like, and I'm not, like, this is not about me saying I'm right. This is more about people forgetting that 90% of the people out there were saying we can't win without Dre. And the Warriors are so smart and they're light years ahead. They've made that calculation in their head that Draymond Green is worth it. He's worth the headache. He's worth living with a guy who punches a teammate. He's worth he's worth living with suspensions. He's worth living with chewing out Buddy Hield. And now I can't, it makes me want to vomit that people are saying, what were they thinking with Draymond Green? It's like, what do you mean, what were they thinking? We all were saying what they were thinking with Draymond Green. But now you're paying the price. And so now you go back and say, well, why did they re-sign Draymond Green? They re-signed Draymond Green for two reasons. One, they thought mistakenly that they could never have success if he weren't on the team. And they believed that the only chance they ever had to have success with this team was if Draymond were on it. And at the time, they didn't want to let him go for nothing.
Okay, wow.
So that's why Draymond Green is here. And that's why Draymond Green is still chewing out Buddy Hield, who just got on the team three months ago.
So,
like, if you want to go down the list, we can.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, they made like a half dozen mistakes that could have put them in a better position right now than they're in. But they've chosen to go down this route, which to me was essentially kicking the can down the road. And now it's getting later and later. And what are they going to do? They're going to kick it down the road further, or are they going to try? But see, now to me, it's like it's so late that there are no guarantees. There's stuff out there to do to improve your team. So they may just have to, this may just be who they are.
And again, I know we're up against it. Steiny, the Jonathan Kuminga injury, the timing, they have not been competitive 8 quarters without him. And he's not coming back tomorrow or the next day or the next week. And everybody understood, even Dre and Kerr, we need to lean into this kid. And he answered the bell. But maybe that's why I'm at wit's end, because we've just seen 2 games without Jonathan Kuminga, Steiny, and this team has no-showed. So now you're going up to play Detroit and Indiana. Athleticism everywhere. But I really think we're underestimating that injury at this point in time. And you're right. You gave me a peel. Guru, swallow it. They're 18-18. Okay. But now I'm thinking, well, we're 0-2 without Kuminga. And Steiny, there's at least 9 more games of that without his athleticism and his ability to attack the rim with reckless abandon. That's why I'm nervous. You think it's a coincidence they've no-showed the last 2 nights without Kuminga, who was having for him a breakout year? I feel like Steph Curry's hurt.
You good?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I'll get to your calls on the other side, and then coming up at about 11:30, no, we're not taking a break right now, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, we are taking a break. My bad, E. All right. Oh, gotcha. When we come back, I'm going to get to calls. Absolutely, positively. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. That segment brought to you by AC Transit.
Calling all Journey
think you sound like you need help at all.
I'm good now.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how I want to handle Goo today.
I know everything.
Yeah, you don't know how to get out of this funk, Steph.
Yeah. I had a triple-double yesterday. I broke in the red new tennis shoes my son got me for Christmas to John Morant's and gave youngsters the work. I went and did that after the show, left you and Evan. I felt good about myself, and I went into that Warrior game like, your turn, and they didn't show up.
So,
yeah,
Bay Area, you know, if kind of this is who the Warriors are, you know, they're a 500 team or like we can't come in every loss and just rip them, right?
Kerr said they have no confidence.
Yeah.
And when you do a no-show,
so why are you going to rip a team that already is lacking confidence?
I'm asking for answers. I'm not ripping. I'm just telling you how despondent I am because the lack of what seems to be effort and answers. That's all. And my little thing about Jonathan Kuminga, Steiny, this is different, man. He's like two guys. Right. And right now, they have not showed up in the two games that he's not been a part of.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get into it. I'm detecting some alarm from my partner.
Oh, man.
As if he's starting to notice things for the first time.
And I don't want to give you the victory lap because that would put you in a position to where.
Which one?
About seeing the Warrior thing eroding a little bit sooner than a lot of people think. Like, you don't want it. You're not happy, but I hope that you're wrong.
About what? What do you hope I'm wrong about?
That they can pull off a trade because they know that this is not going to get Steph nor the team to the promise. Stoney, they're headed to not the playoffs. Right now, you're 10th. You keep this up with no Kuminga, you might be really not making the play-in.
Well, here's one where you were way wrong on from a couple years ago. This is one where you should run backwards for a lap to take a victory lap around. Right. I remember when you said, Steiny, as long as they have Steph Curry, they'll always have action. And what we're finding out is one guy can't do it. Not even Steph. Not even Steph.
Well, we're not all the way through for me to be proven wrong, but I catch your drift.
Yep. Connie in Oakland.
Hey,
Connie, how you doing?
Hi, you guys. I enjoy your show.
Thank you,
Connie.
Thank you. Yeah. A number of years ago, I was reading about an Olympic athlete who was a real star, but there was just one part of their thing that wasn't working. And I don't remember any details, really. I don't know if it was a race or what, but they got like a therapist or something, which would be different from a coach. Because I think they all have good coaches, but like with Hield and Schroeder, they're missing that one part, you know. And you think they're relatively young guys. They've moved to a new town, new place to live, and but they're, you know, it's like they may not have, you know, they may not be that comfortable. So I think somebody for them, if people called around to the Olympics people and stuff and found out it has to be a good therapist or counselor. I don't know what it's not a coach. It's somebody else that they can talk to, how they can get their focus.
Well,
because they've obviously already proved that they can make baskets, right?
Sure.
That's why so those two guys, I think if they just had that, and then everybody else, it's nobody's business, right? And they've got lots of good coaches, but just somebody that they could talk to and get their.
Connie, thank you so much. Let me give you a little perspective.
Call back, Connie. We look because I got a candidate.
Well, back in the day, in the early 2000s, the Warriors were one of the first teams that did have a full-time therapist on staff. His name was Tom Mitchell.
What happened to him?
He was a professor at Santa Rosa Junior College, I think a psychology teacher, and the Warriors. Well, this was 22 years ago, but yes, they had a therapist on on the payroll that players could go talk to about.
And now
issues.
they don't. They should.
Well, I don't know. They've got so many employees. I'd be shocked if they didn't have like a counselor. mean, they got everybody under the sun, so
Buddy could go say to the counselor, "Can you believe Dre just put me on Front Street like that? Wait till we get to the locker room." He would be able to, talk to the counselor. But I got a candidate, Connie, Gary Payton. Get both of them in whatever Gary drives and go over that Bay Bridge and let them have it.
You're so naive.
I see you really, games.
You really
too,
do
Gary.
think that'll work, don't you? Seriously.
Well,
Steiny, I do.
Draymond
no,
does.
Steiny, I really
Draymond
do.
does.
He's not Gary Payton.
The glove. Well, speaking of which,
Used
when's
to be.
his son coming back?
He's hurt.
Water's wet.
Okay, well then why would you be surprised or wondering when he's coming back?
He's going to be
Because
reevaluated this weekend.
They
There you
need
go.
him.
They need.
What's up with Pods? Is Ab?
Now we want Pods.
No,
He's
I'm-
questionable for Thursday.
Okay.
All right.
No, you're laughing.
I
They
am
need
laughing.
him.
I'm laughing because we need everybody who didn't play
No.
last night. And then when we lose to Detroit, we will need everybody who didn't play against Detroit.
Man.
That's what happens when you're a lousy team. And right now they're lousy.
Well, you said
Right
18
now.
and 18. They're a 500 team. They're playing lousy.
Right, but they're 6-15 over the last 21. Let's go to Jan. Jan's in
Hey.
Mountain View. Hey, Jan, how you doing? Let's wait and see.
Jan.
Yes, good morning.
Hey, Jan.
Hey.
I just wanted to point out a couple of things that I've noticed, and that is, Kerr. I understand about the fires and that down south. That's really too bad, and prayers go out to them. But he needs to motivate his players, the younger players, and maybe he needs to reinvent the style of play because I see. Schroeder and Buddy Hield and others out there, they look like they're lost, and it seems like Green and Curry are, know what to do next, but they seem to be, lost, and they need, he needs to, try to reinvent the style of play a little better to help them, instead. I mean, Curry and Green, I think they could pick it up, but gee whiz, what do you guys think?
I like
mean,
that.
they need to try something new to get these players motivated, and that also goes for any players that want to come here versus a trade or whatever. And the other thing is that if Curry, really is after that fifth ring, then, he's probably going to have to get it on a competitive team because I don't think they're going to be able to afford that in Golden State. That's all.
Well, great call,
Jan.
Jan. Wow. And she meant simplify the offense. Do you think that could be something that'll Schroeder's having difficulty with? I'm just asking, dumb it down per se. I don't know. But it seems like, Steiny, different guys are playing different basketball at the same time.
No, it does.
And that's not good. I guess Willard and Dibbs when they had a coach on. But what if Kerr was to say, hey, Jan, I've done that. Put the ball in the hole.
I mean, the other thing is, and this is what kind of hit me with the Tim Kuhn article on Steph is, as great as Steph is,
right?
If you are subscribing to his window 100%, like that's what you're doing, and that's what became clear in that story, that it's all about Steph. Then there are limitations to what you can do. There just are. If your main focus is Steph Curry and his window, then there are things that you're going to be unable to do because it doesn't dovetail with that overarching strategy.
Wow.
And I think what they're running into is when you say it's all about Steph and his window, it means that you better do a deal that helps right away because we don't have enough time to wait for a deal to work out in a year or so. And if that's the parameters, hey, we can only do a deal that's going to turn our season around now. Well, good luck. As opposed to what would be more realistic is, you know what? We could probably get that good young player from that other team.
Yeah.
And in 2 or 3 years, he'll be really good. Well, nobody wants to hear that here. Nobody wants to hear that. So you can't do that deal. if it's all about Steph. So the answers are not easy. Let's go to Antoine in Nashville. Antoine's in Nashville. What's up, Antoine? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. How about you guys, man? It's good to hear from you guys again.
Thank you. Hanging in, man.
Hey, so real quick, man, I got 2 points. Honestly, the first point is I think we all need to calm down. Like, honestly, take a breather, calm down. We knew in the offseason, this past offseason, this team was not a championship team. Everybody was like, what are they going to do with this team here? And what we're all experiencing, why we're all panicking right now is only because they had a 12-3 start. That's the only reason why everybody's so all up in the air. So let's just take a beat back. We know what this team is. We knew that Steph was the number one option. He's our main guy. Now, the good thing is that Jonathan Kuminga has come around, which brings us to my second point. Last time I called you guys, I said we need to get Dennis Schroeder, and I said we need to get Miles Turner. Now, obviously, we got Schroeder. Don't know if Miles Turner will even be available. That's just – it is what it is. But Jonathan Kuminga is showing more than just glimpses. Goo, you was right. He's moving on up, man. I mean, he's showing he can be that guy. But that injury came at the worst time. And guess what? They're 500 right now. So let's just take a beat back. Let's just chill out. We'll get Kuminga healthy. Let's try. Maybe we can get Vucevic, something like that, to give us a more of an offensive spark. And then, if we go into the offseason and we got a good-looking Jonathan Kuminga and a big that can take pressure off Draymond, we might be able to do something. Now, if Mike Dunleavy does nothing from now to February, then we can start looking at some issues. Because if he don't do anything, I'm going to start saying, get my guy Steph out of here to get a championship. That's all, guys.
Good stuff, Antoine.
Thanks.
Appreciate you listening from Nashville, the bachelorette capital of the world.
And why would Miles Turner be available when Indiana's got something going?
But that's the thing. And I admit, when Miles Turner's name, I remember when the Warriors had the Wiseman pick, and Miles Turner was a hot name, and it felt like, you want Miles Turner for the number 2 pick? Everybody was like, absolutely not. And I was probably one of them because I was like, Miles Turner's all right. Well, all right is pretty good now for a big man if you're on the Golden State Warriors. So, and yeah, Indiana's playing pretty well.
Since we're on that subject, Evan, I'm going to put the biggest rat on the table, brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Since you brought up Wiseman and we talked about it, and when this thing, if it's coming to a head and an end, there will be chapters on that pick. But I'm looking at one LaMelo Ball. His brother has the hottest song, Tweaker, in this LiAngelo Ball in the nation, Steiny. He's averaging 35 and 7. And all I'm telling you is if you had a guy like that running your point, Steiny, don't tell me the future wouldn't look brighter and maybe you have a couple more wins. But when you always told me, well, Goo, give me a name, LaMelo Ball is turning into something that maybe Curry could have handed the baton to when he was done. It just makes it worse when we hit hard times. And again, it's 18 and 18, but we don't have confidence. We don't have Kuminga. I can't stop thinking about the past.
You wanted
but I wasn't
James Wiseman.
Okay.
And the reason that the Warriors probably lean, this is what I mean. Was it a mistake? Of course it was now. But let's remember, Steph's in his prime, Klay Thompson is in his prime, and they have Jordan Poole who's starting to emerge. That's why they didn't draft LaMelo Ball. They already had 3 guards.
But had they done what you
just
said
the way it is.
to Bonte and I, because we were doing the shows then, you said Goo and Bonte, might have been dibs. You said I would draft the best player available. And at that time, Stoney, the best player available was LaMelo Ball.
All right, we're going to take a quick breather, but it's not a breather. We're going down to Santa Clara, and we're going to visit with John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. They're meeting the media after their 6-11 season. Take it away.
How's everyone doing? Good. All right. My breath. First of all, on behalf of Kyle, our families, our organization, just wanted to let the folks in LA I'm a Southern California guy. I know a lot of people down there and people who've been directly affected already, and I'm sure there's going to be more. So our hearts do. We've been sitting in, what we call our mind meetings, talking about all our players on a closeout, and your mind keeps drifting because, man, it's rough down there. So our thoughts and prayers do go to the folks and people of LA, and that things calm down. So I'll start with that, and then we'll open up for questions.
Can you talk about your decision with Nick and kind of what the overall plan is now for the defensive coordinator position?
First of all, it was a real tough decision. I love Nick as a person, and I love him as a coach. Still trying to hope to keep him on board in another capacity because he's a guy I don't want to lose. But just where we're at really as a team, where I think we need to go. There's a lot of big decisions ahead for us, and as hard as it is for me to come to this conclusion, but I feel there's some options out there that can end up being a better option in the situation that we're in for our team. And when really it comes down to that, in the position I'm in, regardless of anything else, that's always the stuff I got to go with. So it was a real tough decision for me, and I'm still hoping that we can keep Nick here. But I do feel there's some other avenues that in the long run will be better for the 49ers.
I don't know candidates for both of those coordinator spots.
There are candidates, yes.
The
internal one, I'll give Staley a shot, just talking to him. He's been here. There'll be a lot of guys outside the building, too.
Back-to-back years, you fired your defensive coordinator after 1 year. Do you have to go back through the process of this? Hans, I know both different situations. Were there things that went wrong in the process to find these last two guys?
I don't believe anything went wrong in the process. I'll tell you what, it's I think more opportunistic or easier process talking about it right now and whatever the date is today. It's a little bit harder in February, which the last two were in. Being the last team to finish last year, and before that, being the second to last team to finish makes it a lot different. So there's more opportunities out there, and planning on looking into all of them.
Would experience being a defensive coordinator be important to you this time?
I think some of the stuff that, just where we're at, some of the decisions that we got to make and things like that. I think having the experience of going through this before, building things before, I think is definitely a bonus for me. It helps me with some stuff, so that's stuff I will look into. But again, you always, regardless, you don't want to put just any handcuffs on your decision. You're going to always try to figure out the best one, and so you got ideas going into that. But just being so early, I'm going to have an opportunity to talk to a number of guys too. So we'll see what that leads us to.
You've always kind of stuck to this is who we want to be defensively. Is that still the scheme you want, or are you more open to potential changes this time?
I love the scheme that we've had here. I think it's one of the hardest things to go to when you got the right guys in the right spots. But I do think people adjust to schemes, and I think you have to adjust too, depending on your personnel. And I think that was a tougher thing for us this year. Just going into the season, it was a little bit harder than past seasons. And some of the injuries we had, I think, made it really tough for Nick. And I thought he got better trying to adjust and do different things. But I do think that's something that definitely, I'm not saying you got to change schemes, but you have to have the ability, the history and the knowledge of how to change some stuff up when you're in some certain situations, and I think that we do need that more going forward.
Under consideration for that special teams coordinator spot, or is Nick?
Nick would be in consideration. Yes.
And just to be clear, he's been let go, and you're hoping to bring him back.
I just told him he's not going to be the defense coordinator. Yeah, so he's under contract still, and I'm really hoping that he'll come back. But that's got to be something he and his family feel good about too, and the exact role that we end up carving out for him, which I'll work on here over the next few weeks.
Coach, how challenging is that for him to go from being the defensive coordinator to being, and I'm not saying just another assistant, but from being the defensive coordinator to moving back into a different role?
I don't know. I haven't done it before, so I'm sure it is a challenge. It has to do with, is that something that you want to do? Is it something you're comfortable with? I know our building would be comfortable with it. I know our players would be comfortable with it. This was a tough year, but Nick didn't lose any respect or anything like that from any of our players or our coaches. And I think if you talk to anyone, whether it's with you guys in the media or it's just one-on-one, he's got a lot of respect from people here, and everyone does think he's a good coach. I spent these last 2 days having exit interviews. then, to go through these 2 days where all I do is just talk to people and you talk to everybody. Lots of good feedback on Nick, and I think the guys would be real excited if he was here next year.
Is there any uncertainty about Trent Williams and him playing in 2025?
Trent's doing well. He's, he had a bruise in the ankle joint, and it probably took a little longer than anyone anticipated. But sometimes that happens, and the good news is it's taken a positive turn. Trent's mindset is where it always is, and he's still very interested in being a great player that he is, and I think he's still got a lot left in the tank. So Trent's committed as ever, and we love having Trent Williams a part of us.
You mentioned options out there for the DC spot, also special teams coordinator. What are you looking for both spots?
I'm looking for a guy who I think will fit with our team the best. I like to talk to guys about our personnel. I want to obviously talk to someone about their plans schematically and what they like to do, but that's all great. What do you plan to do with our team? And that's what involves certain people. In terms of when they look at what we have, what they think we need going forward, what we got to go get. And so I want someone that kind of meshes with what I believe in, and but I also believe in that you got to fit to come up with the best thing possible that fits our situation right now. So that'll be talking about our personnel, the roster thing, a lot of things like that, and what their plan would be with it.
Would you be open to someone running a different scheme from the past seasons?
Yeah, I'm open to anything.
Brock talked the other day about wanting to get an extension done as soon as possible. All right, do you have that same optimism that it can get done by mid-April when spring workouts start?
Well, listen, I think what we know about Brock is that he's our guy. We've got, we have interest in Brock being around here for a long, long time. He's done so much for our organization. He's won big games, had a little tougher task, as we all did this year, with some of the things that happened throughout the course of the year. We just never could string games where we were all together. And through that, he continued to lead. He continued to play at a high level. So we have every interest in him being around. The way this thing goes, these press conferences are necessary, but always kind of silly because Kyle's coaching. We spend time together all the time, and there's big issues that affect the team. But he's just getting off coaching. He's had his door shut for 2 days, doing exit interviews. We were just up, but we were talking about our players. We'll have some time here in the coming weeks to sit together and put our whole plan together. That's obviously a priority, that position, and we'll give it that attention.
When you guys last sat up there, like in training camp, one of the big priorities you said was we have to have finishers this year. And you guys got outscored, I think, 165-88 in the fourth quarter. So what does that tell you about this team? What went wrong? Is it physical stamina? Is it mindset? Is it personnel schemes? What do you point your finger to?
Yeah, you don't want to have excuses. A lot of our finishers weren't out there, and then on top of it, we still had opportunities. We still put ourselves in good position, and we couldn't get it done. So we have to own that as a team. That's why we're 6-11. We have a high standard. We had high expectations. We fell short of that, and it's our job to fix that. And I know that Kyle and I are committed as we've ever been to doing just that. We don't plan on being in this place. Don't like it. It's terrible to sit home and watch something that you expect yourself to be in, the tournament. And we're going to go about the work, and we're excited about the work to do just that. But I do believe we have finishers on this team, and got to continue to add to that. We got to continue to infuse youth and good football players to this team, and we'll do that.
You're listening to Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. It's their season-ending 49ers press conference from Santa Clara.
Social media posturing, maybe some of it has already begun. Just, is there anything as the organization that you can do to kind of mitigate that, calm it down? It just seems like it's heated up at times in the last few off seasons.
Yeah, I think every team has a certain measure of that. I think we have a lot of good players, and one of the things that comes with having a lot of good players is it's hard to feed everyone, and you got to make tough decisions. And we're certainly at a point where we've had a 5-year run with 4 NFC championships, 2 Super Bowls, and you have to go back to the fundamentals of really building the thing. The lifeblood of your organization needs to be strong drafts because it gives you young players that you have under contract for. And so I think we had multiple, I think 7 players that were starters off that draft class. Whether we expected them to be, they did, and they gained really valuable experience. I even had free agent guys like Evan Anderson who contributed, a lot. And so I think we're really excited about this rookie class and that movement. We got to continue to add to it. We have 10, probably right now 9 draft choices. We think we'll have 10 with a comp pick, but we need to continue to add to it in that way, and hope we continue to have hard decisions because we have a lot of great players here.
This is not the first year that special teams have struggled here, and widely noted you don't take a real detailed interest in special teams. Does that need to change a little, Kyle? Can you get more involved? Do you need to get more involved?
I mean, what do you mean by I don't take interest in special teams?
Well, you say you're not watching the kicker tryouts and that kind of stuff. I know they're offhand.
Let me help Kyle there. I would tell you Kyle spends an inordinate amount of time with all phases of our team. Special teams is extremely important in the way we construct our rosters. The time is there. Now in kicking, neither of us are kicking specialists, so we don't sit here and profess to know everything about kicking and things of that nature. But the time issue, I'm sorry to interrupt, Kyle, but he spends plenty of time there.
I just don't BS you guys.
Yeah.
That's it. Oh, you turned it around on me there. But no, I just don't BS you guys with that stuff. But to say, we spent some heavy draft picks on special teams players, which I think is an investment. We spent some salary cap on guys. Bringing guys like George Odom, having Flanagan Fowles here these last couple of years. That's bringing back. Those are special teams decisions. Spending a 3rd-round pick on a kicker. Making special teams changes is why special teams is important to me, because we do work at it. But it's, wasn't good enough this year. I don't put that just on Brian by any means. Losing your kicker, losing your punter, when injuries do affect the roster, especially offense and defensively, what it did affect the most was special teams. And I think that was unfair to Brian and a tough situation to put him in. But I do think it's an avenue we can get better in, and you can't change the whole thing out. And so Brian ends up being the fall guy for that. And I really appreciate him. He did have a real good 3 years here and worked his tail off and was very loyal to us and is a very good coach. And he'll bounce back on his feet, and we'll be going against him soon, I'm sure. But no, special teams is part of football, and everything part of football is extremely important to us.
You talked a couple of weeks ago that you wanted to find some
to make when it comes to guys that were just period. Looking forward, you got some hard decisions to make when it comes to roster changes and coaching changes, right? So there are some videos circulating on the internet from the families of a couple players that would lead some people to believe that Drake Greenlaw knows whether or not he will be here or not. Has there been any conversation where he's been given a definitive answer of his future as a Niner?
No, we don't even know, guys. We haven't spent much time together yet. I've had 2 days with exit interviews with players and coaches. Players don't know either, and that's what's hard for players. They're under contracts. They know when their contract's going to run up. That's an emotional time for players, for their families, for wives, girlfriends, whoever it is, kids, just like it is for coaches when I can't always tell them exactly what their future is going to be the day the season ends. It's tied to a lot of other people, and I know I've been on that side. I know wives are texting you all day asking what the deal is, and they don't believe that you really don't have an answer yet. And I know what they look like when you walk home through the door and they're like, what are we doing with our lives? And you're like, I don't really know. There's a lot of things that you want to solve so fast for people that is stressful for people sitting in our chairs. But you can't solve everything at once. A lot of things are tied together, and when you hear things like that, or Greenlaw, we're doing everything in the world we can to bring Greenlaw back, and we're not into losing really good players who are unbelievable people. So we're going to do everything we can to never lose really good players who are good people. But that's also a very hard challenge, very hard, and that's something that you don't just talk about in one meeting. There's too many things that connect to that. Draft, free agency, roster, years, all that stuff, and that takes weeks, months to decide.
And I think the only thing I'd add to that, the communication with the players, what's most important. And I know I sat with Dre and always have great discussions with Dre. I know about his want to be here, and I know our want to have him here. And like Kyle said, there's realities and there's tough decisions and so many factors to all those things. But believe me, the desire on both sides is there.
You mentioned a couple of weeks ago that you wanted to. What was I going to? Go ahead, Jake.
You mentioned that the scheme, because of personnel, it was harder on Nick. When you look at the defensive line, I think the wide nine is coming to scrutiny. How much do you view, especially in the run game, the struggles there being schematic, and how much of it is personnel?
I think it's a little bit of both. First of all, regardless of injuries or anything, this year is most disappointing to me because regardless of injuries, I feel we should have been a playoff team. And then you never know what happens in there. But when I go back to the hardest thing for me this year was those 3 games I've talked to you guys about. First one versus Arizona, first one versus LA, first one versus Arizona, second one versus Seattle. I thought we should have won those games, and we lost them at the end by, I thought, our own mistakes, which means we would have been 8-2 going into week 11. And that was the hardest thing and then we had some real bad injuries, which were going to be tough. But that's, to me, what made it steamroll to where we didn't have a chance to make the playoffs. So when I look at that stuff, that's the stuff that I feel we got to fix the most. And is that scheme? Is that personnel? that's football. You got to adjust. Your scheme changes when people are getting hurt, when you can't do exactly what you want to do. It happens on offense all the time. You guys are going to see, I hear it from you guys, but the offense looks different when a different quarterback gets in there. It looks different when Christian McCaffrey gets in there. It looks different all the time, and that's how defenses can be too. But you have to build it that way because it's really hard to just change something up in 3 days of practice. You got to have that foundation of how you implement it and where you think the season can go, and that's what you really truly try to build in the off season, and then in the training camp. And that's something I think we'll be better at building this offseason, having a little bit more time to do it, being a little more prepared for it, because we saw where it went last year. And that starts with getting a coordinator in here who can help us map that out. And once we do map that out, it goes right to free agency and how to make sure we can get the best possible situation that we have out of the situation that we're in. And then it goes to the draft. And when that's over, all the guys are here, and then you get to work.
Same lines. You had mentioned a couple weeks ago that you wanted to find the root causes for the down season beyond the injuries. In your mind, what do you feel those root causes were?
Yeah, I think my point there was you don't just want to say it was injuries, because like Kyle just mentioned, we had games within our control. In spite of or despite those injuries, we were in position to win a lot of games. So I think you just want to dig deeper and you want to look at everything, and that's what we'll do. That's part of our process. That will always be part of our process. We can go more in depth this year. I think you always try to look for the positive in situations, and there ain't a whole lot of positive in not being in the playoff run. You have to make it a positive because we have this time. How are we going to use it? And I think we can focus a little bit more on where we want to go, where we want to evolve in both personnel, scheme, all these things, and that's what we'll do. We'll take advantage of the time. In a sense, it kind of energizes you to come back and have this time to really put our minds and our staff's minds together to come out with the best, to give us the best opportunity to compete going forward.
You're listening to Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, their season-ending press conference from Santa Clara.
Insane competitors. Did you know going into the draft those guys were insane competitors, and how do you find more guys like that?
I can't say you always know. Like Jawan Jennings, we don't spend a lot of time watching like highlight tapes off the internet, but up in the draft meeting someone said you should watch this highlight tape, and so we did that with Jawan, and it was insane. It really was. It was so you kind of had an idea of the type of competitor, and I smile when I talk about Jawan because I love the way he plays. I love the way he competes. You don't know on every player, but I think the process and the way we include everybody, the way we pair personnel staff with coaches, and the thorough process we have, it's a good process. So you find guys like that, and I think we're going to rely on that process and challenge to continue to get better. What we know is when we have consensus up there, we do really well, and we've done that, and we need to continue to do that.
On to make any changes to the offensive staff, and related to that, I know Clay, you let him call plays in the last game. How did he do there, and do you expect his role to grow or shift within that structure?
I thought he did an awesome job, and Clay's role is going to be the same as it's been. which has been the offensive coordinator. He just hasn't had that title yet. I mean, Clay's done as much as anyone on offense for these last 2 years. So this was his second year doing that, and he gets better and better each year at it. Just hasn't had the official title yet, and now he'll get the official title, which he more than deserves. But it's more about, recognizing what he's already been doing and doing at a high level.
Call plays, or will you delegate that sometimes?
Yeah, I'll continue to call plays, but Clay and I have done everything here the last 2 years together, kind of hand in hand. When we put the game plan in together, yeah, I call it. Only one person can speak to the quarterback, but him, Furster, Fleury, those are the guys I rely on through play calling throughout the game. It's not like I'm just in silence there calling every play. I'm discussing it with the guys we prepared for it with in the week, discussing it with the guys who are talking with their players and what they see, and it's the same thing we all did for Clay versus Arizona.
What Ricky went through, how do you both judge the season he had?
I thought Ricky had an unbelievable season. I know the gunshot wound is the biggest, obviously, but I've never had a rookie player miss all of OTAs in training camp and have much of a successful rookie year. It's tough to do that. For him to do that and then get into week one, which I knew he would be way behind because of that situation, and then get a gunshot wound kind of made me think that we were going to get nothing from him, and just in terms of how could we and how hard that would be on him, but how quick he came back from that. And then when he did, just to watch him go through rookie things in a live NFL game and stuff, and then having to watch him come back from that stuff throughout the year and still hit a rookie wall without a foundation of an offseason and stuff like that. I thought it was a huge success for him this year.
Yeah, I'd agree. You have these exit interviews, and you always take away impressions. And the coolest thing, some of these rookies are typically they're just done. You think about it: long college year, right to combine training. You get drafted, you go OTAs, all that. Ricky, one thing he said to me, Mr. Lynch, I just want to keep playing because I feel like I'm just getting my feet underneath me. So that's really cool that he has that excitement, and he's going to use that. I said, now the key is you use that to motivate you through this offseason. And the best players, they don't ever take a rest. They shutter down the intensity and things like that, but they never rest. And so his mindset, I can tell, is right. He's a really good football player. Proud of the way he handled a lot of adversity, things that nobody could anticipate, and work through it. And I think we're going to have a really good football player.
On that note, behind the scenes, we talked to Mooney kind of for the first time yesterday since what happened to him and Trent and Chris Furster and Ricky. You guys had a lot of things that are not typical, pretty brutal behind the scenes. How hard was that behind the scenes, and how did you both navigate it?
That stuff's always tough, and and the football season's so intense for everyone. That's why anyone who's really been my friend over the last 20 years realizes you're not going to know anything about them for about 7 months, because we kind of go into a hole and you get caught up in the season and all that stuff. But we all do have families and stuff out, and that it does weigh on people. But you still got to come and you got to do your job. But that stuff is hard, and you watch guys go through it, and it's I think it. You don't like to watch anyone go through something tragic, but you really watch how impressive people can be going through that stuff. It's when you watch people really grieve and things like that, it's you realize that's the hardest thing all humans have to deal with. But then to watch people who are grieving so badly and still have to come into a room and then go perform at a high level, which is a whole different type of pressure, and to watch them handle it and get through it, you realize how much stronger some of this stuff makes those guys, and then inspires guys around them. And it does make you closer at times. But I think our stuff was pretty documented this year. But there's stuff like that every year. Maybe not quite as big, or as many of them. But a lot of teams deal with that stuff, and we've been through a number over these years. And just going through it with Chris Furster and his wife last year, just her passing away a week before the Super Bowl and things like that. And going through it with Johnny over the years, when him battling his cancer and things like that. Everyone has those tough moments in life, but when you have to do it through this, it is unique. But when you go through it, I think it does make people a little bit closer and a little bit stronger for going through some of those moments.
And that's
All right, that was Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, their season-ending press conference from Santa Clara. We'll be back to talk about it on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
New year, new adventures. Choose SFO for all your travel plans.
Possibly.
I am ready to go.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, we just heard from Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. They did their season-ending press conference from Santa Clara, and
Lynch jumped in.
Lynch jumped in a couple times. Let's see. Let's try to highlight some of the most important stuff, as Kyle Shanahan would say. Nick Sorensen's out. And
Staley's a candidate?
Yeah, but it sounds like they're going to go outside the building, obviously, to interview people. He said he's open to anything, including changing the defensive scheme. As for Brock Purdy, it was all love toward him.
Yeah.
Kyle Shanahan said, I know that Brock Purdy is capable of giving the 49ers a Super Bowl in the future. And Kyle Shanahan also said that he plans on being here with Brock Purdy for a long time.
There you go.
So
put a ring on it, and they're about to.
We're going to see how much that ring's going to cost at some point. But clearly those guys were... and
Lynch said Brock's our guy, John Lynch.
Yep.
So, I mean, nothing shocking there. But I do, and maybe Evan knows, Steiny, he mentioned that the offensive coordinator...
Clay Kubiak?
will not call plays. So I always wondered what that guy does. I think of Bieniemy in Kansas City, which didn't have a head coaching job in the NFL, but what does the coordinator do when you don't call plays?
I think he just works together with Kyle Shanahan to develop the game plan. And Kyle said as much. I mean, I don't – obviously Kyle Shanahan calls the plays.
It's his baby.
And Kubiak's part of the offensive coaching staff. It sounds to me like it's Shanahan's plays, and before the game, they both talk about what the overarching strategy should be and what may work and what may not work. So no change there for Kyle Shanahan. And
one thing I want to run by you.
Yeah.
If Nick Sorensen has to be a good guy. And the reason I say that, and I mean that, Steiny, because they want to keep him around. But would you personally want to, I guess he got fired or demoted from his defensive coordinator position to where he could be a candidate for the special teams position. Would you want that?
No.
I wouldn't either. Just as the guy. You know, I'd probably want to move. I don't want EDD either, but I want a job. But I don't think I want to do that on the same team. That's just me.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. If you were just listening, Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, met the media. And if there's one thing they did reinforce, it's that Brock Purdy's their guy. And they plan on signing him to an extension. And they plan on him being the quarterback of the 49ers for the foreseeable future. And as of right now, I absolutely, positively believe him. I don't think there's any subterfuge there. But we'll see when negotiations start and teams may be far apart, then maybe your strategy has to change. But for right now, the 49ers' number one priority, or at least one of the things on their calendar midsummer, is to get Purdy signed to an extension.
Well, I got to give TK the MVP, Steiny, because that was a hell of a question in regard to did anything go wrong in the process of hiring the two last defensive coordinators? I mean, that's saying everything without saying it. You know what I mean? Because there were two changes, but we'll see who gets this one.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Tony in Oakland. Hey, Tony, how you doing?
Good morning. Okay, I just listened to that.
Okay.
You know, this is the first time I've heard Lynch talk at length. Oh, don't give me a second to size them. No wonder we've got two ignoramuses between him and Shanahan in charge. I thought that Lynch, you know, maybe being a pro safety, and he seems to have it going on with the charisma. But in terms of wisdom and discernment, you know, the problem as I've said, is Shanahan. He loses it in the fourth. He has a fear factor. So he's either got to go to God or bone up somehow. Most, like Lynch and most people can't discern when someone's just like freezing in fear, which Shanahan always does. No one just, they seem to think, I don't know, that he's some kind of mastermind because he thinks of a few plays.
Yeah. My partner, Tony, has called him a genius on many occasions. Tony, he's somebody that just thinks the world
I'm with Tony.
of Kyle Shanahan.
No, Tony, he's gone away. When you get too smart, you mess up. And I've called him a genius.
Wait, let's look at this. Any ignoramus can think of plays. If you don't have that creative element, all you do is look at what the other people are doing and steal from them or add to it.
Thank you, Tony.
Yeah. I think she won a Doobie, too. Tony, a Doobie Award. That's Spadoni, am I correct? Yes, she did win. Yeah. Tony with the year. Tony
She was calling you out.
No, she didn't mention me until you hated. Yeah.
Well, whenever I hear somebody saying, people think Kyle's the dick. Yeah. What are you doing?
No, I was looking at my notes from the from what we just listened to the presser.
Pick something out.
The defensive coordinator. Like, I think Staley has a greater chance than you think.
He's got no chance.
You think so?
Oh.
Come on, Stein. He's done it before at a high level.
They're getting somebody that's going to get him out of that wide nine.
Could that somebody be Robert Saleh, who's interviewing, I believe, with the Jags for a head coaching job? Would you want to come back if you're him? If you get passed over, why wouldn't you, Steiny?
Also, here's another one. Deebo Samuel expected to be back next year. At least for now.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
And the big one, too, was the video you shared with me in regard to Dre Greenlaw's wife. She put something up on social insinuating maybe that his days with the Niners might be done. But if you listen to those two guys, that hadn't even started.
Yeah, but who do you think is going to be more truthful? Greenlaw's wife, dude, or Shanahan and Lynch?
I tell you what, if I'm a defensive coordinator coming in to get this job, Steiny, I'm taking the chance on Greenlaw being healthy, man. I'm sorry. That'll be one of those.
You're basing that on absolutely zero information.
No, the information I saw in the first half against the Rams,
but he got
something.
Hurt. He got hurt then. He got hurt then after.
But I told you, I look at it from the premise of he should have never even been out there. Like, I thought he shouldn't even came back.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I told you that.
No, you said.
That's why I'm feeling the way that I feel.
No,
come on,
you
man.
thought that when they got McCaffrey back on offense and Greenlaw back on defense, they were going to hit the ground running.
That's somebody else you used to work with. I told you I didn't expect Dre back. So when he came back, I was
this has been a tough day for you.
No, it's actually been a good day.
I mean, it's been a good day, but, you know.
What?
You know how Steph Curry's coming to terms with his basketball mortality?
No doubt about it.
It feels like you're coming to terms with your sports radio mortality a little bit. Like,
hey,
you know.
It can be over in a second, man.
You know, you just.
I've been on fire. I don't want to pat myself on the back, but beep, beep. Come on, I'm telling you how I feel. No, and I told you, Staley, if it were me, it's probably got more of a chance to get the job
Brandon
than you.
Staley out of a police lineup.
He was the Chargers head coach.
You couldn't pick him out of a police lineup.
And he's the guy that said, don't ask me that again. And he got fired 48 hours after that.
I mean, the bottom line is, what I've observed this week is you have been surprised by a lot of things that have been going on in the last week or two, which shows me that you didn't expect those things to happen.
You are, the real Skip Bayless. Put your glasses back on.
Let's go to Big D in the hospital. Big D usually is eating.
He works there. He's not in the hospital.
Right. But he eats lunch in his office at the hospital. Right. What's going on, Big D?
Man, I'm glad to hear you guys, man. I was listening to you guys earlier. It was awesome. It was awesome, man. Good new year. 49ers need to, if they're going to put a ring on Purdy like they said they are, they need to beef up the front line.
No doubt.
I've been watching the Niners I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. So, you know what? Beef up that front line. Hey, hopefully everybody comes back healthier, you know, because they was over here at the hospital injured. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Patch them up, get them back out there. You know what? But what they really need looking at is that special teams hurts looking at it. Yeah, they need Papali on there.
Oh, it's
Hey, I love you
Vince
guys. You guys
Papali.
take care.
Yeah, you too, baby.
Former Philadelphia Eagle great, Vince Papali. Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
Speaking of which, we didn't even mention Lynch brought up your favorite player on the Niners, Trent Williams. They expect him to be back and healthy and ready to go.
Yeah.
Look at you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll happen. And the funniest part was he's really committed. Yeah, sure he is.
That was the GM speaking. Don't hate.
I'm not hating.
He had a
don't try to
down year, but come on, and
don't
he had some
snow
stuff
job
off the
me.
field.
Don't snow job me. And it's been 2 years now. Oh my! What does this mean?
Been wrong about him.
What does this mean? Guru be flip flopping. Like a pair of sandals. I get it.
Give you a 1.
Well, you're not giving me a 1. I'm just reading.
Yeah, well, you said it with joy.
Well, he misspelled some words here, but that was the.
Yeah, Trent Williams, Steiny, he's been All-Pro 3 of the last 4 seasons. I don't expect him to get it this year, so put some respect on his name.
No,
I know he's older.
I won't put respect on his name.
They've been to the Super Bowl. They've been to the NFC.
You know what your favorite word is?
Don't speak for me. You don't know.
I know what your favorite word is.
What?
Was. Yeah, everybody was. Everybody used to be.
I'll give you 2.
Everybody kind of was. You got to live in the present.
And he is presently your left tackle.
You continue to look back and think that will be what lies ahead. 510, Trent Williams, overrated. Always had. This is not me. This is the text line.
But they're Steiny
Trent
stands.
Williams, overrated, has always been. Tyron Smith in his prime would be better. Well, Joe Thomas, certainly. Joe Thomas.
All Hall of Famers. Your boy is a first ballot Hall of Famer whenever he decides to hang him up, Trent Williams.
Hopefully it'll be this summer where he decides to hang him up. And he won't have hold the 49ers hostage for being the highest paid offensive lineman who plays 7 games during a year. See, Guru, have the Warriors not taught you anything? Guru? Have the Warriors not taught you anything?
I'm irritated.
Why?
I'm irritated.
Why?
You got stands out there coming for me.
Oh.
Yeah. I can take it.
888-957-9570 is the number. In case you're just joining us, Warriors lost last night 114-98 to the Miami Heat. And about an hour ago, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan met Bay Area reporters. It was their season-ending press conference, and they were talking about the 6-11 year and some of the big themes of the offseason. They made it clear they intend to pay Brock Purdy, and they expect him to be the San Francisco 49er quarterback for the foreseeable future. Kyle Shanahan said
this is the big one.
He envisions he and Purdy working together for a long time. There was talk about Nick Sorensen, and Brandon Staley, who's in-house, will get an interview. Didn't sound like he was a serious candidate because Kyle said, well, he'll get a shot. Okay. So Staley's going to get a shot, and then they're going to bring in other candidates. Kyle Shanahan said he's open to anything, change of scheme. We learned about Trent Williams. John Lynch said he's in a good place, and they expect him to be healthy next year. And they talked about Dre Greenlaw and the fact that Dre Greenlaw's wife Greenlaw's wife in a video with other 49er wives and fiancés seemed to suggest that they know Dre Greenlaw will not be back and that free agency is going to have him playing in another city.
Yeah.
So,
and they refuted that. They were like, hadn't even started, so... And he doesn't know, but again, she did do that, Steiny. But I'm just telling you, if it were me and I'm the Niners, I'm just taking a chance on Dre Greenlaw, man. I just am.
888-957-9570 is the number. This is Shanahan on the decision to fire Nick Sorensen.
I don't know. I haven't done it before. I'm sure it is a challenge. It has to do with, is that something that you want to do? Is it something you're comfortable with? I know our building would be comfortable with it. I know our players would be comfortable with it. This was a tough year, but no, Nick didn't lose any respect or anything like that from any of our players or our coaches. And I think if you talk to anyone, whether it's with you guys in the media or it's just one-on-one, he's got a lot of respect for people here, and everyone does think he's a good coach. I spent these last 2 days having exit interviews. It's to go through these 2 days where all I do is just talk to people, and you talk to everybody. Lots of good feedback on Nick, and I think the guys would be real excited if he was here next year.
All right, that was about if Nick Sorensen will or will not take the special teams coach. They also fired Brian Schneider, so they have an opening at special teams. They would like, it sounds like, Sorensen to be that coach. It's a matter of whether Sorensen wants to take that job after getting fired as the defensive coordinator of the San Francisco 49ers.
What did you make of Kawakami telling Kyle? I think he took it the wrong way, like you don't care about special teams. John had to jump in.
I didn't have a strong opinion about that, but how tough was it to move on from Nick Sorensen?
I feel there's some options out there that can end up being a better option in the situation that we're in for our team. And when really it comes down to that, the position I'm in, regardless of anything else, that's always the stuff I got to go with. So it was a real tough decision for me, and I'm still hoping that we can keep Nick here. But I do feel there's some other avenues that in the long run will be better for the 49ers.
All right. There he goes. Oh, I didn't know this. Evan, did you know this? That players' wives and girlfriends are called WAGs. Wives and girlfriends. WAGS. I've never heard that before. Have you heard that? I've never.
No, but Spadoni has.
Oh, Spadoni has. Okay. I like it. I kind of like anachronisms, if that's what it is. I might be wrong.
Well, you wouldn't say it to their face. Hey, you're a wag. What's that? Wife and
girlfriends.
I don't like it.
Oh, I love it.
That's derogatory.
Oh, absolutely not.
You don't say that
absolutely.
to the
I'll say it right to anybody's face.
Well, because you have no tact, but
what's wrong with wags?
And you wouldn't say it to somebody's spouse.
I'd say it to Mia.
No, you would. You'd get
Mia, you're a wag.
You get a two-piece. And she would call you something. You're a Richard.
All right.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Big takeaway. The big takeaway.
Brock's coming back and he's getting paid and he'll be here forever as long as Kyle's here.
Well, this is what John Lynch had to say.
Well, listen, I think what we know about Brock is that he's our guy. We've got, we have interest in Brock being around here for a long, long time. He's done so much for our organization. He's won big games had a little tougher task, as we all did this year, with some of the things that happened throughout the course of the year. We just never could string games where we were all together. And through that, he continued to lead. He continued to play at a high level. So we have every interest in him being around.
That's John Lynch on Brock Purdy. A couple other quotes and statements. Kyle Shanahan said, "I plan on being with Brock the whole time I'm here," which is at least the foreseeable future, you would think, unless something goes disastrously wrong next year. But this is John Lynch here's John Lynch on Deebo Samuel. And this is something that Lynch referred to a few times. He said, when asked about Deebo Samuel, he said, "Good player, done a ton for this organization, and we aren't in the business of letting good players walk out of here." So that's what John Lynch said about Deebo Samuel. Deebo Samuel under contract for next year.
If I'm Deebo, I like hearing that. I know it's just, wordplay.
Yeah, it means nothing. To Deebo.
We'll see.
Yeah. 49ers finishing up a 6-11 year. Man.
Who saw it coming?
Manti Te'o.
They got it, man.
Brian Baldinger. He called him slow week 3.
Well, it was a little after that, but that's still too late. Stan. I'm talking about before the season.
Listen, and that's where sometimes my role is to rewind and think about the thought process back in time. And when Steve Young said it might have been their last best chance, a lot of fans just laughed at Steve Young. And then, of course, Steve Young turned out to be a sage. And then we used terms like Super Bowl hangover, and nobody even wanted to talk about such a concept existing. And then sure enough, what we saw this year was a team that was just lacking a little bit of motivation, a little bit of togetherness. And the next thing you know, the season snowballed downhill.
But if you listen to Lynch in that presser, no excuses, Steiny, a lot. He said the word injuries a lot. Like he didn't have their closers out there. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you injuries are the only reason they went 6-11. But if we're going to just be honest, and I know it's hard for one of us here, but come on, injuries had a lot to do with, them having guys available. It starts with Dre Greenlaw. We saw that in the Super Bowl.
But you knew you weren't going to play.
But not 6-11, Sonny. Maybe get to the playoffs, but not be eliminated 3 or 4 weeks in with. What I mean?
I don't know. There's something. It's weird. But Dre Greenlaw gets hurt in the Super Bowl,
right?
And you're going to miss him the first 14 weeks of the year.
But you got Bosa and Warner, so
no. What I'm getting at is it's not like you thought Greenlaw was healthy week 1 and he suffered a season-ending injury. It's like you knew Greenlaw wasn't going to be a factor this year.
Yeah,
you knew that.
But the guys had fill in.
You're basically using an excuse from something you knew way back in February.
No, but the guys that filled in for him, they didn't need an excuse then. They thought they had guys that would be sufficient, playing that position. And we saw all season long that the guys didn't, they didn't step up.
Honestly, I think the way I'm going to start to do it is this. Every time somebody says, well, injuries, I'm going to say, actually, it wasn't injuries. It was, they had no depth.
What?
So the roster was wanting after their top 22 players.
But it's usually like that in sports.
Not for the Lions.
Yeah.
Not for the, no.
But
not
give me
for the
another
great
team
teams.
outside of the Detroit
Chiefs
Lions.
had a ton of injuries this year. The Kansas City Chiefs had a ton of injuries. The Lions had a ton of injuries. Teams have injuries, and it's a matter of how the teams respond or who has better backups.
So you're looking at the 6-11 like you just didn't get it done. Missed me with the injuries.
Well, the injuries caught up to them, but not to injuries did not affect their 4-5 start. I don't believe. They were just missing McCaffrey at that point, and his substitute was leading the league in rushing. So even when you had almost a full complement of players, it's not like you were 7-1. You were 4-5. And that's the part where, yes, injuries were absolutely a factor, but this team from week 1 to week 18 never got better, never put together a complete game. They didn't compete the second half of the season. It truly was a disaster.
You don't got to convince me.
There are no bright spots. None. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Safe travel in the new year starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians will check fluids, wipers, lights, and more. No need to get out of your vehicle. Locations, coupons are at BayAreaOilChange.com.
Hey, it's your boy Guru here to tell you about
Oh, I'm going to watch it. Believe me, I really love this.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, if you're just joining us, we brought to you the Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch press conference in the wake of the 49ers 6-11 season. And the biggest takeaway, I got to believe, 49er fans' takeaway anyway, is this team sounded 100% committed to Brock Purdy. Not only now, but in the future. John Lynch made it clear with this sound.
Well, listen, I think what we know about Brock is that he's our guy. We've got, we have interest in Brock being around here for a long, long time. He's done so much for our organization. He's won big games had a little tougher task, as we all did this year, with some of the things that happened throughout the course of the year. We just never could string games where we were all together. And through that, he continued to lead. He continued to play at a high level. So we have every interest in him being around.
So that was John Lynch. And then later in the press conference, Kyle Shanahan added, I plan on being with Brock the whole time that I'm here. And we know that Kyle Shanahan is under contract for, at least 3 more years till 2027. Let's hear from Kyle Shanahan on that one.
It's important to have our whole team back for OTAs. And that's actually, last year, it was like 8 weeks after our last game that our guys needed to be back for voluntary work and stuff, which I think is real important. And the year before that, it was like 9 or 10 weeks. So these last 2, and then when we all got back, it was like you could tell we all were back, but we wish we had a little bit more time. When I look at a calendar now and realize we have 14 weeks until we need to get back, like I expect everyone to be ready to go and excited to really get this going and play some football. And that starts with Brock. Like Brock is the leader of our team. I've loved these 3 years with Brock. I plan on being with Brock here the whole time I'm here. So Brock's been a stud. He's a guy I got a lot of confidence in, and just as a human. But it starts with what he's done on the field these last 2.5 years, and we're capable of winning a Super Bowl with him. We just almost did, and I know he's capable of getting the Niners Super Bowl in the future.
There it is.
Yeah,
there it is. And my question to 49er fans at 888-957-9570. The 49ers brass, to me, has made it clear they do believe in Brock Purdy. Do you believe it? Do you believe that they don't have doubts about Brock Purdy? Because they're sure sounding like, of all the things that may or may not happen this offseason, the one thing that they can count on is that Brock Purdy's going to be the quarterback next year. They also said Deebo Samuel will be back. They also indicated that Javon Hargrave will not be back. So,
wow,
there you have it. But I guess my question is anybody out there not convinced that they believe in Purdy?
No. Because you asking your partner.
Yeah, I'm asking. I'm asking.
I totally agree. Like Steiny, just the numbers don't lie. Last year he had 31 touchdowns. This year 20 and 11 interceptions last year to 12 this year. But the one blow, just again, I'm not making any excuses. Purdy doesn't need me to cape because he's already taken the team on the fly to the NFC Championship game. Followed that up with elbow reconstruction. Got him to a Super Bowl, almost a win. So right there, you should be identified as the guy that can get you there, right? Lamar, the Dax, all kind of other quarterbacks haven't done that. The Josh Allens. So when they say that, I understand it, and I feel like, Steiny, to be honest, I'm not making excuses. There were a litany of things that Steiny, that throw was off from Purdy. But, at the end of the day, it was just an incompletion. It was a bad pass or whatnot. But he started this season without his security blanket, and that's Christian McCaffrey. And I feel like you're going to say, well, we got him back 3 games. It's not just it's they as an offense didn't have Christian McCaffrey to start the season, and it culminated in the season that, you're right, last segment you said, Steiny, this was pitiful. Well, I'm paraphrasing, but I do feel like this dude's shown you he can do it twice. Why wouldn't you pay him? And then the other part of this that I believe there's some pride involved in is Kyle chose him the last pick in the draft, so he's homegrown, and he's gotten you to great heights. Why would you let a season where you dealt with everything as a whole, why would you pinpoint it on him like pin the tail on the donkey and say Purdy was the reason that they were 6-11? Did he have the greatest season? No. But, Steiny, I can't look you in the face and tell the people listening that he was the reason, and they're telling us he wasn't the reason in their eyes, too.
The 650 on the text line says, well, do you believe, Steiny? And my answer would be like, yeah, I believe that they want Brock Purdy to be their quarterback for the foreseeable future.
And he will.
On their terms. On their terms.
Now, it's funny, Cam Inman, the great Cam Inman, asked him about getting them signed at OTAs. They didn't commit to a time.
It's because they're smart. They know.
All right, because I felt that from Lynch. Lynch was like, yeah, I'm not throwing that bone back at you, Cam. To go with Purdy saying he'd like it done by OTAs.
See, I don't believe organizations are altruistic at all. And what I believe two things can be true. One is, I do believe they want Brock Purdy as the quarterback for the foreseeable future. But that doesn't mean they're just going to open up the checkbook for $60 million and give him that money. So, what I believe is a possibility is in a couple weeks, the 49ers will start talking to Brock Purdy about this contract extension. And the goal will be to get it done before OTAs. But
that's dependent on.
That's dependent on whether they can agree to a number.
Yeah.
And if they don't agree to a number by OTAs, Brock Purdy's not going to show up. And then we're going to be in a situation of, well, do we kind of cave, for lack of a better term, to Brock and give him what he wants? Or do we believe that he wants so much and we're a little uncomfortable paying it to him? So you know what? Let's start sniffing around for another quarterback. I do believe that's absolutely within the realm of possibility.
Yeah, I feel like you have and I'm being nice because I'm feeling good, Steiny, the Olympic version of the ultimate victory lap, and that is when you said early on you wanted to see the quarterback Brock Purdy without his weaponry. But I want to throw it back to you. You look like you got to say something. Go ahead. But how much is that going to cost him for the season that he put out without some of his weaponry? I'm starting to think none, because how many quarterbacks outside of the one in Missouri, the state of Missouri, Patrick Mahomes, can really shine without the things that are supposed to be there?
Well, I got to take a break.
All right.
But 888-957-9570 is the number. I just think there's a little difference between, yeah, of course they want him as their quarterback for the foreseeable future. But is the price going to be right? 888-957-9570. And if they can't come to a price early, meaning before OTAs, are they really going to let this linger like these things have in the past? And they've been detrimental, and we know that. 888-957-9570. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also, it's a Warriors Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen. It's brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Segment also brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton.
Trent's mindset is where it always is, and he's still very interested in being a great player that he is, and I think he's still got a lot left in the tank. So
now back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
See, that one didn't sound so convincing to me.
Wow,
seriously,
it did to me.
He's really he's interested in it.
But
is he committed though? There's a difference.
What do you think?
I don't. No, I don't.
But that's why I love my brother Evan. He's always giving Trent his credit. It's just like you've always, even when he was on his, the best version of himself as a Niner, you always just felt some nepotism, like, he ain't doing enough. And he's getting the accolades in regard to the awards, the team's winning, they're running the ball. I'm asking you, for me, give him the benefit of the doubt.
No.
He's going nowhere.
I won't.
He's yours.
I won't.
They paid him. He'll bounce back. And he's had some tragedy off the field.
And that last part is not anything I would ever make fun of or not take into consideration. But the problems began last year with Trent Williams.
Yeah.
And he, it was his right to do what he did contract-wise, and he got everything he wanted, just like the other two guys. But just like the other two guys, they all fell short of having even an average.
It was a whole,
average
collective
average season. But what we're talking about is the biggest message out of Santa Clara, and that is Brock Purdy is our guy.
It's not even a shocker,
plain and simple. Well, again, I mean...
Well, you're right. The games have not begun.
Exactly. The game has not started. And it's to me, it is easy to say we want Brock here for the foreseeable future. And that's only one part of it. The other part of it is what's the number that makes you want to have him as your quarterback for the foreseeable future? This is Mark Schlereth.
Okay. Stink.
And he's talked about Purdy's contract. Take a listen.
Ultimately, I think Brock Purdy played pretty well considering all the injuries up front, the injuries to all the running backs, the changes you have to make offensively as a coaching staff because you can't do the things that you're normally capable of doing. Like all those things, you limit your playbook, all that stuff. So I think ultimately he played really well. And, and again, he's up for a contract renegotiation, but he still has another year left on his contract. So you're going to have to come to grips with, you're probably not going to get top dollar. You're probably not going to break the bank or set the market, but you can still make generational money. So you've got to come to grips with that about getting a new contract done.
And that's what I feel like Purdy has come to terms with. I don't think is there anybody out there that still believes Purdy will become the highest paid quarterback in football? I do not believe that.
See, and I love that because it's nuanced. Are you asking me, do you think that's his goal? Well, are we profiling Brock Purdy? Because I don't think that's his goal.
Well, if they offer it to him, he would take it.
Okay, no doubt.
But they're not. My point is the 49ers are not paying him more than the Cowboys paid Dak Prescott. I don't believe that.
Okay.
But
I won't be shocked if that happens, Sonny. After hearing that soundbite, and I know it's just words, but come on, there's reason. He has the accolades on paper in regard to quarterbacking this team to the Super Bowl and almost to another, to where if he reset the market, I wouldn't be shocked.
I would.
From the Niners standpoint, though.
Yeah.
You guys really gave him?
Again, if you tell me that we come out of these negotiations and we look at the numbers and we say, oh, my gosh, they gave him more than what the Cowboys gave Dak Prescott, I will absolutely be shocked.
Do you? I got to ask you, Donnie, because we keep it real 10 to 2 every day.
Purdy knows that he doesn't deserve to be the highest paid quarterback in football. He knows that.
But what's the difference from Dak being?
Because Dak's been in the league for 6-7 years and has a track record. Whether we like it or not, Purdy does not have a track record.
This is his first one.
And part of the. I'll tell you what,
because I want to ask you something. Hurry up.
Part of the art of finding a quarterback isn't just finding a quarterback who's good, but it's finding a quarterback who knows his own value. And that's where I don't expect Brock Purdy to take a haircut, but I also don't expect Brock Purdy to hold to demand money that's never been given to any other quarterback before.
All right. And that's what I was going to double back with. Is there, you know how you always say, Guru, I'm being honest with you. Is there any part of you that thinks that way about Brock Purdy because you feel like we know Brock Purdy and he comes from a humble back, because he was Mr. Irrelevant, like
he doesn't deserve to be the highest paid quarterback in football.
But I got you. You said Dak, but the guys that have had that moniker, Steiny, didn't deserve it.
Well, and this is where if you really want to, right, and this is where if you want to get into it, I'll be happy to get into it.
1 year and you got broke off.
Well, he's better. He's proven to be better,
but he hasn't taken his team.
But it paid off.
Oh, all right, right.
His team's in the playoffs this year. So,
but my point is,
Jordan Love is a young quarterback who's made the playoffs. 2 out of 2 years,
and you would take him over Purdy?
Yeah,
I would.
Okay,
yeah.
So what's he making? 55?
Yeah, for a second he was okay.
Like
that's interesting.
Here's what I think's going to happen, and we'll see, obviously. But I think the 49ers are going to try to lowball Brock Purdy. Whatever that means, whatever a lowball number is, that's what they're going to try to do.
And even if his name was Joe Montana, do you think they would still?
Yes, they do it to everybody.
And that's all I was
Parag tries to stick it to everybody.
So it's the natural evolution of the negotiation.
But just because they say they want Brock Purdy doesn't mean it's going to be kumbaya.
Oh, I totally get that. Come on.
Right. And so what I think is going to happen is the 49ers are going to try to get Brock Purdy for a price that they kind of know is too low, but they want to try to goad him into it. And if Purdy balks, then I think the 49ers start playing hardball and looking for another quarterback. Whether it's Kirk Cousins, and I'm going to say it, whether it's Aaron Rodgers, or if they could somehow get Sam Darnold, which I don't think they can. But I think the minute they feel like Brock Purdy is asking for a number that they're uncomfortable with, then they will start playing hardball, look to get another quarterback in here. And the one thing they could do is if they acquire a Cousins, a Rodgers, a Darnold, that doesn't mean then what's Brock Purdy going to do? Then he's got no leverage, but in a sense.
To that point,
that's the way businesses do business.
All right.
They don't just say, Brock, 62? Would that work?
Come on now.
Here's 62.
But you do the whole formula and it comes out how it comes out. My question to you and the masses is, if they're really in love with Brock Purdy, they're not judging him that he's not Josh Allen. They're not judging him that he's not Patrick Mahomes. They're judging him, what can you do with our team? And for 2 of the 3 years that you've been under center, we've had success. So, Steiny, just from that vantage point, I know they're not going to come in and say, hey, put the number you want. But the bottom line is, just going off of how affectionate they sounded about Brock Purdy, and I believe it could just be that they love him that much because he's theirs, and that could justify him getting whatever that dollar figure is. I think a lot of people are looking at these negotiations like, hey, you don't got an arm like Josh Allen. You're not Patrick Mahomes. But if they feel comfortable, and I think they do, with what he's already done and as fast as he's done it, that could justify them giving him the M's to where guys like yourselves, Steiny, and even me could be like, damn, they gave Brock this. It's not about who you're not. It's about what you've done for us and what we believe you can do.
Yeah, what's the number? And what's the date?
And hopefully by OTAs, obviously. Kyle talked about how,
and that's the part
when they got together and how long it took. And
I think, and we're going to talk about this kind of later in the week, but we can do it now. When we had Ross Tucker on yesterday and we were talking about Brock Purdy saying that Purdy would love to do something quickly because he'd love to be in here under contract for OTAs. I'll be honest with you. I looked at that and said, boy, that's a great sign.
Yeah.
And maybe the Niners have the same feeling and they'll want to get something done early. But Ross Tucker had a completely and utterly different take. Here was that take. And I think it's something that's going to be part of the equation.
He's already kind of putting it out there and bowing up on the Niners a little bit. Saying, because is he going to skip the mandatory minicamp? Is he going to skip training camp? And then they could fine him? He is under contract. So I thought that was very, very telling that Brock is already putting that out there, that he wants it done or else he's not going to attend the OTAs even though he's under contract.
There it is.
This is why I love what we do. Everybody has an opinion and brings something to the table that you didn't think about, even if you don't agree with it. Bastani, off of that premise, I was waiting for John to put the bow on that, and he didn't. He didn't when Cam asked him about OTAs and what Brock said, he kind of didn't, you know what I mean? He didn't have that target date. He didn't give in to what Brock said. That's how I took it.
Well, to me, that's what you do when you're in a contract negotiation. But yeah, I think it's very possible that Brock, do you believe, yes or no, that if Brock Purdy doesn't have a contract by OTAs, that he won't show up? Or do you think he's the kind of guy who'll show up?
He'll show up.
Okay.
I wouldn't.
I wouldn't.
Right.
And it has nothing to do with me being a great guy or not, or being a team guy or not. But after what I witnessed as Brock Purdy the last 2 or 3 years with guys with pending contracts, why would he show up? There's no reason for him to show up.
But I have so
he would
much
be
mustard.
cutting off his nose to spite his face.
And
I think Ross is right there.
But Steiny, I guess I want to throw something at you, not because I'm mad at you, to tell you he will have a contract by OTAs just because of the debacle that was last season's offseason. So that's why, again, I'm saying he doesn't strike me as the type would hold out. I just don't think that's going to be needed because this is going to get hammered out quick, fast, and in a hurry.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. It's one thing to say that about Brock Purdy, and they'll get something done quickly, but again, their track record says there's no such thing as an automatic signing before OTAs. Brock Purdy's an important player. Was he any more important than Trent? That's the funny thing about this. We had to get Trent signed because he was the most important. No, he's their MVP on offense, I actually heard from some people.
Yeah.
Okay, so if everybody was trying to tell me that Trent Williams is so important, but he didn't need to be in here for training camp.
Because he's OG.
Okay. And so what I'm saying is don't tell me that Brock might not be Trent Williams, but he might not be McCaffrey. He might be Bosa. He might be Deebo Samuel. Why? I would hesitate to operate under the assumption that the negotiations with Brock Purdy are going to be significantly different than the ones they've had with their other star players that have lingered into the offseason.
Now, it's different circumstances, but Stoney, I think he's going to get the McCaffrey treatment. And I know it's different. It's a running back. It's bigger money. But the bottom line is I feel like it's going to go down that way and that fast, and it's not going to be pulling teeth.
Well, I always separate the player from the agent too. I mean, just because Brock's a great guy, a leader, a team guy, all those things, doesn't mean he's going to be a pushover.
But let me ask you this.
It also doesn't mean that Brock Purdy might not look at Tua and say, I'm better than Tua, so I'm not taking less than Tua. Now, it doesn't sound like Brock Purdy, and I'm not saying, Brock Purdy still, this is his opportunity to make big money. Yeah. So his first opportunity. So the idea that he's just going to take something that the 49ers offer, no, it's going to be a full-fledged negotiation, and the numbers got to be right. Now, and I'm not convinced it'll be done by OTAs.
I am, and it'll be fun to watch it play out. But it's kind of funny. When you first initially heard Brock, you played that sound before Ross Tucker joined us. You didn't have that as bucking the system, going Giannis, him bucking the system. But hearing Ross, it's valid. I didn't think it. But when we first initially heard Brock say that, we didn't come to, oh boy, he's calling his shot.
No, but
I know Ross played the game, and he hears the different set of ears.
But we knew before Ross ever said a word that Will Brock come to OTAs without a new contract?
Oh, right. Well,
What's your answer?
I think he will.
I don't. And I'll tell you what, if he comes to, why would, I look at it this way. Why would he come to camp without a contract? You use the same analogy you said with Brandon Ayuk, but Steiny, he's only making $14 million. What if he gets hurt? So why would Brock Purdy then, who's a quarterback, come back for just $1 million? What if he gets hurt? Why isn't it the exact same thing?
It is, but I got to tell you this, and I'm turning into you every day. Steiny, I just can't let go of, when I said that about Brandon, I wasn't criticizing, and there had yet been a debacle with the Niners not getting their books in order and that bleeding over into the season. So now that that's happened, now that I believe that was a part of why they went 6-11, not all of it, but a portion of it, I believe that's going to bode well for Brock Purdy not getting to OTAs without a contract. If you love your quarterback like you're saying, and the quarterback's ready to get down.
Well,
I get
they
it.
loved Ayuk, and they paid him $30 million.
But Steiny, and I know you didn't ask me that, I can't let go of, are you really, the Niners brass, going to follow this up this season without getting this done before OTAs? I just don't believe.
Well, what if Brock wants a number they don't like?
Yeah, I'd be shocked. And then you would be right. But I just don't see that playing out, man.
So, but here's the part that, to me, it's like, what are you kidding? So 9 months ago, we're actually talking about Brandon Ayuk, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, but he was set to make $14 million this year, which he made.
Yeah.
So that means his first 3 years in the league, he probably made $30 million. So Brandon Ayuk, a guy who made $25 million over the course of his career and was set to make 14, had everybody saying, well, it's the NFL, and he's making 14, but what if he gets hurt? Can you imagine? Well, imagine Brock Purdy getting hurt as a guy. Like, Brock Purdy has more reason to not show up for OTAs than Brandon Ayuk ever had, because Brandon Ayuk was set to make 14, and he'd already made 25, and Brock Purdy's set to make 1, and has only made $3 million.
You're right.
If anybody can't afford to take a risk, it would be Brock Purdy.
Okay, and I agree with all that, but why I'm telling you I'm not tapping in or touching that, Steiny, is because I don't believe it will get there. If it gets there, then everything you're saying, oh my gosh, you're right. Why would he do that? That would be dumb. But I just don't think that's going to happen. And I think because of what happened and transpired this offseason, the Niners are going to try to get this thing done with Brock Purdy so fast.
Well, they got it done so fast with McCaffrey. And maybe they're going to deem Brock Purdy's got to be here for OTAs. And
do you think
they'll do what they did with McCaffrey and just say, fill in the line on the blank check?
Okay,
because we think you and McCaffrey are more important than the guys who held out and signed later in the offseason.
Do you think they look bad, this Brandon Ayuk, when it was all said and done, they gave in to Brandon Ayuk? Do you think they look bad or they took a hit, Lynch and Shanny and Prague? I do.
But what does that mean?
Because
if they took a hit,
you could have got him in here earlier, and he could have not missed OTAs, and you guys played hardball and you struck out. Had you been on your P's and Q's, you could have hashed out a contract or quit perping like you were going to trade him or give in or play hardball. When it was all said and done, you gave him everything. And I think they look bad. And then you see what happened on the field and him getting hurt, him missing OTAs. I think they're going to learn from that, Steiny, and that will bode well for Brock Purdy and getting this hashed out. That's why I just asked you to, because a lot of people think the Niners look bad in that. And then Kyle saying, I had to run upstairs to snatch the plug out the fax machine because he was going to get traded. I think they're going to really try to avoid that. And the worst thing would be Brock Purdy holding out. Here we go again.
And I would just say, Well, 2-3 years ago, Bosa held out, and Bosa didn't have a great season. And Bosa then said,
yes, he did.
I didn't have a great season in part because I held out. And 2 years later, they let Ayuk hold out, and they let Trent Williams hold out. So I really do believe if the 49ers on principle have a number that they do not want to go over with Brock Purdy, that we absolutely could have a similar type situation. And then you know what we'll say? You know what all the 49er fans will say? A lot of them? Brock doesn't need OTAs. He's been our quarterback for 3 years. We're fine. Leo in San Francisco.
Good luck with that.
What's up, Leo? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing well, fellas. I'm doing well. First of all, I want to get off my chest here. Let's get rid of this ridiculous notion that Purdy is going to reset the market. That's not happening. In fact, if you look at the recent contracts of the young guns that are coming up, none of them are going to have gotten that $60 million range. Not even.
But Jordan Love reset the market, though. He was young and unproven. He reset the market for a quick minute.
No, he didn't reset the market. Listen, bottom line is the owners are not going to allow this to get further out of hand, and the reason is just recently they were trying to figure out a way how to deal with this salary moving up so quickly with quarterbacks, and do we take it outside of the regular system and deal with it separately? Owners are still upset with Cleveland, very incompetent organization, for giving Watson that $200 plus $50 million, whatever it was, guarantee contract. That's not happening again. Everybody predicted at the time, all the quarterbacks are going to start getting all guaranteed contracts. Didn't happen. With Purdy, they might give him around Jordan Love money, $50 million or so, but I tell you, they're going to be careful. They can say today all they want about loving him as much as they love him, but when it comes down to negotiation, that's a whole different ball game.
I agree.
Bosa was just as important on the defensive end as Purdy's on the offensive end. We saw what happened with negotiations. They're not going to just give him a blank check to determine whatever he wants they're going to give us. And it just doesn't happen that way. And like I said, in fact, if they backload this contract, they ought to be careful because he's had 2 elbow injuries. He's a young guy, and that's an injury for a quarterback.
Good stuff, Leo. Appreciate it. You and I are on the same page. Not saying he won't get it, but I do think they're not just going to whatever you need, Brock. We're here for you. What do you guys think at 888-957-9570? Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch talked to the media after a miserable 6-11 season, but they stay very committed. Brock Purdy's their guy. They expect him to be the quarterback for the foreseeable future. And if everybody had their way, they would get him in for OTAs. How realistic is it? 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Also, safe travel in the new year starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. It's your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians will check fluids, wipers, lights, and more. No need to even get out of your vehicle. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy.
Debo's under contract. And, yeah.
Expect him back.
Yeah. A good player and has done a ton for this organization. You know, we're not in the business of letting good players out of here. So.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You know what they say.
And you are, John, because you let Buckner go. Go ahead. I'll cut you off.
Tough times don't last.
Trades are hard.
Tough people do.
Yeah.
Tough times for the Bay. Sports-wise these days. I tried to do it Sunday, and I just couldn't get it up. There's no need for that.
Right.
I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to distract.
But I'm not.
You're trying to distract from the
Haven't
fact
get the
that the
haircut
Niners
today.
finished 6-11, and the Golden State Warriors are a
Their
shambles.
season's not over.
No, they're headed toward.
They're 18-18, as you
10th.
said it. Hey, well,
They're headed toward They're headed toward another year in the play-in.
Oh boy, I'm worried without Kuminga, man.
Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch talked to the media earlier today. Kind of comprehensive recap of the season, what went wrong, and what some of their plans are for the future. What did they do? They made it clear that Brock Purdy's going to be the quarterback of this team for the foreseeable future. The idea of getting him under contract is another matter, but the goal is Purdy is going to be the quarterback of the 49ers for at least the next several years. Deebo Samuel under contract. The plan is for him to be back next year, and we'll see. Javon Hargrave won't be back. That was something that came out of today's press conference. But Brock Purdy is the, if nothing else, he's got to be the highest priority this offseason for the 49ers. And you know, I think the added dimension of the timing of it all, and you're right, after last offseason, it's almost more important to get this done early rather than late, even if it means you can't save a few dollars.
Yeah, you said it yesterday. The timing was more than the money to you.
It is. It is.
And that's why I just I'm just hell-bent on he's going to have a contract before OTAs, you would think.
I mean, I think everybody would love that, but I think we also know that. And now, look, this is the other part of the equation that we don't talk about a lot, but his name does come up during these times. Parag Marathe, the gentleman who does the contracts for the San Francisco 49ers. He's got a reputation as someone who not only negotiates, but wants to win the negotiation. And the way we've looked at it over the years, you know, I can remember the Kaepernick contract, and they kind of got over on Colin Kaepernick. And even the Jimmy Garoppolo contract, while they made him the highest paid quarterback at the time, they put a lot of outs in there, and they protected themselves. And I believe they're going to try to do that too to Brock Purdy. And the other thing is, to my way of thinking, it's one thing to say, Brock's our guy, Brock's our guy, Brock's our guy, but he might not be their guy at $60 million, but he might be their guy at $40 million. And sometimes I feel like the actual numbers of what Lynch and Shanahan can do aren't really controlled by them. That's Marathe and Jed York.
Yeah. So we'll see how it plays out. But like I said, I know it's just wordplay, but the guy has some skins on the wall, I believe, Steiny. That is Brock Purdy. And I don't know what it is. And I keep using the word, and I hate it, profiling, but he just seems like, you know, your average guy with no ego, and he's humble, that he might not try to bring the house down, but yet he has an agent. Is his agent going to do that? What does he owe the fraternity of quarterbacks to try to bring the house down? So with all that said, I think it'll be something reasonable. But if they wanted to do, you know, what Green Bay did for Jordan Love, Steiny, last July, they made him the highest paid quarterback in NFL history.
Maybe they believed in Jordan Love more than the Niners believe in Brock Purdy.
And I guess I'm throwing this to you on that, and I love you for saying that. Aren't we about to find out?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
We're absolutely going to find out.
Because if he does reset the market, and the caller who sounded like Farhan, who just called, if you disagree with it, it doesn't matter, but we're going to get our answer if the team was willing to make him that.
On the text line from the 650, I'd franchise tag him. Well, you can't franchise tag Purdy this offseason. It would have to be next offseason. He's under contract for $1 million.
And you ain't asking him to go out there on that. Come on now. I said Ayuk for $14 million. Come on.
Well, you can't have him go out there and ask him to play for $1 million when you didn't do that with Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah.
I mean, you could have played hardball with Brandon Ayuk, and you didn't. You played it up, like that's the point. I feel like they played hardball with Brandon Ayuk up until the point where they blinked. And then by the time the 49ers blinked, he wasn't in here for camp, and the season went like it went. So what do the 49ers do strategy-wise as it relates to Brock Purdy?
Not that we're talking hoops, but do you think the Warriors played hardball with Kuminga, or was he asking for such an exorbitant amount of money? It was like, hey, dude, you got to chill. We got to wait. We got to see more.
Well,
would you call that hardball?
Well, what I have always been surprised about with the Kuminga negotiation is that the only thing that was ever reported was the sides aren't close. And then I saw one time that Kuminga wanted 30, 35 or 40, and the team wanted 30, or the team wanted to pay him 30. And my first thought was, that's not that big of a difference. So, yeah. Have the Warriors played hardball with Kuminga? I don't know. I don't know what the numbers were that were offered, and I don't know what Kuminga wanted, but I don't think there's a big difference between 30 and 35 million, but I'm not making that kind of money.
But if player A, and we're talking about Purdy as being unrealistic, then it's not hardball. If the team feels like, hey, come on, man, you ain't worth that, Steiny.
Well, that's what we're going to find out, and that's what Purdy's agent's got to do. Purdy's agent's got to get as much money from the Niners as he possibly can. And what if Purdy can get more money by not showing up for OTAs?
Then he should play that card. But I believe the team took a hit last year, and that will give them energy not to have that happen. Now, if this were last year and last year's debacle in regard to the offseason didn't happen, Steiny, I think you got a ball game. But I just really believe that is going to incentivize them to get something done. Brock called his shot. He said by OTAs, but Lynch didn't I don't feel like Lynch matched that.
Well, he couldn't. He can't match that.
I was waiting for it to okay, this is going to be simple, but in a crazy way, he was like, yeah, okay.
I mean, like, sometimes I think we're kind of naive about the way negotiations work. And OTAs to me is a soft deadline. So if I'm Brock Purdy's agent, why wouldn't I just say to John Lynch, I want 60. And Lynch is like, that's too much. It's just too much. Well, that's what we want, and that's what we feel he deserves. Well, that's too much. Okay, well, OTAs are starting tomorrow. Well, we want 60. We're not giving you 60 right now. Okay? Brock, what do you want to do? It's just never, it's not never, but it's often so much harder than we think. And I think the way we look at, well, if we want to give Purdy 40, but he wants 48, just give him 48. And, that's just not the way it works. You ever ask for a raise?
Yeah,
how's that go for you?
Sometimes it's
How does it go?
Sometimes it's gone well.
It's never gone well for me.
Well,
it hasn't. It's never gone well.
You're too smart. Or have you been a Kuminga asking for something that they thought you weren't worth?
No, I was asking for 3%. And they're like, yeah, it's about 3% too much. Okay, that's fine. I'll just work on it.
Wow.
Hey, boss, I'd like more money. Well, how much more? How about $10,000 a year? No, can't do it. All right, I'll work for whatever I worked for in the past. That's the way I negotiate.
Let's do an exercise.
Can I have just a little more? Please? Just a little.
Evan, I got to be, whoa. Would you take Dak's at the top of the leaderboard in regard to quarterbacks? Would you take Purdy over Dak?
I would.
Joe Burrow?
No.
Jordan Love?
No.
Trevor Lawrence?
Yeah.
All right, that's 2. Tua?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's 3. Jared Goff? I would take Goff. I'm sorry.
It's close.
All right. Justin Herbert?
No.
I'm taking Herbert. Lamar Jackson?
No.
Jalen Hurts?
No, I'm taking Hurts.
All right. And then this one, Kyler Murray.
Nah.
I'm taking Brock.
Flip a coin.
All right. So it wouldn't be that crazy, though, Stoddy, is what I'm trying to gear you guys up for if they decided they loved them that much.
Well, I mean, and that's the problem with all those quarterbacks who've gotten big money. I mean, from a negotiating standpoint, the Niners could be like, I'll tell you what, we'll give you Mahomes money.
And
we think you're so great, we'll give you Mahomes money.
And what's funny is his name is not even – he's down on the list.
Exactly. Exactly. Steiny, maybe the Rays discussions would go better if you didn't destroy so much company property, i.e. golf,
microphones. Microphones, too.
Good point. Let's go to Keith in L.A. Keith is in L.A., wants to jump into the convo. What's up, Keith?
Safe, man.
How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
Listen, I call it once again to give you guys some facts.
Oh.
All right? Stop tripping out on the APY, the average per year.
Okay.
Okay, you say, oh, a guy's making $60 million. Oh, he's making $40 million. He's making $30 million a year. No, he's not. To give you an example, with Brandon Ayuk.
Oh my God.
You guys look at a contract, 4 years, $120 million. Oh, he's making $30 million a year. No, he's not. How much of that is guaranteed?
Right.
Only $45 million is guaranteed.
So what's your point? What's your point? What's your point?
My point is don't get hung up. It should be obvious. Don't get hung up on what you think Brock Purdy's to get paid. They say, oh, he signs a $60 million contract. So what? How much of that is guaranteed?
Well, we're going to find out.
Keith, Keith, I understand that. And in fact, I've talked about this a lot.
Help me understand, Keith.
For the sake of simplicity, because it is complicated when you talk about guaranteed money and signing bonuses, that for the sake of ease, we're just using the annual salary as a comparative type number against other quarterbacks. But yes, you're right. It's about the guarantee. It's about the signing bonus.
But it matters, Steiny.
What does?
Whatever the number is, it matters. Keith's acting like it doesn't matter or we're missing something.
Well, I mean, there are things that we're like omitting, but it's because
this is a big deal, Keith and Steiny.
Well, it's also just like when we're talking about an NBA trade, we know about the money that has to match up, but there's a lot of other things that are so complicated with the salary cap that there's no real point in getting into it.
Okay, but can you, just real quick, can you and Keith help me if he's still on the line? Keith is calling up here to say what? This is not a big deal, and when he signs, it's not going to be a big deal? It is a big deal, Keith, whatever that number ends up being. I'm like, he's calling with energy like, okay, whatever the number is, it's still the number, Keith. It's a negotiation.
Yeah, I mean, the average annual salary is the average of what it all is with the money. It doesn't necessarily mean they're making $60 million each and every year. So I understand what Keith's saying, and I understand the way we're
This is not a walk in the park. And I'm not saying Keith is Steiny. This is not a walk. This is a big deal.
Yeah, and
no matter whose name, whatever the starting quarterback, it's a big deal.
Right, and whether we're using annual average salary or not, the reality is the numbers are the numbers, and the numbers are the numbers.
Yeah, Willard.
And we'll figure out when it's all said and done what the guarantee is, what the bonus is, and what the AAV is. But I'm just throwing AAV out there as a way to offer a comparison between all the other quarterbacks that have been paid recently.
I need you to help me get out of
You didn't like the way he came at us.
But I made a bad bet with Evan, and he's not letting me out of it. No, seriously.
Yeah.
So yesterday, it was reported that Antonio Pierce was fired.
Well, he was, wasn't he?
Yes.
Oh, good.
And
well, not good, but
I've been reading all kind of stuff, and I'm scatterbrained. So Gerard Mayo got fired from New England. So in me being scatterbrained, I had him going to the Raiders, Evan. And in doing so, I messed up and said Vrabel will be the Raiders' next coach, but I meant Mayo.
No, you didn't.
Because Tom Brady,
no, you didn't.
Steiny, believe me.
Now you're lying.
And Evan won't let me out of it.
No, that's a lie.
I'm not buying it.
No, that's a lie.
So you guys are saying I'm lying?
You're lying.
Oh,
you're
hurts.
flat out
and
lying
Evan's
right now.
Now, seriously, this hurts.
If you had made it off the air, you'd find a way to wiggle out of it, but I'm holding you to it because you made it on air.
I texted Evan late night yesterday.
Do you believe him now?
I have the tape. I don't care if he believes it or not. The bet is the bet.
Do you believe it?
What?
He meant Mayo.
I really
but
did.
But he said Vrabel.
What's his first name?
They're very
Gerard.
It's Gerard.
You hate to see it. It's Gerard.
Dude, it's 2025, man. You guys, when Evan does to me, it really hurts.
Well, Vrabel and Mayo.
You don't even penetrate.
I'm a cheaper date than Steiny. It's fine.
You know what, though,
won't let me out of the bed.
In fairness, I could see you mixing up Mayo and Vrabel. Very comparable.
Yeah, they look alike.
Yeah.
I got excited and wanted to be the first to say.
Well, sounds like you were a little like Grant Cohn during the 49ers press conference.
Evan won't let his boy out of the bed. It's like, damn.
I've done that before. I know exactly.
What were you lost your question in the middle?
What was that, Grant?
Absolutely.
Grant said, Jake, go for it.
Dude, what if Jake didn't go for it? He would have made it worse.
Well, then something would have come to Grant's head to ask. I've done that a million times.
Wow.
Where you're just like, okay, I'm going to ask this guy something next.
He told him, you go.
And then
what if he didn't go?
49ers press conference is like a pack of hyenas.
What was that?
Everybody's just jumping on top of each other trying to ask a question.
Man.
I mean, there is
Everybody relax. Right.
The way you get the question is just not to stop talking when everybody else starts to stop talking because they're worried about talking over other people and hearing two questions at one time. But you got to just stay committed and ask your question
who's the
and not
Raymond
stop
Ritter
talking.
there?
Like when you do something like that, I'll have to continue and say, Kyle, where are we with Kyle Juszczyk? You know what I mean?
But Raymond Ritter, I've seen him work a room. He'll bring the mic to you.
Well,
so there's no mistake.
In fairness,
you know when to talk.
In fairness, he'll have an intern do that.
Yeah,
Raymond
but I
doesn't. He did that 17 years ago.
I've been in the business since
He's
12.
a vice president now.
I understand.
He doesn't walk around with the mic saying, Steiny, ask a question, please. But that's for the intern.
It's not about his job description. It's about
just get it right, Goo.
If they adopted that practice, that wouldn't happen. A freestyle. That sounded like a cipher, Evan. Everybody trying to bust in and get their verse on.
Yeah.
What? You can read it.
Vrabel and Mayo, Goo. Maybe you should call in sick tomorrow.
It's not
you can't come back from that one.
My mind is too complex for a lot of people to understand.
Well,
I was doing reading, and I thought to myself, because I didn't tell you this was going to be what's bugging you Friday. I don't like Brady doing both, but I think he's behind the scenes calling the shots for the Raiders, and that led me to believe Mayo getting ran. And they got a kinship, and I was reading up on that, Mayo and Brady. I said he might be the Raider next head coach. But in trying to bet Evan, I said Vrabel, but he won't let me out to bet.
And I won't either because I was here and I heard it. And it's okay.
Yeah.
And this is where, I was wrong. I think I was wrong once in the last 3 or 4 years.
Steiny,
but when I was, I said, you know what? I was wrong. I was wrong. It's not hard to do.
No, I do it with the best of them.
In fact, Goo, what you'll find is when you acknowledge your mistakes, it's quite liberating.
No, hello.
Don't be afraid to do it.
I taught you that.
No, don't be afraid to do it.
React to new information's my clause.
Don't be afraid to do it. That's all. You actually, it's funny when you acknowledge you're wrong.
I'm disappointed Evan won't let me out the bed. Though. Seriously,
when you acknowledge you're wrong, it's actually a sign of strength.
No, hello.
Yeah. So just next time you're wrong, just say it. It's fine. I might think more of you.
I just explained myself.
Because what you tried to just pull was pathetic.
But that's what's pathetic is you guys think I'm trying to pull something.
You are.
You can't handle the truth.
When I lost to you a couple years ago in the Super Bowl, we bet on the Chiefs versus the Eagles. I lost, and I paid you.
You did.
Mm.
And now you're trying to get out of a bet that we made.
Okay, I'll just wrap this up.
Mm-hmm.
If I made the bet, do you think I would retreat and call the dogs off that fast?
You've done that.
Oh, my, see, I can't win now. Who do I work with? Evan, it hadn't been 24 hours. It was a mistake I made. And I said, you know what? Just own it, Goo, and tell them. And the committee just denies me because you guys think he's too young to know this. Eddie Haskell from Leave It to Beaver. Like I'm always up to something. Just take me for who I am. I'm a father. I'm a husband. I make mistakes. I'm a friend. I'm a brother. I admit my errors. But for you guys to think I'm up to something, I wouldn't have made the bet. I got flustered. I'm done, man. And then you're going to come in here when People been talking, Steiny.
Really?
You got to quit switching up on me.
I won't.
You have insecurities around Willard, and to get past those, you get
Willard.
evil on me.
Yeah.
To make something.
It's called transference. I'm scared of Willard. I mean, like,
I'm sick of
the funny thing
it,
is
bruh. I'm sick of it, man.
I've diagnosed myself much better than anybody
It's
has.
called transference. Wow.
It means because I'm
I know
scared
what
of
it
Willard,
means.
I take it out on you.
I'm tired of it. In the streets, that could get you hurt, Steiny.
We're not in the streets. We're in the safest environment that exists in the Bay. We're in a radio studio with a bunch of cowards. I mean, let's be honest.
A bunch of cowards.
Come on.
You better be careful. Yeah.
Anyway, good luck to Mike Vrabel.
He'll be the next New England coach.
Okay. Sure he will. No, he will.
The bet was really about Mayo and the Raiders.
It's going to cost you a Coors Light. Calm down.
You know what happened with his
In 2027, when he gets around to paying the
I'll take
bet on
Cash App.
Hey, I took care of my IOUs this year. I'm proud. Last year. Yeah.
Did Lowe get you his money yet?
Oh,
Did
I
you
got a
get
voicemail to play from Lowe.
Oh.
Yeah. So
Can't do it.
I told him, Lowe's my guy.
So you have $200?
No.
So did he pay you money for doing 50 push-ups,
He
which
did
was
not.
impressive?
And it hurts. He did not.
Is he going to?
No, he's not.
Did he
But
tell you
we're good.
why?
Yes, he did.
What?
After you guys told me.
Can you tell me why he's not paying
Some
you?
past history. Yes, some past history, but we're good. That's my guy.
Are you
man.
sure?
Yeah. I listened to you, him, Devone have a. You did the crossover. It was great, man.
That's when you found out Devone does not use a wetsuit.
You asked
to go
him. I
into the
couldn't
San
believe
Francisco
this.
Bay.
Right.
I was a little surprised too. to be
He
honest.
was insulted that Steiny
He was.
even asked him if he did.
It sounded like he was. Oh man. You just are not worried about this Kuminga injury. Like
Why
I just
would it?
want
It's 3 weeks. Like there's nothing to worry about.
It could be all bad by then. That's all. The first 2 games are already all bad.
Hey, is this the? I'm not sure, but
what?
How? Ask. I think the NBA started in 1946. Is this a first sprained ankle? Is this the first sprained ankle that's ever happened in the NBA?
It's not about it's the repercussions of it.
Do you remember the first NBA game, Steiny?
Wow. You killed him.
Oh,
Don't take that.
My bad.
I'm smiling.
And where are the new sexy glasses?
I left him at home.
Yeah.
accidentally.
Don't do that again.
All right. We got what's coming
Who's
up
an
next.
idiot? What's Spadoni doing right now? Let him get on air. Damn.
Now, this is the one. Goo's up to something. He's explaining too much. All right. That segment was sponsored by our friends at Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to
like some fans were.
They may not.
Because they have a different context to the conversation than maybe we do. They live this, they're there, they have their reasons. I just hear from both sides. Both sides have talked about the opportunity. It's not a good thing, but the opportunity that is presented by not going to the playoffs, the extra time that they all get to now work together.
Kyle said that.
Right? And so did Brock. And so if that's the priority, well, then don't be stupid and have this still be out there in July.
Yeah. And Dibs, I said this to you guys yesterday. Today. This is why I love what we do, because everybody's opinion, sometimes I'm like, I don't agree with Dibs, but then I'm driving like, damn, Dibs did have a point. We had Ross Tucker on yesterday, and he took Brock Purdy's comments yesterday, which I thought were cute, safe, about OTAs. I want to get it done, and I'm thinking this is going to be easy, but he took it as Brock was calling his shot. And then I thought about, so we brought it up today, and I think it was Cam Inman asked John Lynch about OTAs and Brock saying that. And I'm like, oh, if he says the same thing, oh, this is going to be easy. And John kind of didn't. He kind of left OTA out of it, like it'll happen when it'll happen. And Steiny's like, that's negotiation, Goo. But
yeah, he doesn't want to put a clock on it.
I never looked at Brock's comments as he was calling a little bit of a shot.
No,
but
I didn't think so.
Yeah,
Tibbs, I think does Brock Purdy even have to call a shot that if he's not under contract, he's probably not coming to OTAs?
That's what I got from it. Like, I didn't disagree with Ross, right? But I was like, I already thought that.
Yeah, that's kind of
like if anybody is under the impression that Brock is showing up to play any form of football without an extension, I personally disagree with you. I don't think Brock's doing
Ayuk was getting 14, and I said he'd be a fool to show up.
Brock's not going to put a shoe on until he's got a contract.
Well, you agree with that, Tibbs?
I do, but
he's not that nice a guy.
No, he's not. And the other side of it, though, is you look at this year and why it didn't work out, and one of the reasons was he was not on the same page as a lot of these receivers. Ricky got shot. Ricky missed camp and OTAs, and Kyle said that today. He said, I'd never had a rookie receiver miss all of camp and do anything in the season, let alone get shot and then play as well as he did. But he and Ricky were not on the same page for weeks 7 through 11. And other than Jawan, no one on the offense really clicked with Brock. So if you're the team and you know that, and you're Brock and you also know that, you want to be there for the first voluntary workout in April. You want to be signed and sealed. The team wants it too. So I don't think that it's going to be that wide of a gulf where the team is going to go, all right, $35 million a year, Brock. We know you'll take it. And he's saying, I want 60. I do think that they're going to start closer to where they both want to end up, and it gets done.
Yeah.
If I had to bet, I would bet yes that it would get done by OTA.
Yep. Kyle has talked about this before. Remember when, and I think that this was being related to the Ayuk situation, but it was a conversation from well before that. And it's kind of like the way we all shopped over the holidays. Right? Like, if you want to buy your significant other a car, well, this is what cars cost. Now, you can get a Lexus, you can get whatever. You can get, but I mean, cars are expensive. Quarterbacks, you're not getting into the party of a franchise starting quarterback with numbers that start with 2 and 3. That's not what they cost.
Unless you're getting a 36-year-old Kirk Cousins. Well, right. Or you're going to get a retread Sam Darnold, whatever he might command.
Even Kirk is already under contract for 40. I know that he may get that is like the portion of a going away gift from the Falcons. But like if you're looking and
at a 25-year-old quarterback.
Yes,
that's the other thing.
And if you're not signing him for 1 year, like Darnold went and got, what did he get? 10 with the Vikings? 1 year. Like if you're having a conversation in today's NFL with a 20-something-year-old QB, and you want to give him 4 or 5 years, that starts with a minimum of 4.
Well, Baker Mayfield was different, but he was on his last chance saloon contract, and he got 3 years and $100 million. But
Jordan Love got 4.
If you took Baker Mayfield right now, and you took Baker into the free agent market right now, he's probably getting $50 million a year.
You're right.
Because he's had that kind of a year. So you're right about what things cost, and Niner fans as a collective, you need to get over it.
Get ready.
Because they want him. They're going to sign him. They're going to pay him more than any of you want.
No doubt about it.
Please, to all our great callers out there, when you want to call and talk about the contract, don't talk about him taking 30 or them offering 35. It's going to start with an F. It's going to be an F word, and it's going to be 50. It's going to be 50-something average annual. And again, Steiny, you're right. It doesn't matter what the average annual is. It's what the actual guarantee is.
The structure,
And that itself is going to be Jordan Lovian, where Jordan Love got $55 million a year average, but the real number is 100.
Did he get a $75 million check right away?
That's what the Niners are going to do for Brock Purdy.
You think?
He did.
Yeah, that way he gets 75 up front, and only 15 of that would hit this year, and 15 of that would hit over the course of the contract. It gets prorated.
It might be I'm with you. It might be a little less.
Might be.
The one thing that I do think is in favor of the Niners here that could be part of the conversation, and this is from what I've heard. I think that agents work with the background of the player, and again, both agents and a players' union want things to look good, right? And so what looks good, because Jordan Love came from your first-round draft pick. This is where I think being a seventh-round draft pick matters, because you're making $1 million, and the jump from what you're going to make on that next contract, even if it's a little less than Jordan Love, is going to, quote, look good. And so they may do that. But, I mean, that's nickel and diming.
It's numbers are numbers. And I do think that the 49ers will have the ability to pay a lot of money up front. And by doing that, you allow yourself an out on the back end. If you have at all a little shred of doubt about whether or not Brock this year is the real Brock, and maybe he even regresses
What's
from
that
here.
look like? Yeah.
Then if you have that fear at all, then you might want to front load the deal to where, in a couple of years, if things aren't going great.
Minimal.
The damage is minimal, as opposed to Deshaun Watson, my God. I mean, if Cleveland wants to get out, and I think that they do, their dead cap is like $90 million still.
Well, they just restructured him.
Worst contract ever, man.
Right, but they just restructured him so that they're going to allow a little more space. But then he also just had another setback.
Yeah, exactly.
Had another setback.
Yeah.
So Cleveland with the second pick in the draft, I would argue the restructure and the setback.
Yeah.
Go get a QB.
Yeah.
Go get a new QB.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Can I ask you guys this?
Because I got one for you.
Well, yeah. So when you listen to Kyle and John speak, and Dibs, you just said, if you've got any hesitation, you can front load, you can there's things you can do. Do you think that they have any hesitation? They say they don't, but they're in front of a microphone. I sort of feel like they don't have any reservations. I don't think they're going to look at this contract as some of us do, which is we want to see more. I believe Kyle when he says he's been awesome.
But there's been more good than bad. And I agree.
What do you guys think?
Well, here's what I think. I think that the way the NFL contracts are set up is pretty complex. And that contract will give clues to how much they believe in him.
That's interesting.
Because I forget the specifics of the Colin Kaepernick contract, but that was one where they said, oh my God, did Parag Marathe negotiate an unbelievable deal? And they're not into this guy for that much. It felt like Garoppolo was the same way, but not to that extent. They clearly left themselves some safety provisions later. That's the way I feel. The experts will, when Ayuk signed his contract, I had a guy say to me, well, did you look at the contract? And I was like, well, he got this. He's like, no, but if you look at the contract, they can get off him. They'll be able to get off him, and it won't kill him.
And the Niners do that almost as a rule.
So that's what I think will be the true indicator of how they feel about it.
And there's other examples of what you're saying. I think that's correct. For instance, remember when Kyler Murray had that the stipulations of the contract go public about
made him look bad.
Twofold.
Yeah.
I'm like, A, that stipulation's in there, and B, it went public.
Yeah.
That both those things
Brock
tell
won't
us.
have one of those. I don't think.
Someone with the Cardinals was not really sure if they loved Kyler Murray.
Right. You guys can call me naive, but to answer your question, if I'm Kyle Shanahan, I look at Brock Purdy just more than a quarterback. I look at him as a guy that's almost saved my job after the debacle that was Trey Lance.
Good point.
And on the fly, you took our team, to the NFC Championship game, wrecked your elbow, came back from that, and took us to a Super Bowl. So just from a football standpoint, I know you can take us to the promised land, but there's almost a sentimental aspect of component to, dude, what if you would have just been the worst quarterback? And I probably would be filing for EDD. So I bring that up to think there's more of a just football connection. This guy might have saved me my career here in San Francisco. So there is no doubt, and there are skins on the wall greater than the 6-11.
I don't think that he looks at it with any shred or ounce of sentimentality. I heard his answer, and today when he was talking about the year, and he says, the 3 games, and we've talked about the 3 games and stuff, and the Ram game and the first Arizona and the second Seattle. Those are 3 games where you didn't close, and if you close those games and stuff, then all of a sudden you're 8-2, playing to Green Bay and Buffalo, and you're 5-5 instead of 8-2 and stuff, and then you go out there and you lose your quarterback against Green Bay, and then you don't have McCaffrey for most of Buffalo, and now you're 5-7 where you should have been 8-4, and so he wasn't making excuses. But I don't think that he looks at Brock Purdy and thinks, "Man, you saved my bacon." I think he looks at what you guys were just saying. He looks at Brock this year and thinks he was really good. Maybe not super duper like last year. If last year was an A+,
31 touchdowns last year.
Right, and McCaffrey had 19 of those. Right. And did McCaffrey score one this year?
Well, he missed the first 8 games.
Right, so you go, and that's what he was talking about, where this year he didn't have his closers. He didn't have McCaffrey, and you had injuries on the defense, and so he's not making excuses, but I think he looks at Brock. If last year was an A+, this year he'd probably give Brock a B+.
I think you guys both have a point, because it's interesting, to think about how
Willard,
the Trey Lance move is forgotten.
Exactly who I thought about.
It's forgotten, and that's because of Brock.
How much is that worth?
There's no Brock. There are people in the streets about the Trey Lance move. But Dibs, I love Lovely Christie's brother is a football coach, and
where
at Lehigh.
Oh, okay,
and he's not the head coach, but he's a football coach, and he's in town, and so this conversation came up between the two of us today, and she's like, it's kind of like what you just said. Football coaches, when they're talking about personnel, emotionless.
Yes.
I mean, but hold on. When I was arguing for Dre Greenlaw yesterday, they're like, look, to them, to Kyle Shanahan, it is not Dre Greenlaw, number 57, champion. No, it's those 2 legs. Do they work for this price? Wow. If not, robotically, we find someone else.
Well, to me, it's like Trey Lance. If Kyle moved up to get Trey Lance and gave that all, well, then did he show any sentimentality toward Trey Lance? You know what I mean? Like, if you're saying that
only once,
you know what I'm saying though? When did he give him the benefit of the doubt, and finally said, you know what, he can't play?
The only time I would point to, and I don't know if sentimentality is the right word, but the year they started at Soldier Field.
Yeah.
Like
you were there, and Bate.
We were there, and he stated to the owner 2 weeks before that game, I think Brock Purdy's the best quarterback here, but he started Trey Lance. Jimmy was there, Brock was there. The whole team thought Brock was the best QB. He started Trey Lance. Why? Because he's number 3 pick in the draft.
But there had been no failure. Go ahead.
I think on that day, he showed the opposite of sentimentality, which is, I'm starting you. I don't trust you. You're going to run the ball. And so that, I'm not going to say that's why he got hurt, but he got hurt running the football.
No doubt.
But that's what they thought he did well.
The coach
but I think that's the opposite of sentimentality.
Like Jaden Daniels and Lamar Jackson run the ball, and we'd be mad if they didn't.
Well, they also throw the ball.
Yes.
And Trey Lance wasn't really a guy allowed to throw the ball in that game. You were there. In between the raindrops, you might have seen a play or two.
He threw it. I remember when he threw it over the tight end's head in the end zone.
But the rat on the table brought to you by Atco is you're saying, Kyle was like, if he didn't mean this, but if he gets hurt and I got to bring in the guy that I think's better than him, oh well.
Kyle's thinking, I need to win this game. You're my quarterback. What can you do well? You can run the ball, so we're going to do that. And he wasn't thinking, hope I get 2 quarters out of you before you get hurt, but he was thinking, this is my game plan with this player. This is all we can do to try to win is run the ball.
I mean, how many times have we all heard a coach say, our job is to put the player in the best position to succeed?
But if we're having dinner right now with Kyle, and I say, hey, Kyle, how much did Brock really save your bacon? He would be like, Goo, order a double shot. Like, we can't. There's no.
I wonder.
Come on.
Why don't you
that debacle was going to be.
Assess,
what if Brock
why
was
don't you just assess
give it to
Shanahan's sentimentality with all the quarterbacks who have come down the line here? Like, that's the way I would look at it. And
Help
I
me
would
out.
say,
What do you mean?
Jimmy G. Did he show sentimentality to Jimmy G?
He's had Lance. He's had Garoppolo. He's had Mullins. He had Purdy.
But he didn't spend the capital to go up and say, this is the guy that my computer says
for Trey
is going to
Lance,
lead us to the next.
For Trey Lance, he did.
Yeah, and
Like,
then that failed. That failed, but he had the ultimate cologne, which was Brock Purdy, Mr. Iowa State, to make everybody forget and concentrate and hone in on those three draft picks. That's what. Just imagine had Brock been a bum, Kyle might be out of a job.
Well, yes.
That's all.
But I just look at it.
I would feel indebted to the guy that nobody thought could quarterback. You know what I mean?
I know what you
without
mean.
saying it, but
I think somewhere short of that. Like, does he have an affinity for the guy? Yes. Does he feel like he owes him something?
I'm not going to get a tat.
No, because that's a weakness. That's a vulnerability.
Yeah, but we all agree he saved Kyle from, oh my gosh.
Possibly. I mean, he might have been able to go out and get a free agent.
Who knows?
I love the idea of ownage or owing somebody something, because a lot of people talk about what the Warriors owe Steph Curry, and I see it from the opposite side, which is all you owe him is the contract that you signed him to, and you could be forever indebted to him, but you don't make moves based on how much you owe a player.
So when you explain the state of the Warriors now with, it seems like that's the route that they chose. And Kerr told you guys, like, we owe it to Steph at his age to go all in for him, basically.
Right, but
you disagree with that.
No, there's going all in, and then there is completely sacrificing assets and mortgaging the future. And I don't think, for example, people talking about trading Steph Curry, you're not going to trade Steph Curry just to do him a solid. The only way you would trade him is if you thought you got something back that was meaningful and helpful to your franchise.
But that price tag would get you that. Steph would get you something.
It would also get you $58 million worth of crap.
Yeah, it does happen, though. It's rare, but it does happen.
Right.
I watched the Lakers did it with Kobe Bryant.
Because I'm getting nervous the way this thing is set up.
The Lakers flat out signed Kobe Bryant to a massive contract.
Right. And how'd that work out for him?
Not well, but they would argue. I know what the Lakers would argue because they said it behind the scenes. They literally were like, we're signing this deal because A, it's Kobe freaking Bryant, and B, they're so focused on being able to grab the league's top free agents, they wanted to send the message, this is how we take care of big boys here.
Right.
And they knew damn well he wasn't leading them to anything anymore.
Well,
post-Achilles injury.
Wow. And the Warriors, nobody objectively thinks it's a great basketball move to have Steph under contract at 39 at $62 million. But you have to do it.
Yes.
No one's ever going to come back and say, boy, that was a mistake.
Most Warrior fans I know, if you gave them two platters right now and said pick one, and it's like Steph Curry will never win another ring, but he'll never wear another uniform. Or you could let him go.
He gave that
you
to
could
me.
let him go, and you'd be better quicker.
I took the
most
first one.
Warrior
The
fans
Curry
I
not
know.
the lead. Curry not the lead.
I know what you do, but most Warrior fans
I'm one of them. Keep them in here.
Would say don't let him out the building.
Yeah, what would Joe Lacob say?
I don't know.
Are we going to find out?
Well,
are we headed down that road?
You just made a big mistake because you could have had Debancha, the guy who's going to be a pro in 3 years, who's going to revolutionize the league.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Hey, some guy who's going to BYU.
What about LaMelo Ball averaging 30?
I don't think it's pronounced Debancha, but
DYBANTSIN.
He's the number one recruit, right? And he's like a 6'10", 6'11".
Oh, Grandy, you don't even know.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Who are you?
Yeah, he's going to BYU.
Oh, he's going to college.
Okay.
Well, no, what I'm saying is, I'm telling you right now, Steph could win a title somewhere else, and you say no to that, well, you just now you're giving up the best player in basketball in 4 years.
I get it, but the look on your face was priceless because you were like, you thought you had something so special. You're like, Deboncha, and 8 people who work in sports media looked at you.
No, but I knew that was going to happen. That was like part of the bid.
Okay.
He was trying to walk it off with Deboncha.
LaMelo averaging 30 a game.
Okay.
Could have been wise.
For a crap team.
Yeah.
What was that?
30
their
is
8th
30.
win? Was that their 8th win last night?
He also forgets that they had Steph Curry,
mentioned it
Klay
earlier.
Thompson, and Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
And their games are always broadcast right here on 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guy on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
And let's ride. Here we go. Willard and Dibs, 888-957-9570. Let's talk it out after Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch talk. Greg Cosell is on in a little bit over an hour. Is this the last time? Is this the last time we're doing Greg this year? Now that the Niner games are done, are we doing the playoffs with him? I don't even know. Anyway, it's the probably the last Niner-related Greg Cosell. And the guys have been referring, I just want to say this right out of the gate. They've been referring all day to us getting to talk to Steve Kerr a little bit later. We can update you. Steve Kerr is not going to join us today. I don't want to speculate why, but many of you saw him on the podium last night, not just frustrated with the game, but we know that he's got roots in the Palisades. His mom lives there. He had mentioned an evacuation. I don't know if that's what is happening. That would be my guess. Actually, that's a great opportunity to send out just every single piece of heart that I have to the people in Southern California who are dealing with that, and those of us here in the Bay Area and beyond who have people in that area who are dealing with that, because it looked absolutely horrific last night. Yeah. I know the battle continues today.
It's just tragic. It's ongoing tragedy, and I was just struck yesterday not only by the scope of it, but by the fact that it's January, and January didn't used to be fire season, but now in California, it kind of always is fire season. And I know that many communities are now going into fire eradication procedures and laws and whatnot. And I just encourage everyone here to take a look at your property if you have it, or just take a look at your system at home and have an escape and an emergency plan for your family. Make sure your smoke detectors are working and everything else you can do. And you can never prepare for an inferno like this. But
100-mile-an-hour winds, what the hell are you going to do?
Right. Things like having an emergency kit, an evacuation plan, a meetup spot, smoke alarms, eradication zones, all the things that you can do, little things that might be able to help you in your own personal tragedy.
Yeah, I've come to almost be triggered by the phrase thoughts and prayers because of the way that it's been used over the years. So I don't know what a different way to say it. I feel for everybody who's dealing with that. And that starts on a day like today with Steve Kerr, who has so many ties to that area and family there. So I hope that everything is safe and healthy and okay. I know for many it is not. So our minds and our hearts are with everybody there today. 888-957-9570, as Steve sort of said. But we got a game. We got to go do it. Got to talk about it. And we've got the season-ending press conference from Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. This is the one that stuck out to me.
I expect everyone to be ready to go and, excited to really get this going and play some football. And that starts with Brock. Brock is the leader of our team. I've loved these 3 years with Brock. I plan on being with Brock here the whole time I'm here. So, Brock's been a stud. He's a guy I got a lot of confidence in, and just as a human. But it starts with what he's done on the field these last 2.5 years, and we're capable of winning a Super Bowl with him. We just almost did, and I know he's capable of getting the Niners Super Bowl in the future.
Okay, let's talk that out. I plan on him being here with me as long as I'm here. And in theory, within the next couple of months, Brock Purdy will sign a contract most likely that will tie him to the 49ers longer than Kyle Shanahan is currently tied to the 49ers. But I take a couple of things from this, namely the fact that both of them, from their bosses, have been given the ultimate respect, the ultimate vote of confidence. I don't think anybody who makes decisions is thinking about anything outside the room at all. I don't think Jed York has eyes for any other head coach, and I don't think that Kyle Shanahan right now has eyes for any other quarterback. So it leads me to this question. He has confidence that he and Brock Purdy can win a Super Bowl. Do you? Because no matter what you think about either of these guys, I would, as you sort of indicated short time ago, buckle up and get ready for both of them to be here for the foreseeable future.
Right. 888-957-9570. Do you have faith in the tandem? Do you not have faith in one or no faith in both? Because I think today was the final definitive statement from Lynch and Shanahan that Brock is the dude, and just checking the contract status. Lynch and Shanahan both signed through 2027, which means 3 more seasons, which really means 2 more seasons because you don't ever have them go into that last year, the lame duck year. So it's 2 more years, and then they'll probably get extended unless they author back-to-back 6 and 11 duds like this year. Then there's a conversation, but the idea of Kyle and Brock being together, as long as Kyle's around, he's going to have Brock as his quarterback. So for me, the conversation of if now gets put to bed. Night to the should they or shouldn't they Brock Purdy conversation. Now it's how much, and more importantly, when. Because I do think it's interesting what Ross Tucker said, and you and I had the conversation about, when the league year starts in March, and you've got voluntary workouts in April. For me, the sooner the better to get this taken care of. That way you can really have an off season that you can sink your teeth into, and you can actually get better.
Yeah. Sorry, just wanted to get that out of the way, make everybody feel a little bit good. But I'm with you, but I think that this comment for me goes maybe even a little bit bigger than that. I don't want to just blow past the Brock Purdy conversation. We'll have it for the next few months. Will it be quick? Will it be not? We don't know. But it seems to me like this is one of those situations where everybody is on the same page. But to me, for the listeners of this show, for the fans of the 49ers, this is also about Kyle. Because there's just as much hand-wringing about him as there is Brock Purdy. When you have a team that goes 6 and 11, there are always questions. We've already seen the defensive coordinator and the special teams coordinator lose their jobs. So there are questions about process and results and how you go about getting from point A to point B and how it's been done in the past and how will you do it differently. It was interesting to me today that Kyle Shanahan said, as far as the search for a new defensive coordinator, maybe we do open our eyes to people who run a different scheme. They've never done that before. That's a first. So to me, that's already somebody saying, look, let's evolve a little bit. Let's be open-minded here. This could go in any direction. That's a good thing. But the larger point is all indications are Kyle, Brock, long time. So how does that grab everybody? What is your confidence level that pairing, because you've talked a lot about this the last month.
Yeah.
Coach-quarterback pairing, is there anything more important than the NFL? I'd argue no. That pairing and a ring at some point. I don't do Super Bowl or bust.
Yeah.
Because that's 1 year and crap can go sideways like it just did.
Yeah, this year.
But if we want to talk about these two, they've had a 3-year period. Let's add let's say 4 more years on it. And call it a 7-year period. How do you feel about their chances to win the last game of the year?
I feel good about it. And I look at all the other tandems around the league, and we ran through it in the crossover a little bit, and some of the more established coaches. There are only 3 coaches who've been with their current team longer than Kyle Shanahan. It's John Harbaugh, Andy Reid, and Mike Tomlin.
Wow.
Now, he got hired the same year as Sean McDermott and Sean McVay. Those 3 were all 2017, but look around the league, and the one thing you need is stability. Right now you have 6 teams that are coachless. They're looking for a head coach. They've fired their coach. There were 3 more hired just last year, actually more than that, You look at all the guys hired last year, 6 were hired last year. And the year before that, 4. So in the last 3 years, including the upcoming 6 openings, half the league has turned over their head coach. And if you look at those teams, none of those teams, outside of the Houston Texans, who are going to the playoffs for a second straight time, and now Harbaugh, who's going in his first year, most of these teams are in the beginning or the middle of rebuilds. I know Washington with their first-year coach and a rookie QB, they're going, but it's really difficult to do. So you've got a coach who's been successful, you've got a quarterback who's been successful, and they've been successful together, and he's 25, and Shanahan, I do think, had a rough year. He had a bad year. The whole year went sideways. So if I'm looking at next year with a last place schedule and an extra 6 weeks off for them to get healthy and get right,
it's a pretty good looking setup.
Things are poised for them to pay the quarterback, draft as well as they did last year, or even close to as well, and be ready to roll in September.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, like, the setup is all there. And you said this yesterday, and I agree with it then. I'll parrot it now. You do 6-11 again with that setup, now we're having a completely different conversation. But that in this moment, even after this horrific season, still seems hard to fathom. It's pretty hard to believe that, again, for those of you who haven't heard us the last couple of days, like right now, the San Francisco 49ers, the hardest opponent that they've got on their schedule next year is the Tampa Bay Bucs and the Houston Texans. That's it. And they have, by winning percentage of this season, the easiest schedule in the whole NFL next year. Like, easier than the Raiders, easier than the Jags, easier than whatever team you want to have that you utter next. The Niners have the easiest schedule of all. So if you're blessed with even a little bit of health, based on that schedule, you would figure the Niners are going to have a much better year, and then you come out of that, and everybody's got a different feeling about the pairing.
And even think about Arizona, who they play the AFC South and the NFC South just like the Niners, so those 8 teams are going to be weak for Arizona, but then they play a third-place schedule, which means you have the Cowboys, you have the Packers, and then you would have one more game against the AFC against a team that I'm drawing a blank on in the other crossover.
Might be Cincinnati.
It would be, yes, absolutely.
And that's not easy.
It's not easy. So even like comparing to Arizona, their 3 bonus games are 2 of them are markedly tougher than what the Niners will face. So this is not to make excuses, but I was struck by what Kyle was saying, and he said what all of us have said for the entire year, where the Ram game was a giveaway, and the Cardinal game, and then the second Seattle. If those would have gone differently, we'd be having different conversations.
We're sponsored by the San Francisco International Airport. We're taking your phone calls, 888-957-9570. Kyle and Brock, according to the Niners, nobody's going anywhere anytime soon. Kyle says he's confident they can win a Super Bowl as that pairing. Are you? What's your confidence level? We'll take your calls next. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
Traveling in 2025? Start your journey right at SFO with the most nonstop flights from the Bay.
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, y'all. We're going to go to the phones in a sec. People want to weigh in. What's your comfort level, Shanahan and Purdy, long term as a pairing? That's basically what Kyle Shanahan said today.
Brock is the leader of our team. I've loved these 3 years with Brock. I plan on being with Brock here the whole time I'm here. So, Brock's been a stud. He's a guy I got a lot of confidence in and just as a human, but it starts with what he's done on the field these last 2.5 years, and we're capable of winning a Super Bowl with him. We just almost did, and I know he's capable of getting the Niners Super Bowl in the future.
Greg Cosell in about 40 minutes. We'll take your call shortly. Let me throw a couple of texts at you that have come in on this subject. Dibs, what do you think if the 49ers send Purdy to the Raiders and sign Aaron Rodgers?
I'm out on that. I'm out on Aaron Rodgers. You can look at his numbers this year and his statistics and say, oh, yeah, he had a pretty good year, better than you would have thought. But the eye test and really more so the ear test on Aaron Rodgers, the guy is past his prime, and the amount of distractions that he brings through his off-field interviews and just the way he comports himself, I am out on Aaron Rodgers.
It's funny to me sometimes when people bring stuff up like that because objectively, Brock Purdy at his worst, if that's where you want to go this year, was absolutely unequivocally better than Aaron Rodgers. So, in other words, if you want Aaron Rodgers, to me, that tells me that you're going on resume. And that's fine if you want to go on resume, but if you want to go to the past and totally be beholden to what's already happened in the past, why won't you do that with Brock Purdy? Because last year was one of the best players in the league.
Right, and he had one of the 20 best passing seasons in the history of quarterback rating. Yep. So I'm with you on that. But Aaron Rodgers, when you look at the numbers, statistically, he was pretty good, but it's because they were behind in almost every game. And then you watch the way he and they went about playing football. And for me, it was pretty uncomfortable to watch.
Yeah, actually, and I don't know necessarily what stats you're referring to, and I'm not even an expert on Aaron Rodgers' stats. But just like you, I watch a lot of football.
Yep.
I do not think Aaron Rodgers was pretty good this year at all. I watched that offense a lot. I do not think that it was impressive whatsoever. I'm looking at where Aaron Rodgers even was rated this year. What was his quarterback rating? He was 20th in the league, down at 90.5 behind Geno Smith. Brock Purdy much better, 96.1, not great, but top 15 in the league. I don't like Aaron Rodgers. To me, that doesn't woo me in the slightest.
No. He threw fewer interceptions per attempt than Brock Purdy. His interception percentage was lower. He threw for more yards. He played in more games, certainly, but a lot of it was because they were playing from behind. Watching a lot of Jets games this year because I had Garrett Wilson on my fantasy team.
That was probably frustrating.
Not in the beginning of the year. It was fun.
Yeah, but once Devontae got there, that was a wrap.
Target share went way down. Just the way that offense and the way that whole team kind of crumbled. And, you're the leader of the team as a quarterback, especially a 40-year-old quarterback, 41-year-old quarterback. And yet he was the one kind of leading the charge to get Robert Saleh out. And that thing broke apart from the inside, and it broke apart from him outward.
Let's go to Trevor in Rohnert Park. Hey, Trevor, thank you for the call. You're on Willard and Dibs. What's up?
What's up, guys? Hey, what's up, man? So I just wanted to say a little bit about the whole thing with the contract with Purdy. I think there's a lot of back and forth, but the bottom line is he's going to get paid. He's showed that he can be a manageable quarterback, a serviceable quarterback, and maybe even more over the last few years. So I don't think it's a matter of back and forth. Should the Niners sign him? Should the Niners go outside and find somebody? That's not going to happen. He's going to get paid, and he's going to get paid top-tier money. Dak Prescott set the record the last time when he was signed, right? It was $60 million, and then before that was Joe Burrow. And the talent, it doesn't match up, right? Because Patrick Mahomes is like the cream of the crop there, right? And he's not making $60 million a year. So his talent, he played well enough. The way the NFL goes, he's going to get his money, and he's going to get the 60, probably 65 mil. I know that's biting a bullet there. He's not probably worth it when you look at some of the other quarterbacks in the league that are making that kind of money. But I think that's just the way the NFL lately. So I just think he's going to get paid. So the focus should shift on who are the Niners keeping? Who are they going to have to get rid of? I think Debo's probably a guy you probably won't see next year. I just feel that way. And then how do you make this team better to become a Super Bowl contending team? And that really comes down, in my opinion, like the non-glamorous positions, the defensive line and the offensive line. And I think they need to focus on that. And I think that's where the conversation should go. And I also think the Dre Greenlaw, he's not brought up enough. I think he should be a priority to sign, even though he is injury prone. He's a guy, when he's on the field, you guys could definitely see it. When he came back, the defense was like a different defense. So is the team a Super Bowl team? It can be if the injuries stop, because those were like the worst injuries I ever saw. And what do they do when they sign, after they sign Purdy? Because it's not an if, it's going to happen. It's where the players, who you keep, who you can build around, how you can build that defense up, because the defense was allowing a lot of points too. You don't need Purdy to throw that many touchdowns and be the savior if your defense can hold the opposing team from scoring every time they touch the ball.
No,
right?
Trevor, that's absolutely right. In fact, you just described Patrick Mahomes' season. Patrick Mahomes this year, nobody's coming down his road, and I don't necessarily know why they would. He's been, he does what Brock did not do well this year, which is really perform at his best in the fourth quarter. But if you want to dive deep into stats, Patrick Mahomes did not have a great year. But what's he got around him? He has a defense that was one of the best defenses in the NFL, and they were able to keep opponents in the game, and then he does great things down the stretch. He deserves all the credit in the world for that. But I said it yesterday, I'll say it again, and I'll say it again tomorrow. I don't find it offensive or a criticism of a player when you say they need to have good things happening around them to perform at their best. That's okay with me. That does not mean that a player is less than or not good. Like even Lamar Jackson, who I'd argue right now to me is the league MVP this year. But even Lamar Jackson, what was happening early in the year when his defense sucked out loud? What was happening? Kept finding himself in second place, and they were losing too many football games. And then they made some adjustments on the defense.
Yeah, they started giving the ball to Derrick Henry, too.
And now they look like potentially the best team in the AFC in the eyes of some.
Yeah. And ultimately, the only number that matters is the one that's listed under the W. So you can look at Mahomes' numbers and where does he fall in the MVP and all the rest of it. They went 15-2, and he went 15-1. Yep. So if you want to talk about numbers, fantasy football, all this and that, and MVPs, that's great and all the rest of it. Mahomes has won the last 2 Super Bowls, and he led his team to a 15-2 record in the year that they're going for a third in a row. That, to me, is more impactful than QBR, interception percentage, air yards intended, and all the rest of that nonsense.
I do want to throw something out there based on what the caller was just saying, though, in terms of who's staying. He also said Purdy's going to get 60 to 65. Again, doesn't matter necessarily per year, but I don't know that it's going to be that. But I think that we can start to move forward on the premise that the 49ers are comfortable paying Brock Purdy. What's the number? I don't know. The structure is what matters. We'll see what it is. But he mentioned that he thinks Deebo Samuel will be gone. Well, John Lynch said this.
Deebo's under contract. Yeah.
Expected back.
Yeah. A good player and has done a ton for this organization. We're not in the business of letting good players out of here.
So. Okay, we're not in the business of letting good players leave. Take a listen to when Shanahan and Lynch then address Dre Greenlaw.
Greenlaw, we're doing everything in the world we can to bring Greenlaw back, and we're not into losing really good players who are unbelievable people. So we're going to do everything we can to never lose really good players who are good people. But that's also a very hard challenge, very hard. And that's something that you don't just talk about in one meeting. There's too many things that connect to that. Draft, free agency, roster, years, all that stuff. And that takes weeks, months to decide.
And I think the only thing I'd add to that, the communication with the players, what's most important. And I know I sat with Dre and always have great discussions with Dre. I know about his want to be here, and I know our want to have him here. And like Kyle said, there's realities and there's tough decisions and so many factors to all those things. But believe me, the desire on both sides is there.
Okay. So Deebo and Greenlaw, based on those responses, what's your feeling right now?
Well, Deebo's coming back 100% guaranteed. Lock it up, Kukush. And I'm looking at his reworked numbers according to 49ers Web Zone. His base salary for next year is $1.17 million.
Okay.
And part of the signing bonus when he restructured, you remember, It's 8.9. There's a prorated option bonus, yada, yada, yada. The overall salary cap number is about $16 million. After next year, then you have a greater ability to get out from underneath the contract. Because he restructured, his number went down this year, and his number went down next year. And so really when you look at Debo, is he worth $16 million to your team or any team? I think that's a slam dunk yes.
Yep.
Then you get into the next year, and his salary cap number is $33 million. Now, will he be worth $33 million in 2026? That becomes, I think, a real debate. As for Dre Greenlaw, I think they want the player, and I think the player wants to be here, but I would bet they already have a number where they're going to be comfortable with Dre Greenlaw, and that may not be the number that Dre can get elsewhere. So
yeah, you can feel in their response that it's going to be challenging. They want him, he wants them, but
exactly
right. Like, and you know, you got to see how the rest of the cookie crumbles before you can figure that out. And that's why I kind of stood on the table yesterday, because I really, really think they got to figure it out. It's interesting though. Like, I'm with you on the Debo thing.
Yeah.
And I'm in agreement on it that they should keep him and don't buy into this narrative that he's lost a step.
I don't know who would say that.
However, whenever I hear, and maybe this is the Warriors' fault, but whenever I hear a general manager just be like, he's under contract, that's exactly what Mike Dunleavy said about Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
10 seconds before he was a Wizard. So I know that sounds like Debo's back. I more take it, again, I think he's back, but I don't take that as he's 100% back. I take that as we're 100% not talking about it because we don't have to.
Of course.
He's under contract. We don't need to answer that question.
If you trade Debo Samuel, and this is according to SpotTrack, if you trade him before June 1st, the dead cap accelerates $31 million next year.
Yeah, no, I don't.
If you trade him after June 1st, that $31 million gets split over 2 years, but the dead cap is still $31 million.
It's still a lot.
So you're not going to release him because the dead cap is the exact same amount of money. So Debo's coming back for one more year because it's going to cost you 31 of a cap hit, and they've worked so hard to build up their cap savings this year to where they're number one in cap room. You're not just going to get rid of Debo and give up 60% of your cap flexibility. So, yeah, you locked it up, Kukush. He's coming back. The other part of it is the interesting part about a Brock contract, because everyone wants to talk about Dak getting 60, and he got 60, $80 million signing bonus, which gets prorated. But as you look at Dak's contract, after next year, there is an out. So no matter what they give Brock, they're going to build it to where it's not going to be a 5-year guaranteed.
Yeah, they gave Kirk Cousins $160 million, and 14 games later, they're like, done.
Guaranteed, right?
Done.
His was
the guarantee is going to end up, I think, there is a way for the Falcons to get out of this, but they will end up paying Kirk, ready? $90 million for 14 football games, half of which they did not win.
Yeah, you're right. I'm looking at it here. Guaranteed at signing was 90. So he gets his 90.
Yep.
And if they get out now, the dead cap is $65 million.
Yeah, but they have to. They have to get out now. You're not going to, this is back to that Jimmy G conversation that I remember we went round and round on this. And it's a little different because I think Kirk gets where he is age-wise and health-wise and all of that stuff. But Kirk Cousins does not want to be a backup. And you don't do that to Michael Penix. You don't just have Kirk in the room staring at you so that every time you throw a pick, everyone's looking around on the sideline. There go the cameras, and Fox is panning to Kirk Cousins, and Tom Brady's breaking it down. You just don't do that to the guy. It's not a good way to raise a quarterback.
Yeah.
So I think Kirk will be on a different team next year.
Just a question of when you do it based on how much of that cap hit you have to eat now. $65 million against the cap that Atlanta just has to eat.
And what's happening, I think, is other teams are looking at the Falcons, and it's a game of chicken. Mm-hmm. It's like, well, you want to trade for him? They're like, you're going to release him. They're like, right, but then he could go to anybody. And actually, we've got another trade on line 2 right now. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't.
No, you don't.
Right? And that's what's going on with Cousins and the Falcons, I would guess.
And that's why looking at his contract is why it's a non-starter. Even if you don't want Brock, you're not going to bring in Kirk Cousins at 37 with that contract that is it's an albatross around your neck.
Completely.
Right.
Completely. And again, he didn't perform. He was worse. He was worse than Brock this year.
No doubt.
Objectively. Mike in Santa Clara next. Hi, Mike. Thanks for calling. What's good?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Happy Wednesday to you both. Just wanted to talk about the Purdy situation. I agree. He's going to get paid. And Willard, like you said, what is it going to be? We don't know. We obviously don't know. That's, for John Lynch and them to decide. But Dibs, I actually agree with what I think you said it yesterday, where we look into the backloading Purdy's contract and where the first couple of years at the most, he can still get paid a smaller amount. I think it happened with Josh Allen and I can't remember who else, but they did something similar to that. But it still leaves us room to also still make, if you want to say, that last Super Bowl run, especially with the team, and if we keep Debo among the other players that are coming back, because this year was an anomaly with all the injuries and everything, it still gives us that capital to still be able to also reload where we need to. And again, keep us still relevant for at least another year or two for a Super Bowl title. And last thing I wanted to say, guys, I just have to give a shout out to my wife, Sheena. We're expecting our first baby in a week and a half.
Yeah.
And I told her I would give her a shout out. So we're having a baby girl.
Nice.
Congratulations, Mike.
Brother. Yes.
Congratulations. And Mike, here's my one word of advice. Ignore all the people who want to line up and give you advice and tell you how it's going to be so hard and you're not going to get any sleep and how your life is going to change. Your life is going to be so much better forever. That's the only thing I want to say.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I agree as well.
Yeah.
So,
I'll just add this, Mike, as a guy who's just 2 years removed from having another baby. Your life's going to change and you're not going to sleep. So there. I'm still not sleeping.
Well, yes, it's true, but it's just so damn cliche.
I know.
It's just, I hate it when people do that. It's almost like they got to get their own crap off their shoulders when someone's like so happy and so excited and they're like, okay, congratulations. That's the end of you.
Yeah.
It's just like, don't say that. Like,
you're not going to sleep.
There's some truth to it, but it's just different.
Right.
And you'll get there.
Exactly.
Like, you'll be bald and fatter and all those things, but you'll get there.
You can be bald and skinnier, too.
That's true.
That's coming up at 412. But it's kind of like the people who, after a heavy day of rain, it's like, well, we needed it. It's like, yes, but... my socks are wet and my rain gutters are failing and all the rest of it, but we need it.
Yeah, tell me that at Soldier Field 2 years ago.
Exactly.
I'm like,
or this year at
I'm literally
Levi's.
floating down the Chicago streets. Well, this is great for the earth.
Totally, man.
Like, I don't really want to hear that right now.
Yeah.
Anyway, the structure is going to be the structure.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, most of us, once the structure comes in, we don't even go do the homework to find out what it is. We don't care. And even though we quote unquote should, because yes, it's going to lead to this, that, or the other. The question we should be asking is not, will Brock take less? Like, that's what we love to do. Brock looks like a nice guy. I bet he knows. It's all about the structure and the maneuverability that Brock is sort of mindful to allow the 49ers without letting himself get hosed. That's the negotiation. It's not 52, 55, 57. In a way, that's whatever. That's whatever, because the Niners can get out of it in 1 year or 2 years or 3 years or however they structure it. Brock is also no dummy. Brock knows that he has succeeded here. He earned this money here with these teammates and this coach. And whether you guys like Kyle Shanahan or not, there's an unbelievable track record of a quarterback having better numbers with Kyle Shanahan than that quarterback does with other offensive minds. There's a beautiful track record to that.
Hard to find one to the contrary.
Right. So Brock knows all of this, and therefore that's leverage to the Niners. He does not want to leave. He's not going to allow himself to get hosed. But is he mindful, for example? Like, ask yourself this. Not is Brock a nice guy? Do you think Brock cares if Dre Greenlaw's on the team?
Right. Do you think that Brock cares about the overall strength of his roster outside of him?
I think he does.
And I'm looking at Dak right now, 4 years and $240, average of 60. The signing was 80. Not terrible. This year coming up, the cap hit, $89.9 million.
Good Lord. And
that's the cap hit.
And he doesn't have a running back.
It's because he and CD and Micah, they make about half of the overall cap,
Well,
and so you've got no room for anyone else.
I'd argue the structure of it was just completely stupid.
Yep.
I mean, for Jared Jones, this is the richest man in the NFL. For Jared Jones to use his face to utter the sentence, "We couldn't afford Derrick Henry," is like, if I'm a Cowboy fan, you couldn't say anything more offensive than that. Your tickets are through the roof. Your stadium's through the roof. You built it yourself. You are literally the most important owner in the sport, and you have more money than God and very few years left. And you're going to tell us you couldn't afford Derrick Henry? So we're rocking Rico Dowdle?
Good little player.
I mean, what are we doing?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
We're not structuring contracts the right way is what we're doing.
That's the correct answer.
I mean, what the Niners have done is like light years, to borrow from Joe Lacob. It's light years ahead of the majority of the league, the way they structure these.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Safe travel in the new year starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians will check fluids, wipers, lights, and more. No need to get out of your vehicle at all. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. It's Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. More of your phone calls. How confident are you that the Kyle Shanahan, Brock Purdy tandem is Super Bowl worthy? 888-957-9570. Greg Cosell in 20 minutes. Willard and Dibs. Hey, it's Willard, and I've got great news. Underdog is available to play here in California. We've all got sports takes, right? Underdog's the best place to cash in on those takes. Which players are hot? Who's ice cold? You think you know? Time to cash.
What are you asking exactly? I'm still confused by your question.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, crazy kids. You're supposed to subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app. If you haven't done that, chop, chop, stop the procrastination sensation. What's the matter with you?
Cha-ching!
Thank you. Wherever you find your favorite podcasts or on the Odyssey app, you subscribe to Willard and Dibs. While you're there, we invite you to subscribe to the other shows. You can check out Brian Baldinger. He was on the station earlier today. 888-957-957 is the number. Greg Cosell in a little bit less than 15 minutes. Your comfort level with Shanahan and Purdy long-term, because that was, I think, takeaway number one that everybody got from Shanahan and Lynch today, which is they are also, like Brock Purdy, motivated to do this and do this soon. And then Shanahan added the statement, I plan on Brock being here the entire time that I'm here. By the way, that's a hell of a statement.
Yeah.
Because I would argue that Shanahan, who just a few days ago said, I want to be here as long as forever. So he's not even 50 years old yet.
Right. And so if you're going to sign a quarterback to a deal like they're going to sign him to, which is, let's say it's 4 years, it might be 5, which he already has 1 more year in his deal. So if you sign him to a 5-year deal, that means 6 more years of Brock Purdy. That means Shanahan, who's got 3 years left in his deal, is already thinking about another contract after that.
Sure.
So you're going to sign a 25-year-old quarterback and hope he's here forever. I mean, if things work out the way you hope, he is a Super Bowl winning quarterback and he becomes a forever Niner, and you're a Super Bowl winning coach and you're here for forever.
Yeah, exactly. Whatever that means, long term. I mean, it's doable. Harbaugh, Tomlin, Andy Reid, it's doable. And my bad that I haven't really said this yet, even though this won't surprise anybody. I am not just comfortable with the idea of Shanahan and Purdy long term. Not only do I love their chances to get over the top at one point, at least once, but I want to frame it this way. I get a little put off at times by how flippant some can be with regard to a successful coach-quarterback combo. And the reason I think it happens here at a high level is that this fan base has experienced it a lot. Look around the league, you don't get this, but we get this. We get Montana Walsh. We get Seifert Young. And then we have these other Super Bowl trips when Kaepernick goes. You get Harbaugh Kaepernick. Yep. And I know they didn't win. And you get Shanahan Garoppolo.
Yeah.
And you get Shanahan Purdy. You've had all these different groupings that have at least allowed you to compete until the final game of the year. And I think because we've had it so much, we get a little lackadaisical about how easy it is to find that. And so when people say, hey, look, stop being such a Purdy stan. I'll sit here and tell you, I don't think Purdy's the best quarterback in the NFL. I don't even think he's close. I don't think that. But I think there's a lot more crap on the other side of the fence than there is on the one you're looking at. And it's not that easy to find. And so when you find one, you hang on to it, even if it's not number 1 ranked group in the league. If you have a pairing that's pretty damn good and usually successful and has taken you all the way through the playoffs now twice, I don't know, man. I'm not going to take stuff like that for granted. I feel like some are.
Yeah, some definitely are. And I'm just thinking about the history of the league and coaches who have won multiple Super Bowls with different starting quarterbacks. And you think about how incredibly rare that is. And you can go back to Bill Belichick. He won it with just the one guy. Right. And even like John Harbaugh, rather, he won it with a guy. He's trying to win it with a second different quarterback. And it's almost unheard of when you go back through the history of the league. And, Chuck Noll, he won 4 with the same quarterback. And Dallas won 3 in a row with this, not 3 in a row, but they won 3 with the same quarterback.
It's almost all of them. Andy Reid, only with Patrick Mahomes. Even Walsh, Bill Walsh, Joe Montana. And again, Kyle Shanahan has not won any Super Bowls.
Right.
But the fact that he's been to 2 with different quarterbacks And all these NFC championship games with different quarterbacks, again, yeah, does it make him perfect? No. Does he walk on water? No. Do I live in his guest room? No. But do some of you take him for granted? Yes.
Absolutely.
You do.
And I'm looking at the history, and I can only find 2 instances going all the way back of coaches who have won multiple Super Bowls with different quarterbacks. Joe Gibbs, who had Doug Williams and Joe Theismann, and I'm seeing Bill Parcells, who had Sims and Hostetler.
Right.
But we're going back now.
And that's also right. And Hostetler was kind of a Nick Foles-esque situation.
Exactly.
He came in as Sims' backup. He was forced in and then went all the way.
But we're looking at like this year, and we talked about coach QB tandems, and I put 5 on my list that I would take ahead of Shanahan and Purdy, and then I have another 4 that I have in the group with Shanahan and Purdy. So my top 5, the Chiefs, Andy and Mahomes, the Ravens, Harbaugh and Lamar. I put Buffalo because McDermott's been there a long time.
It's an interesting one.
He's been there. He's tenured. And Josh Allen, I think, is, if he's not the MVP, he's second or maybe third this year.
He's going to win it.
Saquon.
I think Josh Allen's going to win it. I think it should be Lamar. Whatever. They're fantastic.
I put LaFleur and Love ahead of Shanahan and Purdy just for now because recency bias. And then I also added Jim Harbaugh and Justin Herbert because Harbaugh, first year, but the gravitas of what he's done. Mm-hmm. And I think that Herbert is a top 5 QB. The guys I put in the group, McVay and Stafford, Taylor and Burrow, although, as I mentioned before, Zach Taylor, I don't know what his future is. Campbell and Goff, and Sirianni and Hurts. And then Shanahan and Purdy, that'd be my top 10. But you look at that group, and only 2 of them have won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, the thing we sit here and wait and want for Shanahan and Purdy, and that's fair. I get it. Like, it doesn't feel great to just get close all the time. I understand that, but we do look around the league and see others who, in fact, haven't even done that. Right? LaFleur and Love, they won a playoff game.
Right.
A game. McDermott and Allen, I would argue, largely disappointing when it comes playoff time.
Same thing with Harbaugh and Lamar. Yeah.
Harbaugh's got a Super Bowl, not with Lamar. I mean, he's got the joystick of the league, and they've not been able to move through January.
That's right.
At all. So, and then Sirianni and Hurts have one trip to what Kyle has done twice. But that's my only message. It's not that Purdy is perfect. It's not that Shanahan is perfect. It's that when I hear the discourse about them, sometimes to me it does feel flippant, disrespectful, taking for granted.
Yeah. And Shanahan
They've done a really good job.
They've been great. And Shanahan right now among active coaches is 3rd in the NFL, tied for 3rd in playoff wins with his 8. He's 8-4. Only John Harbaugh and Andy Reid have won more playoff games in their career.
This is actually the whole, I get it. The fourth quarter Shanahan thing, clock management and not being able to come from behind. These are fair criticisms, but what you just brought up is one thing that does not get brought up enough. Has Kyle Shanahan ever lost in the first round?
No, I think
ever.
No. Okay. Yeah.
So he goes to January games and wins.
Yeah, 8-4, and Tomlin's 8-10. John Harbaugh 12-10, and you mentioned Baltimore. Like, one of these years, you would think that Baltimore's going to have to break through. I know it's not easy with Mahomes and Allen both in there, but how many times do you have to have the best offense and still not get it done?
You know what I'm thinking? And I would love to go back, and maybe this doesn't matter to people, but I'm also thinking not just do you win in the playoffs, but do you win when you're supposed to win? In other words, I know they were favored in both of the Super Bowls, maybe by a point.
Right.
I mean, those were basically pick'em football games. But when you look at what Dallas has done with Dak, or Harbaugh and Lamar is the better one. Y'all had the AFC title game in your building. And you were objectively the better football team. And you stopped running the ball. You gacked it away. You let the Chiefs beat you. I don't know. Does Shanahan have any of those? And what I'm wondering is, for example, when they went to the NFC title game in L.A., were they favored?
They couldn't have been, right?
Yeah, it's close, but I think that they were small dogs. I'll
Okay.
punch that up for you. And it's funny you mentioned that about Baltimore, like they stopped running the ball. They never started.
Yes.
They had 8 carries by Lamar and 8 by every other Raven. You had a dominant run game and you ran it 16 times. So you want to talk about choke jobs. That to me is one of the bigger ones where, like you were saying, you're at home against the Kansas City offense that isn't that good.
And so we get mad at what we saw last January because it didn't look as shiny as we wanted it to, because they were supposed to come out and really hammer people and they didn't, but it still won.
Yeah.
They still found a way to beat Green Bay. They still found a way to beat Detroit.
Niners were 3.5-point dogs in that
the Rams game.
In the Ram game at LA.
Yeah. And then I know they were dogs in Philly and then never really got to.
Yeah, but
play
to your
with their
point, I
quarterback.
don't recall a time when they were favored under Shanahan in the playoffs and lost.
Won the game. They win the games they're supposed to win. Sponsored by LifeSource Water Systems. 888-957-9570 is the number. All right. Speaking of numbers, not just the numbers, but also into the X's, the O's.
Numbers, and numbers are numbers.
And these are usually my numbers, but actually they're Greg Cosell's numbers and his perspective and the X's and O's and the firing of the defensive coordinator. All of these things with Greg Cosell of NFL Films next on Willard and Dibs.
New year, fresh start. Why not with better water? LifeSource Water gives you clean.
conversation of the year.
That is great news.
This will not be the last Greg Cosell conversation of the year.
All right.
We're talking playoffs.
Playoffs,
exactly. But not yet. Joining us right now, as he does on Wednesdays, River Island's guest line, none other than the executive producer at NFL Films. He knows the X's, the O's, the all 22s better than anyone. He is Greg Cosell. Happy New Year to our friend.
Happy New Year, guys. Good to be with you. Glad you're back. You know, I wish I got some time off, but that doesn't happen.
You know, I think that you probably could take it. You just don't. You're like one of these Christian McCaffrey, Ricky Pearsall guys. Like you love to work.
Well, I do, and I always feel like there's more to see and more to do. So yeah, I can't really take time off. It doesn't work with my whole sense of the world, you know.
So between the Super Bowl and the NFL draft, you're just grinding on college tape, or are you doing that already year-round anyway?
No, I can't do it during the NFL season. I can start doing it probably next week because then I have fewer games I have to watch for the NFL. So once the matchup show is kind of my pieces, my film segments are done and it's all mapped out, then I can start watching college tape. So I'll probably start next week, and because of course everybody's going to ask me about the quarterbacks, I'll start. You know, I won't watch 15 quarterbacks, you know, but I'll watch a couple of the main guys. I'll do Ward, I'll do Sanders, you know, I'll do those guys relatively early on.
Yeah, but probably not us because the Niners have theirs, at least so they say. They have no hesitation moving forward with Brock Purdy. They want to do an extension early. So let's ask you this, because obviously, Greg, this was not as good of a year as the last two. What is your full season takeaway of Brock Purdy?
Well, I would say that Purdy overall did not necessarily play as well this year as he did a year ago, and I think we discussed that through the season. I'm sure there are reasons for that. I thought at times he was a little quick to break down and leave the pocket. A lot of people talked about how mobile he is, and that's fine when it's necessary and needed. But if it's not necessary and needed, then you want to see him work through the offense. I don't know what's in his head, so there's parts that I can't answer. But, you know, it's funny. So many teams, when the quarterback doesn't play as well as people expect and the year is disappointing, they automatically assume that, well, you know, it's time to get a new quarterback. You know, we can't give this guy money. You have to, first of all, you got to separate the money because the money is just what it is. You know, that's just the reality of life. But I think some people think there must be like a quarterback school that you just go to and get any quarterback that you want. Quarterbacks don't just fall out of the sky. So Brock Purdy has proven to be a quality NFL quarterback. You know, it was only a year ago that this team was in the Super Bowl, and you know, you're not going to start over at the quarterback position because if you decide that you didn't want to sign him, let me ask you guys this, then what's the next move?
The next move would be get a middling free agent who's not as good, or hope that you get somebody in the draft, and you probably won't when you're picking in the high teens.
And it's also not a great quarterback draft based on some work that I did last summer of watching a ton of quarterbacks. Obviously, I haven't done the work from the 2024 season, but I think from people I've spoken to, this is not viewed as a great quarterback draft. So it's easy to say, oh, we don't want to pay Brock Purdy whatever that number is, and the number is just the number because that's the market value of quarterbacks. So he's going to get close to or whatever the number is. So that has to be separated from the reality of having a quarterback.
Yeah.
Because you're right. Because otherwise, here's what happens. And fans, maybe they think about this, maybe they don't. If you decide, well, Brock Purdy's not my quarterback, then here's what ends up happening. You sign guys like Mason Rudolph to a one-year deal, and he becomes your quarterback.
Exactly right. And you know, like you're right. I think we all agree there isn't another great option. But just because we hear this a lot from fans, and I think part of it is because he was in the building last year and then went 14-3 this year. Like, what did you see with Sam Darnold this year that was maybe different from years past?
I think Darnold was clearly better than he's ever been, and I think that there were a couple of areas in which he clearly improved. He was far more decisive in the pocket. I think some of that is a function of how comfortable he clearly felt in that pass offense. We don't know. He may have been that way if he had played last year in Kyle's offense. We don't know the answer to that because he didn't play. I thought he was much better in terms of being confident, staying in the pocket, and making late in the down throws when there were people around him. Because even though he's mobile and a plus athlete, he's essentially a pocket quarterback, and he was very comfortable because there were a lot more intermediate to vertical routes in the Vikings offense than there were in the 49ers offense, and he was very comfortable sitting there and waiting to make throws. So, he's had a very good season. He's got a lot of talent. I mean, he's a big kid, good athlete, really good arm, and it all came together this year in Minnesota. So, it's easy to say, well, gee, we should have kept Sam Darnold. But, that stuff's easy to say. I mean, Brock, unless I have a bad memory, I think the 49ers were in the Super Bowl last year with Brock Purdy, were they not?
Yeah, your memory's still pretty solid, Greg, even at our advanced age. You're still...
My advanced age is probably more than your advanced age.
A little bit more advanced, yes. I'm going to give you that one, and we don't have to go to the film for that breakdown. It's just facts are facts. I do want to ask you, though, about what you saw on the tape that led to the passing offense in totality being less effective this year. What did you see through all 17 games from the passing offense?
The passing offense was a really difficult thing to evaluate because if you kind of look at the overall season, Purdy still had a high yards per attempt. There were still, downfield throws. It wasn't as if the passing offense didn't work at all. So it was kind of an odd year. You could almost argue that the run game was more of an issue. Now, I know early in the season, Mason got off to a good start, and that's when the Niners were obviously playing well. That's when at one point, were they 4-3 at one point? I'm trying to remember the season.
I think they got to 4-4, and then they went 5-5. But I don't think they were 4-3. My memory serves they were 3-4. But anyway,
6 games, so they only won 2 of their last whatever it was.
Yep.
So, early in the season, even though it wasn't McCaffrey, Mason ran well. Their offense was what it's designed to be, which is based more on balance and the run game as a starting point because they play a ton out of 21 personnel. That's their foundation. And the pass game kind of works off that with a lot of things they do because don't forget, their run game dictates how defenses line up. Then McCaffrey came back, and obviously he didn't gain a lot of yards, and that's a debatable point about his health. But the point is the run game sort of stopped working at that point, and it didn't really work that well for the rest of the season. So the offense didn't really have the multi-dimensional element that they certainly had a year ago when many would have argued that McCaffrey should have been the league MVP. So, I think it's more of a totality. Look, Purdy is not Josh Allen, he's not Patrick Mahomes, he's not Joe Burrow, he's not Lamar. No one would argue that. When all is going well, Purdy is a high-level executor and ball distributor. That's what Brock Purdy is. And if people think he's more than that, and by the way, there's nothing wrong with that, it's good. But if people think he's more, he's not that. That's what he is. So when things don't work, when they lose a Brandon Ayuk and they don't have the same receiving core that they anticipated, then things don't work quite as well. Don't forget, Jauan Jennings is a nice player, and I actually loved him coming out of college because of his toughness and competitiveness. But when all's said and done, in an ideal world, Jauan Jennings is a number 3. So when he becomes sort of the main guy, and for whatever reason, then your offense is not going to have a great passing game.
And you look at the X going forward, the X wide receiver, who's usually your number 1 wide receiver, Ayuk likely out till October. Can Ricky Pearsall step in and be that guy, or do they have to go hunting for a real number 1 receiver?
That's a great question. He's the best option of the receivers that are there because, as we've discussed with Samuel many times, good player, but he's somewhat of a scheme player. We discussed that he's not Jefferson, Chase, A.J. Brown. He's not that guy. So, in an ideal world, could it be Pearsall? Ideally he gets through, a whole off season now. You saw what he could do a little bit as the year progressed. He's got some juice to him. We'll see. I don't know the answer to that. They may feel they know the answer to that, but in this league, and I've had this conversation with wide receiver coaches at the Combine, and I end up having this conversation almost every year, and you they all talk about the fact that if you don't have a quality X receiver in this league who you can line up as your boundary single receiver to win one-on-one, because you usually get a lot of man coverage with that boundary X, that your offense can become bogged down. So that receiver becomes important. So I don't think we know yet about Pearsall as that guy. As much as I like him, I don't know if he is that guy.
I would love to hear just your take on those last two games, because you said, we saw a little bit about what he could do, and I'll let you know, people out here are suddenly very, very excited based on those last couple of games. What's your sort of more intricate take on what we saw from him?
I didn't, as you guys know, I didn't feel like I needed the last two games to know what I think Ricky Pearsall is. I think Ricky Pearsall is a really smooth, fluid athlete. I think he has a good feel for route running. I think he's got some run after catch ability. I just don't know yet, based on his NFL sample size, which is not large, obviously, if he can line up as a true X. But I think Ricky Pearsall is is going to be a really good receiver. It just depends on what kind of really good he is. I'll give you an example. I think we'd all agree that Amon-Ra St. Brown is a really good receiver, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
But he's not Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase. But he's a really good NFL receiver. I don't know if Ricky Pearsall would ever get to, the Jefferson, Chase, A.J. Brown level of receiver, or Devontae Adams in his prime, but he could still end up being a really, really good receiver. Just like Amon-Ra St. Brown is not a true boundary X, but he's a really good receiver.
And you look at so many teams now that throw the ball with three wides, you can kind of get away with a guy who can be productive out of the slot. I want to ask you about the defense, because the defensive coordinator hasn't been fired, but he's been removed from his post. And, you watch the film all year, Greg, and you see this wide nine defense. And I wonder, when you look at the film, what was missing from this defense that made it so they were a little bit susceptible to the run?
Well, and I'm very curious to see what they do, because I think there's a philosophy issue here. I mean, when I say issue, they may see it as an issue, they may not see it as an issue. And obviously they removed Sorensen, so they're going to have their fourth D coordinator in 4 years. This was a team, and it's funny because this week they did blitz quite a bit early on in the game, but this is a defense that was a very low blitz percentage defense. They did not play a ton of man-to-man, so they relied on their front four to pressure the quarterback. So the question is, philosophically, is Kyle looking for a change? Is Kyle looking to bring someone in who's going to be more aggressive with pressure schemes? We don't know the answer to that right now, but I'm curious to see, because, as I said, this becomes a philosophy issue. How do you feel? How do you want your defense to look in today's NFL? Do you feel like you have to get after the quarterback? And when I say blitz, I don't mean that you're blitzing 50, 60, 70% of the time, but the 49ers were a very, very low percentage blitz defense by NFL standards. And it's funny, I put the tape on from this week, just because I wanted to get a feel for who they played and what guys looked like. And all of a sudden I'm seeing on 2 of the first 3 third downs, they rushed 5. Warner, who in the past was used as a blitzer at times, he's being used as the 5th rusher with multiple stunt concepts and different kinds of pressures. So it'll be interesting to see what direction they go as with a D coordinator.
Greg Cosell, NFL Films, with us every week on Willard and Tibbs 95.7 The Game. Greg, I'm sure you get this, especially now that he's the highest paid defensive player in the game. Fans want more sacks, and since he's signed that deal, Nick Bosa's sack totals haven't been where you would love them to be. There's a lot of context to that, but fans are, I don't want to say down on him, but a little, like there's a mild disappointment there. I wonder what you can tell our listeners about the way he's actually performed the last couple seasons.
I don't think that's fair, because I can't tell you how many times I've watched the Niners defense this year, and I've called in my guys, on the matchup show, because we have our little area with the matchup show. We got a bunch of guys that work with me on the show, and I'll call them in and say, "Man, look at Bosa. He's just dominating." And he may not get a sack, because there's many reasons you don't get sacks, but I don't think there's a problem with Nick Bosa. Keep one thing in mind. I don't know how many times he's rushed the quarterback this year, the number of times that he's been a pass rusher. Maybe it's 350 times. I don't know. But let's say that's the number. if a guy gets 12 sacks out of 350 pass rushes, they say he has a great year, right? But if he gets 9 sacks, they say, man, he's not getting enough sacks. Is that really the way we want to judge a pass rusher? Think about it. Is that really the way we want to judge a pass rusher?
No, I mean,
I would say no.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think when you kind of think about it, that's why, and again, I'm fortunate in my job that I can sit and watch every play, okay? And when I start watching college guys, that's what I do with defensive guys. I can't tell you how many times, for instance, I'll watch a defensive tackle in college, and if you look at the stat sheet, I see he has 1 tackle, and then I watch all 70 plays in the game, of which the guy played 50, and I come away going, man, that guy dominated the game. You know, so you have to be careful about that. You've got to look at every play and see how he's playing, not just the pure number of sacks, which, you know, so I thought Nick Bosa, I didn't think there was a problem with Nick Bosa.
And I think that kind of applies to what I'm thinking about Fred Warner, because early in the year, his numbers, forced fumbles, and he had a couple of interceptions. People were talking about Defensive Player of the Year, and the numbers kind of fell off. When you watch Fred Warner on tape all year, what did you see from a guy who might be heading to Canton eventually?
I think he should be, you know, up to this point in his career. I think pretty much everybody would say that he's the best stack backer in the game. You know, and again, did he play with an injury through the last part of this season?
Oh,
Most
yes.
of the year, yeah.
Broken bone in his ankle, yeah.
Yeah, because I thought there were some stretches this year where, you know, to me, he wasn't quite as impactful on tape. But then there were other times I was like, man, that Fred Warner is just unbelievable. So, you know, again, you can get caught up in, you know, that kind of conversation. But, you know, Fred Warner is just a great football player. And, you know, from what I read, I'm not in their building, obviously, nor am I out with you guys. But, I mean, from what I understand, he's a great leader. He's kind of the driving force of the defense. So, I mean, obviously, Fred Warner's not going anywhere. So, we'll see what happens. I know Greenlaw, this was a lost year for Greenlaw, and I think he's a really important player. I thought Winters acquitted himself pretty well. He played a lot of snaps over the last, month or so, give or take. I thought he acquitted himself pretty well.
Greg, I'd love, and maybe this is too broad of a question, but I'm going to take my shot here going into the playoffs and ask you, with all of these teams coming up this weekend, you know, some of them, obviously there's a couple of first-round buys, but like, of all these teams playing this weekend in the playoffs, give us a couple teams who you feel are kind of peaking. Like, who's playing really well right now?
I tell you, a team that really interests me, and I'm very curious, and I know probably most observers think it's, you know, a no-brainer that the other team's going to win big, but the Broncos fascinate me right now.
Yep.
Bo Nix has played really, really well. We know Sean Payton is a very good coach, and because of Bo Nix, their defense has not gotten, to me, the conversation that it deserves. They lead the NFL in sacks. They've got arguably the best corner in the game. Their defense is really good. It's fast. It's young. It's got Zach Allen at D-tackle, who no one talks about, is as good a D-tackle as there is in the game. He never comes off the field. The Broncos are a fascinating team to me, and the Bills' defense is not quite at the level. To me, it's not a championship-level style defense. So that game fascinates me.
And when you look at that matchup with the Denver defense, and I think you're right in terms of how underrated they are, can they keep up with the Josh Allen two-way threat and what can be an explosive offense with Buffalo playing at home?
Yeah, and that's the issue, because I think Buffalo at its core is an offensive team. I think they were second in the league in points. You know, Allen is obviously a great individual player. I mean, what he's done without a 1,000-yard rusher and 1,000-yard receiver is really impressive. We know he's just a physical specimen. He's the most purely physically gifted quarterback in the league and can do special things at any moment. But every once in a while, they get kind of a lull in their offense. And, you know, again, if you're a Bills fan, not that you guys are, but I'm just saying if you're a Bills fan, there's a little part of me that worries about this game. Like, you know, again, could Allen be phenomenal and could they win 30-13? Sure. I'm a very bad prognosticator, by the way. I can't pick these games because I could give you 10 variables on both sides.
Right.
No,
so
we're all placing bets based on every word right now. Like, this is what we're doing.
Right, so I'm a really bad prognosticator, but the point is you know, this game, I think, you know, could be a little concerning.
Yeah, you know who fascinates me every January is the Baltimore Ravens, because it feels like they should have probably had a longer resume in the Lamar Jackson era in January. But did they sort of like fix something on defense that was ailing them early in the year?
They made a major change starting week 11 with Kyle Hamilton, who had been kind of a multi-dimensional movement chess piece in their defense, playing a lot of different positions. They basically moved him to back-end safety starting week 11. And since they did that, if I'm not mistaken, they're the number one number one third down defense in the league. Their sack totals have gone way up with only a 4-man pass rush. Everything seemed to change when they moved Kyle Hamilton basically to back-end safety instead of kind of a movable chess piece. So that's when their defense changed. It's really funny because their offensive coordinator, Todd Monken, who obviously was in college and he's been there a couple of years, he's talked about the fact that the key to their whole offense is Derrick Henry. Lost in the Saquon Barkley season, and deservedly so, Barkley's had a ridiculous season, is the fact that Derrick Henry rushed for over 1,900 yards. That doesn't get talked about a lot because Lamar's numbers have been so off the charts, and he's had such a special season as well. But they're really, so many of these teams, it's an odd thing. So many of these teams are kind of run-first teams now. Everybody talks about the quarterback, and I'm not saying he's not important, believe me. But so many of these teams start their offense with the run game.
Hey, Greg, wonderful stuff again. We thank you throughout the season, but as I mentioned off the top, we're not done yet. So we'll talk to you next week, okay, friend?
I got to be with you guys again next week.
That's the I just read the contract. You're in.
Yeah, boy.
I'm joking, guys. Come on. I love talking to you guys.
That's awesome, Greg.
We'll talk to you next week, Greg.
All right. Appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
Right, there it is. Greg Cosell. And yes, put it all on the Broncos plus 9.5. That's what I heard.
9.5. I'm saying it at 8.5 here on ESPN.
It's where I do
forecast at 1 in the afternoon. It's a 1 o'clock local time.
Yes,
29 degrees is your local forecast.
That's okay as long as it's clear.
But that's the heat of the day.
Yeah, but it's the Broncos. It's not like they're not used to cold weather.
Yeah,
they're fine.
There's some interesting picks. We can get into it as we get deeper into the weekend.
You're doing the full slate, right?
I'll give you all 6, kid. I'll give you 5, and then on Monday I'll give you Monday. Yeah. And I'm actually going to branch out.
Money this weekend.
Not going to all be just sides. There might be a total thrown in there as well.
Oh, that's
totals.
Fancy.
Yeah,
fancy.
Yep.
All right. 888. Thank you very much. 888-957-9570. 1-800-bet. No, we can keep taking your calls on any of this. However, coming up, we've been able to sidestep this quite a bit in the last 48 hours because Kyle's talking and Lynch is talking and this and
Justin
that.
Justin
Verlander breaks. Dude.
I'm a Giants fan.
The Warriors are a mess, and we need to talk about it. Don't throw your hands up like that. Don't give me the I told you so.
I'm having a great segment.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Stop it. What do you want to do, though? 888-957-9570. Where honestly, what do you want to do? What do you want to see happen? We can get into this next on Willard and Dibs. Hey, it's Willard, and I've got great news. Underdog is available to play here in California. We've all got sports.
real tough loss to swallow. Warriors down 10 at home. Bam Adebayo drives and dunks and got fouled, and man.
7 and 1 seems like a lot.
A lot. Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm just going to be real with you and everybody. I try to do that all the time. Like, what exactly was I watching last night? Okay, there's a basketball game there.
I thought Tim Roy was about to swear right there when you heard it. Bam Adebayo drives, got. I thought he was going to say God something else, but he said got fouled. Oh. I thought he was
Damn.
Yeah, totally.
Listen, that's what stood out to me. I know that everybody got distracted by another crappy performance. That's not what stood out to me. What stood out to me is how mad everybody is. Why was last night the linchpin? What? Do you know what I mean?
I do, but to me it's pretty easy to explain.
Why was this the tipping point? Why is this the night that Steph Curry is aimlessly walking around the bench, staring up into the sky, having that look on his face like, what the hell, dude? What am I doing here? What are we doing? Why is Steve Kerr like, great, Trace Jackson Davis had 19 points. I don't care.
Right.
Why was this the night that Steph Curry literally out loud said to people in the room, I got no answers for you. I don't know how we get better. He sounded like you.
Right.
Where he's like, there's no answer.
Well, the reason why it happened last night to me is very clear, because this was a scheduled win. We can talk about scheduled losses in the NFL, and it's one of my pet phrases, but you've got a team coming in off a game the night before, back-to-back. You played double overtime, which is almost an additional full quarter, and you don't have your best player, Jimmy Butler. So you would expect a team to come in and be a little bit sluggish and tired, having played 56 minutes. And I think they had 4 guys play more than 40 minutes against Sacramento in a game that they lost. And you're at home. You've been at home, sleeping in your own bed. You're coming off a night off in a spot where you not only need a win, but you need a deodorizer. You need something to wipe the taste out of your mouth that has been a bad taste for the better part of 6 weeks. And that is what you do. That's the effort you show. And I understand you're going to have bad games over the course of 82, but you look across the board, Schroeder 2 of 10, Buddy 4 of 12, Moses 1 of 6, Wiggins, back to the old Wiggs, 4 of 10 in a pretty quiet night. And if you're Steph and you're basically wearing a cape all year, and Draymond didn't play great, but Draymond at least is, I think, giving some effort. But you look across that locker room, and guys are just laying down.
Well, you know what I want to ask you and our listeners is, who is this directed at? And that's what is interesting to me, because we're going to play a bunch of this for you now. Steve Kerr and Steph Curry. And I thought the level of dejection in the room last night was at a season high. The level of just absolute dejection. Now, Steve Kerr, maybe there's more going on there. Steve was clearly distracted. Steve's got family stuff going on. The Palisades are on fire. And again, we want to reiterate what we said off the top of the show and how heartbroken we are and how much we're thinking about everybody who is affected by this, not only down there, but everybody here who has family and friends there. It looks absolutely devastating. And Steve Kerr's mom was among the evacuees last night. So does that make Steve a little bit more edgy as people sit there and go, Steve, wow, the turnovers were a little high?
Right.
Sure, I bet. Well,
that's the issue, is that the turnovers weren't high.
Yeah, I just made that up.
I know, Mark, but just as I was looking through and like trying to figure out why that game was that bad. Normally, 23 turnovers, you get it. They had 10 turnovers.
Well, Steve was pointing to effort.
Yes.
Steve was pointing to effort. Oh, can I get this off my chest for a second?
Do it.
I love everybody who calls this station. Like, you're the lifeblood. It's an honor, honestly. Like, I'm touched every single time we run into someone out in the world and they're like, we listen all the time, or you call, or you text us, or whatever. Send tweets. even when you're like, bleep you homer. Like, honestly, the fact that you're tied into what we're doing is an honor. But for every one of you who has called in and suggested that it is Steve Kerr's job to motivate the Warrior players, like if they're not trying, that's his fault. What world are we? What are you talking about? These are grown adult human beings. Do you think if I came in here and mailed in a show, you should drive down here, pull Matt Nahagian aside, be like, where are you on that one, Matt? I'm turning 50 in 2 weeks.
Oh, boy.
I'm not looking at that man to get me going. What are we talking about? And don't even start if I'm going to bring money into this. These people are making ungodly amounts of cash to be in that building and in a uniform last night. It's Steve's job to, like, poke them? Come on! What are we do? Like, this is an unconscionable thought that I heard some of our callers have earlier today.
I'll agree with the effort part of it, but the phrase that he uttered is one that I've been unable to shake all morning and now into the afternoon because I've never heard him talk about this before, and he said it's a crisis of confidence.
Here, well, let's play it for everybody. It's right here.
Yeah, I mean, I expected better energy. I think we're suffering from a crisis of confidence right now, frankly. You can see it. You can feel it. You know, I don't mind missed shots, but I mind when missed shots affect the defense and the attitude. And we feel deflated right now. And there's no room for feeling sorry for ourselves in the NBA, you know, in life in general, right? We can't let disappointment dictate, you know, our approach to the game. We have to do the opposite. We have to bring more fire. We have to outcompete our opponents when things aren't going our way. And that was what was most disappointing tonight was I just felt like everybody was down and we didn't have a competitive spirit. If you don't have that, you've got nothing. And so we've got to find a way to build that back up.
Okay, so why'd that grab you so much?
Because we've got to find a way to build that back up. And I do think that it's different for every single player. Right now, Trayce Jackson-Davis is not suffering from a crisis of confidence. And I felt bad for him that his game last night is going to be forgotten. 19 points. He's been terrific. And Steve even said that in the other part of his quote where he was basically going off on the fact that somebody wanted him to praise Trayce Jackson-Davis after that dud. But I think about crisis of confidence and Buddy Hield. He's been in a 6-week funk. Dennis Schroeder has not yet fit in. Moses Moody doesn't know what his role is going to be night to night. And you can go almost player by player outside of Steph Curry, and you can see just by watching it through the TV that they don't have confidence. So I do think that part of it does fall on Steve Kerr in ways where you've got to find a way to get these guys into a spot, whether it's, you know, maybe Buddy Hield sits out a game, or maybe you change a guy's role, or
but that's not about confidence. That's about like focus or energy or effort or whatever.
Maybe you bring in the team psychologist if they have one.
Yeah,
I don't know. You've got to do something. You're the coach. I'm not saying that it's up to him to make guys try hard.
I'm sure that he has,
because they're supposed to be out there giving effort. But you know, with each individual player, he's got to get them into a spot where they feel the best that they can possibly feel about their own game and the team game. And right now, this team is lost. They're completely lost, and their confidence is shattered. So how do you fix it? How do you fix it? And
well,
I look at individuals like Buddy Hield, for example. Where is Buddy Hield right now from a confidence standpoint? Because I know when I watch him, I don't have confidence in him.
No, and he doesn't have confidence. But like hell, any other human being on this planet's going to give it to him. That's not. I just don't view motivation and confidence that way. That has to come from within.
Well,
it has to.
Maybe you can motivate him by, I don't know, having him sit out a game.
Well, I mean, sure, you
instead
can do
of
that.
hoisting up shot after shot that's not going in.
Right, but again, that's that. Now we're getting into the whole like sort of, you know, are you punitive? Are you compassion? Are you compassion? Are you punitive? How do you want to coach? And every individual needs to be coached differently. And some guys can handle this and other guys can handle that. Steve talked to us about that a few weeks ago when he went public, ripping pods and banging on the table that night because he's like, this is what I felt like he needed at this particular time. You've never seen him do that. with Jonathan Kuminga. You never used to. Hell, they certainly didn't do that with Klay Thompson over 2 years. And then we find out that there was all kinds of stuff behind the scenes that was super frustrating. So that's difficult for him to assess and figure out how to handle each player. You're right that that's his job. But when that doesn't click right away, I don't know anywhere else to look but then the adult human being who's sitting there struggling. You have got to find that from within. Like hell, some other human being is going to come up to me and say something, and immediately I'm like, oh, now I'm confident. Buddy needs to see the ball go through the bucket.
But if
that's
it's
the
not,
only way he's going to find the confidence.
Well, maybe you give him a different chance to work on it in practice, or you give him a game where he can just catch his breath and not feel the same pressure. You're right about each player responding differently and getting different motivation. We know that Draymond, we saw it. Draymond barked at Buddy Hield a few weeks ago, and well, that maybe wasn't the right move because it hasn't turned into Buddy shooting better or playing better. And I look at Moses Moody, who doesn't play with the same confidence, probably because his role is constantly changing. And
totally.
I look at a team overall right now that is lost. And so you got to figure out different ways to try to shake them out of the funk. And that is, I think, Steve Kerr's job.
Well, except for that we're also seemingly in this conversation presupposing that he's not doing those things. Like if you want to say, take Moses Moody, for example, he should be in there more. And if he was, he'd be more confident. Okay, I can hear that. But the idea, like you brought up, bring in a psychologist or do XYZ in practice. We have zero evidence that he hasn't.
Right.
I have no idea what they're doing. And I guarantee you that Steve Kerr is not sitting there with a smoking jacket on being like, it'll be fine. They're trying.
Right.
They're clearly ticked off. They're trying so many things, and it's not working. In fact, we got to play a couple of these for you that are right on point with what we're talking about. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online, or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Steph Curry was asked, how can you improve the offense?
How do you think this team just gets better offensively? That seems to that's 2 straight games under 100 points.
Honestly, I have no idea. I wish we're going to try to figure it out, but I don't have an answer right now.
That comes from someone who feels like he's tried 87 things and it hasn't worked. And then here's the comment you're talking about where Steve was asked, hey, at least TJD had a nice game, right?
I mean, I can't sit here after that and be excited about anything. He scored 19 points. Great. He's having a good season. But who the hell cares if we're not competitive? If we don't have a competitive spirit and a fight and a willingness to compete through everything, then I'm not going to sit here and talk about it. Hey, so-and-so had some points. Great. Who cares? It's about us competing and being the Warriors, being the team we've been for 10 years and not feeling sorry for ourselves. That's what I'm thinking about tonight.
This is why I love Steve Kerr, by the way. And this is why I don't get triggered when everyone's like, you had Jordan Poole and you could have drafted LaMelo Ball. Great. They score points. The 2 teams combined don't have 18 wins. Who cares if you're scoring 25 a night for a team that loses by 19? Who cares? It's pointless. It's completely pointless.
Well, you're faced right now with a team of guys who obviously aren't giving the effort that the coach is looking for. And Steph is trying to answer, how do you fix the offense? And, well, the fix is pretty simple. You have guys that usually make shots. You have them actually make those shots. And you look at last night, they were 6 for 33 from three-point range, not counting Steph Curry. Steph goes 8 of 17, fantastic, 47%. The rest of the team, 6 of 33. You brought in Buddy Hield to shoot and score. He doesn't do that. Dennis Schroeder was averaging 20 a game, damn near, in Brooklyn, and he gave you 5 last night. And Andrew Wiggins, I've lauded him all year for having a really good year, but over the last few games, and last night is the Wiggins that we all have dreaded again, where did he even play?
Well, the way
25 ineffectual minutes. He doesn't score. He doesn't rebound. Draymond Green's game has had some pretty significant slippage on both ends of the floor, and then you look around the rest of the team, you don't have enough scoring. If you don't get Buddy or Schroeder to score, if Wiggins isn't giving effort and Draymond's running around doing what he can do, you're sunk. You're lost.
Totally. Well, and this is, to me, this is the catch-22 of Andrew Wiggins. He can have a nice year, and then he'll have that surprising game where he, like, the dog in him shows up, but it's like 6 times a year. And when you have games like this right now is a hellish scenario for Andrew Wiggins. The trade deadline is approaching, and Jonathan Kuminga is out. And now a team that is struggling with confidence in scoring looks to Andrew. Hey, Andrew, we need you to show fight. The second you do that is when you're set up to be disappointed by Andrew Wiggins. That's the problem. This is the problem. This style and this scenario for the Warriors. Your other scorer on the wing got hurt. Your team is slumping. And it's like, dude, we need somebody to wake this team up. And Andrew Wiggins is there to tell you, don't look at me.
Right.
It's just, to me, it is what in the end will dog what is an otherwise really nice career.
Right. It's going to be a nice career. I mean, he's got an all-star. He's got an all-star appearance. He's got a championship ring. And if you look at the end of his career, he's probably going to end up being, right now he's at 18.5 a game. He's probably going to wind up being about 17 a game with a good long 14-year career and a championship. But for a number 1 overall pick, it's maddening. And I'm just looking at his individual plus-minus. And in the games where he is a positive in the plus-minus, they don't lose. They've lost 3 of those games. Yep. So when he plays with authority, when he plays downhill with energy and effort, you have a much greater chance of winning. And like you said, especially now without Kuminga, you're sunk. So of your 9 men last night, you got Steph, who was good again. Draymond was all right.
He was fine. He passed and rebounded. Yep. He had double digits of both, but he didn't hit his threes last night.
Ineffective. Buddy can't score. Schroeder is lost. TJD was really good, but kind of empty calories at the end of it. And then you get down to the other bench players, and none of them are really going to be that impactful anyway.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, that's the maddening thing about Andrew Wiggins is that you have no idea when that effort is going to show up. None. They're like, gosh, Greg Cosell jokes that he's bad at predicting games. There's nothing harder to predict in sports than when Andrew Wiggins is going to show fight. Absolutely no clue. And if Steph wants to know why people call the 2022 ring a, quote, surprise championship, and that bothers him a little bit, he should know that's actually about Andrew. It's literally about Andrew Wiggins because they won it because he went crazy.
Yeah.
And nobody ever expects that to happen. And it happened for an extended period of time. And I still don't know what the hell got into him.
Yeah. And
we've never seen it again.
Well, we've seen it, and we saw it a few nights ago.
A Tuesday, and then there'll be a Thursday, and like twice a month.
Well, against Memphis, he was great, and you had a nice, convincing victory, and then you come out against Sacramento, and he was bad, and you lose. And then last night, he was mostly non-existent. And when you don't have Kuminga and your 2 other veteran guards aren't really scoring, Clay's gone and Poole is gone, and Buddy can't shoot, and Schroeder doesn't really know what he's doing yet, this is the game where you need Andrew to have 27 and say, I'm taking 18 shots. It's me and you, Steph. I'm taking over. And this is not to blame Wiggins, but I do think he is the poster child for what the problem is right now. And for Steve Kerr to talk about effort and energy and competitiveness and fight, that is about as damning of a commentary as you can have for a team.
There was one more from Steve, and then we want to get to your phone call. Steve was asked, this is the one that really, to me, this is the gut punch. Steve was asked if Steph is discouraged. Listen to the answer.
Yeah, I can see it. I can see it with Steph, and he's continued to be brilliant night after night. But at his core, he's a winner. He's a champion. He wants to compete at the highest level. We just saw it a few months ago in Paris. The best of the best, and he takes over the fourth quarter when everything's on the line. That's who he is. That's what he lives for. And so he is really struggling with the emotion of not being competitive right now. He probably hasn't had to deal with this since his his first couple of years in the league. So he's definitely struggling with it.
No one's talking anymore about are they the team from the beginning or are they the team that we've seen from the last few weeks? This sounds like a team that is shot, has no answers, is beyond frustrated, and they're not like, we're struggling right now. They're just like, we suck. We can't even stay in the game. This to me, last night is the poster for Warrior discouragement, possibly of the entire era.
Well, I would agree with you because you could look back at the lost year where Steph was hurt and Draymond was hurt.
Yeah, you got reasons.
Fine, you had Pascal and you had Poole yo-yoing between the G League. And even last year, Draymond suspension. Well, if Draymond would have played at least half of those games, you might have been a 50-win team, and then you're a top 6. And, going in the year, Steve Kerr and everyone, we were so close to being a 50-win team last year, and we feel like we're right there again. And you start out 12-3, and everyone's thinking, geez, maybe they're on to something. Maybe this is the Steph Curry. And, well, he hasn't really been the problem, but you talk about last night, and Curry hits a free throw, 9 minutes to go to cut it to 1. And you're thinking, okay, you're at home, Heat off a back-to-back, they played double overtime, here come the Warriors. These are the games where it wasn't pretty to that point, but this is when Golden State should be able to exert its will. You were laying 9.5, and I'm watching it thinking, all right, Mark, they made their run.
Time to boogie.
They're back in it. Time to boogie. Jovic, not Nikola Jovic.
Jovic, yeah.
Jovic with a 3 and another 3. Burks with a 3. Now you're down 10. In a minute and a half, you went from down 1 to down 10.
Yeah, and the very next possession, while the Warriors had all that momentum, Buddy Hield decided to take a hand-in-the-face fall-away 3, and he barely drew iron.
Yeah.
So it's poor decision-making. It's poor effort. It is a crisis of confidence. It's all of those things. And it feels answerless. Glenn in New York City. Hey, Glenn, real quick, what's going on? Thanks for calling.
Thanks for having me. Yes, I am in New York City. I'm from Oakland, though, which is why I'm following the Warriors. I think it's time that we just come out and say it's time for Steve Kerr to go. I think Steve Kerr's coaching is the problem for the team. I think his rotations from early in the season have just been out of whack, out of tune with the game. He doesn't make in-game adjustments. It's like even the games that we win, it seems like he makes us win them twice. We'll have our squad out there. We'll build up this lead. He'll make these substitutions. He'll then sit the starters and the players that were contributing. He'll watch a 12-point lead just evaporate. Then all of a sudden he's trying to put, the heavy hitters back in there when we're down 10, and we have to try to win the game again, and it's just coming up short. And I think it's time we should go get Mike Brown and tell Steve Kerr it's been a good run, but it's time to move on.
Okay, Glenn, we'll react to that in a sec because that's sort of, to me, that suggests that the Warriors are rotation fixes away from being good.
Right.
I don't agree.
Me either.
I do not. But we can talk about it more. 888-957-9570. What do you see as the problem? What do you want to do about it? We're sponsored by the San Francisco International Airport. It's Willard and Dibs.
New year, new adventures. Choose SFO for all your travel plans with the most nonstop flights from the Bay Area, easy parking, and local.
Ball thrown in, and Golden State losing 114-98. And the Warriors will have to try to get hot on the road on what's going to be a chilly road trip. Not a warm weather sight in the bunch. A 4-game, 9-day trip starts tomorrow.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, thanks, Coach. My best to Steve Kerr and his family and everybody dealing with everything that's going on down in Southern California. We had a caller right before the break. This is time to move on from Steve Kerr. And look, you're more than welcome to have that opinion. I personally don't share it. But to me, more important is what we're actually talking about here. Like, the suggestion there is that if you change your rotations, this will be better. And to me, that just feels like putting our head in the sand for the 800th time.
It's an ostrich take.
Totally. After the last 2 years, it's like we have got to face the facts that this is personnel-based. This is personnel-based. And right now, especially with Jonathan Kuminga hurt, when Steph Curry is looking for somebody to help him on offense, they do not have the dudes. And so if you want what feels like a fix, I kind of feel like Steph and how you have felt for a while. I don't know that there is a great fix, but like hell, I'm going to sit here and not try. The Warriors should not be waiting for the deadline. They should not be waiting for February. You make a move now. And again, the person I would love to see them have is Nikola Vucevic.
Yep.
He is almost 7 feet. He will get double-digit rebounds. He can score 20 points. He can knock down a three. The Warriors have too often, when you watch NBA basketball today, watch the Heat last night, because we'll go, oh, Steph doesn't have a dog with him. Guess who doesn't have a dog even on their team at all? The Miami Heat. But when the ball moves around in the NBA, these teams are creating at least 4 people on the court that when the ball finds the open man in three-point range, they have people who can knock that down. And the Warriors flat out do not have enough people on the court right now that can knock down open threes. They have a player who commands the entire defense's attention. Therefore, it should be opening up three-point shots for everybody. And the Warriors have too many people who cannot consistently knock them down. That's all they have to address. It's the only thing they can address.
Well, the way you can address it is not as easy as bringing in Vucevic, a guy who can shoot. He's a stretch 5 who can shoot it, but you brought in Buddy Hield in the offseason because he was Buddy Buckets, and he sure was for the first couple of weeks, and now he is maybe the poster child for this crisis of confidence that Steve Kerr is outlining, because Buddy Hield over the past month or so has been bad. Well, you had DeAnthony Melton, who looked like a good fit. He got hurt, terrible injury, gone for the year. So you were able to turn him into somebody, and that somebody, Mark, in 11 games, Dennis Schroeder, he is playing 28 minutes a night. He's shooting 31% from the floor and 26% from three, and he's averaging 9.5 a game, which is about half of what he was averaging in just a fewer minutes in Brooklyn. So Buddy Hield's gone ice cold, tundra. Dennis Schroeder, another guy who you expected to come in and help, has not fit at all in 11 games. You lose Kuminga, which was really sad. He'll be back hopefully in 3 to 5 weeks.
February.
You would hope. And then beyond that, honestly, if you want to blame Steve Kerr, you're allowed to. I get it. And he does bear some of the blame.
Sure.
Absolutely. But for me, it's about what I've been saying all along. This roster does not have nearly the talent. So you can make a trade, 2 of your guys who aren't very good, and a pick for Vucevic. Do you get better? Yeah, a little bit. And you make another pick for maybe Cam Johnson. Do you get better? A little bit. But I don't think you get better enough to where you're a real factor in the Western Conference. So for me, I don't want to make any big, sweeping, dramatic moves to try to get better by February to be good enough in April, because I don't think that trade exists.
Well, you may be right, and I'm not saying you get better enough, but you get better, and to me there's value in that. And number 2, it's a shakeup, and they need a shakeup. Like, something needs to shake them up. I thought this is a real interesting conversation you and I are having about where motivation and confidence come from, because I really do believe that it largely, in the end, comes from within. That doesn't mean that you can't be helped by people around you saying things to you, coming up with thoughts. Maybe they see something, say the right thing to you. We've all heard of people who are like, I bet Sam Darnold feels it right now. I bet he would say Kevin O'Connell instilled some confidence in me. Yes, to a degree. He said the right things. He's given you an opportunity. There's good receivers around you. But in the end, I believe you're actually confident because you went out there and you started completing a lot of passes and you started winning a lot of football games, and it built something different in you. You have got to go see the ball hit the net. It's the only way that you're truly going to feel confident. So to suggest that Steve Kerr is not trying these things, I think is probably silly. Steve is not just resting on his laurels. They're practicing, they're saying all the things, they're doing it, they're trying, and so far, too many guys on this roster just have not been able to find it. And that rests with them. You can't just say stuff to Buddy Hield, and now he'll start hitting threes.
Well, you can do stuff with Buddy Hield.
Yes, and they have. I'm sure they're trying.
Right, but you know what it seems like they're doing is, probably working on his shot with him and helping to instill confidence, but he's not making his shots. And over the last 17 games now, he's averaging 8.6 points a game, and yet he's out there playing 24 minutes the other night and 24 minutes against Memphis. And so that, to me, if you want to talk about a shakeup, then maybe you shake it up and you have a guy who's in a deep slump, and if you're going to keep just rolling him out there and hoping that the shot goes in and that he finds his confidence, well, that's one way to go about it. But what I've seen from this team, they've lost 13 of 18, I think. It's been a long, long skid and a long funk for a lot of different guys, and yet I don't see a lot of different approaches just during the game on-floor product.
Yeah, to me, you got the most patient superstar in the history of the business. And again, this does not sound to me like a superstar who feels like the players around him have been playing great, listening, trying, doing all the... again, listen to this.
How do you think this team just gets better offensively? That seems to that's 2 straight games under 100 points.
Honestly, I have no idea. I wish we're going to try to figure it out, but I don't have an answer right now on that.
That is an exasperation sensation. When you ask Steph Curry, how do you get better offensively? He's like, I have no idea. That says so much to me. That says...
Yeah, he knows the answer.
What's the answer?
Make a shot, dude. Make a shot, buddy. You're open. Here's an idea, buddy. When we're fighting back and we cut it to 2, how about you don't go double through the leg, dribble, step back 20-footer? And that was a long 2.
Right, but
it wasn't a 3.
No, but
it was a terrible shot.
That's my point.
That's my point.
That's not on Kerr.
No, it's on the entire construct, where if Buddy's going to do that, come on over, Buddy. Why don't you have a seat next to Pat and Guy?
Right.
And here's an idea. Keep going out there and keep shooting.
No, but again, that's why I'm going to say this is personnel based. If you do that, now we really got no one on the court that can knock down a 3.
Well, maybe we put 5 guys out there who are committed to playing hard and playing the way you want them to play.
What would you suggest with Kuminga out and we're mad at Buddy Hield? And Andrew Wiggins doesn't hit threes consistently.
And he got taken out of the game.
And Draymond Green is not a three-point shooter, and last night was not hitting his threes. And we're interested in Trace Jackson Davis. What exactly do you want to surround Steph with? You've got to at least have people who are a threat.
Right.
Who might get hot, and Buddy is one of them. But, that's the exasperation I'm hearing. There's
Well, he's exasperated because he's the only one offensively who's doing anything.
Right.
And so you've got Buddy Hield who's trying to shoot his way out of it. And 4 of 12 last night. Actually, a better game for Buddy than what we've seen. Dennis Schroeder, to me, is clearly lost. Either he doesn't, not that he doesn't know how to play this way, but this is not the brand of basketball that suits Dennis. And yet Steve Kerr and company don't seem like they're running a lot of plays that would fit Dennis. And Draymond said it when they acquired him. we need to change for Dennis, not Dennis change for us. But I'm not seeing a lot of actions that really complement what Dennis Schroeder does.
Well, I don't even know what the intricacies of what Draymond was suggesting, but I do know that when a player either signs a new deal or gets traded somewhere, it's probably pretty mentally tough. You want to show out, impress, and fit in and all those things right away, and it's not always easy to do, and it certainly looks to me like Dennis Schroeder is having a hard time with that process. I have confidence that it'll get better because he's a really, really good player, but it just doesn't feel right now. That's the problem. It does not feel like there's time. It doesn't feel like there's time to wait for all the things that the Warriors need to wait for. Buddy to snap out of it, Dennis to fit in, and Kuminga to get healthy. Let's go to Rodney in Berkeley. Hi, Rodney. Thanks for the call. What's up?
Hey, thank you for the time. Let me give you this. Draymond got to go, and Kerr has to go. It's very simple. Draymond is guaranteed to cause PTSDs and chaos during practice and throughout the season, cost them multiple games. And Kerr, I could have sat there when Kerr got hired and had Clay and Dre and everybody in the beginning and got me 2 championships. It don't take that much. And take that from the fact that I had played high school football at Galileo, 120-pound, strong safety, hit like Tatum, catch like Swan.
Rodney, thank you for the call, and I take nothing away from your athletic ability in whatever year it might have been.
Galileo.
But this is what I always think of when stuff like this comes up. Like, please just don't go so far to just diminish this kind of accomplishment. If Steve Kerr was a crappy coach, then Steph Curry would have gotten rid of him a long time ago. And if you are in that headspace of Steve's got to go and Draymond's got to go, then yes, just get rid of Steph too. Because then this is over. The whole thing is over. And I know some of you are like, yes, it is. Then fine. You're absolutely allowed that opinion. The Warriors could not be clearer that they don't agree. They're not going to go that route. It does make very poor business sense. Are we chasing ghosts? Maybe. Is there a huge reason not to right now? Personally, I don't think so. It's not like championship or championship. It's like long shot versus long shot. But the bottom line is, for everybody who's sick of Steve Kerr and Draymond, you might as well be sick of Steph too.
No, you're not sick of Steph.
That's how
Steph
he feels.
Steph is still playing at a high level.
Well, but Steph, that's who Steph wants around him. That's who Steph
which is
feels
why
can help
Draymond
him.
Green got an extension.
Exactly.
And now you're a couple years into it, and maybe it wasn't the best business and or basketball decision. But I think that when I look at this team, you are pot committed, which means you are committed to Steph and Draymond and Steve for the next, at least this year and the year after that when it comes to Steve Kerr. Whether or not Steve wants to be around or they want him to be around after that, I do think that that is the period of time where Steve is still going to be here. Unless he decides that he wants to quit, they're not going to fire him. So Steph and Draymond and Steve, that troika is going to be here. Now, how can you build around them now and before February and in the offseason? All these things for me are similar but also very different. And I'm not of the mind where coming off this skid and what you have in the roster, if you make a bold move now for fill-in-the-blank player who's out there, I don't think that that's a smart move now, and I don't think it's a smart move down the road either. If you're talking about Jimmy Butler or Zion
I'm out
or
on Butler.
Ingram.
Well, you got to do something. You have to do something, and if you don't want to do something, I get it. You might have a point, but you might as well move on from Steph.
No, you don't have to.
Well,
you don't have to do
yes, you do.
something between now and no, you don't.
Yes, you do because
Steph is under contract for 2.5 years. You don't have to
you're not going to play
you don't
Steph
have to
that way.
mortgage the entirety of your organization.
I didn't say that.
To bring in
I
one
didn't
guy.
say that.
You don't have to do anything between now and February.
To do something
You don't.
because Steph Curry is demanding it. If you're paying attention.
Well, if he's demanding it, then he'll demand it. He's not demanding it. He's frustrated and he is disconsolate.
You don't think that these conversations are happening behind the scenes? You
like
don't
what
think?
conversations?
Okay.
Like get me a star or else?
Right. This was
what are we talking about
This
here?
was the summer. Yes, get me a star or else.
Or else what?
Or do something. Then I want out.
Well, I saw the reports yesterday of Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy after the game having a very serious and deep conversation
in the hallway.
In
view
front of
everybody.
Everyone. So what does that mean? Does that mean that they're going to call Pat Riley and say, have what you want, we want Jimmy Butler because Steph says so?
I don't think so, but I'm not, again, don't zero in on this deal or that deal. I'm talking more about doing something to make Steph feel like he is supported. And if you're watching, the messaging is everywhere. The Tim Kuhn piece where he literally, hey, have the Warriors done enough? And he's like, can't answer that right now. Like, obviously, the 2 timelines thing didn't work, but I know I want a 5th ring. Like hell, I want a 5th ring. I'm not cool just riding this thing out. Then you look at his facial expression over at the bench last night. He's staring up into the rafters, looking completely despondent. Now you get this comment from, hey, how do you get better on offense? I have no idea, he says. And then we go back to the summer and his interview with Yahoo.
I can clearly say I want to be a Warrior for life. That's always been my goal. And I'm saying that sitting in this chair right now. But like you said, life, and especially life in the NBA, it is a wild environment, and things change quickly. The league has changed quickly. So we're trying to adapt and evolve. And until that, I'll let everybody know if that changes. But right now, like, of course, the goal is always to finish my career with one team.
Yeah, the goal is that.
Yeah, he'll let you know if that changes.
Right, and that's what we want. But there's a but. Like, I just, to me, I have no questions about what is likely happening behind the scenes. Steph Curry is uncomfortable with what is taking place.
And it's because of what I've been saying for the better part of 2 months. This team is not good enough. And so,
right, so how does
when
Steph
you ask
handle
him
that?
about, how do you fix the offense? What he really wants to say is, get me some guys who are actually good on offense.
There you
because
go.
You look at his team, well, Buddy Hield was supposed to be that guy. And Dennis Schroeder is the guy who gets you 18 a night. And the rest of the team, they're not very good offensive players. Apologies to TJD and his 19-point outburst, but this team does not have enough good offensive players. So how do you get this offense to be better? Well, you bring in somebody like, for example, Bradley Beal. You bring in Bradley Beal who can score, or you bring in Jimmy Butler, or you bring in somebody who's an actual scorer, and then your offense is better.
Well, I mean, now
doesn't mean your team's better.
I think we're saying the same thing now. Like, again, this is not, to me, this is not about who you want them to trade for. This, to me, this moment, this is all about Steph Curry's comfort. And if that bothers you, if you don't want this organization to be about that, that's fine. But just know that's how they do it. And that's how it works in the NBA. It's why you watched the Phoenix Suns at the end of last year, you watched a GM hold an entire press conference to basically pet Kevin Durant on the head. Because
they brought everyone back.
Because if the star's uncomfortable, your organization is done. It's done. It's over. You're heading to Blazersville. That's where you're going.
But it doesn't mean that you have to appease him before the deadline in February.
No, well, it might.
Well, it also might mean you wait until the summer.
Maybe, but he needs to be comfortable with that. You need to have a plan in front of a star like that.
So you tell him that the only way we can make one of these deals is that Draymond's got to be involved in the deal.
Well, I don't know that that's even true.
Well, we don't know what's true.
No, I don't know what's offered or what's available.
If you're another team out there and Wiggins is the centerpiece or an injured Kuminga that you have to pay, I just don't think that there's a feasible deal out there with what you have.
Maybe not.
You've got a bunch of $9 million players who aren't very good. You've got a $26 million Wiggins who plays twice a week. You've got a Jonathan Kuminga who, if he keeps playing like this, someone's going to have to pay him $40.
Somebody.
And you've got an aging Draymond Green who Steph Curry does not want to leave this team. So what do you have? What do you have to trade? You got no assets.
It's interesting that you're saying this because this is literally what I'm telling you Steph is feeling.
Right.
That's
and what I'm
matters.
telling you is, what are you going to do, Steph? Who do you want to trade? Like, what's the deal?
I mean, that kind of give up attitude, I would argue he doesn't even know what that means.
So you go to him and say, we can get you Vucevic and or Cam Johnson.
I mean,
and he goes, cool.
This conversation is happening on the daily.
No doubt.
If the bottom line is the players around me aren't good enough, any star, I don't know why this is even foreign to anybody. Like someone just texted in, Willard is not understanding. Steph doesn't have to go. Steph is demanding Steve to change. Respectfully, you're crazy.
Yeah, I don't think that's
This is not Steph Curry talking to Steve Kerr. Steph is talking to Mike Dunleavy, Joe Lacob, the organization as a whole, the league, his friends, his boys, the other stars around the league. They conspire to win on a yearly basis. This is what happens in the LeBron James era. This is what they're doing, and this is not new. This is any sport. What do you think Tyreek Hill was doing last week? He's like, this quarterback gets concussed too often, and your backup is Tyler Huntley. I'm out because I'm a star. I need people around me. This is what every single Giannis, Dame Lillard, this is Anthony Davis. This is how he ended up in LA. And yes, this can happen to you too. And here we are, Bay Area. Steph Curry is sending the internal signals. I don't like what's around me. It doesn't mean I hate you. I'm not threatening you yet. But like the answer of, oh, sorry, there's nothing we can do is not going to work for him.
Well, it's also not
going to work.
It's not necessarily feasible for it to get fixed in the next 4 weeks. And the deadline is 4 weeks from tomorrow. So he understands the league more than you or I or the majority of people, to where it may not be as easy as I want a better team and them saying, all right, we're going to go out and get you a better team around you. They tried to do that with Dennis Schroeder. So far, that hasn't really worked because you took an injured guy who had fit and you replaced him with Dennis Schroeder, who so far hasn't fit. And you actually went in the offseason and turned Klay Thompson into multiple players that you brought in to get your team deeper and better. And it seemed like back in October and November, where you were 12-3, Steph wasn't really saying these things about the team and the offense and all the rest of it because you were 12-3. So tough times don't last, tough people do. And if Steph really thinks that this roster is that bad and he can't do anything with this roster, then what happened to the 12-3 team? When everyone's riding high and you're 12-3.
I don't know. People were hot that have not been able to find it again. But I don't know, man. This is just a way that it feels like, to me, is obvious to read. And Steph Curry is at the podium every night now. Like, what was it 3 nights ago? As the kids say, we're mid.
Yeah.
That's not a message? Bro, like, oh my God.
So he's right. Like, you're mid, but how do you not become mid?
You get different players.
Right. You trade 4 of your guys who are mid, and another team is like, I can't wait to acquire your mid.
That's not up for you and I to answer. And as you know, yes, that kind of thing can happen. Nobody understood why the Brooklyn Nets gave up an 18-point per night scorer for 2 future seconds.
Well,
why?
Turns out they were right.
Maybe. Like, that's a little small sample size, but you understand this. This is about finances. It's about assets. It's about who's building and who's not. And you don't know I don't know who they can get.
Yeah.
But, why would you just sit here with this? This is not it. That I know.
I
and
also
so
think that sitting here with this is probably more likely going to be what you do as opposed to bringing in, and I'm looking at an SI piece about the top 10 free agents available, and Jimmy Butler at 48 and Bradley Beal at 50 million, and some of these other, Zach LaVine making 42, 43, right? The majority of these guys, not only does the trade not work, but I don't think that they make you appreciably better. So I look at this team and think they're more likely to do a smaller move, and unfortunately for Steph, it may have to be next year where you get out there and you decide what you want to do.
We are brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Also sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Safe travel in the new year starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians will check fluids, wipers, lights, and more. No need to get out of your vehicle. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. We'd love to talk this out with you. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steph looks uncomfortable to me. How would you handle that conversation? We'll take your phone calls next. This is Willard and Dibs. And it's also, Willard, for Underdog Fantasy.
straight games under 100 points?
Honestly, I have no idea. I wish we're going to try to figure it out, but I don't have an answer right now on that. Now back to Willard and Dibs. Take it away, Mark.
Okay, Steph. Can you do it here? That might have been the next question.
Yeah.
How do you score more points? I have no idea. Can it be in this uniform? I mean, that's what they just did with Jimmy Butler. Remember when he's like, I need to find my happiness?
Yeah.
Can you find it here? No.
Probably not, he said.
Probably not.
Well, how can you score more points? Well,
can you do it here?
Buddy Hield can stop being so bad.
Well, I mean,
in November, 45% from the floor and 41% from three.
Not sustainable.
41 is only a few clicks higher than his career, but December, 36% from the floor and 30% from three.
Right.
And then this month, January through 4 games, about the same. So how do you score more points? Well, Buddy could stop sucking. That would be a start.
That would be good.
Kuminga could get healthy in a month. Andrew Wiggins can act like he actually gives a crap about playing basketball. Dennis Schroeder can figure out that it's okay to, like, be a good basketball player here in California.
Yeah, of course, every point you're making is fair, and I think that would be hope number one. But again, every time we do this, and let's not act like this is just this season, it's last season also, there's a clock that's ticking, and it's starting, like Steph has literally used that phrase. It's starting to get pretty loud in his head. This clock is ticking, and how long do you wait for the same people to wake up or do it different or be hot or whatever? And I think that's what this month is all about. That's what this month is they have got to weigh the likelihood of current players playing better versus the idea of what's available out there. And we have these conversations without knowing what is actually available and what's being asked. But Jimmy Butler, you and I are in agreement, that to me is a non-starter.
But he's available.
I know, but I do not think that is a good move for the Warriors. But I know that there are other moves out there. And I think that every time you have performances like this, you get one step closer to doing it. And I'd argue that the way this looks right now, it's only January 8th. You wait till February to make a move because Kuminga's not back till February.
Yeah, roughly.
If you wait till February to find somebody else who can put the dang ball in the bucket, you might be in real trouble. You might not even be making the playoffs or the play-in this year.
Right, or you can make a deal now and you can still wind up in the same spot and you can give up either draft picks or pieces or future players or the rest of it and be no better. Just because you want to bring in another scorer doesn't mean that you
try. You gotta try.
Well, do you?
Yes.
I don't think you have to try just because you have to try.
He's telling you got to try. Well, that's what they're all doing.
He's telling you that he wants them to be better and score more, and I get that. But it doesn't mean that you have to just try everything you can over the next month or the next couple of days because we're going to panic. We're a 500 club.
I'm not saying make a bad move. But
right,
like
that's what I'm saying. You don't make a bad move just because he's down in the dogger about his team.
I'm not in favor of making a bad move. I'm in favor of making a move because this right now is bad. So making a move kind of becomes a little bit more risk-free. It's not like you've got anything to lose. This stinks. So you're not putting that much on the line. Now, let me ask you this. You referenced it. Joe Lacob, firm conversation with Mike Dunleavy right in front of reporters.
Yep.
You think that was on purpose?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Everything Joe does is intentional. And I'm sure Joe courtside at every game and the number one Warrior fan by virtue of the fact he goes to every game, every home game, and he owns the team. There's no one more passionate about the product, and there's no one who wants to win more outside the players and the coaches than Joe Lacob. So he comes off a game like that, which was embarrassing against a team who came in tired. They played zone against you for half the game, and offensively, you didn't make much of an adjustment. You were flummoxed by a zone from a tired team on the second half of back-to-back. So Lacob storms into the tunnel, and he's mad. And so he's talking to Dunleavy and probably saying, you better start working the phones, Mike, because we need to get this thing fixed.
Yes.
And so,
urgency. There is that. That's my point. Like this cannot be. You can't do 3 more weeks of this.
Well, you already did make a trade, and how'd that work out for you?
Well, I'm not done with that yet. I think it's a little unfair for us to act like the Dennis Schroeder thing is a completed story.
I don't think it is either, but you're 4-7 since you acquired Schroeder.
Yeah, not good. Not good so far.
He hasn't been good, and it doesn't seem like he fits with this offense. Draymond said as much when they acquired him, and so you're 11 games into that move, and the team has gotten worse.
I mean, the best performance that he had was, I think, their best performance of the last month or so, which was when they rallied to beat the Phoenix Suns on December 28th, and Schroeder was pretty good. Like, I would argue right now, the way things look, if Steph is playing his game and you get some other people to knock down shots, Warriors are pretty good. They just don't do that consistently enough.
Right.
So you need more. I would try to go get some more people who can do that.
And to be fair, Steph doesn't do it as consistently as he used to.
No, but he's been fine. Like, Steph is not your problem.
No, your problem is eightfold. And so, yeah, you can go out there and you can get rid of 2 or 3 of your players and bring in a better player. That solves a little bit of your problem, but I still don't think that it makes you good enough to where you're a surefire top 6 seed.
Well, nothing's sure. Nothing's sure. But I think you got to try things, and I don't think that they have a lot to lose right now because this ain't going anywhere. And that's what I think the realization that's really setting in. Let's go to Roger in the city. Hey, Roger, thanks for calling Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Oh, hey, what's happening? I just wanted to say that if we didn't know what Kuminga meant to this team before he got hurt, we definitely know now because this thing is further unraveling. And as to the comment of that, Willard, that you just made about Steph not being the problem, well, other people can't score if you don't pass the ball. So he didn't have any assists last night, and that was a problem. So I've been saying this for a while, and it's that Steph, if he's going to sunset with the Warriors and it's going to work out, he needs to be a facilitating point guard. He needs to quit scoring off the ball. His numbers need to come down, and he needs to get other people involved.
Hey, Roger.
And if it's going to work, that's got to happen.
Can I tell you something that you won't know because this is a radio show and you can't see us and we can't see you? You literally just made Mark Grandy yell so loud in a studio that's soundproof that I could hear what he said. The reason Steph Curry, and I'll speak for him, and then you can jump in and back me on this, Grandy. Because I bet there were people driving around who wanted to say the same thing. You want to know why Steph didn't have any assists last night? You want to know why? Because the rest of his teammates stink at making shots. That's why. So I get where you're coming from. I'm not trying to blow your point out of the water, but the offense that the Warriors run, I would argue, is tried and true. And the defense is running at Steph at such a level, and he is battling on a possession-by-possession basis the idea of trusting his teammates or shooting his own shot. And last night, he was the only one knocking him down. So I would argue on a night like that, I would much rather Steph keep taking shots, even bad shots, rather than open up one for Buddy Hield and let him brick it. Don't you think?
I mean, he's proven this season and for the last couple seasons, really, that he can't get open as well off the ball. So he's still your best ball handler. He still gets into the lane better than anybody. I mean, last night, no one could get into the lane. Steph can still get into the lane, get anywhere he wants to go on the floor, but he's running off of screens. He's getting grabbed. He's trying to get open in that off-the-ball way, and it's obviously not working anymore. He's just too slow. He's too old.
Roger,
back-to-back games with no assist, by the way.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you can't get an assist if your teammate doesn't make the shot.
Yeah.
And I mentioned it before. They shot, outside of Steph, they shot 16% from 3, and they shot about 33% from the floor. So if you look at Steph's numbers, and I know numbers are just numbers, but assist-wise, he's where he has been throughout his whole career, about 6 a game. Turnovers are the same, about 3 a game. So I do think that he was right about the amount of pressure that's on Steph, and I do see him giving up the ball more. He's shooting the ball less than he has throughout his whole career, but he's got no help. So last night's a great example where he took 17 threes. He made 8 of them, And that wasn't enough because nobody else was contributing other than TJD.
Yeah, I've never really looked at Steph and be like, we're going to need you to really focus on passing. I do still think he gets open off of the ball. I think that, whether he's 85% of what he used to be or whatever, to me, he's still very effective largely at what he does. But he's also assessing on a night in and night out basis. It's almost like a team-wide heat check. If I'm Steph Curry and I get to the end of a game like that and I realize nobody's hitting but me, why would I be looking to pass? I'm the only one who's hitting anything.
Yeah.
You all right, Grandy? I literally heard you through the soundproof glass. It was incredible.
Yeah, you basically summed up what I said. I mean, at a certain point, it's just, Steph, take 30 shots tonight. Like,
just keep firing,
pull
dog.
up from half court. It's better than a Buddy Hield right wing three at this point.
No doubt.
Or
Steph
Schroeder
actually
wide open three.
Yeah. Oh, and that's the one. That's Lucas, director of sports, right there. The more I watch his shot, I mean, it's just kind of an awkward. I don't know if
he's an awkward
crisis
player.
of confidence though. His shot from between now and when he first became a Warrior, it looks to me like he's just kind of stabbing at the air a little bit. He looks like a guy who's completely lost his confidence.
I agreed, and I've never seen Dennis Schroeder look like this in his career.
Right.
He's like a swag guy. Like he's a guy that gets under your skin, and he's a creative little scorer, and like he's always been. I've never seen him look like this. But to which I can only attribute the fact that he's in a new place with a new system, and there's either some discomfort or too much thinking, or both.
It looks like too much thinking, but there is some discomfort. And just go and watch the 33 three-pointers that were taken not by Steph Curry, and you'll see a grand total of 6 makes. And it's just a series of Buddy clanks. There's a Buddy near air ball. Schroeder missed 6 threes, and none of them were close, including one that was a wedgie. I don't know if you saw that one. It got wedged in the rim. You know you're really missing badly when you shoot a three and it's a wedgie.
Yeah, you're short and you're off to the right.
Completely.
And you're just that's a bad brick.
Yeah.
That's a bad brick. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. If you heard us earlier say Steve Kerr at 5 and you're checking back in order to hear Steve Kerr, he will not be with us today. We are hoping that we can move it to tomorrow. A lot going on with the Warriors in terms of travel. A lot going on with Steve Kerr, obviously. He talked about it at the podium last night. Family stuff, the Palisades fire. We're thinking about everybody there. Our hearts are broken. And his mom lives there, and he mentioned was evacuated. So difficult times for the Warriors. So we will get Steve on as soon as he and we are all able to do it. Let's keep taking your calls in the meantime. Mark in Alameda next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Mark, what's up?
Hey, guys. First-time caller. Love the show. You guys are doing great.
Thank you.
I've got a trade proposal for the Warriors that I put this through the ESPN trade machine, and it works salary-wise. I haven't heard anybody talk about it.
Okay.
I think I'd bundle up Draymond, Looney, Hield, and Payton and draft picks, call up Charlotte for LaMelo Ball and Mark Williams. I think Ball gives you a replacement, a pre-injury replacement for Clay, and you get a young 7-footer in the middle.
I guess my first question is, why would Charlotte do that?
Well, you get $17 million in expiring contracts from the Warriors,
right?
And a first-round pick from the Warriors in something like 2027, 2028 that's unprotected. Let's face it, this is a last gasp for the Warriors. They're in desperation mode. That could be a very high lottery pick in 2 or 3 years.
Well, I mean, it could
and
be.
Charlotte's not going anywhere with what they got either.
Right. I guess, and, just devil's advocate on it. Mark, thank you very much. Appreciate it. I would imagine, like, when a team like Charlotte is like, ooh, we could get a really early draft pick on this. Like, if we're lucky, we could get someone like LaMelo Ball.
Right.
Like, I don't, you know what I mean? Why would they? He's averaging 30 a night. Now,
yes.
It's empty calories. I get it. They're terrible. But if I were running Charlotte, I would be thinking about how I could build my team better around him as opposed to moving him.
Right. And I mean, you can say empty calories, which is mostly true, but he's been a pretty efficient scorer for the most part, averaging 30. And when you're on a bad team, all you can do as a player is be a good player. So I don't fault him for empty calories. He might lead the league in field goal attempts a game. He's shooting it 25 times a night to get his 30. So he hoisted a bunch, 13 threes a game he's taking. So now would those numbers translate here? Of course not. But he is a player who just signed a monster contract. It was that 5-year extension for the rookie.
Yep.
So not huge, but big numbers going forward. You'd have to really love the player. But I'm kind of with you. Like, if you're Charlotte and you're trying to start a rebuild, well, you have a foundational piece right there.
And there was another piece to his trade idea, which I think is problematic. And I know there are a lot of Warrior fans who feel this way. I just don't think the Warriors agree with you. And that is the idea of moving on from Draymond Green. I like if Steph were sitting right here and we're granted total honesty and anonymity, I don't think that would be on his top 20 list of things that they could do to fix the Warriors, is move on from the guy who's been there by his side, passing him the ball and opening up lanes for him his entire career. I just don't, and I also don't think any other team wants Draymond Green.
You think Draymond's going to Charlotte? I mean, honest, just answer that part of it.
No.
So the deal is announced, and Draymond and GP2 and Looney and Picks, and I don't even know there's another name he threw in there, but off to Charlotte you go. And Draymond's like, you know what? I can't wait to be a part of a rebuild for the last 2 years of my deal.
Yeah.
He would go full Iguodala, who famously didn't even fly to Memphis to tell him in person he wasn't going to be there.
Right. Yeah. Like, so.
Send him an email.
Yeah. I don't think Draymond is, the Warriors have said out loud, all people not named Steph Curry are on the table. I don't think it's like completely out of the realm of possibility, but it would have to, it'd have to make some sort of a sense. Like, I don't know who that player is who's on someone who's a contender that feels like Draymond Green would give them the toughness they need to get over the top. You know what I mean? That's very, very few rosters out there that feel that way.
And those rosters are generally ones that don't want to give up good players anyway.
Right.
And those are also teams that mostly don't have a lot of big dead contracts lying around. The one that actually is just striking me as a thought would be Houston with Fred VanVleet. He's making a ton. And, if Houston had Draymond Green,
maybe
with the toughness of Şengün.
See, you want to know the team that comes to mind, this would never happen. The teams that comes to mind to me is the Sacramento Kings. Like, the rumored to almost have gotten Draymond or had made him a big offer when he was a free agent. And then you look at them and you're like, okay, wait a minute. You were interesting and good 2 years ago. And now you brought in DeMar DeRozan and you thought that this was going to launch you over the top. And instead, you guys have backtracked. You've gotten worse. Your coach got fired and seemingly De'Aaron Fox is unhappy. That team needs someone to come in. They've needed it all along. Like, they need someone with a ring to come in and be like, this is how you do it. You all shut up and listen to me. But that doesn't work. I'm not saying that there's a deal there to be
And
had.
I think, as we're going to have these conversations between now and 4 weeks from tomorrow, we have to keep ourselves in the mind of the Warriors adding and not subtracting. And you can think what you want about Draymond's histrionics and his deteriorating skill set. Getting rid of Draymond is still a subtraction for you being a good team. No matter what you think of his offense and his countenance and his demeanor and the rest of it, the Warriors would see that as a subtraction. And if we're talking about trades, we should only be dealing with additions, not subtractions.
Agreed completely. Look, maybe there is something out there that surprises us, though. That's the other thing. Some of these things get so discussed. Jimmy Butler, Zion Williamson, Nikola Vucevic. Okay, what do you want to do? Well, maybe something's about to happen that we don't see coming. Like, that's possible. The Schroeder thing felt like we kind of saw it coming. And sometimes you do, but maybe sometimes you don't. And I'm sure that that's what's being discussed right now. Let's go to Don in Walnut Creek. Hi, Don. Thanks for calling.
Hey, what's up, Willard? Oh yeah, I got something for Dibs. Happy New Year, Dibs.
Yeah.
What is the deadline, by the way?
Normally
I haven't seen him.
Normally I give you 7 days, and don't say if you haven't seen me, because if you bump into somebody on April 4th, you're not saying Happy New Year, and if you are, I'm calling the authorities.
I'll say Merry New Year in a couple more days.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? You guys are both right. We need a big man. We need that big guy from the Bulls, whatever his name. I don't want to butcher his name on live radio.
Vucevic.
Yeah, exactly.
That
dude. And you know what? Get rid of Draymond. I'm sorry. I love Draymond, but you know what? He's killing us.
But how,
he's
Don?
Like that cousin. He's like that cousin at the house that eats everything, and you're scared to kick him out.
Yeah.
You got to let him know.
Yeah, but Don,
seriously.
Don, but how? Like, how do you, even if we, like, let's placate this conversation. How do you get rid of Draymond? How?
Trade him.
Who wants him?
Trade him by text.
Trade him by text. To who? You know what I mean? Like, and I get that you're a little tongue in cheek, but who's giving you $25 million worth of NBA player for Draymond Green right now?
Well, he's going to be a package deal. I think they're going to throw a few more scrubs in there. You know, I hate to call them scrubs, but you know what? Like you said, we stink right now. So get rid of some, get some fresh players in, and hey, let's go for it.
Thank you, Don. Don, that's a fun phone call. Appreciate you checking in.
And Happy New Year, Don. And to answer his question,
and Merry New Year.
Normally, I think a week is fair, but because of where the first fell, I'm going to give you till Friday. I'm going to give you till the 10th.
Oh, that's
which is
nice
being
of you.
generous
That's a
of
bonus.
me. But if you don't see somebody, honestly, when you see them on like even January 23rd, hey, good to see you. Happy New Year. You're getting slapped. January 23rd.
Well,
get out of here.
See, no, if I haven't seen someone, I will do that. But I see you every day, so I won't say it to you.
Yeah, fair enough. And I think you may have said it when we reconvened on Monday, and it was great.
Yeah.
It was a warm embrace. And how you doing, bro? Happy New Year.
January 6th?
Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah. I won't say it again.
Here's a trade that I put in the trade machine.
Unless you tick me off.
Yeah, and that's why he was doing it, because he knows that the 7th is normally my cutoff, but it's kinder, gentler dibs here in 2025. I was just looking at this in the trade machine as an idea, and before you poo-poo it, it involves Bradley Beal, because Bradley now is coming off the bench, and he's not happy about it, and he made it known that he has a no-trade clause. He was very quick to point that out, one of the few guys in the league. But Wiggins, Schroeder, Payton, and Lindy Waters for Bradley Beal. Now, Beal's on the hook for 2 more years at $50+ million, but you want a bucket getter, he can get you a bucket.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how incredibly complicated that would be to get done?
Well, the money works.
Well, okay. To me, okay, who are you giving up again?
It's Wiggins, Schroeder, Payton, and Waters. Here's the only caveat. Dennis Schroeder's contract cannot be dealt until the day before the deadline.
Okay, but where and why? Like, they're headed where? Phoenix doesn't want that, so you can forget that.
Phoenix.
Phoenix wants Jimmy Butler.
Well, Phoenix, I don't think Miami wants Bradley Beal.
Correct. So that's perfect.
I don't know if Phoenix can take on 4 guys making more than $50 million.
No, but that's the deal, right? You're going to need a 3rd or 4th team if Jimmy Butler's going to end up in Phoenix, because Miami doesn't want Beal, and Phoenix doesn't want Beal, and Phoenix wants Butler, and Miami's not getting any other good offers.
But what does Beal want? Because ultimately, and as he said yesterday, he holds all the cards.
He does. But what if it were to come here and play next to Steph? And what if Bradley was like, sure, I like that. All right, what are you offering Miami?
Right.
So give me that list again.
Well, it would be Wiggins and Schroeder and Payton and Waters. Those are expiring contracts.
Does Miami want to do that?
Probably not without having some picks as well.
You're damn right.
But I look at Phoenix as a team that, honestly, as much as they've got the big 3, they are fading like Michael Crabtree route in the Super Bowl.
Right, so everybody's getting desperate. That's why they're all this. They bench Beal, and they're trying to tick him off so that he will waive his no-trade clause and go somewhere. But Miami doesn't want him. Okay? Do you? And now I'm asking you.
Do I want Bradley Beal?
Would you do that?
No, of course not.
Okay.
But all you people who are so thirsty for doing something now, I'm an incremental guy and wait until the offseason to do something big and bold.
Right. And what if Steph Curry went, Dan, I hate that idea.
Well, Steph, I don't know what to tell you, because all the trades that we have explored, all the players we've thought about bringing in, none of them work for us. Zion doesn't play basketball. Brandon Ingram hates our coach. Jimmy Butler is a toxic personality, and we don't know if he's going to opt in or opt out. Zach LaVine, you got to be bleeping me. Who else? I mean, who else do you want? Who do you want us to go out there and trade for, Steph?
I don't know. I don't know who's available. And I don't know that Steph is even talking about it that way. I think that any idea is on the table. Maybe it is playing time changes for people who are already here. Maybe it is trades. Maybe it is a different approach. Maybe, like, I would imagine that Steph, when he's talking about what they're doing, it's all kinds of different things. But what I don't think, and this is just me guessing now, what I don't think Steph would want to hear is, wait, be patient. That's what he doesn't have. Because he doesn't have time.
And you're right. And that's why I think, honestly, if you're looking at the feasibility of where they are contractually and what their assets are, the Vucevic, who's making 20, or the Cam Johnson, who's making 22.5, those deals.
They fit.
Honestly, if you could do both, if you could use...
Well, now we're cooking with gas.
So now we're talking about $42 million worth of Golden State contract.
Yes.
And if it's Schroeder at 13... And again, he's not eligible to be dealt until the day before the deadline based on when he was acquired.
Send him back to Brooklyn.
Send him somewhere. Back to you, Brooklyn. You need $42 million, so a $13 million Schroeder. Wiggins gets you to 39, and then you're talking about...
Now you're Guy Santos away.
Well, yeah, and I was even thinking about, instead of Wiggins, like a combination of Peyton and Looney and, even Moody, if the team was enamored. I don't know. There's a way to get there.
All right, so Schroeder goes to Chicago. Wiggins goes to Brooklyn.
Yep.
Your throw-in can be anywhere. Both teams would like a future first.
Yeah.
Are you in?
I'm more open to it.
Okay, that's interesting. I don't even know the feasibility of that. But
I do think that second-round picks now have become much more valuable based on the new CBA.
Oh, they're going to want first.
Yeah, well, I think that depending on which team gets Wiggins, you don't get a first. And Brooklyn just took 2 seconds for Schroeder.
They don't want Wiggins. He's not even expiring.
Right.
That doesn't help them.
But you do have, there's a rule in the NBA of minimum salary, the salary floor. And I don't know how close Brooklyn is to that next year, but you do have to have a certain minimum amount of salary that you pay.
Of course. But I would argue that Cam Johnson around the league would command a first. If someone's going to get him, that's going to take a first.
Yeah, we'll see.
I would bet.
Yeah.
Unless they're getting some, you want to get Kuminga into this conversation. Now we're having a different conversation.
Right. And I do think that Kuminga in the conversation was a lot more viable before the injury.
Yep.
And as we talked with Doc yesterday, if it's 3 weeks until an evaluation, that tells me at that point he's probably going to be at least a week or two still away.
Agreed.
So now we're looking at the deadline before he might even be possibly able to play. And if you're an acquiring team, you got to really love him and want to pay him big money next year.
Jason in Oakland is next. Hi, Jason. Thanks for calling.
Good afternoon, guys. Almost night, but this is what I got to say, man. Let's give up Draymond, Buddy Hield, and Schroeder, a trade with Washington. We throw in Pozinski for Jordan Poole back.
I like it. Let me put this in the machine.
I knew y'all was going to laugh.
No.
I knew y'all was going to laugh.
That's him laughing.
Of course.
I'm running the numbers here, Jason. I'm not laughing. This is serious trade
Jason,
business.
this is phenomenal radio, but
give it to me again,
but you're not
Jason.
serious.
Give it to me one more time.
Okay.
Draymond and Schroeder. Who else?
Draymond, Schroeder, Buddy Hield, and we throw in Pozinski for Jordan Poole back.
Get Pozinski in there now.
Now think, guys.
Yeah.
Now think, guys.
Okay.
Jordan Poole and Wiggins and Kuminga, Steph Curry, Looney, PJ. Come on, man. We gonna ball then.
Yeah.
Because since we ain't with Poole and Wiggins won that championship against we know Steph brought us home.
Easy.
Poole and Wiggins balled out.
Easy. Poole was not great in the playoffs. Don't start with me, Jason. Come on, man.
Jason, we need another $20 million coming back. So what about we just take Kuzma too? Can we get Kuzma as a part of this deal?
Yeah. Jason, I tell you what. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, you.
Yeah. Back to you.
Now listen. Let me just say this. I'm a Warriors fan for real. Now just hear me out though. If we can do that deal, and I'm being serious now, if we can get Poole back and get Draymond Green up out of here, if we can find some way, because I believe Washington, they'll take Schroeder Buddy Hield, Draymond Green, and Brzezinski. But one, we don't want nobody else back but Poole.
Well, the money's got to be.
Yeah, exactly.
I tweaked it. Jason, I tweaked it. So we had to give up Kavan, but we got Kuzma and Poole. So
here's what I would say.
You get JP back, Jason. I like it.
I think the Golden Globes would love to have you. I think as a script writer, you're nailing it. I think ESPN, they'll put your resume on file and they'll call you. Okay, Jason? That's what I think. The Warriors are not trading for Jordan Poole. We're not going to get a Draymond Green, Jordan
Why do you
Poole
have
deal.
to yuck the man's yum? I put it in the trade machine, and it works.
And it works.
Kuzma and Poole.
I heard Washington is like, you know what we need? We need to give up our 2 best scorers for Kevon Looney.
Duh.
That's what we need. Oh.
And Draymond.
And Draymond Green.
He's an anchor piece. And I'd like to get Valanciunas, too. So I'm going to tweak it to see if we can get Valanciunas. And
do it. And send that pizza from the place that Steiny was at when he went out to Washington. Get us some pizza, and we could have Kuzma. We could have Poole.
Yeah.
Get us some Valanciunas.
Valanciunas for sure.
Yeah.
And we're going to give them back, let's see here. We're going to give them GP2.
Oh, yeah, that's what they need.
That trade
they
failed,
need
unfortunately. I'm going to have to add in Guy Santos, which I'm reluctant to do. Guy's such a big fan of mine.
Yeah.
Let the people dream, Mark, on a Wednesday.
I'm not dream killing.
Is it a weed Wednesday with some of these calls?
Bay Area, it's Guy Santos here.
Boy.
Hey, Dibs, your picks stink.
Exactly.
You're officially added to the deal. He's added to the deal.
Oh, man.
Sorry, Guy.
Bay Area, it's Kevon Looney. Hey, Dibs, your picks stink.
Yeah, well, you know what, Kevon? You're on the move. How do you like that?
Dub Nation, it's Kyle Anderson.
Oh, no.
Hey, Dibs, your picks stink.
All right, that's it. GP2 is out of the deal. Anderson's on the move.
I love the idea of everybody who rips Dibs.
It's a grudge trade.
They immediately get traded.
Dub Nation, it's Jerry Stackhouse. Hey, Dibs, your picks stink.
Okay, Jerry, that one hurts because I've been a big advocate.
Didn't Stack play in Washington before?
He played everywhere.
Exactly.
Bay Area, it's Steve Kerr. Hey, Dibs, your picks stink.
I mean, Steve, I've been behind you all day today.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't.
Yes, I mean, he could figure out how to call a play against the zone.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Draymond, Schroeder, Hield, Anderson, Looney, and Gee, all gone.
Trade them all.
We get back Poole, Kuzma, and Valanciunas. This trade is successful.
Oh,
boom!
God.
Thank you. And I get rid of all the haters. All the haters in one fell swoop.
Seriously. At my funeral someday, I want everybody to gather in a circle and talk about Jordan Poole. My God, what a lightning rod.
Revisionist history.
Why? Why does he represent what he represents to so many Warriors fans? Like he scored a lot of points, and he was a key piece in the regular season in what they did in achieving their playoff spot, and then he had some good games in the playoffs. It was straight up bad in the finals. But, like, why do you look at this team and watch them lose almost every night and get so enamored with Jordan Poole? Is that where we are? Does everybody think that the Warriors messed this up by letting Jordan Poole go?
I don't think it's that simplistic. But
What is it?
What it is, Mark, is you look at a team right now as they sit without a second scorer, and you look at Jordan Poole, who last year was definitely a step back, but this year he's kind of back to being a bucket getter.
He's a bucket getter.
What this team needs is somebody who can get you a bucket.
Okay.
And right now you don't have that. And when Kuminga was on the rise before he got hurt, he was becoming that. And the rest of this roster is filled with defensive specialists or bricklayers.
But you know what Kuminga, as he was becoming a bucket getter, was not? He was not a liability on defense. And he was not, and this is what I loved most about him, he was not someone who would come down the court with the ball and make poor decision after poor decision after poor decision after poor decision. I honestly think the reason so many Warrior fans are re-enamored with Jordan Poole is because you're only reading the box score. You forgot what it's like to watch him play. And so many of you used to call this show in his final year here as a Warrior, and you had no hair on the sides of your heads because you'd yanked it out watching Jordan Poole drive through 4 people, huck the ball over the backboard, lay down in the camera well with his hands up in the air looking at the ref like, why didn't you call a foul? You hated watching Jordan Poole that year.
He was mostly unplayable.
He made
in a lot
Steph
of
Curry throw his mouthpiece. He made Draymond Green walk off the court. He made Klay Thompson huck his arms up in the air.
You're talking about the last year, not the championship year.
Yes. Well, that's who he was. And if you want to blame Draymond for, we can. I mean, we had that conversation for 6 months.
Yeah, we did.
But it is what it is.
Right.
When the hell has Jordan Poole been a winning basketball player in the last 3 years?
Well, not the last 3 years, but he was a champion. He was great. And then his teammate punched him in the face.
Yes.
Well, his teammate would be on the move. In my 6-for-3 trade that is successful according to the trade machine.
Wait a minute. Do we have Draymond saying that your picks stink? I don't think we do.
Yeah, we don't have that.
We don't. That's too bad.
Yeah.
He stays.
Forget about a trade. I mean, let me just ask you this, Willard. If Jordan Poole was on this Warriors team right now, forget a trade, you're not shipping anybody out. Is the Warriors team better with Jordan Poole on it? I think it's an easy yes. Dibs is right. What he provides, while it's not perfect, they need everything that he does.
But that's not feasible.
I'm just saying.
No, like it's not.
Forget about a trade. He would make the Warriors better right now. Did you watch last night? No one can make a bucket.
Right.
Dennis Schroeder no one can create for themselves.
But do you remember what happened when he was here? Like, do you want to?
Yeah, of course. And it was ugly, but the expectations were also different then.
Right.